The Emperor has fallen, and the Buddha has perished. The world looks to him for salvation. Yet they have forgotten that he is, in fact, the greatest demon of this realm. Chapter 1. Indeed, not you. Tap, tap, tap. A sound of footsteps drew nearer in the depths of the 19th level of hell. A gaunt monk walked slowly and resolutely in a halo of golden light. This golden radiance emanated from a pair of golden eyes, calm yet defiant even after millennia of confinement. The brilliance of those eyes had not faded. Earth Store, the owner of the golden eyes, called out mockingly. The emaciated monk was none other than the Earth Store Bodhisattva. He approached the owner of those eyes in silence. And as the golden light dimmed, darkness enveloped them once more. The 19th level of hell, the most terrifying place within the abyss. Here, there were no punishments, yet it bore a torment more fearsome than any punishment solitude. After a long silence, the Earth Store finally spoke. The Buddha is dead. The 19th level of hell fell silent. Then, a cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted. Good, ha-ha! The owner of the golden eyes laughed, the sound reverberating through the depths of hell. Is it truly good? The Earth Store inquired. The laughter ceased. What about it? It is also dead, or perhaps missing. How worthless! The golden eyes gleamed once more. Release me. The very ground of the 19th level trembled. To see the light of day again. The Buddha is dead. The heavenly court has collapsed. Demons run rampant, and life suffers. Chaos reigns in this world. The Earth Store is dead. Upon his release, he was slain by a mysterious demon. He cared not to intervene, nor to inquire. Contrary to the Earth Store's expectations, he was free but chose not to fulfill his promise to him. How absurd and foolish of that monk to expect me to end this chaotic era. To save this world, I am the most powerful demon in existence. The tides of time have turned flower fruit, mountain lies in ruins. Only a few monkeys remain, their eyes devoid of the spark of life. A figure sits upon the celestial mountain, gazing at the sea. As day turns to night, that figure remains solitary. A few lifeless-eyed monkeys look on curiously at the figure. They feel an instinctive affinity towards this being. Dark clouds drift through the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. We have arrived. This is Flower Fruit Mountain, the old home of that monkey, once a sacred land of demons. It is said that the monkey brains here are the finest, descendants of those who once feasted on the peaches of immortality. Today we are in for a treat, dining on monkey brains in the sacred land of demons. We can boast about this for a lifetime. Several young demons descend, startling the monkeys into a frantic escape. Fear fills their eyes, their bodies trembling. The young demons laugh boastfully, believing they have trampled upon the sacred land of demons. After many days of solitude, the figure finally stirs. He reaches out a hand, grasping forward. Several young demons explode into fragments, their souls scattering. The monkeys flee in panic, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Sun Wukong gazes once more into the distant sky. Today's uninvited guests are evidently not limited to just this group. A fierce battle ignites in the heavens. A formidable youth, wielding a long spear, engages in combat with 3 demons. Blood stains his attire, yet he remains indomitable. The spear lunges forth, piercing through one demon's body. Then, with a mighty tremor, the demon shatters, defeated by his hand. The remaining 2 demons reveal expressions of terror. They had heard tales of this youth's prowess, but only upon direct confrontation do they realize his might surpasses the rumors. They attempt to flee, but the youth blocks their path, dispatching them one after another. Exhaustion graces the youth's face. He has endured countless battles and is utterly drained. This place feels so familiar. This is Flower Fruit Mountain. Alas, that monkey is no longer here. Otherwise, we could share a drink together. After all, he was one of the few who could match my strength back in the day, though he still fell slightly short. Where have the faces of men gone? While the peach blossoms continued to bloom, the youth's lament was cut short as he widened his eyes in surprise. A figure appeared before him, and a staff loomed large in his vision. Crash! The youth was sent flying. You haven't perished, monkey. The youth rushed back, a clear staff mark visible on his face. Third Prince, it has been a long time. Neza was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is not you. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and soon they were sharing drinks. A few timid monkeys hid to the side, observing the two as they toasted. The heavens have changed, and so have the people. Have you ever considered making a mark on this world? Neza set down his cup, his gaze intense. The Emperor has fallen. The Buddha is dead. The heavenly court is disbanded. Ziwei holds court in the celestial realm. Yet she has only gathered a fraction of her forces. All manner of demons and spirits have emerged. Whoever can restore order in this chaotic age shall re-establish the heavenly court. Son Wukong toyed with his cup, deep in thought. So you are now following Ziwei? Neza shook his head. I am currently mingling with my second brother, dealing with troublesome demons and gods as I please. It suits me well, however, my second brother seeks to restore order. Pausing, he grew serious. If you were to join us, who among us would be able to stand against you? I am weary and do not wish to emerge from my retreat, son Wukong replied, shaking his head. Neza chose not to press further, and they continued to drink. 3 days later, Neza departed. The little monkeys gradually ceased to fear son Wukong. They approached him slowly, their innocent eyes beginning to regain their former brilliance. Flower Fruit Mountain gradually returned to its pristine beauty. Son Wukong scattered seeds throughout the land, using his powers to restore the terrain. He seemed to have shed all his hostility, no longer exhibiting any rebelliousness. The little monkeys grew increasingly lively, branching out and flourishing. Occasionally, a few demons would stir trouble, only to be effortlessly dealt with by Son Wukong. The ongoing battles beyond could not encroach upon the sanctuary. Until one day, Son Wukong received a message. The victorious fighting Buddha, Son Wukong, reemerges, rallying all demons and gods to re-establish the heavenly court. The news came from Neza. The victorious fighting Buddha, you say? Huh. A cold laugh echoed from Flower Fruit Mountain. The victorious fighting Buddha? Huh. At Guanjinku, Neza scoffed. Just an imposter, daring to be so brazen. Now that the true master has returned, a grand spectacle is surely on the horizon. That monkey claims to be weary? Just such a feeble excuse. He would not believe it even if he were to slay the Toda, heavenly king. In the western bull heaven, demons and gods gather in response to the victorious fighting Buddha's summons. The heavenly court has collapsed. Now, the victorious fighting Buddha seeks to restore it. After the journey to the west, the name of the victorious fighting Buddha spread throughout the 3 realms, and that monkey has long since become one of the most significant figures in existence. Chapter 2. The 6-eared macaque in this chaotic realm. Aligning oneself with that monkey could provide a formidable backing, even if one could not establish a heavenly court. At Mount Jilei, the bull demon king received an invitation and let out a cold chuckle. My lord, the victorious fighting Buddha has extended an invitation to all demons and deities. Will you attend? After all, to outsiders, you are considered sworn brothers. The Iron Fan Princess, resplendent in her elegance, inquired of a burly man, her face betraying a hint of disdain. He is not my brother. He is unworthy. The burly man. The bull demon king tore the invitation to shreds and cast it aside without a glance. The Iron Fan Princess smiled gently and said, My lord, do not be angry. If we do not wish to go, then we shall not. A similar scene unfolded within the abodes of several great demons. The victorious fighting Buddha's invitation went unheeded by all 6 brothers. However, the Bodhisattva of Sandalwood arrived. The Pure Land Messenger and the Golden Body Arhat were also present, alongside the 8-fold heavenly dragons who gathered to show their support. They laughed and conversed with the victorious fighting Buddha in a manner that exuded intimacy. This brought to mind a rumor that when the true Monkey King was supplanted by the more obedient 6-eared macaque, the latter took his place in secrecy. Yet, it seemed that the rumor could not be trusted. Otherwise, why would this master and his disciples display such warmth towards the victorious fighting Buddha? Another great immortal arrived, Jin Yuanzi, which surprised the victorious fighting Buddha. He abandoned all others and approached him eagerly. Brother, you have arrived. Why did you not inform me beforehand so that I could prepare a proper welcome? The victorious fighting Buddha, clad in monk robes and wearing a smile, greeted him with genuine delight. Jin Yuanzi, the progenitor of the earth immortals, held a status comparable to the Taoist 3 purities. His presence inspired confidence among the demons and deities. Upon hearing his name, they erupted with excitement. Dressed in a simple Taoist robe, Jin Yuanzi wore a faint smile, yet exuded a sense of aloofness. I cannot accept being called brother by the victorious fighting Buddha. I am here merely to convey a message. The victorious fighting Buddha's expression shifted slightly as he suppressed his smile and replied, Please, speak, my friend. He has returned. Who? The victorious fighting Buddha's eyes widened with a flicker of panic. I do not understand your meaning. You will soon comprehend, Jin Yuanzi replied with a subtle smile. Casually taking a seat, he was not inclined to miss this unfolding drama. Everyone noticed that after Jin Yuanzi's arrival, the victorious fighting Buddha appeared somewhat distracted. What had transpired? Curiosity filled the minds of those present. Only a handful of individuals seemed to grasp the implications, their breaths quickening. Today, a remarkable spectacle was assured. Guanyin had not come. Instead, she sent the boy of good fortune. However, this once unruly holy infant king displayed no courtesy towards the victorious fighting Buddha. Disciple, what is happening? The Bodhisattva of Sandalwood inquired. The victorious fighting Buddha forced a smile and replied, It is nothing. Do not worry, master. Although the Bodhisattva of Sandalwood remained skeptical, he returned to his seat. A multitude of celestial beings and demons had gathered for this grand assembly. Yet the victorious fighting Buddha was acutely aware that those capable of upholding the event were few. Most were second-rate scattered immortals and demons. The true heavyweights were conspicuously absent. As the moment arrived, the victorious fighting Buddha ascended the high platform. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed upon him. He cleared his throat, ready to speak when suddenly, a golden staff, resplendent in its brilliance, hurtled towards the platform. The victorious fighting Buddha's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt away from the high platform. The golden staff, akin to a pillar of heaven, shattered the platform and plunged into the earth. A vast wave of magical energy radiated outward, plunging the assembly into silence. The Ruyi Jingu Bang weighed an astounding 13,500 pounds. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Jin Yuanzi's lips curled into a smirk. The performance had begun. Yet, it remained uncertain how the victorious fighting Buddha would confront this predicament. Hee, victorious fighting Buddha, is this not your Ruyi Jingu Bang? How did it nearly crush you just now? Has the staff gone mad? The light-hearted voice of the holy infant king echoed, laced with mockery. The Bodhisattva of Sandalwood wore a look of shame, lowering his head in silence. The Pure Land messenger appeared pale, his large ears fluttering nervously, while the golden body Arhat and the white dragon bowed their heads, unwilling to gaze upon the staff. Since you have come, why hide? Step forth. The victorious fighting Buddha fixed his gaze upon the void, his eyes glowing with golden light. He radiated a powerful aura that overshadowed all present. Save for the holy infant king and Jin Yuanzi, the celestial beings and demons struggled under the weight of his presence. They suddenly recognized that the victorious fighting Buddha's identity was of little consequence. What mattered was his formidable strength. It was a strong man they sought to ally with, nothing more. A silhouette emerged, darkening the sky as dust and stones swirled in the air, a demonic aura rising high. Behind him, endless clouds of magic roiled. Even the victorious fighting Buddha's radiant light was suppressed to a mere 10 feet, barely able to expand. All eyes turned upwards, and the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the victorious fighting Buddha. Yet, they were not identical. The newcomer exuded an audacious spirit, an air of defiance against heaven and earth. He stood tall, as if no force could bend his back, while the victorious fighting Buddha appeared almost sheepish in contrast. The essence of the former's combative spirit rendered the latter's claims a mere jest. I have but one question, the newcomer stated, locking his gaze on the figure below. The victorious fighting Buddha remained silent, mirroring the stare. Who are you? 3 words, a single question, captivated the attention of all. Who was the victorious fighting Buddha? This question was typically straightforward to answer. He was Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, the victorious fighting Buddha of Ling Mountain, and a disciple of the Bodhisattva of Sandalwood. Yet, in the presence of this figure, he found it difficult to respond. Silence enveloped the gathering. The newcomer laughed, an expression of amusement in his eyes. He was in no rush. Time was on his side. After a moment, the victorious fighting Buddha finally raised his head and declared, I am the victorious fighting Buddha. I am also the 6-eared macaque. A collective gasp emanated from the assembled deities and demons. Even those who had suspected the truth were taken aback when it was revealed. A grand scheme unfolded, one that had replaced the audacious great sage with the 6-eared macaque, who ascended to Buddhahood in the West. No wonder the obedient monkey had caused no further commotion after the tale of the true and false monkey kings. The mystery of millennia had finally unraveled. Haha, the newcomer laughed heartily. You are rather well behaved. Few in this world would dare to describe the victorious fighting Buddha in such terms. The great sage equal to heaven certainly carries an air of majesty. Chapter 3. Severed ties, seventh uncle, the holy infant king called out. Jin Yuanzi stroked his beard and smiled. Congratulations on your return, dear brother. Sun Wukong nodded, a smile gracing his face. There are still matters to attend to, so I shall defer our reunion for now. Once I have dealt with the affairs at hand, we can share stories by candlelight. Your nephew shall await you, seventh uncle. The holy infant king replied cheerfully, his gaze briefly sweeping over the six-eared macaque, his eyes betraying a flicker of disdain. A counterfeit is but a counterfeit. How dare he impersonate the great sage? It was utterly laughable. Even Guanyin did not acknowledge him. Otherwise, she would have sent her true form instead of this impostor. What do you intend to do? The victorious fighting Buddha inquired, amidst the overwhelming presence of demonic energy. The Buddha's light, though suppressed, continued to shield him within a radius of 10 feet. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and remarked, Little monkey, there is no need for you to be overly anxious. I have not come to slay you. Rather, I wish to convey to all that you are you. And I am I. We are not one and the same. Now that everyone is aware, you may depart. The victorious Buddha spoke coldly, declaring that from this day forth, the world would recognize him as the six-eared macaque, an impostor. There were still matters to resolve, yet they no longer pertained to him. Sun Wukong shook his head, his gaze settling upon the sandalwood Buddha. The Buddha trembled slightly, lifting his head to meet Sun Wukong's eyes, only to lower it again in shame. Sun Wukong's voice echoed, Old monk, may I pose a question? When I was replaced, were you aware of it? Silence enveloped the assembly. In the aftermath of their journey to the west, the bond among the master and disciples had been extolled throughout the realms. However, with the truth unveiled, this so-called bond appeared more akin to a jest. The sandalwood Buddha remained silent for a long while, eventually offering no response. Yet, the crowd had arrived at their conclusion. The disdainful gazes cast upon him were palpable. Before the true and false monkey kings, Sun Wukong had safeguarded him for the majority of their journey. How could the old monk feign ignorance? Even displaying a facade of deep camaraderie with the six-eared macaque, Sun Wukong, unperturbed, jested, this old monk remains as indecisive as ever. Tianpeng, do enlighten me. The pure altar messenger's complexion turned pale, his ears flickering, betraying his anxiety. Nevertheless, he was not the timid monk of yore. The pure altar messenger stepped forward. Brother monkey, we are all aware of your replacement. We merely lack the courage to expose it. This is the stratagem of Tathagata Buddha, and we must acquiesce. Indeed, elder brother, we possess no capacity for rebellion, the golden body, Arhut added. The white dragon horse, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of nobility, could no longer refrain from interjecting. Elder brother, our fates lie in Tathagata's hands. We can only act according to his designs. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. In stark contrast, the sandalwood Buddha and his companions turned ashen, retreating several steps in trepidation. They feared Sun Wukong's wrath, even with their numbers. They did not dare presume they could withstand the fury of the great sage equal to heaven. The Saint Infant King was eager for action. Should Sun Wukong unleash his fury, he would undoubtedly intervene to aid this seventh uncle. Despite their past enmity, he held deep admiration for Sun Wukong. Jin Yuanzi offered a faint smile, emanating an astonishing aura of authority. This ancestral figure of the earth immortals seemed also inclined to take action. Even the victorious Buddha felt a twinge of anxiety. Against Sun Wukong alone, they held a glimmer of hope. Yet, should the Saint Infant King and Jin Yuanzi join forces, they would not stand a chance collectively. Sun Wukong refrained from violence, remaining eerily calm. From this day forth, you may refer to me as the great sage equal to heaven or grandfather Sunday. With this declaration, all ties of gratitude were severed. Amitabha, the sandalwood Buddha gasped, his body trembling as he clasped his hands together and intoned a Buddha's name. Sun Wukong, however, paid him no mind, turning his gaze to Jin Yuanzi, stating, Brother, it has been far too long. Let us visit your Wuzhuang temple for a while, where we can reminisce and enjoy a drink together. Excellent. Jin Yuanzi replied with a gentle smile. The Saint Infant King promptly chimed in, Seventh uncle, take me along. I wish to join. Very well, Sun Wukong responded with alacrity. The three departed together. Hidden among the clouds, Neza was left dumbfounded. He had come to witness a spectacle, yet how had this monkey-esque demeanor transformed so drastically? According to his previous temperament, he would have surely overturned this place and subdued the six-eared macaque before departing. Brother, should we not descend and confront him? Neza suggested, gesturing towards the victorious Buddha. A handsome man clad in white armor, with a vertical eye upon his forehead, stood nearby, exuding an imposing presence. Upon hearing Neza's words, he smiled lightly, replying, "What need is there for us to join forces against a mere six-eared macaque? In days past, that monkey endured 500 years beneath the Five Elements mountain, his strength diminished to a fraction. Even the six-eared macaque could not best him, and it required Defied's intervention to subdue Sun Wukong. I have no desire to engage a weakling." Neza, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disdain. He suppressed his combative spirit, realizing that battling such a foe would be utterly unexciting. What a pity, had that monkey been willing to ally with us. The three of us could have easily swept across the three realms and established a new order, Neza lamented. Erlang Xinyang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. Observing the direction in which Sun Wukong had departed, a faint smile gracing his lips. I find this monkey increasingly intriguing. His current thoughts elude my understanding. It seems that millennia of confinement have wrought significant changes upon him. Neza shivered, unable to restrain himself from proclaiming, "I believe the monkey is remarkably resilient. Had it been me, imprisoned for thousands of years, I would have surely gone mad." Yang Jian nodded in agreement. The torment of confinement over millennia is not something everyone can endure. The true horror lies not in captivity, but in solitude. Below, the farce concluded. At least 2/3 of the demons and deities departed, yet a third remained. Among them were several second- and third-rate experts, who could be considered somewhat accomplished. The Sandalwood Buddha and his companions chose to stay. From this day forward, they would be forever linked with the six-eared macaque, sharing in both glory and disgrace. Within a darkened hall, the six-eared macaque bore a ferocious expression, devoid of any semblance of the victorious Buddha. "Sun Wukong, I was able to defeat you before, and I shall do so again. Today, you were fortunate. Had it not been for Jin Yuanzi's presence, I would have made you wish you were never born." Just then, a chilling voice resounded. "Fortunate indeed that you refrained from attacking today, or you would have become a lifeless monkey, with no one to rescue you." The six-eared macaque gasped internally, hastily dropping to his knees. "I greet you, master." He prostrated himself, trembling uncontrollably. A streak of dark light appeared before the six-eared macaque. Despite possessing keen sight, he could not penetrate the darkness, remaining oblivious to his master's true identity. He lay on the ground, diminutive as a worm. "Master, Six Ears has failed in his duty. I humbly request your punishment." The six-eared macaque pleaded for forgiveness. From within the darkness, a sinister voice emerged. It was unexpected to have Sun Wukong meddling. "This does not imply your failure. You are to proceed as planned, gathering all the deities and demons of the world. When the time is ripe, we shall restore the heavenly court." "Understood," the six-eared macaque replied hastily. After a lengthy silence, he heard no further sound. The six-eared macaque raised his head, finding no trace of his master. The figure had long since departed. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the six-eared macaque composed himself before leaving the chamber. "Ha!" A sinister chuckle reverberated within the dark hall. In Wuzhuang Temple, the gentle breeze and bright moon presented ginseng fruit. Sun Wukong bit into the fruit with delight, relishing the experience. As for the Saint Infant King, he had utterly lost all semblance of decorum in his consumption. "What bliss!" Sun Wukong exclaimed. Jin Yuanzi stroked his beard, remarking, "My dear brother, you have endured much hardship over the years." Sun Wukong finished the remaining portion of the ginseng fruit, pouring himself a cup of celestial wine and downing it in one gulp. Only then did he exhale deeply, declaring, "A splendid fruit, exquisite wine." Jin Yuanzi, not in a hurry, awaited his words. After pouring another cup, Sun Wukong drained it once more. A flush of color rose to his cheeks. He was becoming slightly inebriated. It is not so much suffering as it is an opportunity for the old sun to reflect upon many matters. I should express my gratitude to the Tathagata. Ultimately, he spared my life, and I shall remember his kindness. Jin Yuanzi paused slightly, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong as if attempting to see through him. The former Sun Wukong, who fought against heaven and earth, was clever yet lacked guile. However, the current Sun Wukong has become composed, exuding an enigmatic depth. Millennia of confinement have indeed wrought significant change. Wiping the wine stains from his lips, Sun Wukong smiled and said, "Brother, you are the progenitor of the earth immortals, a being of transcendent status. Maintain this lofty demeanor and refrain from courting trouble, and I shall not bring any your way. Let us part here." Just as Jin Yuanzi was about to call out to Sun Wukong, he had already vanished. Transcendent indeed? Jin Yuanzi shook his head with a smile. The emperor has fallen. The Buddha is dead, and the heavenly court lies in ruins. Who among them was not transcendent? Yet, the outcome remains unchanged. Even he, the progenitor of Earth immortals, finds it difficult to maintain his transcendence. In the western Bulhajo, at the Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountains' slanted moon 3-star cave, Sun Wukong has returned. After thousands of years, he has come back to this place. It has long since fallen into disrepair, transformed by the passage of time. The once sacred ground has collapsed, now overgrown with verdant foliage. His eyes glisten with moisture, as this location holds some of his few cherished memories. After becoming the great sage equal to heaven and traversing the 3 realms, he has been unable to locate his master. Even the mighty deities, including Zhen Yuanzi, remain unaware of the identity of Patriarch Bodhi. Master, who are you truly? Why did you teach me all these powers, knowing full well that my departure would lead to calamity? Why did you not stop me? Instead, you pushed me forth. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. Some believe he was a mere pawn in a grand scheme, naive and unsuspecting. Yet little do they realize that he is exceedingly astute and has long perceived the truth. The tumult in heaven and the journey to the west were but efforts to navigate peril and ensure survival. Ultimately, he underestimated the control those powerful figures wielded, leading to his imprisonment for millennia in the depths of hell. Now, he has been released once more. Yet, Sun Wukong senses that he has once again entered a game. There are unseen players orchestrating everything, with the cosmos as their chessboard. This current game surpasses the magnitude of the previous one. At its inception, powerful figures have already fallen. Sun Wukong is merely a pawn within this cosmic chess match. If he wishes to escape the clutches of fate, he must leap from the board, otherwise, he shall inevitably succumb to a tragic end. As he contemplates the game, he hears faint melodies drifting through the air. Sun Wukong abruptly turns, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the source of the sound. He alights upon the mountain, where a woodcutter, donned in a bamboo hat, grass sandals, and simple garments, with a belt at his waist and a steel axe in hand, is chopping a dead tree. The scene is all too familiar. With a smile, he clasped his hands and greeted, "Old immortal, we meet again." The woodcutter waved his hand, saying, "Do not call me a person, I am but a simple man. Lacking in sustenance, how could I be deemed an immortal?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "If you are not an immortal, how then have you lived for thousands of years? Are you not waiting for me?" The woodcutter halted his work, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "You are quite perceptive, monkey. I am indeed not an immortal, but I am somewhat sacred. By seniority, you should address me as senior brother. May I inquire your name?" Sun Wukong asked, bowing respectfully. The woodcutter smiled gently. "In the vast 3 realms, my name is unknown. I am the recluse Li Guangming of Fongsuan." It was a name Sun Wukong had never heard before. The woodcutter emanated a hint of Taoist essence, neither monk, nor Taoist, nor Confucian. Sun Wukong immediately recognized him as a disciple of Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain. The disciples of Patriarch Bodhi are divided into 12 generations, with Li Guangming clearly being the first generation heir. Sun Wukong bowed earnestly and said, "Sun Wukong pays his respects to senior brother." Li Guangming smiled slightly. "We are brothers. There is no need for such formality." He set down his steel axe and sat upon the ground, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I know your purpose. You seek your master. I know where he is, but I cannot disclose it now." "Why not?" Sun Wukong momentarily lost himself in thought, believing he was about to reunite with his master, only to be told by Li Guangming that he could not reveal his whereabouts. "The master has said it is not yet time for you to meet. There will be a day for reunion. You must not seek him further. Return on your own." Sun Wukong felt a pang of disappointment. He had many questions he wished to pose to his master. Yet, since the master has stated there will be a future meeting, he shall wait. "Thank you for the information, senior brother." He bowed once more. When he lifted his gaze, Li Guangming had already vanished, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 5. The goddess of earth having bid farewell to Fongsuan Mountain, Sun Wukong ventured directly into the 36 heavens. The once magnificent Ling Shao Palace now lies in ruins, and the heavenly court is desolate. No divine generals remain stationed here. Even the heavenly kings have departed. The various constellations have scattered, some having sought refuge with the Emperor of the North Star. All these signs indicate to Sun Wukong that the heavenly court has indeed collapsed. The peach trees in the peach garden have been uprooted, evidently removed. The Jade Emperor has perished, and the Queen Mother has taken the peaches back to Kunlun. The once lush peach garden now lies abandoned, overrun with wild grass. Sun Wukong stamped his foot. An old immortal emerged from the ground, bowing deeply. The land of the Peach Garden has witnessed the great sage. Sun Wukong endeavored to soften his expression. You need not be anxious. I have but one question. How did the Jade Emperor meet his end? What transpired in the heavenly court after his demise that led to its current state? The land of the Peach Garden revealed a look of terror, responding, I do not know the cause of the Jade Emperor's death. Few in the three realms are aware. However, I can explain why the heavenly court has become this way. Sun Wukong gestured for him to continue. The land of the Peach Garden then summoned his courage and continued. After the Emperor's fall, the 4 sovereigns and 5 elders quarreled over the throne, leading to a fierce confrontation. The heavenly kings and constellations hastily chose sides, and the once great heavenly court was immediately fragmented. Did not the goddess of earth, the Jade Emperor's consort, intervene? Did she not participate in the conflict? Sun Wukong inquired, somewhat surprised. The land of the Peach Garden offered a bitter smile. The goddess of earth wished to intervene, but she was powerless and unable to restrain the divine lords. In the end, she had no choice but to depart in frustration. One last question. Why do you remain here? Sun Wukong's gaze was fixed intently on the land of the Peach Garden, his lips curling slightly. The land of the Peach Garden straightened his posture somewhat, meeting Sun Wukong's eyes with a smile. If I were to say that I remain loyal to my duty, continuing to fulfill my responsibilities even in the absence of the heavenly court, I suppose the great sage would not believe me. As soon as he finished speaking, he was momentarily taken aback. Sun Wukong turned to leave. I believe you. His voice echoed from afar, already out of sight. He has left? The expression of the land of the Peach Garden appeared somewhat rigid. This was not characteristic of that monkey. He clearly noticed the change, yet why did he depart? This monkey is transformed. He has become elusive and difficult to grasp. Quite interesting. The land of the Peach Garden chuckled softly, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. In the distance, Sun Wukong wore a smirk of derision. Within the realm of the underworld, the residence of Lady Hutu was teeming with guards, as if facing a formidable enemy. Today marked the arrival of an unexpected guest, the monkey who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. The truth regarding the identity of the true Monkey King had finally come to light. The one who attained Buddhahood was the 6-eared macaque, while the genuine Qi Tian de Sheng had only recently emerged into the world. Everyone had a vague understanding of where he had been during these millennia. Following the Emperor's demise, the heavenly court had disbanded. Now, even the 10 Yama kings were wavering, and Lady Hutu's position was precarious. Should this monkey seek to settle old scores, trouble was surely at hand. Many regarded him as a hero who battled against heaven and earth. Yet only when confronted did they realize he was also the most formidable demon in existence. Please, great sage, step inside. A celestial maiden emerged, radiant and ethereal. She bowed gracefully to Sun Wukong, inviting him in. The guards remained tense, their eyes fixed on him, prepared to protect the lady even at the cost of their lives. Sun Wukong cast a glance at them, stating, if I were to make a move, you could not stop me, so there is no need for such tension. The guards understood, yet did not relax their vigilance. Sun Wukong entered Lady Hutu's abode. She was a beautiful woman, regal and dignified, embodying a warmth that seemed capable of encompassing all. As the sole wife of the Jade Emperor and the mother of the earth, she also held a place among the 4 sovereigns. Engaged in tending to her flowers, she merely glanced at Sun Wukong upon his arrival and softly said, You have come. Sun Wukong, with a smile, replied, Indeed, the Jade Emperor has passed. I can only imagine your sorrow. I came to offer my condolences, after all. I shared a long-standing friendship with him. You have seen what you came for. You may leave now, Lady Hutu said nonchalantly. Sun Wukong clasped his hands in farewell, stating, I take my leave. He turned to depart, and a throng of guards rushed in, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming Lady Hutu's safety. Has that monkey left so soon? What was his true purpose? Lady Hutu fell into contemplation, pondering the monkey's intentions. Exiting her residence, Sun Wukong glanced back at the underworld, where the 10 Yama kings trembled. What did this monkey mean? Was he up to something? In the end, Sun Wukong did not look back. The minor spirits and demons posed little threat. He crossed realms, entering the South Sea. Within the purple bamboo forest, the young boy Shan Kai stood beside Guanyin Bodhisattva, his face alight with anticipation. The Bodhisattva had mentioned that his uncle would be arriving. Just days after parting from Wuzhuang Temple, they would meet again. Sun Wukong descended upon the purple bamboo forest, brushing aside the black bear spirit who approached him. He playfully dismissed him. The black bear spirit chuckled and stepped aside. This was the true great sage, retaining the same flavor as before. That unruly nature was not something one could feign. As Guanyin Bodhisattva, with her dignified and radiant presence, opened her eyes upon Sun Wukong's arrival, he cheerfully declared, "Bodhisattva, I have returned. After all these years, I have missed you dearly and have come to ask for a drink." He made his way to her side, unceremoniously pushing the young boy aside to sit lazily next to her. Guanyin Bodhisattva, with her kind gaze and majestic aura, radiated a divine light. She glanced at the monkey and remarked with a smile, "You mischievous monkey, always bringing trouble. Do you realize that your presence here may invite an uncountable number of troubles upon me? Is the Bodhisattva afraid?" Sun Wukong chuckled. With a gentle smile, Guanyin replied, "Even the Buddha has attained nirvana. How could I not be afraid? Yet I know you are awaited otherwise. My nephew would not have been sent to wait for you at the counterfeit's place. Hence, I have summoned you." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. However, the smile faded from Guanyin's face, replaced by a look of sorrow as she said, "The Buddha is truly gone." Sun Wukong felt a jolt, instantly sitting upright. Yet he soon relaxed. Yet there was an unmistakable aura about him, one that hinted at an impending explosion of energy. I had thought that the Tathagata was merely playing tricks again, but now the Jade Emperor has fallen too. What on earth has transpired in this realm? Can the Bodhisattva enlighten me? Guanyin Bodhisattva replied, "I cannot." Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "What was the purpose of calling me here? To assist me in eliminating someone?" With a slight smile, Guanyin Bodhisattva continued. Sun Wukong, intrigued, asked who? The six-eared macaque. Momentarily taken aback, Sun Wukong retorted, "That worthless creature? You could have the black bear spirit handle it effortlessly. Why must it fall to me?" Guanyin smiled gently, explaining, "I fear that if I were to kill him, it would lead to complications, hence I require another's hand." Sun Wukong was dumbfounded. He had assumed that all bodhisattvas were benevolent. Yet he was confronted with one who was rather calculating. Whatever happened to the compassionate embrace of all beings? How could she be so manipulative? "You fear complications? Do I not fear them as well? You are immortal. At worst, you would be sealed away for a few millennia. What does it matter?" Guanyin Bodhisattva consoled him. Sun Wukong lay back in defeat, wishing to express his gratitude to her, feeling utterly self-serving. "I wish to know the true reason." After a moment of silence, Guanyin replied, "You possess a reason to kill him, whereas I do not. Should I act, I would expose many things. I understand. However, today I have come to the South Sea, and those with keen eyes have likely taken notice. Even if I, Sun Wukong, were to slay the six-eared macaque, you, Bodhisattva, would still be implicated." At this point, Sun Wukong grinned, fixing his gaze on her, asking, "Moreover, why should I assist you? What I stand to gain?" With a slight smile, Guanyin Bodhisattva proposed, "If you eliminate the six-eared macaque, I shall take it upon myself to marry the dragon girl Shan Kai to you." The dragon girl's eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over her. The Bodhisattva was using her as a bargaining chip. Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered as he assessed the dragon girl, chuckling, "Bodhisattva, I have long since ceased such pursuits. Your offer seems rather coercive." The dragon girl sighed in relief. Yet, Sun Wukong continued, "However, since you have put it this way, I shall have no choice but to accept and take the dragon girl Shan Kai as my own. The six-eared macaque shall surely perish within 3 days. Amitba." Guanyin Bodhisattva clasped her hands together. "Seventh aunt," Red Boy exclaimed, staring incredulously at the dragon girl. Her cheeks flushed crimson, caught between words, hesitant. Sun Wukong shot her a glance, saying, "Navi child, the Bodhisattva is protecting you. Staying by my side ensures your safety. You cannot fathom the Bodhisattva's intentions." Guanyin Bodhisattva let out a faint sigh, remaining silent. "I shall depart now. In 3 days, I will return to take the dragon girl Shan Kai." Sun Wukong left the purple bamboo forest with the intention to slay the six-eared macaque within 3 days. As for the reasons, did Sun Wukong truly need them? In Ling Mountain, the victorious Buddha presided over a gathering. Below, a multitude of demons and deities sat, an odd sight indeed. Since the Buddha's attainment of nirvana, Ling Mountain had not witnessed such liveliness in ages. The six-eared macaque, draped in a monk's robe, recited scriptures, exuding an aura of superiority, as if he controlled all. Once his forces grew stronger, he could re-establish the heavenly court. With the support of his master, he had no fear of opposition from the great deities. As thoughts swirled in his mind, a smile crept upon his lips. The sandalwood merit Buddha sat at the lower seat of the six-eared macaque, their countenance majestic. radiating an ethereal light. After the Buddha's demise, the deities and bodhisattvas returned to their respective abodes, and with the renown of the six-eared macaque, it was naturally impossible for them to gather here. Today, the sandalwood merit Buddha and his disciples have become the mightiest presence in this place. Second only to the six-eared macaque, a resplendent golden staff descended from the heavens, shattering half of the sacred mountain. The celestial beings and demons turned pale. They recognized who had arrived. Six-ear, do you choose to perish, or shall I take action? Sun Wukong emerged amidst the fearful gazes, the golden staff shrinking in his grip. His expression a blend of amusement and disdain directed at the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, coldly stating, "Have we not resolved our grievances? Why do you seek my life? Your existence tarnishes my reputation. How could I allow you to live?" Sun Wukong retorted, "This is the sacred mountain. You shall not cause chaos here." A demon king rose, reprimanding Sun Wukong, his discontent evident. He believed that had he been born at that time, the title of great sage of the demon race would have rightfully belonged to him. In truth, his strength was not to be underestimated. Even the victorious fighting Buddha would find it challenging to subdue him unscathed. Sun Wukong turned to face the demon king, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "Are you attempting to instruct me?" Before the demon king could respond, Sun Wukong struck with his staff. "You dare, Sun Wukong?" The victorious fighting Buddha admonished, his dissatisfaction palpable as he unleashed a beam of Buddha's light to intercept Sun Wukong. A cold smile lingered on Sun Wukong's lips as his golden staff continued its descent upon the demon king. The sound of impact echoed as the demon king, along with the Buddha's light, was utterly obliterated. The six-eared macaque's expression shifted. Sun Wukong's power exceeded his expectations. After millennia of imprisonment, his strength had not diminished but had instead returned to its apex. Sun Wukong smirked, declaring, "This is the fate of the loquacious. Now it is your turn." He stepped towards the six-eared macaque, and no demon or deity dared to halt his advance. The six-eared macaque summoned his magical powers, realizing that he had no choice but to fight with all his might. "Stand down, Wukong," the sandalwood merit Buddha interposed, exhibiting an unexpected courage. Sun Wukong halted, his smile fading as he fixated on the aged monk, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. The sandalwood merit Buddha smiled, believing he had managed to dissuade Sun Wukong. Sensing a lingering bond of teacher-student affection within him, the six-eared macaque exhaled in relief. The old monk proved invaluable in this critical moment, justifying the efforts he had expended to protect him during their pilgrimage. Ba, Wukong, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Let go of your attachments and attain Buddhahood. The sandalwood merit Buddha continued his persuasion. Suddenly, a muffled thud reverberated as the sandalwood merit Buddha knelt. A golden staff pressed down upon his shoulder. It could only be the Ruyi Jingu Bang. "Have you forgotten my previous words? When we meet again, you should call me great sage equal to heaven or Grandpa Sunday. You are hardly worthy of addressing me as Wukong." Chapter 7. The Great Vastness Bodhisattva. The sandalwood merit Buddha was taken aback. Kneeling in confusion, he believed he had managed to persuade Sun Wukong, but in reality, he had merely deluded himself. As the staff bore down on his shoulder, he finally comprehended that Sun Wukong's earlier words were not mere bravado. He had never envisioned a day when he would find himself kneeling before his opponent. Sensing the mounting pressure and the intense murderous intent emanating from Sun Wukong, the sandalwood merit Buddha conceded, preparing to utter great sage equal to heaven. At that moment, the purifying altar messenger stepped forward. He fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, saying, "Brother monkey, you have gone too far. A day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. How can you force your master to kneel?" Boom. The sound of the staff slicing through the air rang out. Sun Wukong swung his staff directly at the purifying altar messenger. The latter, caught off guard by the monkey's sudden aggression, hastily summoned his nine-toothed rake to shield himself. The impact sent the purifying altar messenger flying like a cannonball. "Second brother," the six-eared macaque exclaimed, his fury ignited as he glared at Sun Wukong, bellowing, "Impudent monkey, you dare harm my second brother? I will take your life." With his declaration, the golden body Arhut and the white dragon emerged, surrounding Sun Wukong. The purifying altar messenger, returning from afar, wore a ferocious expression, hurling his nine-toothed rake at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong effortlessly deflected the strike, unable to contain his laughter. "Such deep bonds of among you all, haha." His tone dripped with sarcasm. leaving the assembled deities and demons speechless. The sandalwood merit Buddha's expression was complicated, yet as he gazed at Sun Wukong, resentment overshadowed all else. This audacious monkey had inflicted such humiliation upon him. He could never forgive him. With a frosty demeanor, the sandalwood merit Buddha rose, stating coolly, "Wukong, it is you who disregards our bond. It is not that this humble monk is unwilling to reconcile. Given this, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Disciples, seize this impudent monkey, destroy his physical form, and cast his soul into the depths of the 9 hells, never to be reborn. Yes, we shall obey your command." The 4 of them, including the 6-eared macaque, responded in unison. Initially, the 6-eared macaque felt uncertain facing Sun Wukong alone. However, with the addition of Beiji and the others, he gained newfound confidence. In the past, he had fought Sun Wukong to a standstill, and although that was not Wukong's true strength, he believed they were not far apart. Especially since becoming the victorious fighting Buddha, his prowess had ascended to remarkable heights. Even if he alone could not match Sun Wukong, with the assistance of the other 3, he felt assured of victory. The onlookers sensed a certain irony in the unfolding scene. Sun Wukong remained unfazed. He understood the true nature of the sandalwood merit Buddha better than anyone else. Timid and cowardly, quick to distance himself from trouble. Expecting such a character to possess any sense of camaraderie was utterly implausible. The sandalwood merit Buddha's reaction was entirely within his expectations. He had no desire for further discourse and brought down his iron staff. The battle commenced but concluded swiftly. Sun Wukong dispatched Beiji and the others with a few strikes, then faced the 6-eared macaque alone. The legendary victorious fighting Buddha of the sacred mountain was as fragile as paper in his hands. Just 2 strikes, and he claimed the 6-eared macaque's life. Even in death, the 6-eared macaque could not fathom the vast chasm between him and Sun Wukong. "Fool," Sun Wukong spat, bursting into laughter. The sandalwood merit Buddha trembled, his complexion pale, nearly fainting. His 4 disciples were utterly incapable, failing to withstand even a single monkey. At that moment, within the sacred mountain, aside from those newly allied celestial beings and demons, he stood alone. Should Sun Wukong choose to strike, he would have no power to resist. Although he possessed a position of Buddha and magical abilities, he was not adept at combat and could not withstand a blow from Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon him, the sandalwood merit Buddha's legs weakened, and he knelt. "Grandpa, son, spare my life." Sun Wukong shook his head, reflecting. "Accepting you as my master was the greatest shame of my life." He turned to leave, ultimately refraining from striking. Yet, the sandalwood merit Buddha seemed oblivious to Sun Wukong's words. As Sun Wukong departed, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, revealing a smile of relief. Having narrowly escaped calamity, the pure altar envoy and others had just returned and witnessed this scene. He expressed his irritation, saying, "Master, how could you act thus? It is unbecoming for a master to kneel before his disciple. If word of this spreads, it would tarnish our reputation." The Bodhisattva of merit, unperturbed, clasped his hands in reverence and recited, "All merits and demerits, honors and disgraces, appear to me as fleeting as smoke, untroubled by the heart. Why should one concern oneself? Beiji, you are too attached." After uttering these words, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "This day, I have comprehended much. The Dharma is profound, and I shall surely attain greater achievements in the future, not failing the Buddha." The onlookers twitched their lips, eager to inquire of the Bodhisattva, "What of your dignity?" With the death of the 6-eared macaque, divine beings and demons alike began to disperse. They had initially come for the 6-eared macaque, hoping to survive in this chaotic world by leveraging the reputation of the victorious fighting Buddha. Now that the Buddha himself had perished, they saw no reason to remain. "Please, stay a moment," a gentle voice resonated, shaking the 10 directions of existence. The Bodhisattva of merit and his companions paled. There was only one being in the Buddhist realm with such authority, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, accompanying Amida Buddha of the Pure Land. His immense power caused tremors across all realms with every gesture. Along with the supreme Amida Buddha and Avalokiteshvara, he was revered as one of the 3 saints of the West. "What brings you, Bodhisattva of the Pure Land, to my Lingshan?" inquired the pure altar envoy. His gaze icy. "The Tathagata has entered nirvana, and the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Lingshan have departed." Previously, with the victorious fighting Buddha presiding, the situation was manageable. Now that he is slain, the only one with a Buddha's position is my master, the Bodhisattva of merit. Yet, Can he truly uphold Lingshan? The pure altar envoy had never doubted his master, but he understood that the Bodhisattva of merit could not withstand it. Now, with the arrival of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, who, despite being called a Bodhisattva, held a position above the Bodhisattva of merit. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara ranked just below Avalokiteshvara in status, with Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Ksitigarbha beneath him. He also bore the title of the third Buddha. With the Tathagatas passing, I shall now govern Lingshan and rule over the Buddhist realm, proclaimed the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. He surveyed the assembled demons and deities and asked, "Will you pledge allegiance to my pure land?" Chapter 8. Unburdened heart, will you, or will you not? Naturally, they would agree. If they were willing to align with a mere six-eared macaque, how much more so with the formidable Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara? One of the three saints of the West, the pure altar envoy felt discontent and was ready to erupt. At that moment, the Bodhisattva of merit, with a face full of surprise, said, "I welcome the Supreme Buddha Amida to take charge of Lingshan, and I welcome the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara to take charge of Lingshan. I, as a disciple, am willing to pledge allegiance." The pure altar envoy nearly spat blood in frustration. He had underestimated his master. The Bodhisattva of merit was utterly devoid of principles. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara cast a detached glance at the Bodhisattva of merit before turning his gaze to the pure altar envoy. "Will you pledge allegiance to the Pure Land?" "I am willing to pledge allegiance," said the white dragon. Both Xiao Wujing and the white dragon knelt down. Only the pure altar envoy stood defiantly. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara's gaze fell upon him. "You do not wish to pledge allegiance?" The pure altar envoy smiled mockingly and replied, "I am not as shameless as they. Thankfully, not all in Lingshan are those who bend with the wind, betraying their principles." The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara smiled. Yet the Bodhisattva of merit remained grinning, entirely unfazed. Xiao Wujing and the white dragon felt a twinge of shame. They did not possess the audacity of the Bodhisattva of merit, yet they lacked the backbone of the pure altar envoy. If tasked with resisting the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, they would not dare. "If you come to my pure land, I shall grant you a Buddha-esque position, one among the top 10, stated the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, shocking everyone present. The Bodhisattva of merit displayed a look of envy, although timid and opportunistic. He was astute enough to realize that entering the Pure Land would not guarantee him favorable treatment. However, a position among the top 10 in the Pure Land would be of absolute significance. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara himself held merely the third rank there. "You may make your move." "I would rather die than serve as a subordinate," declared the pure altar envoy, prepared for battle. He knew he was no match for the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. This much he was certain. Yet, he did not fear combat. If need be, he would die in battle. However, the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara did not strike. Instead, he said, "You may leave. I do not wish to kill you." The pure altar envoy was taken aback, but merely clasped his hands in respect and departed. "From this day forth, there will be no more pure altar envoys in Lingshan. I am Zhu Beiji," his voice echoed in the distance. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara sighed softly. Such a person is the backbone of the Buddhist realm. What a pity to have driven one away personally. He ascended to the Buddha's seat and sat there. The demons and deities bowed in reverence, with the most fervent among them being the Bodhisattva of merit. Sun Wukong arrived at the bamboo grove, seeking to collect someone. The dragon maiden blushed, feeling somewhat flustered. "Stay close to the great sage. That is your best chance of survival in this tumultuous world. Do not feel wronged. A hero like the great sage is your greatest refuge," advised the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara with a smile. "I cannot bear to part with the Bodhisattva," the dragon maiden said. Feeling aggrieved, the Bodhisattva stroked her little head and called her a foolish child. Sun Wukong suddenly felt regretful, having helped the Bodhisattva kill the six-eared macaque. Why must he now bear the burden of the dragon maiden? He had long since abandoned such undertakings. Taking the dragon maiden away was merely for her protection. "Do not cry. Women are truly troublesome, always weeping. I no longer want you. Stay here and accompany the Bodhisattva," he thought, trying to slip away. However, the Bodhisattva caught him firmly. With compassionate eyes, she gazed at Sun Wukong and said, "Take the dragon maiden with you." Sun Wukong sighed, recognizing his debt to the Bodhisattva. He took hold of the dragon maiden and walked toward the bamboo grove's exit. The dragon boy, Red Boy, called out from behind, and he said, "I will come to see you when I have time." "Go away," the dragon maiden finally erupted. "Ha ha," echoed Red Boy's joyous laughter. Sun Wukong pulled the dragon maiden toward Flower Fruit Mountain, while the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara turned her attention to Red Boy. Red Boy felt a twinge of panic. Bodhisattva, you wouldn't also want to marry me off, would you? I'm still just a child, and a boy at that. The Bodhisattva lightly tapped his head, and the golden circlet around Red Boy's head fell away. Red Boy was stunned, lost in confusion. The world is about to fall into chaos. Return to your parents. If you cannot ensure your safety, seek out your Uncle Seven. In this tumultuous era, only he can guarantee the safety of those around him, instructed the Bodhisattva, sending Red Boy away. Just as she would not treat the Dragon Maiden differently, she similarly allowed Red Boy to depart. I am not afraid of death, declared Red Boy. Though he appeared small, he had lived for thousands of years. Yet, he remained in the form of a child, retaining his youthful essence, which kept him small. This did not imply that he lacked the capacity for thought like a true child. He had already discerned the Bodhisattva's intentions. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara was in danger, and this was an effort to send them away to prevent entanglement. He had long regarded the Bodhisattva as a cherished figure. After thousands of years together, how could there be no bond? Red Boy did not wish to leave. He wanted to protect the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. Bodhisattva, is there any difficulty you cannot resolve? If you require assistance, my parents and my seventh uncle can lend a hand, and my seventh uncle is also sworn brothers with the great deity Zenuanzi. With your combined strength, who could possibly harm you? The Red Boy said anxiously, as he discerned that the Bodhisattva had resigned herself to her fate. The Bodhisattva Guanyin replied calmly, you need not say more, you may go. With a wave of her hand, the Red Boy vanished from her sight, transported to Mount Jilei. Hey, you two should find a secluded place. Do not risk your life here, the Bodhisattva advised. The black bear spirit approached the Bodhisattva, kneeling and bowing several times before taking his leave. Now, only the Bodhisattva remained in the entire purple bamboo forest. She smiled faintly to herself, reflecting, I am now free of attachments. Her gaze drifted into the distance, as if she could see the Supreme Buddha seated in the pure land of bliss. Sun Wukong arrived at Flower Fruit Mountain with the dragon girl Shan Kai. There were already individuals waiting for him. The Bodhisattva Daji had come from the spiritual mountain, arriving ahead of time at Flower Fruit Mountain. What brings you to my Flower Fruit Mountain? Sun Wukong asked nonchalantly, devoid of reverence or respect. The Bodhisattva Daji smiled gently and said, I have come to invite Wukong to enter my pure land, to become the sole victorious fighting Buddha of the Buddhist realm, second only to Amitabha Buddha. Get lost, was Sun Wukong's curt reply. He withdrew his golden staff from his ear, transforming it into a length of over 2 meters, pointing it at the Bodhisattva Daji. Will you leave on your own, or shall I send you away? Chapter 9. The planet Venus. The Bodhisattva Daji clasped his hands together, smiling lightly. I have long heard of the great sage's bravery, unrivaled in the 3 realms. I, a humble monk, wish to learn from your esteemed skills. If I prevail, I kindly request the great sage to accompany me to the Pure Land. With a thunderous sound, the Ruyi Jingu Bang descended. Since a confrontation was inevitable, Sun Wukong wasted no time with idle chatter. Amitabha, the Bodhisattva Daji recited a Buddha's name, forming a mudra, causing a tremor across the worlds, revealing immense power. Representing the supreme force, he naturally feared no direct confrontation. With a resounding crash, the Bodhisattva Daji was forced back. The Buddha's mudra shattered under the blow, and the Bodhisattva Daji was repelled. Just observing this exchange, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Sun Wukong chuckled coldly. I know you are one of the 3 saints of the West, your powers surpassing even Manjushri and Samantabhadra, embodying supreme strength. But do not forget, I am the great sage equal to heaven. The great sage stands equal to the heavens, which are the most noble in the 3 realms. The Bodhisattva Daji joined his hands together and floated away. The dragon girl Shan Kai widened her beautiful eyes. Did the Bodhisattva Daji just leave like that? That last blow from the great sage must have at least broken 7 of his bones. Sun Wukong grinned. The dragon girl was astonished that the Bodhisattva Daji was indeed injured. She hesitantly asked, why did the great sage not accept the Bodhisattva Daji's invitation? Who stands higher, the heavens or Amitabha Buddha? Sun Wukong countered, naturally, the heavens. Without hesitation, the dragon girl replied. As soon as the words left her mouth, she comprehended. The heavens surpass Amitabha Buddha, and Sun Wukong's title of great sage equal to heaven means he is, in name, superior to Amitabha Buddha, making it impossible for him to become his subordinate. If Amitabha Buddha were to come personally, perhaps I would consider it, but the great deity? What is he worth? Sun Wukong scoffed. The 3 saints of the West? He had once disregarded the Tathagata himself. What is a mere Amitabha Buddha, revered as the Supreme Buddha, when he was still suppressed by the Tathagata during his lifetime? I, son Wukong, have my own lineage, not inferior to the Buddhist order, he declared proudly. The dragon girl Shan Kai was curious about son Wukong's lineage. No one knew of his origins, only that he was a naturally born spirit monkey who attained enlightenment. But the source of his formidable skills remained a mystery. Great sage, where did you learn your skills? Son Wukong promptly changed the subject. From today onward, you shall reside in Flower Fruit Mountain. Soon, I shall set up defenses here. Unless someone possesses powers twice as strong as mine, they will not breach this place. In the three realms, who possesses powers that exceed son Wukong's might by such a margin? The dragon girl could not fathom anyone. Even the Tathagata had to break a hand to suppress Wukong under the Five Elements Mountain, subsequently sealing him with a mantra imbued with supreme power, which kept him imprisoned for 5 centuries. Even without Tang Xing, Sun Wukong could eventually break free after a few more centuries. After suppressing Sun Wukong, the Tathagata underwent nirvana and reformation, leading to the incident with the scorpion demon. Otherwise, how could his golden body be harmed by the scorpion demon? On the journey to the Western Paradise, the real and false Monkey Kings, Sun Wukong was replaced. Even when his powers were nearly depleted, the Tathagata could not easily slay him, only sealing him in the 19th layer of hell for thousands of years. The Supreme Lord Laozi once stated that Sun Wukong had consumed the peaches of immortality, drunk celestial wine, and stolen the 5 gourd elixirs, rendering him an indestructible body. Even the Tathagata could not kill him, only sealing him. After thousands of years in the 19th layer of hell, he had long since recovered his powers. Searching throughout the 3 realms, few could match his might. The dragon girl finally understood the Bodhisattva's intentions. Being beside Sun Wukong was indeed the safest option. Subsequently, Sun Wukong led the dragon girl into the water curtain cave. The furnishings within were fully equipped with celestial items, untouched by dust. After settling the dragon girl, Sun Wukong took his leave. He set up defenses around Flower Fruit Mountain. Any intruder would be teleported away, and those who attempted to force their way in would face an onslaught equivalent to his full strength. Without surpassing his powers by a factor of 2, no one could breach the defenses in a short time. Once activated, Sun Wukong would sense any intrusion and return at once. Having completed all this, Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering how to interact with the dragon girl. The Bodhisattva had suggested marrying her, which left him in a predicament, unsure how to proceed. We'll take it one step at a time, he muttered. After all, he was somewhat familiar with the dragon girl, so it wouldn't be too awkward. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain were inquisitive about the dragon girl. Seeing her meant no harm, they soon surrounded her, playing joyfully. The dragon girl shared teachings with the little monkeys daily, and in no time, the young monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain exhibited greater intelligence. A few had even begun to awaken significant wisdom, almost becoming demons. They held the dragon girl in high regard, subtly viewing her as their matron. Sun Wukong paid little mind to these matters. Each day, he sat atop the mountain, the place of his origin, gazing at the sea, lost in thought. Day after day, the tranquil days were ultimately shattered. Celestial beings descended, arriving at Flower Fruit Mountain. The planet Venus, this old friend, stood before Flower Fruit Mountain, wearing a warm smile, proclaiming loudly, "I am the planet Venus, under the command of the Emperor Ziwei, seeking an audience with the great sage equal to heaven." Sun Wukong smiled. The Emperor Ziwei could no longer contain himself. The planet Venus was an old acquaintance. With a thought, the barrier around Flower Fruit Mountain automatically opened, revealing a passageway. The planet Venus strolled in leisurely. The dragon girl also sensed the commotion and stood beside Sun Wukong. Her eyes held a hint of hostility. Part of the reason for Sun Wukong's ruckus in the heavenly palace stemmed from this old fellow's ill-conceived schemes. Now that the Jade Emperor had perished, he had returned, likely preparing to ensnare the great sage once more. Upon seeing the dragon girl, the planet Venus was slightly taken aback, expressing surprise. "I did not expect the dragon girl to be a guest at the great sage's abode. I apologize for my rudeness." The dragon girl's expression was unkind as she responded, "I am not a guest, but a resident here." The planet Venus appeared somewhat confused. The dragon girl was no longer with Guanyin, yet she resided in Flower Fruit Mountain, which raised suspicions. "I made a bet with Guanyin. She lost and promised the dragon girl to me." Sun Wukong spoke softly. The Jade Star was taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and said, "So it is now the great sage's consort. I apologize for my indiscretion." and I hope you will not hold it against me. The dragon girl blushed slightly, yet ultimately refrained from retorting. The Bodhisattva indeed had that intent. I must also congratulate the great sage on your union, the Jade Star added with a smile. Sun Wukong remained non-committal and inquired, aren't you the Jade Emperor's confidant? How is it that you now serve under the auspices of ZY? Have you turned traitor? The Jade Star smiled wryly and replied, Great sage, please do not jest. The Jade Emperor has passed, and the heavenly court has disbanded. It is common knowledge throughout the three realms. Given your immense powers, you must have been aware of these events long ago. I now seek refuge where I can. What brings you to me? Sun Wukong asked casually. Chapter 10. Reunion of Brothers. The Jade Star's expression turned serious as he spoke earnestly. Great sage, the heavenly court is in disarray, and the three realms are in utter turmoil. Powerful demons and deities are now unbound, wreaking havoc upon the world. I come bearing the edict of the great Emperor Zwei, beseeching you to emerge and cleanse the realm of its demonic blight. Very well, Sun Wukong readily agreed. The Jade Star was pleasantly surprised by the ease of his consent. I have one condition, Sun Wukong continued. The Jade Star chuckled, saying, Speak freely, great sage. I would not hesitate to grant even 10 conditions. For the sake of the world, the great Emperor Zwei would acquiesce. Sun Wukong praised. The great Emperor Zwei possesses remarkable spirit. I shall not be modest then. My condition is simple. Upon my return, Zwei shall serve under me, and together we will restore order to the three realms, with me as the supreme deity in command. The smile vanished from the Jade Star's face. He sighed and replied, Great sage, please do not jest. Sun Wukong's smile also faded as he replied coolly, You jested first. What right does ZY have to recruit me? The Jade Star sighed again, saying, I understand your intent, great sage. I shall return to report to the Emperor. He did not leave immediately, but fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong. Before coming here, he had anticipated the possibility of failure, yet had held on to a glimmer of hope. Now, that hope was extinguished. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, recognizing the old man's underlying character. He offered a warning. ZY is not a person of great ambition. Your choice at this moment is unwise. Upon hearing this, he noticed the wry smile on the Jade Star's lips and understood. Sun Wukong chuckled. No wonder. You may return. If you wish to stay, you are welcome at Flower Fruit Mountain. The Jade Star replied with a rueful smile. I shall not trouble you further. He turned to leave. As the Jade Star departed Flower Fruit Mountain to report back to the great Emperor ZY, Sun Wukong remarked, What a pitiable soul. The dragon girl questioned. How can a powerful minister of the Jade Emperor be pitiable? He has merely aligned himself with ZY after the Emperor's demise. Given his stature, he will most likely be well regarded by ZY. As the foremost civil official of the heavenly court, he is certainly not a commoner. Sun Wukong recognized her lack of understanding, but chose not to elaborate further. At Mount Jilei, the red boy was about to rush out toward the bamboo grove. He sensed that the Bodhisattva was in danger and might perish. The Bull Demon King and his wife intercepted him. The Bull Demon King grumbled, With your strength, even if you find the Bodhisattva, you cannot aid her. If you wish to save her, there is but one way. The red boy immediately grew excited. He knelt before the Bull Demon King, pleading, Father, please tell me. Seek your seventh uncle, the Bull Demon King stated plainly. Without further ado, he revealed the plan. Seventh uncle? The red boy's eyes brightened. If the Bodhisattva is in peril, there are few in the three realms who can assist her. Your seventh uncle is one of them. I will accompany you to find him. Then, with the combined might of you and your seventh uncle, even ZY or Amitabha himself would be unable to stand against us. The Bull Demon King proclaimed assertively, as the foremost sage of the demon race. His authority surpassed even that of Sun Wukong. Indeed, the demons of the three realms held the Bull Demon King in awe, while they merely feared Sun Wukong, who had vanquished countless demons on his journey. The Bull Demon King was the true sage of the demon race, and his power was self-evident. The red boy urged, Then let us quickly find our seventh uncle. We must depart at once. The Bull Demon King wasted no time. Initially, when the Bodhisattva took the red boy as her disciple, they were quite upset. However, they later realized that he could visit them. And as he became increasingly refined under her guidance, their feelings toward the Bodhisattva shifted to gratitude. Now that the Bodhisattva was in trouble, neither parent wished to remain indifferent. Father, there is something I forgot to tell you. The red boy's expression turned peculiar. The Bull Demon King looked at him suspiciously, urging him to continue. The red boy recounted the matter of the dragon girl. The Bull Demon King and Iron Fan Fairy took several breaths to process this revelation. Haha. This monkey has taken an interest in a woman. This is splendid news. I must congratulate him properly. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily. It is about time he found a sister-in-law. The dragon girl is a princess of the dragon clan and a disciple of the Bodhisattva. She truly does not bring shame to the seventh brother. Iron Fan Fairy smiled as well. The family of three set off, riding on clouds toward Flower Fruit Mountain in the eastern Victory Divine Continent. Just as the Jade Star departed, the family of three arrived. Brother, open the door. Your elder brother has come. The Bull Demon King shouted. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He immediately opened a path for them to enter Flower Fruit Mountain. The red boy rushed in first, kneeling before Sun Wukong. Seventh uncle, please save the Bodhisattva. The dragon girl, accompanying Sun Wukong, turned pale upon hearing the red boy's words. What has happened to the Bodhisattva? Is she in danger? The red boy nodded vigorously, his face a mask of distress. I don't know, it is just a feeling. But the Bodhisattva dispersed us all. She clearly intends to undertake something, and it may involve a life-threatening situation. She did not want to implicate us. So she sent us away. Now, you are the only one who can save her, seventh uncle. Great sage, I implore you to save the Bodhisattva. The dragon girl also knelt before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong scratched his head and reassured them. Do not worry. With me around, the Bodhisattva will not perish. The red boy and the dragon girl breathed a sigh of relief. With Sun Wukong's assurance, they felt at ease. Seventh brother, it has been thousands of years. You remain as formidable as ever, the Bull Demon King remarked, opening his arms for a hug. Sun Wukong also opened his arms but bypassed the Bull Demon King to embrace Iron Fan Fairy. Sister-in-law, it has been too long. You remain as radiant and enchanting as ever. It is truly a shame for you to be with this oaf. The Bull Demon King widened his eyes, panting with indignation. How could he allow such familiarity with his elder brother's wife? Iron Fan Fairy smiled softly and gave Sun Wukong a gentle embrace, saying, You are still so thoughtful. Seventh brother, this old bull simply cannot comprehend this. If it weren't for the fox spirit being slain by Sha Monk years ago, perhaps he wouldn't be home now. The Bull Demon King was about to erupt in anger, but upon hearing this, he immediately deflated. He chuckled awkwardly and quickly said, Let bygones be bygones. We need not dwell on the past. Chapter 11. The Old Hand of the Heavenly Court. Iron Fan Fairy chuckled repeatedly. This incident was a blemish on the Bull Demon King's life. When brothers reunite, there is naturally no shortage of fine wine. The Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong shared a drink, discussing everything under the sun. As for the Iron Fan Fairy, she was leisurely chatting with the dragon girl. Shankai, the red boy, was chasing after the little monkeys, running about with boundless joy. Despite his several millennia of existence, he retained the innocent and carefree essence of childhood, exhibiting a wisdom that still mirrored the playful spirit of youth. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from outside Flower Fruit Mountain. Both Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King stood up simultaneously, instantly aware that it was not mere thunder but the war drums of the Heavenly Court. What is happening? The Bull Demon King inquired curiously. Sun Wukong chuckled. The Emperor Ruyi has invited me to join him, but I turned him down. This must be a show of force. Has he lost his mind? The Bull Demon King responded incredulously, fully aware of his younger brother's formidable strength. Known as the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong undeniably possessed such prowess. Years ago, he nearly toppled the Heavenly Court. Though there were elements of theatrics involved, his strength was indisputable. Had it not been for the schemes of the Buddha, the Heavenly Court would have struggled to suppress him. The Emperor Ruyi was gathering the old forces of the Heavenly Court, alongside his own, to subdue Sun Wukong, an utterly foolish endeavor. Unless he has truly lost his wits. How could he think to recruit me? Brother, wait here while I deal with those lackeys, Sun Wukong declared, preparing to charge forth. I shall accompany you. The Bull Demon King replied, laughing. Neither of them regarded the heavenly soldiers with any seriousness. Sun Wukong retorted, if we go out together, we would be giving him too much face. Each of us, as great demon lords, is a force to be reckoned with in the three realms. Not even 100,000 heavenly soldiers could subdue either of us, let alone both. Unless the lesser saints intervened, with the Lotus Boy's assistance. There was no possibility of containing the two of them. They exited Flower Fruit Mountain, where golden clouds swirled and banners fluttered. The King Li, holding the central command, was accompanied by the four generals of the demon clan, with Jin Jia and Mu Jia positioned at his sides. Lei Jinzi led a faction of thunder deities, all glaring intently. Among the 28 constellations were certain star gods, including the fire deity and the water deity from the 9 luminaries. Sun Wukong scoffed at the sight of such a formation aimed at subduing him. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King emerge from Flower Fruit Mountain, the expression on King Li's face darkened. Even with his forces, capturing Sun Wukong was a formidable task. Now, with the Bull Demon King, they were bound to fail. Long time no see, King Li. What brings you here? Are you intending to confront me? Sun Wukong asked with a grin, feigning ignorance of their intentions. King Li maintained his composure and replied, I have heard of the great sage's return and, in my joy, invited some friends to celebrate. I hope you will forgive any rudeness on my part. The Bull Demon King could not contain himself and burst into laughter, admiring King Li's ability to fabricate such a story with ease, a skill most could not rival. Had it been him, he could never pull off such a blatant deception. Sun Wukong smirked, his expression tinged with irony. Thank you, King Li, but I am already aware of your true intentions. You may leave now. The great sage bid farewell. King Li clasped his hands together and swiftly retreated, with the others following suit in a hasty manner. Behind them echoed the unabashed laughter of Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King. King Li and his companions felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Yet they had no intention of fighting back. They understood the importance of survival over pride. A motley crew indeed. The Heavenly Court without the Jade Emperor is no longer the Heavenly Court, the Bull Demon King lamented. The world depicted the Jade Emperor as cowardly and timid. Yet who could fathom the sheer authority he wielded in governing the three realms and subduing the myriad of demons and deities? All beings within the three realms lived under the order established by the Heavenly Court, maintaining harmony and structure. Such a magnificent celestial ruler could not possibly be so feeble. Alas, he had ultimately perished, the reasons for which remained unknown. Sun Wukong chuckled for a moment before regaining his composure. No wonder the three realms are in turmoil. To expect someone like Emperor Zy to restore order is nothing short of a pipe dream. His opinion of Emperor Zy was exceedingly low, showing no regard whatsoever. The Bull Demon King laughed, saying, This is of no concern to us. After all, we are demons. The more chaos, the better for us. Why should we involve ourselves? Indeed, it is laughable that the King of Hell would release me, hoping I would save this world. Truly a foolish yet endearing notion. For I am among the strongest demons in existence, Sun Wukong jested. The Bull Demon King shot him a glance and remarked, You need not worry about my feelings. Simply drop the one from your statement. You are the strongest demon in this world. Sun Wukong smiled, though his expression remained non-committal. They returned to Flower Fruit Mountain and resumed their revelry, completely forgetting the arrival of King Li and his entourage. In the Zy Palace, Emperor Zy sat upon his throne. His gaze icy. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, suppressing King Li and the others to the point of not daring to lift their heads. The fiasco at Flower Fruit Mountain had become a source of ridicule, inciting Emperor Zy's wrath. Initially intending to eliminate the Monkey King to demonstrate his might, he had instead suffered a significant loss of face, an unforgivable affront for an ambitious ruler like him. Had it not been for the current need for personnel, he might have executed King Li and the others. This time, I shall let it pass, for the Bull Demon King is present. It is understandable that you could not prevail. However, should this happen again, I will not show mercy, Emperor Zy declared coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty. King Li and the others sighed in relief. Emperor Zy's expression softened slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the Star of Venus. I wonder if you have any clever ideas on how to subdue that monkey? The Star of Venus stepped forward respectfully, saying, I believe the great sage is too proud to be subdued by anyone unless his conditions are met. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible to bring him to heel. Emperor Zy snorted. If I were to concede to Sun Wukong's demands, it would not be he who was subdued, but rather I. To seek to pacify someone only to become their subordinate, such absurdity would never cross my mind. Very well, you may withdraw. I wish to be alone for a while. He waved his hand, fatigue evident in his voice. Chapter 12. The Peng Demon King upon exiting the Zy Palace. The Star of Venus saw King Li and the others waiting for him. He shot them a glance before bypassing them and departing. Among civil and military officials, proximity might provoke suspicion from Emperor Zy. He lacked the commanding presence of the Jade Emperor, appearing more akin to an earthly monarch. Within the halls of the Star of Venus, King Li and the others slipped in undetected. As soon as they entered, they began to voice their grievances. What on earth is Emperor Zy thinking? He actually expects us to capture that monkey. Does he not know the monkey's capabilities? He is merely sending us to our doom. King Li lamented bitterly. Since the Emperor's demise, they had endured hardship, following Emperor Zy through relentless campaigns without respite. while they could tolerate skirmishes against lesser demons. Today's task of capturing the monkey was beyond reason. What had led Emperor Zy to entertain such a notion? The great sage, Taibai Jinxing, sighed and remarked, "Heavenly King, do not be troubled. If you are unwilling to follow the Emperor Zy, you may seek out Erlangshun, the third prince is there. As long as you join Erlangshun's ranks, even if the Emperor Zy is displeased, he would not dare to confront you." Li Jing's expression shifted. The mere mention of Neza soured his mood. "Do not bring up that rebellious child. I would rather perish than seek him out." Taibai Jinxing shook his head, aware that the discord between father and son had long been established. With Neza aligned with Erlangshun, Li Jing would never approach. "If all else fails, I shall take refuge with my master, the ancient Buddha of the Lantern, for his protection would at least ensure my survival." After saying this, Li Jing bowed to Taibai Jinxing and took his leave with Jinjia and Muza. Once they had departed, Taibai Jinxing scoffed, "Survival? If it were that simple, the great lord would not have met his demise. Even the Buddha has fallen. The ancient Buddha of the Lantern possesses immense powers, yet he too cannot shield himself entirely. Perhaps the sole escape lay in that direction." He murmured to himself, mentioning a name that was muffled and indistinct. At Flower Fruit Mountain, the revelry had reached a peak. Sun Wukong was already inebriated, embracing the Bull Demon King, alternating between laughter and tears, at times melancholic, at times exuberant. The sight of the two great demons entwined was indeed quite shocking. Unable to bear it any longer, Iron Fan Princess resorted to her banana leaf fan, sending the two unruly demons flying. When the two demon kings returned, it was half a day later. Their intoxication had worn off, and they felt quite embarrassed recalling their earlier antics. The great sage was truly adorable just now. The dragon girl chuckled behind her hand. Sun Wukong's face flushed with indignation. Adorable? The great sage equal to heaven, cannot be described with such a term. It is utterly unacceptable. It is all that old bull's fault for getting me drunk and making me a laughingstock. Sister-in-law, you must keep a close watch on that old bull. I fear he may find me a younger sister-in-law after a few more drinks. He dares. Iron Fan Princess glared with fierce eyes at the Bull Demon King. A sudden bolt of realization struck the Bull Demon King, leaving him stunned. How had the conversation turned to him? To divert attention. His brother had thrown him under the bus, which was rather ungracious. A piercing eagle's cry echoed, a powerful aura enveloping Flower Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong's expression changed to one of surprise. Third brother has arrived. The great sage of the universe, Peng Demon King. One of the 7 great saints of the demon clan. Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King exchanged glances. Although they had sworn brotherhood with Peng Demon King, they did not know him well. He usually kept to himself, rarely revealing his presence in the world. Since their brotherhood, they had not seen him for thousands of years. Sun Wukong activated the ward and allowed Peng Demon King to descend upon Flower Fruit Mountain. He was an immense celestial Pong, his wings resembling clouds that hung low. Spanning thousands of miles, with a gentle flap, he soared to great heights, traversing vast distances. Upon reaching Flower Fruit Mountain, he gradually diminished in size, transforming into a young man with a stern visage, clad in black feathered attire, his eyes like blades of heavenly steel, chilling those upon whom they fell. Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the increased strength of their long-absent brother. Before they could greet him, Peng Demon King spoke first, producing a black edict that radiated an aura of profound malevolence, embodying the most negative and sinister emotions of the world. Sun Wukong knelt to receive the edict. Peng Demon King coldly stated, lacking the warmth of a brotherly reunion. Sun Wukong suppressed his smile, his fiery golden eyes fixed upon Peng Demon King, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this, third brother?" "I come on the orders of my master to convey this decree," he stated. Surprised, Sun Wukong pondered. Peng Demon King has a master? Who could possibly hold such authority over one of the most powerful demons in existence? "Third brother, this just is unamusing," the Bull Demon King remarked, his smile fading. With an even colder gaze, Peng Demon King scrutinized the similarly displeased Sun Wukong, asking, "Do you refuse to accept the decree?" "No one has compelled me to kneel and accept such a decree," retorted Sun Wukong, equally icy. Peng Demon King huffed disdainfully and tossed the edict skyward. It emanated a dark light, transforming into a black, demonic sword, descending with lethal intent. The Bull Demon King scoffed and reached out to grasp the sword. With a sickening thud, his hand met the sword and was injured. Blood oozed forth, and the Bull Demon King's expression turned to shock. Despite his formidable physique and mastery of the 72 transformations, He was one of the mightiest demons in existence. Yet he had not anticipated that a mere demonic sword could wound him. Even a minor cut was astonishing. From the wound, a vile essence began to invade his body. The bold demon king circulated his magic to repair the injury, purging the malevolent energy. The black demonic sword continued its descent, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. "Get lost!" Sun Wukong bellowed, producing his golden staff and striking it down. The heavens trembled as magical and demonic energies intertwined. The sword was halted, even shattering upon impact. Peng Demon King sneered, taking flight and transforming into his true form, soaring away from Flower Fruit Mountain. The bold Demon King considered pursuing, but was restrained by Sun Wukong. After all, they were sworn brothers. He would spare him this time, but should there be a next, he would not be so lenient. The bold Demon King cast an appreciative glance at Sun Wukong, lamenting, "Brotherly kindness prevails. Our third brother seems to have lost his senses by attacking us. I will heed your advice this time, seventh brother, and spare him. However, should he return, I shall not show mercy." He remained troubled by the injury he had sustained. Sun Wukong pondered, "Whether to kill the third brother is of little consequence. I am rather intrigued by the master he mentioned." Chapter 13. Do you wish to kill me? Who could the master of Pink Demon King possibly be? The two could not fathom. The current state of affairs in the three realms resembled a murky fog, a muddied pool, leaving them unable to see clearly. After a moment of silence, the bold Demon King suddenly erupted in laughter. "Why dwell on such matters? United, no one can subdue us. What is there to fear?" His younger brother was simply overthinking. Sun Wukong smiled in agreement. He sealed Flower Fruit Mountain, yet in his heart, he calculated the days ahead. Soon, they would embark on their journey to the bamboo grove. Not far from Flower Fruit Mountain, Peng Demon King was halted. "Erlangshan." Peng Demon King transformed into human form, regarding the newcomer warily. If not Erlangshan, who else could it be? The young Saint Erlangshan and the great deity of the three altars, Neza, blocked his path. Together, these two were no weaker than the previous pair. Neza, eager for action, wished to engage. The legendary seven great saints, with Peng Demon King and Jiaoma King being the most enigmatic, he was eager to gauge the other's strength. Erlangshan restrained him, fixing his gaze on Peng Demon King, the vertical eye upon his forehead flickering slightly, and asked with a smile, "I merely wish to inquire. Who stands behind the great sage of the universe?" Peng Demon King replied sharply, "What if I refuse to tell?" Erlangshan smiled slightly, stepping aside. "If you choose not to speak, then go on. I cannot force the great sage." For a fleeting moment, Peng Demon King was taken aback, regarding Erlangshan intently before swiftly departing. Watching Peng Demon King leave, Neza expressed his dissatisfaction. "Second brother, why did you not take action? With our combined strength, we could easily subdue him." Erlangshan gazed towards the eastern sea, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Even Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King could subdue him, yet they have refrained from intervening. Why?" Neza, momentarily taken aback, soon grasped the implication. Their hesitation stemmed from the formidable master behind the Pink Demon King. Nodding slightly, Erlangshan affirmed Neza's speculation. Neza found it hard to fathom. Would that monkey truly relent? Casting a sidelong glance at him, Erlangshan chuckled softly. "You all underestimate that monkey." Within the purple bamboo forest, the Bodhisattva held the pure jade bottle, confronting the Bodhisattva of great strength. Beside the latter stood the Buddha of sandalwood merit, accompanied by the four heavenly kings. The expression of the Buddha of sandalwood merit was tinged with embarrassment. Having received much assistance from the Bodhisattva during his journey to the west, he now found himself allied with the Bodhisattva of great strength against Avalokiteshvara. Feeling somewhat out of place despite his thick skin, the Bodhisattva of great strength clasped his hands and proclaimed, "Avalokiteshvara, with the Tathagatas passing into nirvana, returning to the void. Why must you cling so stubbornly? Come, let us return to the Pure Land." "And if I choose not to?" Avalokiteshvara retorted. The Bodhisattva of great strength simply uttered one word, "Kill. Let them all emerge." Avalokiteshvara smiled faintly. The Moonlight Bodhisattva and the Sunlight Bodhisattva appeared behind the Bodhisattva of great strength. Their presence, being the attendants of the Medicine Master Buddha, implied a significant allegiance. The Moonlight Bodhisattva, possessing a gentle demeanor, urged, "Avalokiteshvara, the three realms are in chaos. It is an opportune moment for the Buddhist sect to rise. Should we unify, we could restore the heavenly court and re-establish order in the three realms, transforming them into a Buddhist nation where all beings may attain enlightenment." The 3 pure ones, the 4 emperors, and the 5 elders still thrive. Even if we establish the heavenly court, it is not a matter for the Buddhist sect to meddle in. Should you harbor such ambitions, calamity will surely follow, potentially leading to the downfall of the entire Buddhist order. Avalokiteshvara sighed. The 3 pure ones, the 4 emperors, and the 5 elders, who among them does not hold greater prestige than the Buddhist sect? Even with the Tathagata present, he is merely comparable to the 5 elders, known as the Western Buddha elder. Yet the Moonlight Bodhisattva shook his head with a smile. The Taoist immortals are but this. Where is the strength of our Buddhist sect? Those with great powers abound. Why should the Bodhisattva elevate others' aspirations while diminishing her own dignity? Ignoring him, Avalokiteshvara turned her attention to the Bodhisattva of great strength. There are matters others may not comprehend, but why do you remain oblivious? Do you wish to recklessly jeopardize the entire Buddhist order? Her rare display of anger was palpable. The Bodhisattva of great strength remained silent. The Moonlight Bodhisattva coldly declared, if Avalokiteshvara remains obstinate, we shall have no choice but to slay you. The Sunlight Bodhisattva stepped forward. The 2 were brothers, sons of the Medicine Master Buddha, both having attained Bodhisattva status and serving as his attendants. Avalokiteshvara prepared to take action when a derisive laugh rang out. Who? The Moonlight Bodhisattva abruptly turned. A peach pit, resembling a shooting star, hurtled toward him. Thud! The pit struck the Moonlight Bodhisattva squarely on the forehead, causing him to stagger. Who dares? The Sunlight Bodhisattva's expression darkened. Avalokiteshvara smiled faintly, knowing that the monkey had indeed arrived. Calmly seated, she felt no anxiety. The great sage has come. I beg your pardon for the lack of a proper greeting. The Bodhisattva of great strength spoke, already aware of the visitor's identity. Sun Wukong and his companions had arrived. His fiery eyes sparkled with golden light as he fixed his gaze on the Sunlight Bodhisattva, rolling his eyes and saying, "What will you do about it?" The Sunlight Bodhisattva faltered. What could he do? Who in the world was not troubled by this monkey? Namo Amitabha. He joined his hands in prayer, falling into silence. Bodhisattva, I, the Bull Demon King, have come to see you. Thank you for your tireless teachings to my child over the years. Having just descended from the heavens, the Bull Demon King's booming voice resonated. Sun Wukong had arrived first, followed by the Iron Fan Princess and the Dragon Girl. The mighty Bull Demon King had also come. The foremost demon among demons had grown increasingly unfathomable in strength over the years. Red Boy is clever. Since I have taken him as my disciple, I will naturally devote myself to his education. No need for thanks, Brother Bull, Avalokiteshvara smiled. Bodhisattva. The Dragon Girl rushed into Avalokiteshvara's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, disliking such tearful scenes. He pointed towards the edge of the purple bamboo forest and asked, "Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you?" The Bodhisattva of great strength trembled slightly, his bones still aching. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit retreated, concealing himself among the crowd, wishing not to be noticed. In truth, Sun Wukong did not spare him a glance. To him, this figure was inconsequential. The Moonlight Bodhisattva's gaze turned icy as he coldly stated, "Sun Wukong, this is a matter for the Buddhist sect. It has no bearing on you. Depart swiftly, lest you forfeit your life in vain." Having been struck by Sun Wukong with a peach pit, his anger surged, disregarding whether Sun Wukong was troublesome. "You wish to kill me?" Sun Wukong laughed incredulously, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the Moonlight Bodhisattva like a fool. A mere Moonlight Bodhisattva thinks he can challenge me? Chapter 14. The words of 3 killings. The Sunlight Bodhisattva cast a warning glance at his brother, urging him to remain silent. Yet, the Moonlight Bodhisattva, now consumed with rage, coldly declared, "Demon monkey, you act recklessly, slaying the victorious fighting Buddha, destroying the spiritual mountain, and humiliating our Buddhist sect. Today, you dare to intervene in our internal affairs? I cannot let you go. I shall slay you today to establish our Buddhist authority." The Sunlight Bodhisattva's expression shifted subtly. Even the Bodhisattva of great strength distanced himself from the Moonlight Bodhisattva, adopting an air of detachment. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit closely followed the Bodhisattva of great strength, ensuring that Sun Wukong did not notice him. The last encounter at the spiritual mountain had nearly cost him his life. Should Sun Wukong set his sights on him again, his fortune would surely not be as favorable as before. Buzz. A full moon rose behind the Moonlight Bodhisattva, countless beams of moonlight cascading down, intertwining to form a cage that enveloped Sun Wukong below. He had directly made his move. The Bodhisattva of great strength's eyelid twitched slightly. The Moonlight Bodhisattva indeed possessed remarkable courage. Observing the moonlight bodhisattva's actions, the sunlight bodhisattva sighed as a great golden sun arose behind him, radiating boundless Buddhist light. The sun and moon shared the heavens, their brilliance amplifying the power of the cage several-fold. "Come on." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, refraining from wielding his golden rod. Instead, charging forward. A colossal violent ape materialized behind him, towering at 10,000 feet. Roar! Sun Wukong let out a tremendous roar. The violent ape mirrored his movements, shattering the cage, sending the moonlight and sunlight bodhisattvas hurtling backward. They spewed blood, ejected from the purple bamboo forest. Sun Wukong restrained his aura, choosing not to pursue. He muttered, "I haven't even exerted myself, and you have already fallen." The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. The strength of this monkey had surpassed anything he had previously known. Had he known he was this formidable, he would have sided with Sun Wukong rather than the six-eared macaque, readily recounting their past master-disciple bond. Regret came too late. Sun Wukong's expression turned peculiar as he curiously inquired, "Avalokiteshvara, I have long harbored a question that has troubled me for many years." "Ask away." Avalokiteshvara replied with a smile, her compassion undiminished despite the recent threat to her life. Sun Wukong's expression grew strange. Then he grinned mischievously. "It is said that those who have renounced the worldly life cannot partake of meat. If a monk were to consume his own blood, would that count as breaking their vow?" Avalokiteshvara understood Sun Wukong's jest, but patiently explained, "Naturally, it would not count. Abstaining from meat is meant to cultivate compassion, sever the desire for flesh, and enhance one's practice. Tasting one's own blood would not impede these goals." "I see," Sun Wukong replied, enlightened. He cast a glance at the Bodhisattva of great strength. "Amitabha, I shall take my leave now." The Bodhisattva of great strength joined his palms together and departed with the assembly of monks. A crisis had been averted. Yet, on Guanyin Bodhisattva's face, joy was nowhere to be found. Her eyes were filled with compassion and concern. Suddenly, Sun Wukong soared into the air. He pulled out the golden staff from his ear and struck fiercely. Two figures were sent tumbling from the void. They appeared somewhat disheveled, but were unscathed. "Manjushri, Samantabhadra." You watched Guanyin Bodhisattva endure calamity without intervening, Sun Wukong remarked coldly, harboring no fondness for the two. Manjushri Bodhisattva offered a faint smile, choosing not to argue. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva snorted in discontent. Yet, Guanyin Bodhisattva interjected, "Do not blame the two Bodhisattvas. Had I been in their place, I would have acted similarly." Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, turning to Guanyin Bodhisattva. "What exactly has transpired?" "It cannot be spoken. I do not wish for you to become embroiled." Guanyin Bodhisattva replied with a compassionate smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Sun Wukong could not help but laugh in frustration. "Not wishing to involve me? Yet, I am already entangled. After Xitigarbha released me, and following his demise at the hands of demons, I became involved. Your desire to protect me and keep me detached is merely a one-sided wish." Seeing that Guanyin Bodhisattva remained silent, Sun Wukong spoke sternly, "Since you choose not to speak, I shall refrain from further inquiries. However, as long as I, Sun Wukong, draw breath, none shall harm you. Should the Buddhist realm seek your life, I will annihilate all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas across the three realms. If anyone in the heavenly court dares to kill you, I shall dismantle the remnants of the heavenly court. Should any demon attempt to take your life, I will eradicate all demons across the land." As he spoke, a dreadful killing intent emanated from him, shaking the three realms. His words, akin to a vow, moved even the mightiest of divine beings and demons. "Amitabha," a voice resonated from the Pure Land. In the palace of the Purple Microcosm, the Emperor of the Purple Microcosm scoffed. In a dark and eerie hall, a chilling cackle echoed, creating an unsettling atmosphere. At Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi smiled, amused by the irrepressible nature of this monkey. "You little monkey," Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed, yet a smile crept upon her lips. "In this world of the three realms, there are indeed some lovable beings." "Uncle Seven is so handsome," the red boy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration for his Uncle Seven. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he reined in his aura and suddenly grinned mischievously, saying, "Bodhisattva, with your compassionate heart, you surely do not wish to see me seek vengeance and inadvertently bring disaster upon myself. For my sake, you must ensure your safety." Guanyin Bodhisattva nodded slightly. "Wukong, do not act impulsively. There are still many things in this world that you do not comprehend. If you can avoid death, you must strive to live." Sun Wukong scratched his head, sensing a certain pessimism in her words regarding the future. Lacking the desire to ponder further, he took his leave, with the Bodhisattva's strength. As long as she wished to live, there were few capable of harming her in the three realms. The dragon girl hesitated, initially wanting to pursue him but ultimately refrained. Unwilling to part from the Bodhisattva. Aunt 7, you are not developing feelings for Uncle 7, are you? The red boy teased, causing the dragon girl to blush deeply. She shot him a glare, but offered no retort. Guanyin Bodhisattva observed this scene with a faint sigh. The dragon girl and Sun Wukong belonged to entirely different worlds. Previously, she entrusted the dragon girl to Sun Wukong due to her desire for survival. Now that the calamity had passed, the dragon girl was no longer suited to remain by Sun Wukong's side. The Bodhisattva understood that Sun Wukong had already become involved. His departure without a word, leaving the dragon girl behind, signified his intention to sever ties. At the entrance of the Yang residence in Guanjinku, Li Jing appeared somewhat awkward. Accompanied by Jin Jia and Mu Jia, he knocked on the door of the Yang residence. The door was opened by Neza. What brings you here? Neza frowned, and with a loud bang, he shut the door. Toda Heavenly King nearly lost his temper, this rebellious child. Chapter 15, Truly Bullying the Dog. Li Jing wished to turn around and leave. Sensing his father's intent, Mu Jia hurriedly said, Father, do not act impulsively. We must complete the task bestowed by the Emperor. Li Jing's expression darkened, and he knocked on the Yang residence door once more. Who is it? Asked Erlang Shun. Neza stepped forward, smiling as he said, It's just a beggar, I sent him away. Just as he finished speaking, another knock echoed. Neza frowned, visibly displeased. Why is this old man so oblivious? Erlang Shun pondered for a moment before smiling. It must be the Heavenly King. What grievances could father and son have? Please let him in. Neza was somewhat reluctant. He pouted, saying, I don't want to see him. You'd best not see him either. He likely brings no good news. Probably urging us to submit to the Emperor of the Purple Microcosm. Xiaodian, please invite the Heavenly King in. Erlang Shun instructed a large white dog beside him. The white dog lazily stood, stretched, and strolled leisurely to the door. Then it transformed into a striking young man, opening the door. You rebellious child. Upon seeing the door open, Toda Heavenly King unleashed a tirade of insults. The Xiaodian dog's expression darkened, promptly slamming the door shut. Li Jing was somewhat bewildered. The figure just now appeared to be Xiaodian, and he had been wrongly accused. Xiaodian returned, languidly lying at Erlang Shun's feet. Why did you not invite Toda Heavenly King in? Erlang Shun inquired, puzzled. Xiaodian felt aggrieved, speaking in human tones as soon as I opened the door. The Heavenly King called me a rebellious child. He actually wanted to act as my father. What an insult to a dog. Erlang Shun's lips twitched. Toda Heavenly King had truly gone too far. Even dogs found it intolerable. Neza could not help but chuckle, earning a glare from Erlang Shun. Your father is scorned even by dogs, as if you would gain any face from that. Neza's smile vanished instantly, realizing the implication. Eventually, it was Erlang Shun who personally opened the door. This time, Li Jing had learned his lesson. He discerned the visitor's identity before speaking. I pay my respects to the true monarch. Toda Heavenly King greeted politely. What brings the Heavenly King to my Yang residence? Erlang Shun asked, not immediately inviting him in. As Neza was present, he could not guarantee that the two would not come to blows upon encountering each other. Noticing Erlang Shun's reluctance to invite him inside, Li Jing felt a flicker of displeasure. In terms of celestial rank, he undoubtedly surpassed Erlang Shun by a considerable margin, having been so polite. It was somewhat ungracious of Erlang Shun to appear so indifferent. With this in mind, Li Jing suppressed his smile, stating coolly, True monarch. I have come at the behest of the Emperor of the Purple Microcosm to request your presence at the Palace of the Purple Microcosm, where you are to assume the position of Commander of Demon Suppression. Please prepare to accompany me to receive your decree. Very well. Please produce the edict of the Jade Emperor, and I shall go, Erlang Shun replied, his smile fading as he scrutinized Li Jing, demanding the Jade Emperor's edict. Li Jing frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure. The true monarch may not have heard correctly. I come at the behest of the Emperor of the Purple Microcosm. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Erlang Shun. I am a subject of the Jade Emperor and only respect the edicts of the Jade Emperor. As for the Emperor of the Purple Microcosm, I cannot be persuaded. Having concluded his statement, Erlang Shun fixed his gaze on Li Jing, remarking, if I recall correctly, Toda Heavenly King is also a subject of the Jade Emperor. Why then do you serve the Emperor of the Purple Microcosm? Have you turned traitor? Erlang Shun, You overstep. Jin Zha admonished. Mu Zha's expression was equally unkind. Erlangshan's expression darkened as he surveyed the three visitors. In a grave tone, he addressed them. If you have come to reminisce and share pleasantries, I, the true monarch, welcome you. However, should your intent be to persuade me to become a subordinate, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Inform the Emperor Ziwei that he lacks the capability to govern the three realms. He should content himself with overseeing his Ziwei palace. Li Jing and his companions understood that Erlangshan had made his decision, and any attempts to sway him would prove futile. With a cold snort, Li Jing acknowledged that he had never harbored much hope for this endeavor. The outcome was merely as he had anticipated. Even when the Jade Emperor was still alive, Erlangshan had disregarded his counsel. How then could the Emperor Ziwei hope to subdue him? This visit had merely been an exploratory venture, tinged with a hint of optimism. The doors closed once more, and Li Jing found himself in disarray. The esteemed marshal of heavenly kings had been turned away 3 times. With a sullen countenance, he led Neza and the others toward the Ziwei palace to report this matter. My brother, I have warned you. That old man harbors no good intentions. Do you now believe me? Neza declared with a sense of triumph. Let us depart. Erlangshan reflected before speaking. Where to? Neza perked up, wondering if another battle awaited them. To the underworld, to meet with Lady Hutu. Erlangshan replied solemnly, intending to request her assistance in managing the situation. The term Emperor of Heaven refers to the Jade Emperor, while Hutu signifies the Lady of the Earth. Lady Hutu is the sole wife of the Jade Emperor, contrary to popular belief that it is the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother is the matriarch of female immortals, corresponding to the Eastern King, the chief among male immortals. They entered the underworld. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had departed from the bamboo grove and had not returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. In an inexplicable manner, he sensed someone calling his name, proclaiming Qi Tian de Sheng. He summoned his cloud and traversed the South Sea, arriving in a region he recognized as the territory of the Kingdom of Jisai. However, it seemed to have undergone a change of dynasty, leaving him oblivious to its current rulers. He recalled that he had once left a few strands of hair there while rescuing some unfortunate monks. Now, someone was invoking his name using those very strands. Yet, the current state of the kingdom of Chechi was rife with resentment. Half of the population had perished, their spirits haunting the land. Upon closer inspection, he discovered thousands of monsters preying upon the people. The citizens were gradually becoming the food of these fiends. If the 6-eared macaque were present, he would surely feel a sense of DJVU. But Sun Wukong, unaware of this, felt compelled to respond since someone was calling upon him through his own hair. If he failed to intervene, it would surely tarnish his reputation. Descending from the clouds, Sun Wukong pinpointed the location of his hair. He vanished from sight, reappearing at the designated spot. A young monk, face pale with terror, clutched a strand of hair, shouting for Qi Tian de Sheng. In front of him, 2 diminutive monsters laughed derisively. Don't be foolish, even if Qi Tian de Sheng were to arrive. My 3 masters would not fear him. If that monkey dares to come, we shall devour him alongside the others. The little monk fell into despair, believing the monster's words to be true. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. How do your 3 masters plan to consume me? Of course, with cumin. One little monster instinctively replied. I prefer spicy, the other monster interjected, only to realize their mistake as they suddenly turned around, their pupils constricting in fear upon seeing the newcomer. Who are you? They cried out, instinctively preparing to attack. However, Sun Wukong merely swatted them away with a casual gesture, sending them crashing to the ground, lifeless. The young monk, still trembling, was invigorated by the sight. You are the great sage, he exclaimed eagerly. If he truly was the legendary great sage passed down through the ages, they would be saved. It is I. What do you know of these monsters? Sun Wukong acknowledged his identity while inquiring about the creature's origins. Understanding oneself and one's adversaries leads to victory in every battle. The young monk, pale and shaken, shook his head. I know not who they are, only that they have 3 great kings, a green lion, a white elephant, and a golden-winged roc. They arrived in our kingdom days ago and began devouring the populace, and it is said they have already consumed half the people. The green lion, the white elephant, and the golden-winged roc. Sun Wukong chuckled, now aware of their true identities. The green lion was the steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva, the white elephant belonged to Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the golden-winged roc was none other than the uncle of the Buddha himself. So, it is these 3 beasts causing such havoc. The Buddhist teachings espouse compassion. Yet these creatures have been unleashed time and again to wreak havoc upon humanity, Sun Wukong scoffed, pondering the true nature of this so-called compassion. Please, great sage, save us. The young monk implored, kneeling before Sun Wukong in reverence. Sun Wukong regarded him coolly. Do you comprehend the true identities of these monsters? The young monk, bewildered, could not fathom their significance. The green lion was Manjushri's steed, the white elephant belonged to Samandabhadra, and the golden-winged roc was a descendant of the phoenix, the brother of the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin. What? The young monk was aghast, feeling his faith shatter. The man-eating monsters were, in fact, the steeds of revered bodhisattvas. Why would the Buddhas release them to plague mortals? Had they committed some transgression? What, then, was the purpose of my devotion to Buddhism? He questioned. You are cultivating yourself. What has that to do with the Buddhas? The mind is the Buddha, Sun Wukong replied with a cold smile, dismissing the significance of the bodhisattvas. The mind is the Buddha? The young monk, radiating with Buddhist light, experienced an epiphany. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and unleashed a beam of golden light that entered the young monk's body, imparting profound wisdom. When the monk awoke, he would likely have attained the status of an arhat. Turning away, Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with determination. He was prepared to take action, not out of some noble desire to rescue the suffering, but rather because he was irked by the presence of these creatures in his territory. Their predation on humans was a direct affront to his dignity as Qi Tian de Sheng. He could not allow his reputation to be sullied. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a voice like rolling thunder. Monsters, how dare you harm humanity and consume an entire nation? You shall be punished. De Wei Tian Long. De Luo Fa Zhou, Prajna Buddhas, Earth Store, Prajna Ba Ma Kong. A formidable aura erupted, and amidst the monster's wails, someone had intervened before him. Moreover, the one who had acted was evidently a practitioner of Buddhism, which piqued Sun Wukong's interest. It was rare to witness a Buddhist confronting these three beasts. In a flash, he vanished from the scene. Above the heavens stood a young and handsome monk, his brows sharp and eyes piercing, exuding an aura of valor. With a solemn expression, he wielded a dust brush in his left hand and a golden bowl in his right, vanquishing the monsters or capturing them within the bowl. Sun Wukong was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a strong killing intent from a Buddhist. Just then, a burly figure soared into the air. It was the green lion, brandishing a gleaming steel blade. Who is this wild monk? Does he not recognize us? The monk's intent to kill intensified as he admonished. I can see at a glance that you are no human. Submit to me. The golden bowl radiated with golden light, ensnaring the green lion within its confines. However, when the young monk attempted to subdue the azure lion, he found it exceedingly challenging. The creature remained steadfast, rendering his golden bowl ineffective. It was futile to think of using a Buddhist treasure to capture the steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva. One would be better off departing quietly. Out of respect for your status as a disciple of the Buddha, I shall spare your life, but if you persist, I shall surely shatter you to pieces. The young monk's eyes widened in anger. Nonsense. How could the steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva engage in such acts? Do not attempt to deceive me. At that moment, the azure lion emitted a radiant light. As the steed of Manjushri, it had absorbed the essence of the Buddha through constant recitation. The young monk fell silent for a long while, leading even the azure lion to believe he had given up. Suddenly, the young monk's eyes flared wide open, and he glared at the azure lion. You vile creature, disturbing my peace. Even if you are indeed the steed of Manjushri, if you dare wreak havoc upon the world and devour living beings, you deserve death. Once I subdue you, I shall confront Manjushri and demand to know why he allows his steed to commit such atrocities. If the Bodhisattva himself is malevolent, I shall subdue him as well. The azure lion was somewhat bewildered, questioning the monk's sanity. The other monks, in awe of one of the four great bodhisattvas, would not dare to act against him upon hearing his name. Yet this young monk seemed unfazed, even daring to accuse the bodhisattva and claim he would subdue him. Sun Wukong secretly applauded the monk. This individual was remarkably bold. He couldn't help but admire him. If all disciples of the Buddha were like this, he would not hold the Buddhist community in such low regard. The azure lion, irritated, declared, "Since you are so resolutely opposed to me, I shall slay you today." It wielded a steel blade and struck downwards. Although the azure lion was a steed, it possessed formidable powers, rivaling even some bodhisattvas. The young monk, undeterred, sheathed his golden bowl and grasped a whisk, engaging the azure lion in combat. The light of the Buddha illuminated the area as their formidable powers clashed, and astonishingly, the young monk did not falter against the azure lion. In fact, he seemed to grow stronger with each encounter. Sun Wukong, however, understood that the monk could not possibly prevail. He had already spotted the figures of two other demon kings, the golden-winged Great Peng and the White Elephant, who were also observing the battle. The two demon kings exchanged glances, both astonished. When did the Buddhist community produce such a formidable figure? One whom even their elder brother could not subdue? Chapter 17. A heart set on death after a fierce exchange with the young monk, the Azure Lion. Realizing it could not easily overcome him, felt a surge of urgency. It swung its steel blade, forcing the young monk back. Then, it transformed into its true form. An enormous azure lion towering 1,000 feet high. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at the young monk. A powerful suction emanating from its mouth that caused the young monk to change color. This was a signature technique of the azure lion, capable of devouring the very heavens and earth. The azure lion had boasted of having swallowed countless celestial soldiers in one gulp. Naturally, that was an exaggeration. Who would dare provoke the heavenly court under the reign of the Jade Emperor? Nonetheless, this technique was undeniably formidable. Though the young monk could not manipulate the King of Light Seal, he was still being gradually drawn in. Frowning, he scoffed. Such trifling skills dare to show off before me? The dragon soaring in the heavens. A brilliant light erupted from him, accompanied by the resonant roar of a dragon. A heavenly dragon emerged from his being, transforming into a colossal creature that engaged the Azure Lion in combat. The Azure Lion's spell was interrupted. Seizing this opportunity, the young monk struck with his whisk, entangling the Azure Lion, intent on capturing it. Presumptuous. Release my elder brother. Two furious roars echoed. The young monk's expression shifted as he quickly withdrew his whisk, distancing himself. The White Elephant and the golden-winged Great Peng charged forward, sending the heavenly dragon flying. The young monk commanded, "Return." The dragon re-entered his body. His expression grew grave as he focused on the three formidable demons before him. Each of them exuded a thick aura of resentment, surrounded by countless vengeful spirits unable to find release. The young monk's eyes blazed with fury. Vile demons, who bring calamity upon the world, today I shall subdue you all. Great dragon, slay him. The golden-winged Great Peng sneered. An impudent monk thinks he can subdue us? Sun Wukong prepared to intervene, feeling a sense of admiration for the monk. Among the Buddhist disciples, this one was worthy of his regard. The three elder demons joined forces, and the young monk was no match for them. If he did not act, the young monk was surely doomed. The young monk recognized that he could not stand against the three demon kings alone. He had already resigned himself to death. Even if it cost him his life, he would eradicate the demons plaguing this realm. Desist your rampage. A thunderous roar resounded as a nine-toothed rake descended from the heavens. Zhu Beiji had arrived, positioning himself between the three demon kings and the monk. Having departed from Mount Ling, he had traveled the seas in search of refuge, unintentionally arriving here. He sensed the overwhelming aura of resentment and hastened to respond. He immediately recognized the Azure Lion and the White Elephant, and upon seeing them surrounding the young monk, he sprang into action. The young monk was startled, initially thinking another demon had arrived. However, upon sensing the authentic aura of Buddhism emanating from Zhu Beiji, he sighed in relief. Fa Hai, the young monk greeted, introducing himself. The name Fa Hai was somewhat unfamiliar to Zhu Beiji and the others, who had never heard of it. The White Elephant, however, clearly recognized Zhu Beiji. With a cold smile, he derided, "I thought it was someone of importance. Turns out it is merely the purification disciple. Do you dare meddle in our affairs? Are you seeking death? Purification disciple?" Fa Hai was taken aback. Being of a younger generation, he had heard tales of the journey to the west. This purification disciple was none other than the second brother, Tianpeng Marshal, reincarnated. To meet such a legendary figure thrilled Fa Hai immensely. Just as Sun Wukong was about to intervene, he withdrew, opting to observe the unfolding events. This battle might not come to fruition. Zhu Beiji coldly replied, "White Elephant, I am no longer the purification disciple. With Amitabha Buddha taking over Mount Ling, the mountain has a new master, and I no longer wish to serve as a purification disciple." The golden-winged Great Peng let out a sinister laugh, his voice sharp. "I care not whether you are a purification disciple or not. We have no desire to be your enemies. Step aside and allow us to slay this bald donkey." Zhu Beiji disregarded his words and continued, "Though Mount Ling is a thing of the past, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra and Manjushri still remain. How can they allow you to descend and wreak havoc, devouring the souls of an entire nation? Where has the compassion of Buddhism gone? If the Bodhisattvas are thus, How are they different from demons? Great monk, today I am willing to risk my life to eradicate these demons. Fa Hai's expression turned solemn. He was resolute in his decision, unwavering. Zhu Beiji cast a surprised glance at him, then fell silent for a moment before lifting his head. I, Zhu Beiji, have lived a cowardly life. When I was cast into the mortal realm, I did not resist. When Brother Monkey was replaced by the six-eared macaque and imprisoned for thousands of years, I did not come to his aid. I have always been a coward. Fa Hai opened his mouth to speak. The tale of the true and false Monkey King had spread across the realms. Though he had not entered Mount Ling and had pursued his own cultivation, he had heard whispers from friends regarding the matter. Yet, he found himself unable to pass judgment. All these events were orchestrated by the Buddha. Even if Zhu Beiji and his companions wished to resist, they lacked the strength to do so. The Buddha could replace a great sage equal to heaven, and he could just as easily replace Zhu Beiji. In the depths of his eyes, a flame burned fiercely as Zhu Beiji fixed his gaze upon the golden-winged Dapeng and his companions, coldly declaring, I, the old pig, can no longer endure. Today, I shall accompany you, young monk, to vanquish demons and eradicate evil, and should I perish, I shall have no regrets. The monk, Fa Hai, praised his noble spirit. The blue lion demon erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with derision. Zhu Beiji, do not mislead yourself. Even if your elder brother were to arrive, we would not fear him. To subdue demons and eliminate evil requires genuine prowess. Zhu Beiji, too, chuckled, his smile rife with irony. If Brother Monkey were here, your feeble lot would not stand a chance against him. It was the six-eared macaque who conquered Lion Troop Ridge, not Sun Wukong. Had Sun Wukong intervened, the outcome would not have been so disastrous, even if his power were diminished. Now that he has returned, his strength has undoubtedly reached its zenith. The great sage equal to heaven is not to be trifled with. The golden-winged Dapeng sneered ominously. Were he present, upon witnessing our trio, he would surely flee in terror. No sooner had he spoken than a mocking voice interrupted. I, the old sun, do not roll or crawl. Perhaps you might demonstrate for me. Sun Wukong materialized, his golden eyes glinting with mischief as they locked onto the golden-winged Dapeng. Silence enveloped the scene. The Dapeng's expression froze, while the blue lion and white elephant demons found no humor in the moment. None had anticipated that, amidst their boastful chatter, the very subject of their ridicule stood nearby. His sudden appearance struck them as if they had been slapped across the face. Embarrassment and dread surged within them, accompanied by a foreboding sense of doom. With this monkey's arrival, matters had escalated gravely. Chapter 18. Slaying the three demons. They had underestimated Zhu Beiji, confident in their ability to subdue him. However, the arrival of the monkey transformed the situation. Who would dare disregard the great sage equal to heaven? This figure before them was not a mere imitation from the journey to the west, but the genuine article, restored to his former glory. Sun Wukong, brimming with power, exuded an overwhelming presence merely by standing there. Fa Hai, visibly excited, stepped forward and bowed. I pay my respects to the great sage equal to heaven. No need for formality. You are quite impressive, Sun Wukong replied, prompting a smile from Fa Hai. For few in the three realms had received such commendation from the great sage. Zhu Beiji, standing to the side, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Not long ago, they had been adversaries. Now, confronted with Sun Wukong once more, the atmosphere was palpably uncomfortable. Sun Wukong merely regarded him in silence. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Beiji approached and sighed, Brother Monkey. That simple address carried a weight of emotions. A faint smile graced Sun Wukong's lips. For calling me Brother Monkey, I shall forgive you. What? Zhu Beiji exclaimed, astonished. He had not expected such leniency from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's gaze deepened, and he replied, My resentment lay not against you, but against your heartlessness. Had you shown even a modicum of remorse, I would not have severed ties with you. Alas, the old monk and his companions have disappointed me greatly. In that moment, had Sun Wukong been in their position, he might have made similar choices. They were but ordinary celestial beings, unlike himself, who possessed an indestructible form. Even if the Buddha himself intervened, he could only seal him away rather than destroy him. At that time, had Zhu Beiji and his companions expressed dissatisfaction, they too would have faced dire consequences. And those consequences would have entailed death. Even ants strive to survive. What could be blamed upon them? Zhu Beiji's face flushed with guilt. He had misjudged Sun Wukong, never contemplating that the monkey could be so magnanimous. Congratulations on reconciling with the great sage, Commander, Fa Hai remarked, relieved. With the great sage present, minor demons would pose no threat. Sun Wukong grinned, then turned his attention to the golden-winged Dapeng and his companions. I, the old sun, was once a demon myself. You may feast upon humans elsewhere, but not here. Why? The blue lion demon inquired, frowning. Sun Wukong waved his hand, summoning a single hair that he tucked away. Thousands of years ago, this land was the kingdom of Chaji, which I protected. To prey upon humans here is a grave insult to me. If I were to ignore you, would I not tarnish my own reputation? Zhu Beiji suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder this place felt familiar. It was indeed the kingdom of Chaji. He recalled how the monkey had left a few strands of hair here, enabling those monks to seek his aid in times of calamity. The blue lion demon, appearing outwardly fierce yet inwardly fearful, retorted, Sun Wukong, are you truly prepared to oppose us for the sake of mere mortals? Do not forget, we have the backing of the Bodhisattvas Samantabhadra and Manjusri, and my brother is none other than the Peacock King Bodhisattva. He invoked their formidable allies, hoping to intimidate Sun Wukong. Coldly, Sun Wukong replied, with Mount Ling gone, a pack of stray dogs seeks to threaten me? Even if the Buddha were alive, he would dare not utter a word against my actions. This was the true essence of the great sage, as Fa Hai now witnessed, his eyes filled with admiration. Brother, let us not waste words with him. United, the three of us may prove a match for him. We once captured the victorious fighting Buddha. What reason have we to fear a single Sun Wukong? The golden-winged Dapeng, known for his fiery temperament, could no longer contain his rage. Very well. Today we shall confront him. The blue lion demon shared his fury, refusing to believe that their trio could not best this opposing three. Moreover, with the bodhisattvas behind them, they doubted Sun Wukong would dare to strike. Suddenly, within the Ame mountain, the bodhisattva Samantabhadra's expression shifted dramatically. Alarmed, he rushed forth. At the same time, the bodhisattva Manjusri at Mount Wutai exhibited a similar reaction. Meanwhile, a peacock soared into the sky from the Great Snow Mountain, heading toward the kingdom of Jisai. The battle commenced here, revealing the terrifying prowess of Sun Wukong at his peak. He alone faced the three demon kings, leaving them breathless and pale. In mere moments, the White Elephant King fell, struck down by Sun Wukong's staff with a single blow. Next came the Blue Lion Demon, who transformed into his true form, attempting to swallow Sun Wukong whole. Yet, Sun Wukong unleashed his formidable powers, grasping the Blue Lion Demon and crushing him into pulp. This display of power left the golden-winged Dapeng trembling in fear, transforming into his avian form and fleeing westward. You cannot escape, Sun Wukong declared, mounting his cloud and pursuing him. The Dapeng might soar for 90,000 miles, but Sun Wukong could traverse 100,000 with a single somersault. In just 2 leaps, he captured the Dapeng. Do not take my life. The golden-winged Dapeng cried out. Unperturbed, Sun Wukong seized him and, with his golden-hooped rod, delivered a crushing blow. The 3 malevolent demons finally met their end this day. Fa Hai, with his palms together, gazed at Sun Wukong with reverence and admiration. It is not good. They have arrived, Zhu Beiji suddenly exclaimed, his expression tense. Fa Hai, still processing the situation, realized he was the weakest among them. Yet, moments later, he understood who had come. 3 figures appeared almost simultaneously, revealing the 3 great bodhisattvas. Sun Wukong, do you dare to harm my brother? The Peacock King Bodhisattva glared at Sun Wukong, filled with wrath and a fierce desire for vengeance. The great sage, you have gone too far. Taking the lives of our steeds, we demand an explanation from you. Puxian Bodhisattva coldly stated, harboring no fondness for Sun Wukong. Manjushri Bodhisattva gazed upon the mangled remains of the green lion, inhaling deeply as uncontrollable fury welled in his eyes. Sun Wukong's actions had disrespected them, and should word of this spread, their reputations would undoubtedly suffer. Today, they must seek retribution, otherwise, others might think they feared the Monkey King. Sun Wukong merely scoffed, fully aware of the true faces of these great bodhisattvas. Fa Hai, filled with righteous indignation, believed there was nothing wrong with the great sage's actions, as he merely exorcised demons and protected the common folk. Why should these bodhisattvas trouble him? If anyone were to be held accountable, it should be the bodhisattvas themselves. Gratitude to the reader 20210422723423763 Mr. Behu, for the donations. Chapter 19. Tai Bai, the god of war Fa Hai intended to step forward and defend Sun Wukong, but the latter gave him a glance, urging him not to act impulsively. Thus, Fa Hai clasped his hands together, remaining still, though his eyes burned with fury. The bodhisattvas, instead of vanquishing demons, sought to avenge the lives of the creatures they had harmed. Such bodhisattvas were no different from the very demons they condemned. In contrast, Sun Wukong's stature grew ever more imposing in Fahai's eyes. With a faint smile, Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at Puxian Bodhisattva and the others. I stand here. If you wish to avenge those three beasts, feel free to strike. I, Sun Wukong, shall receive your blows, though I fear you may lack the prowess to defeat me. Zhu Beiji snorted disdainfully, channeling his power as he prepared to act. Thousands of years prior, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. But now he would no longer endure. Fahai's hands remained clasped as he regarded the three bodhisattvas with piercing intensity, his spirit charged for battle. If the bodhisattvas protected the demons, they were no better than the fiends themselves. Thus, he would slay the demons. The atmosphere crackled with tension. The potent energies of the six realms poised to erupt. At that moment, an elderly figure descended from the clouds, exuding warmth and approachability. By the decree of the great Emperor Ziwei, I summoned the great sage equal to heaven to the Ziwei Palace for discourse. Instantly, the gazes of the six realms converged upon Taibai Jinxing. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile. This fellow Ziwei exhibited a modicum of cleverness. His timely arrival was likely an attempt to extricate Sun Wukong from this predicament. The three bodhisattvas were closing in, and even Sun Wukong's formidable powers might not suffice to ensure his safety. As for Zhu Beiji and Fahai, their capacity to confront even one bodhisattva was already stretching their limits. Puxian and Manjushri remained silent, their discontent palpable, yet they held a considerable respect for the great Emperor Ziwei. Each of the four heavenly monarchs was a figure of immense prowess, their capabilities described as boundless. Moreover, they commanded countless formidable subordinates. What if I refused to release him? The peacock asked coldly. Among the three, he was the most defiant. A fierce being who had once dared to devour the Buddha himself. How could he fear the great Emperor Ziwei? Taibai Jinxing's smile faded. And in a calm, yet chilling tone, he responded, if the three bodhisattvas refuse to let the great sage depart, I shall have no choice but to offend. He rarely displayed murderous intent, but soon it became exceedingly fearsome. Even the mighty peacock felt a slight constriction in his pupils. At that moment, they recalled that this chief civil minister of the heavenly court was not devoid of combat prowess. Taibai Jinxing was also a god of war. The three realms deemed Taibai Jinxing non-threatening, largely because he presented himself as a civil figure, ingraining himself deep in the hearts of many. Boom. At that instant, the heavens and earth shattered. Erlang Shun led 1,200 grass-head deities, accompanied by the howling celestial hound, Neza, and the Maishan brothers. Sun Wukong smirked. He had sensed Erlang Shin's arrival long before, but the latter had kept himself hidden. Upon seeing Erlang Shin, Taibai Jinxing retracted his murderous aura, reverting to his amiable demeanor. What brings you here, true monarch? He asked with a smile. Erlang Shun replied solemnly. I have heard reports of demons wreaking havoc and endangering the populace. By the decree of the Earth Mother, I have come to eradicate these fiends alongside my fellow deities. Are you here to lend your support? Zhu Beiji snickered. True monarch. You misunderstand. My brother, the monkey, and this little monk are indeed here to vanquish demons, while these three bodhisattvas come to avenge the fiends. Erlang Shun furrowed his brow, questioning, could it be that these three bodhisattvas are connected to the demons here? His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Puxian Bodhisattva and the others. Zhu Beiji smirked, revealing the identities of the three ancient demons. Here lie three demon kings. The first, a green lion, is the mount of Manjushri. The second, a white elephant, is Puxian's steed, and the third, a golden-winged roc, is the maternal uncle of the Buddha, the brother of the Buddha mother. Erlang Shin's expression darkened as he turned to face the three bodhisattvas, speaking in a grave tone. Is this true? Manjushri sighed, acknowledging, the purification envoy speaks true. These wretched beasts took advantage of our unguarded moments to descend into the mortal realm and commit their sins. However, even so, it should be we who address the matter, not be dealt with by others at will. Nonsense. Manjushri's words were abruptly interrupted by Neza, who retorted with a cold laugh. Any demon that brings harm to the populace deserves to be eradicated. This is the heavenly law. Do you think you, Manjushri, can defy heavenly law? Manjushri, of course, dared not voice such claims. While the supreme deity had indeed perished, the heavenly court still had the three pure ones and the four heavenly monarchs. If he were to dare assert that heavenly law was an error, he would likely face dire consequences. Manjushri's silence did not imply that others would remain silent. The peacock scoffed derisively, his handsome face brimming with disdain. Even the Jade Emperor has fallen. The heavenly court is in ruins. What heavenly law remains? Erlang Shun's gaze turned fierce as he fixated on the peacock, his tone chilling. Do you dare to belittle heavenly law? And if I do? The peacock shot back defiantly. Naturally proud and fiery, being a child of the phoenix, coupled with the recent loss of his brother, he had no patience for restraint. Even facing Erlang Shun, he stood resolute. Impudence. Those who scorn heavenly law shall face certain death. Erlang Shun declared, bowing to son Wukong. I implore the great sage to assist me in subduing this demon. Since my brother has spoken, I shall not hesitate, son Wukong replied with a smile. Together with Erlang Shun and Neza, they advanced upon the peacock. The three mightiest forces of the three realms, united, could sweep across all realms. The peacock, though audacious, recognized he could not contend with them alone. He called out to Manjushri and Puxian, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to intervene? Puxian Bodhisattva moved slightly, preparing to act, but a hand restrained him. Manjushri shook his head, signaling him to refrain from intervening. Puxian Bodhisattva suppressed his rage, watching the unfolding scene. Fools! You spineless cowards! The peacock's expression shifted dramatically. How could he possibly stand against the three war gods? Without hesitation, he transformed into his true form and attempted to flee. Humph! Erlang Shun snorted, his third eye erupting with a dazzling beam that pierced the heavens and enveloped the peacock, momentarily immobilizing him. The peacock soon broke free. For he was indeed a top-tier being of heaven and earth. Yet, in that brief delay, he lost his chance to escape and was pursued by son Wukong and Neza. The two struck without mercy, wielding the Qiankuan circle and the golden staff, delivering formidable blows. Chapter 20. The ancient Buddha ignites the lamp, the Qiankuan circle and the golden staff struck the peacock, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The peacock emitted a mournful wail as it plummeted downward. In an instant, a radiant flash emanated from Erlang Shun's hand, summoning the three-pronged, double-edged blade. Without uttering a word, he struck with lethal intent. The blade arced towards the peacock's head, and should it make contact, certain death would ensue. Namo Amidba, a Buddhist chant resonated, illuminating the surroundings. A hand gently descended, intercepting Erlang Shun's blow and shielding the peacock, great Ming Wang Bodhisattva. Son Wukong and Neza's eyes glimmered with fierce determination as they charged towards that hand. With a resounding clash against the three battle deities, the hand ultimately succumbed, bursting apart. A muffled groan echoed through the void, and drops of Buddhist blood fell. This delay granted the peacock an opportunity to employ its evasive light and escape the scene. Son Wukong and the others gazed into the void, where a great Buddha materialized, standing before them. Why do you obstruct our efforts to apprehend the transgressor of heavenly laws? Erlang Shun inquired with a commanding tone. The radiant lamp Buddha, bearing an expression of compassion, restored his severed hand through the power of magic. In response to Erlang Shun's question, the radiant lamp Buddha pressed his palms together and replied, O virtuous one, please quell your anger. The peacock, great Ming Wang Bodhisattva, has not committed any wrongdoing. He was merely driven to fury by the death of his brother and did not intentionally transgress heavenly laws. I beseech you to show mercy and spare him this once. If I grant him clemency, who will then respect the heavenly laws? These laws are the very foundation of the three realms. You monks do not comprehend this and should refrain from meddling in such matters. Tend to your own affairs. Erlang Shun coldly retorted. In simple terms, he offered no face. Son Wukong raised his thumb in admiration, impressed by Erlang Shun's fortitude, truly deserving of the title of heavenly warrior. For a fleeting moment, the expression of the radiant lamp Buddha stiffened. He, the progenitor of a myriad of Buddhas, the master of all Buddhas, and a pivotal figure in the Buddhist realm, was given no regard whatsoever. The radiant lamp Buddha sighed and said, Since you are determined to capture the peacock, I shall not impede your efforts. Proceed as you wish. Such shamelessness. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all present. Due to the radiant lamp's delay, the peacock had long since vanished. Erlang Shun sought to capture the peacock, but found no trace of him. How utterly shameless. He let the creature escape, and now we have no one to pursue. Neza scoffed. His words were notably blunt. The radiant lamp Buddha, embodying the Buddhist tenet of emptiness, appeared to take no notice of Neza's provocation. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not impede your pursuit of the sinner. I will take my leave, he said with a smile, turning to depart. Neza was nearly seething with rage. We ought to have detained that bald donkey if we cannot catch the peacock. Let him take the blame. Such a statement could only escape Neza's lips. After all, the radiant lamp was the progenitor of a myriad of Buddhas, one of the most significant figures in Buddhism. To capture him would undoubtedly provoke a hornet's nest. Puxian and Wenshu exchanged cold smirks before turning away. It was evident to all that Erlang Shun was deliberately provoking a conflict. If a battle were to ensue, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. The three battle deities united could easily sweep them away. With the radiant lamp Buddha retreating, their continued presence would only invite trouble. All troops, slay those demons. Erlang Shun commanded. Instantly, 1,200 grass-headed gods surged forth. Is this what Buddhism represents? A bewildered voice echoed. Fahai gazed at the departing figure of the radiant lamp Buddha, his demeanor somewhat desolate. He had once believed that the great bodhisattvas were not as divine as he had imagined. Surely, the Buddha must be different. However, the appearance of the radiant lamp Buddha shattered his last glimmer of hope. Can a Buddha truly be so disreputable? He pondered. What then is the significance of my pursuit of Buddhism? Sun Wukong perceived his confusion and let out a disdainful chuckle. The so-called Buddha is merely a powerful monk, not as exalted as you envision. They too are sentient beings, bound by the same desires. When the Buddha speaks of emptiness, it is merely rhetoric. Remember, the mind itself is the Buddha. With your wisdom, you should be able to comprehend this truth. Sun Wukong offered a faint smile. Fahai pressed his palms together, expressing, "Thank you for your guidance, great sage. I understand now, yet I still harbor some lingering fantasies and hopes, which have now been utterly obliterated." After a pause, he laughed heartily and continued, "From this day forth, I shall be a Buddha." Sun Wukong patted Fahai's shoulder, realizing that a formidable force was about to emerge within Buddhism, one capable of establishing its own sect. Moreover, should Fahai's lineage endure, it would only benefit the three realms. "Great sage, my tasks here are complete. I must return to the Ziwei Palace to report," Taibai Jinxing announced before taking his leave. Sun Wukong bid him farewell, then expressed his gratitude to Erlang Shun. "Thank you for your timely intervention just now. Had you not arrived, it would have surely led to a fierce battle." Erlang Shun smiled and replied, "You honor me, great sage. We are friends, and it is only natural for me to assist you. Furthermore, I was indeed commanded by the Empress of Earth to eradicate the demons." "I see," Sun Wukong acknowledged, still expressing gratitude. After exchanging a few more words with Erlang Shun, he prepared to depart. "Pigsy, would you care to join me in visiting Flower Fruit Mountain?" Sun Wukong inquired. Zhu Beiji pondered for a moment before declining the invitation. "I wish to return to Gao Laozhuang. I wonder how it has changed after all these millennia. Time has transformed the landscape, and Gao Laozhuang has likely become unrecognizable. If you grow weary while traveling, feel free to come to Flower Fruit Mountain and find me," Sun Wukong offered before taking to the clouds and departing. Zhu Beiji and Fahai also bid farewell to Erlang Shun. Neza, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Elder brother, why did you not retain Wukong?" Erlang Shun chuckled. "He is the great sage equal to heaven, aligned with the heavens, who could hope to detain him? Besides, Wukong's haste to depart undoubtedly stems from his anticipation that I might invite him to join us, prompting his swift exit." Sun Wukong was unwilling to affiliate himself with any faction. He conveyed his resolve and stance through his actions. Upon returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong sighed, realizing he had once again become solitary. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain had proliferated, and several female monkeys persistently approached him, casting flirtatious glances. This left Sun Wukong both amused and exasperated, prompting him to shoo them away. The three realms had become a rare oasis of tranquility. Erlang Shun, under orders, exterminated a nation's demons. Sun Wukong too took action, vanquishing the three great demon kings, the Green Lion, the White Elephant, and others. The chaos wrought by demons and immortals in the three realms had finally begun to settle. Those unruly demons and immortals recognized that, although the heavenly court had collapsed, it was still not their time to act with impunity. There remained divine beings willing to intervene and eradicate the malevolent. Peace returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, where several young monkeys had embarked on the path of cultivation. One day, Sun Wukong was stirred by the arrival of a formidable demon. Chapter 21. The Alliance of Demons. A demon envoy named by you sought an audience with the great sage equal to heaven. A deep voice resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming presence. The visitor was undoubtedly a demon king, an exceptionally powerful terrestrial immortal. The demon clan, a term scarcely uttered in recent times. With the Supreme Celestial presiding over the heavenly court and establishing the laws of order, humanity became the foundation of the world. And all aberrations that harmed humanity were deemed demons. The heavenly court would unleash divine lightning or dispatch celestial generals to slay demons. Over time, the number of great demons had dwindled. Occasionally, those of considerable strength were often entangled with divine beings, no longer pure demons. Thus, the term demon clan had long fallen into obscurity. Sun Wukong felt a stir in his heart. He exited Flower Fruit Mountain to confront the Demon King. Before him stood a strikingly handsome young man, his sharp eyes radiating immense pressure. Upon noticing Sun Wukong, he regarded him with curiosity. Even under the watchful gaze of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, Baiyu, a young member of the Demon Clan, dared to meet his eyes. Baiyu, having paid his respects to the great sage equal to heaven, was a celestial crane who had attained enlightenment. His demeanor was somewhat haughty. Even in the presence of the great sage, he maintained an air of arrogance. In fact, there was a flicker of eagerness in his gaze as he regarded Sun Wukong. After the heavenly court established order among the three realms, what demon clan could still exist? How dare this young demon attempt to intimidate me? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly and raised his hand to strike, delivering a swift slap. Baiyu attempted to evade, but his proud speed proved utterly inadequate before Sun Wukong. The seemingly slow hand descended upon him in the blink of an eye, sending him crashing from the air into the East Sea, stirring up a tremendous wave. In the next moment, Baiyu soared back into the sky, fury blazing in his eyes. Great sage equal to heaven, I respect you as a senior of the demon clan, but if you dare to insult me so casually, do not blame me for being impolite. With that proclamation, a multitude of white feathers emerged from his back, transforming into sword energy that enveloped Sun Wukong like a torrential storm. Impressive technique, Sun Wukong remarked with admiration. This Baiyu was no ordinary demon. He must have received a legacy. Typical demons possessed only innate magical powers or had mastered rudimentary techniques. Yet, Baiyu's skills indicated he had indeed inherited celestial teachings. With a gentle smile, he waved his hand, dispersing the overwhelming sword energy. Initially, Baiyu felt a swell of pride at Sun Wukong's praise, but he was soon struck by a chill of fear. He quickly retracted his powers, a flattering smile emerging on his face as he ingratiatingly said, "Great sage, your skills are admirable. I am in awe. Thank you for your recent instruction, which has made me acutely aware of the vastness of heaven and earth. I will forever remember your kindness, great sage." Baiyu's attitude had pivoted 180 degrees, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Sun Wukong tilted his head in curiosity. What happened to the rebellious spirit he had just displayed? The audacity of this young demon was almost as thick-skinned as his own. What exactly is this demon clan? Sun Wukong inquired. Upon mentioning the demon clan, Baiyu immediately straightened his expression and explained. The demon clan is an alliance formed by the 18 strongest demon kings in the three realms, aiming to ensure the survival of demons amidst chaos and to restore the glory of the demon race, reclaiming dominion over the three realms. Baiyu's fervor was palpable. Reclaim dominion over the three realms? Restore the demon's glory? 18 of the strongest demon kings? Sun Wukong mentally filtered through this information. Such lofty proclamations, while not entirely untrue, were mere empty rhetoric and utterly unattainable. He inquired about the names of these demon kings. The nine-tailed fox Muhan, the great ape king Sun Shinkong, the crocodile god. Baiyu's words were abruptly interrupted by Sun Wukong. The great ape king Sun Shinkong? Baiyu's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly nodded. Sun Wukong chuckled. The name was quite amusing. Initially, he had no intention of visiting these so-called 18 strongest demon kings, none of whom he had heard of. However, upon hearing Sun Shinkong's name, he decided to pay a visit. Not every monkey could call itself the great sage equal to heaven, nor could just anyone bear the name Sun Shinkong. Lead the way, Sun Wukong stated plainly. Baiyu felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. It seemed that the great ape king was in for a rough time. With trepidation, he led the way as both of them departed from Flower and Fruit Mountain. The Western Bull Heaven, the purported headquarters of the Demon Clan Alliance, was not far from Spirit Mountain, among the 4 great continents. If one were to speak of the most ruthless demons, it would undoubtedly be in the Western Bull Heaven. Grandfather the Great Sage has arrived. Even before they landed, Baiyu's voice resonated. Within the Demon Clan Alliance, 18 powerful auras surged skyward, representing the Demon Kings Baiyu had mentioned, each of whom was of the Tai Loose immortal rank. In the 3 realms, celestial beings are classified into 5 categories: heaven, earth, humanity, gods, and spirits, with heavenly immortals being the highest tier. Sun Wukong practiced the great immortal technique, placing him among the upper echelon of heavenly immortals. The Buddha and the Bodhisattvas corresponded to this realm. Typically, Bodhisattvas amounted to earth immortals or similar ranks, the celestial beings trained under the teachings of the three pure ones, known as the Great Luo Heavenly Immortals, Great Luo Loose Immortals, or Great Luo Golden Immortals. Golden Immortals refer to celestial beings with official positions in the heavenly court. Tai Heavenly Immortals, Tai Loose Immortals, and Tai Golden Immortals refer to those who achieved enlightenment through alternative paths. After attaining enlightenment, Sun Wukong became a Tai Loose Immortal. To his surprise, all 18 of the demon kings had achieved the status of heavenly immortals. "Welcome, great sage equal to heaven," they chorused. And the 18 demon kings emerged in unison. Their expressions varied, ranging from reverence to disdain and indifference. It was clear that their attitudes towards Sun Wukong differed greatly. Sun Wukong disregarded the others and focused his gaze on a robust young man among them. This was the Great Ape King, transformed into a tall and muscular figure, whose gaze was filled with contempt as he regarded Sun Wukong. With his keen eyes, Sun Wukong could clearly perceive the creature's true form, a ferocious ape, towering and shrouded in mist, possessing the ability to stir tidal waves. He quickly understood that this so-called Great Ape King was most likely a descendant of the ancient water ape sage, Wujichi. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant and named himself Sun Shinkong. He had some reason to back it up. "Where is Sun Shinkong? I seek him," Sun Wukong stated with a calm smile, directly calling out the Great Ape King. All eyes turned to the Great Ape King. With a scoff, the Great Ape King Sun Shinkong showed no sign of trepidation as he stepped forward. "Sun Wukong, what business do you have with me?" He feigned ignorance, deliberately pretending not to understand. Sun Wukong had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. With a subtle smile, he replied, "You should change your name." "Absolutely not," Sun Shinkong replied without hesitation, resolutely refusing. Chapter 22. Just a stick, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, becoming tense. The opponent was none other than the great sage equal to heaven, who had caused a ruckus in the heavenly palace. Even if there were some exaggerations, he was undeniably a top-tier powerhouse. Yet, Sun Shinkong exhibited no fear whatsoever, even appearing somewhat dismissive. Had it not been for his ancestor being captured by the Yinglong and sealed away for an extended period, his own ancestor, Wujichi, would have been the most renowned among the monkeys. What could Sun Wukong possibly do? Only their lineage had the right to claim the title of Great Sage. Sun Wukong was merely a product of scheming, which was why Sun Shinkong had chosen to name himself as such. The Great Sage? The Great Ape King means no disrespect. I named myself Sun Shinkong out of admiration for the Great Sage's prowess, as a goal to surpass him in the future. The nine-tailed fox Muhan stepped forward, a strikingly handsome man whose beauty surpassed even the most exquisite of women. He forcefully intervened, fearing the two might clash. The Demon Clan Alliance had invited Sun Wukong to serve as a figurehead, to enhance the reputation of the alliance and attract more powerful demons, not to create enmity with him. If this conflict was not quelled, a confrontation between Sun Wukong and the Great Ape King could become inevitable. With a derisive snort, the Great Ape King retorted, "Old fox, you need not explain to him. I simply wish to assert my superiority over him. Hence, I renamed myself Sun Shinkong. If he disagrees, he is welcome to challenge me." Muhan sighed and took a step back. Having already stated his piece, further explanation would be futile. Internally, he cursed the Great Ape King for provoking that monkey. The 7 great sages of the Demon Clan were no trivial matter. Each was a top-tier powerhouse of the demon race. No matter how strong the Great Ape King was, he could not hope to rival any of the 7 great sages. Sun Wukong scratched his head and let out a chuckle, saying, "You, young one, indeed possess a bit of character. Quite impressive." Hearing the praise, Sun Shinkong felt even prouder. He disdainfully cast a glance at Sun Wukong and scoffed, "Humph, your compliments are futile. If you fear me, you may plead for mercy and relinquish the title of the Great Sage equal to heaven, and I might spare your life." The nine-tailed fox, Muhan, could not help but shake his head. He had lost hope for the Great Ape King. Sun Wukong smiled and withdrew his golden staff from his ear. Weighing it in his hand, he suddenly asked the Great Ape King, "Do you think this old sun can strike you down with a single blow?" Arrogance. The Great Ape King wore a look of utter disdain. Yet, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. A name of such repute was not earned lightly. He did not consider Sun Wukong to be his match, nor would he underestimate him, lest he find himself in a precarious situation. Indeed, he was overthinking it. Sun Wukong was not a mere gutter, but a vast celestial river. No vessel could withstand his might. With a single swing of his staff, the 500-pound golden rod, empowered by formidable magic, possessed the potential to obliterate the heavens and the earth. With merely a strike, the void shattered, and the cosmos trembled, nearly turning upside down. A glint of deep astonishment flashed in the great ape king's eyes as he summoned his magical powers, transforming into a towering figure. A violent ape entwined with the force of water, capable of stirring the seas. The violent ape let out a fierce roar and struck down with a fist, aiming to encompass Sun Wukong. The golden staff, merely the length of a person's arm and the width of a bowl, now wielded by Sun Wukong, felt akin to a delicate needle attempting to pierce an elephant. The other demons exchanged glances, pondering if the great sage equal to heaven was merely a decorative pillow. Pretty but without substance. Would the great ape king's punch turn Sun Wukong into mere pulp? With a resounding thud, the golden staff collided with the great ape king's fist, which was as massive as a mountain. The great ape king's fist exploded, spewing forth crimson blood that was blindingly vivid. As his fist shattered, a terrifying force coursed up his arm, continuing the destruction of his body. In a fit of rage and horror, the great ape king trembled. He attempted to harness his magical powers to counter this overwhelming force, but his magic was as fragile as paper in its presence. In a roar of defiance, his body was utterly obliterated. A wisp of his soul attempted to flee to the underworld. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, reaching out to grasp that wisp of soul and squeezing it tightly. With a pop, the great ape king was annihilated, denied even the chance for reincarnation. Witnessing this, the other demons fell into a stunned silence. These demon kings, who had always been unruly and unafraid, now looked at Sun Wukong with eyes full of reverence. They considered themselves the strongest demon kings of their era, believing they could rival the 7 great saints of the demon race, or at least not fall too short. However, after witnessing Sun Wukong's prowess, they realized how laughable their assumptions had been. Is this all? Sun Wukong smirked knowingly. Indeed, is this all? The remaining 17 demon kings stood in stunned silence. Sun Wukong glanced at them and said, I know not who suggested this foolish idea of forming a demon alliance, but with your meager strength, you are hardly more formidable than ants in the presence of true power. A genuine strong man could obliterate you with a mere gesture. It is best you disband this alliance and retreat to the mountains, emerging only when the heavens are clear to preserve your lives. The nine-tailed fox, Muhan, suddenly turned his gaze, kneeling before Sun Wukong and exclaiming, I, Muhan of the nine-tailed fox clan, pledge allegiance to the great sage equal to heaven. Please, great sage, come forth and protect our kind, restoring the glory of the demon race. Seeing Muhan kneel, 7 or 8 other demon kings followed suit, expressing their willingness to follow Sun Wukong. The remaining few, reluctant to become subordinates, succumbed to the overwhelming situation and also knelt. Unmoved, Sun Wukong coldly laughed. I offer you my counsel, yet you attempt to drag me into the abyss. If you do not wish for your race to be annihilated, cease dreaming of restoring the glory of the demon race. With that, he ignored the kneeling demon kings and turned to depart on a cloud. Muhan and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. Having witnessed Sun Wukong's strength, they understood that without a figure of such caliber, the demon alliance would inevitably face destruction at the hands of true power. Do not worry, I can summon a great sage to lead the demon alliance, the crocodile god suddenly proclaimed. The nine-tailed fox and the others were instantly delighted. Which great sage? Muhan inquired. The crocodile god, with a proud demeanor, replied. The third of the 7 great saints, the great sage of chaos, Peng Demon King. In terms of strength, he should surpass the great sage equal to heaven. Joy erupted among the crowd. Among the 7 great saints, only the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong had the most renowned names. The other 5, while slightly less famous, were by no means weak. Sun Wukong ranked merely 7th among the 7 great saints, yet he was formidable, making the 3rd-ranked Peng Demon King all the more impressive. Rumors suggested the 7 great saints were ranked by size, which the demons dismissed with scorn. The demon race upheld the principle that strength dictated rank. The stronger one was, the higher their position. To them, Sun Wukong being last implied, he was the weakest. If they could recruit the Peng Demon King, it would be ideal. Chapter 23. One of the players, the third. Sun Wukong had not left. He remained concealed in the shadows, with the power of the nine-tailed fox and the others. They naturally could not detect his presence. Upon hearing the crocodile god mention inviting the third one, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered. He sensed a whiff of conspiracy. Could it be that the master behind the third one sought to unify the demon race for his own purposes? The crocodile god had evidently arranged everything in advance, merely waiting for an opportunity to make the third one the puppet master of the demon alliance. His appearance, slaying the great ape king, had made the other demon kings recognize their own limitations. If they did not wish to disband the alliance, they desperately needed a true powerhouse to take charge. At this moment, the crocodile god's suggestion of the Peng demon king aligned perfectly with their desires. Mu Han, in deep thought, began to connect the dots. He fixed his gaze on the crocodile god and asked, "Crocodile god, when you proposed forming the demon alliance, did you already intend for the Peng demon king to come forth? Or was this directed by the Peng demon king himself?" The crocodile god smiled slightly, remaining silent, which served as a tacit acknowledgement. Rather than feeling frustrated at being outmaneuvered, Mu Han found himself smiling. "Excellent. Our great sage of the demon race is willing to step forward. The hope of restoring the glory of our race is within reach." Not only he, but all were filled with joy, just as he had suspected. Observing the elation of the nine-tailed fox and the others, Sun Wukong felt they were celebrating prematurely. The Peng demon king was not that kind of individual. This was undoubtedly the design of his master. As for restoring the glory of the demon race, it was not but a delusion. "Crocodile brother, go summon the great sage of chaos now. We can hardly wait," Mu Han laughed. The crocodile god nodded slightly, bidding farewell to the crowd before departing on his cloud. The nine-tailed fox and the demon kings wore expressions of eager anticipation. Sun Wukong felt a stir in his heart and followed closely behind the crocodile god. The crocodile god traversed hundreds of mountains and rivers until he finally arrived at a small island in the western sea. He descended from the clouds onto the island. A massive rock soared from the island, blotting out the sun. The rock transformed into a stern youth clad in black feathered attire, the Pink Demon King. "Greetings, Protector." The crocodile god bowed humbly. "Protector?" A glimmer of insight crossed Sun Wukong's eyes. It appeared the rock held a significant position with his master. After all, as one of the 7 great saints of the demon race, it would be unusual for anyone in such a role to have a lowly status. "Is the matter resolved?" came the emotionless voice of the Pink Demon King. The crocodile god hastily remarked, "It has been arranged, but the great sage Qi Tian has slain the great ape king, which may lead to complications in the future. The great ape king is a descendant of the water ape sage, Wiziki." The Peng Demon King chuckled coldly, stating, "What trouble that monkey has stirred is of no concern to us." The crocodile god instantly smiled, realizing the implications. "You may depart. I shall follow shortly." The Peng Demon King said nonchalantly. The crocodile god understood that the Peng Demon King intended to report to his master and departed on his cloud. The Peng Demon King headed in the opposite direction, with Sun Wukong trailing closely behind. He was about to meet the Peng Demon King's so-called master and felt a surge of excitement. At the edge of the western sea, they were nearly at the boundary of heaven and earth. The Peng Demon King dove into the water, plunging deep into the western sea. Sun Wukong felt a stirring in his heart and pursued after him. They descended for what seemed like thousands of miles until they reached the ocean's deepest abyss. A dark hall emerged before Sun Wukong's eyes. The Peng Demon King produced a token, and the entrance to the dark hall swung open, allowing him to enter. Sun Wukong also wished to follow. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. Sun Wukong's temper flared. He was astonished that someone could appear behind him so silently. Reacting instinctively, he turned and threw a punch. However, his fist was blocked. Simultaneously, the other party wielded immense magical power, suppressing the fluctuations of their confrontation so that they did not resonate outward. "Big brother," Sun Wukong said, momentarily taken aback. The newcomer was none other than Li Guangming, the elder brother of the Bodhi lineage. Li Guangming smiled gently, still dressed as a woodcutter, his gaze fixed on the dark hall as he cautioned. "You must not go in there." "Why not?" Sun Wukong questioned. "There lies great danger that could cost you your life." "My intention in stopping you is to prevent your misfortune," Li Guangming replied, his expression grave as he regarded the dark hall with evident trepidation. Sun Wukong, however, felt a surge of anger and retorted, "I, the great sage, am an undying body. Even the Buddha himself cannot destroy me. What fear do I have of a mere demon? Even if I cannot defeat him, I can still escape." He was no longer the feeble monkey he had once been on the journey to the west. After thousands of years of imprisonment, he had regained his peak power and even surpassed it. Li Guangming chuckled softly. You, O monkey, are far too arrogant. The Jade Emperor has cultivated since childhood, enduring over 13,000 tribulations to attain an indestructible golden body. Yet there are still those who can slay him. You have only practiced for a few thousand years. How dare you speak of invincibility? Sun Wukong countered. The master of this dark hall has the power to kill the Jade Emperor. Li Guangming's expression turned serious, indeed. But he is not the one who killed the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong felt a pang of disappointment, his interest in the master of the dark hall dwindling. Li Guangming, perceiving his thoughts, smiled gently and said, though he did not slay the Jade Emperor, he possesses formidable strength and is one of the chess players in the grand scheme of the universe. Do not underestimate him. Sun Wukong's entire being trembled as he pondered a question. Is my master one of the chess players? Li Guangming shook his head, smiling as he replied. Though he is not a chess player, he is transcendent and unaffected by the cosmic game. As long as he does not engage, he remains in an undefeated position. Now I understand, Sun Wukong realized, grasping the true strength of his master. It was not that his master lacked power, but rather that he chose not to partake. Maintaining a position of transcendence. Once involved, there would be winners and losers, and his master clearly wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. Seeing that Sun Wukong comprehended, Li Guangming smiled. Your master has but one request of you. Strive to extricate yourself from the game. You need not fear failure. Should you falter, your master will personally intervene to rescue you. Sun Wukong felt his eyes welling with emotion. He, the unworthy disciple, had caused his master such concern. His master, who remained aloof, had even considered stepping in to save him. Sun Wukong's expression turned solemn. Please convey to my elder brother that I shall endeavor to escape this game and spare my master any worry. Very well, Li Guangming responded. And with a wave of his hand, he led Sun Wukong away from the area. After their departure, a vast divine consciousness descended, searching the surroundings. Ultimately, it found nothing and retreated. Li Guangming had erased all traces of their visit. Before long, the Peng Demon King emerged from the dark hall, transforming into his true form and soaring towards the western bull hedgerow. Chapter 24. The fury of the Bull Demon King hidden not far away. Sun Wukong felt a twinge of astonishment. What a powerful being. Fortunately, my elder brother stopped me. Otherwise, I would have been suppressed for another 1,000 years. Sun Wukong sensed that divine consciousness again, and his expression shifted. Li Guangming glanced at him and remarked, those who can be chess players are not to be trifled with. One among them is Li Laojun, the progenitor of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong marveled, though not surprised. Li Laojun opened the heavens and the earth. He certainly has the qualifications to be a chess player. Likewise, ancient deities who have returned to the world also merit consideration as chess players. Li Guangming continued, cautioning Sun Wukong, all the powerful beings in the universe have begun to reveal themselves, engaging in their games. Though you are formidable, you are ultimately a newcomer and still have a distance to cover compared to these deities. He further advised, thus, you must exercise utmost caution in your actions. A storm is brewing across the three realms. Many will fall victim to calamity, and I do not wish for you to be among them. Has my elder brother ventured out? Sun Wukong inquired suddenly, sensing his elder brother's strength. Li Guangming smiled softly, but did not answer. Well, I shall not linger here any longer. I must depart. Do not act so recklessly in the future. With that, Li Guangming employed his escapism technique and left the area. Sun Wukong watched the direction in which Li Guangming had departed, pondering the true nature of this elder brother, which he found utterly inscrutable. What did their lineage truly represent? The Peng Demon King took the lead in the Demon Clan alliance, swiftly becoming its leader. The title of the 7 great sages of the Demon Clan attracted numerous spirits, and even some scattered immortals came seeking a strong ally. They staked out a territory in the western bull hedgerow, basking in their newfound prominence. The Demon Clan alliance began to expand, subtly hinting at ambitions to seize control of the western bull hedgerow. Though some immortals and Buddhas attempted to intervene, they all vanished without a trace. The Peng Demon King was a top-tier powerhouse among the heavenly realm, a great sage of the Demon Clan. And ordinary immortals and Buddhas could not hope to subdue him. In the Nanhai Luojia mountain, the Bull Demon King received this news. He furrowed his brow. His third brother's actions became increasingly inscrutable. Accompanied by his wife and children, the Bull Demon King returned to Jilei Mountain, which had once been the residence of the jade-faced fox. After her demise, the Bull Demon King and his family had moved in, taking over the place. My king, calamity has struck. A small demon rushed in, panic etched on its face, just 2 days after their arrival. The Bull Demon King's brow knitted in concern. What calamity could possibly occur? Does anyone dare trouble me? As the foremost sage of the demon clan, he had already shown great restraint by not seeking out trouble with others. The Demon Clan Alliance has sent someone to demand your submission, or else the small demon hesitated, unable to finish its sentence. Or else what? The Bull Demon King did not grow angry but fixed his gaze on the small demon, inquiring further. The small demon's face turned pale as it spoke nervously. If the king does not submit, they will surely flay you alive, strip your flesh, and consign your soul to the 9 nether, ensuring you can never attain rebirth. This is rebellion. The Bull Demon King erupted in fury. He had not been so enraged in a long time, but this time he was genuinely provoked. If such words had come from anyone else, he would have dismissed them with a laugh. Yet, the speaker was his sworn brother, the Pung Demon King. The small demon trembled under the Bull Demon King's imposing presence, bowing repeatedly in fear. Iron Fan Fairy spoke softly. My lord, please temper your anger. Do not let yourself be upset over a heartless and ungrateful wretch. With a disdainful snort, Bull Demon King inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. He waved his hand, dismissing the minor demons. I shall go out and eliminate the envoy of the Demon Alliance, and then summon the 3rd brother for a proper reckoning. However, Iron Fan Fairy held a different perspective. Please summon our 7th brother. I have a feeling that the 3rd brother has come prepared, and you might be at a disadvantage alone. Do not forget that he has a master behind him. Bull Demon King felt a stir in his heart and began to calm down. Without further ado, he conjured a jade talisman. As Sun Wukong returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, he received Bull Demon King's message. Upon reading its contents, he let out a cold laugh. 3rd brother, you truly disregard brotherly affection. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Sun Wukong set off directly towards Mount Jile. With a speed, he arrived in less than half a day, only to find that the envoy of the Demon Alliance had already been dismissed. Bull Demon King was resolute. He would not submit to the Demon Alliance, and if they wished for battle, they were welcome to engage. 7th brother, you have finally arrived. I was almost unable to dissuade Old Bull. Iron Fan Fairy sighed in relief. With Sun Wukong's arrival, her worries dissipated. Old Bull was on the brink of eruption, for after dismissing the envoy, Pung Demon King had promptly issued a challenge for war against Bull Demon King. Do not worry, my sister-in-law. Those minor spirits are not so formidable, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Bull Demon King's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong. Have you dealt with the 3rd brother? Indeed. Sun Wukong replied readily. The 2 most renowned demons in the realm joining forces would surely overwhelm Pink Demon King, unless he had hidden cards to play. However, there is something I must inform you of, elder brother, Sun Wukong said, sharing his observations with Bull Demon King. The revelation astonished Bull Demon King. A master capable of slaying great celestial beings, no wonder he could command the 3rd brother. Such power reached the level of the likes of Laozi. Above the celestial beings, they belonged to the realm of the Great Celestial. The Great Celestials were true powers, known as the Great Enlightened Golden Immortals. Figures such as Taishang Laojun, Yuan Shi Tian Zun, Ling Bao Dao Zun, and Jade Emperor all resided within this echelon. Even the Buddha was among the Great Enlightened Golden Immortals. To face a master who could slay a great celestial being, it would be challenging for them to defeat one another individually. However, united as brothers, even if they could not triumph, they would not easily fall. Sun Wukong spoke confidently. Both he and Bull Demon King stood at the threshold of the Great Enlightened Golden Immortal level. Coupled with their battle prowess, together they could contend against a Great Enlightened Golden Immortal without difficulty. They resolved to teach the 3rd brother a lesson, perhaps even eliminate him. To be safe, I shall notify a few individuals, Sun Wukong considered cautiously. He promptly contacted Zhen Yuanzi, Erling Shun, and Guanyin Bodhisattva. With Neza on Erling Shun's side, they formed a formidable quartet of the strongest beings in the 3 realms. Zhen Yuanzi, as the progenitor of Earth Immortals, was a great celestial himself. They would not intervene directly, but would keep a watchful eye on the situation. Should anything arise, they would arrive post-haste. Bull Demon King was speechless, feeling a sense of admiration for his brother's social connections. He had many friends, but few were as formidable as these 2 deities of the heavenly court. A great celestial and Guanyin Bodhisattva, whose status rivaled that of the Buddha, were rumored to have barely stepped into the realm of great celestial long ago, making her a somewhat weaker great celestial. Even if Pung Demon King's master were to appear, They could not possibly achieve anything against such a coalition of experts. This time, they were prepared for Peng Demon King. Chapter 25. Come out and face me at Guanjingku. Erlangshen and Neza departed from Yang's residence. Along the way, Neza felt perplexed. The monkey has truly changed over the years. Has he become so timid? A mere Peng Demon King. And he could easily overcome him with Bull Demon King. Why bother seeking our assistance? Erlangshen sought to invite Sun Wukong into their camp, but by requesting their help, Sun Wukong would incur a debt of gratitude to Erlangshen. Such debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Do not forget, Peng Demon King has a master behind him, Erlangshen cautioned. Neza suddenly realized his oversight. He was eager for the figure behind Peng Demon King to intervene, hoping for a thrilling battle. Erlangshen smiled slightly. That is impossible. You, I, and our brothers, including the monkey and old bull, united, could stand against even Laozi. The master behind Peng Demon King cannot surpass Laozi. Erlangshen held his silence. Throughout the ages, how many powerful beings have emerged? It is impossible to say for certain. Some deities have faded into obscurity over the eons. Yet, no one can assure that they are truly dead. Should an ancient deity re-emerge, it is not inconceivable that they could rival Laozi's strength. They rushed towards the demon alliance, but remained hidden from view. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi smiled faintly, realizing that the monkey had finally come to understand. They were all part of the game. Only by banding together could they protect themselves. Guanyin instructed the Black Bear Spirit and others to guard Mount Luojia before departing. The four powerful beings took their positions, concealed in the void, yet remained unseen. Sun Wukong had stated that if Peng Demon King's master did not intervene, they need not act. He and Bull Demon King alone would suffice. Should the master behind Peng Demon King take action, Guanyin and the others would then intervene. Even if the adversary were the so-called puppeteer, they would ensure to suppress him. Brother, we can depart now, Sun Wukong chuckled. Bull Demon King hoisted his heavy iron staff, and together with Sun Wukong, they exited the Moya Cave. The Demon Alliance was situated in the West Nyo Huzhou, not far from Moya Cave. Otherwise, they would not have reached Bull Demon King in such a short time. At this moment, the Demon Alliance was on high alert, with tension palpable among all present. Despite Peng Demon King's presence, upon learning that Bull Demon King was coming, the great demons remained anxious. Bull Demon King, as the foremost sage of the demon race and the strongest among them, was undoubtedly formidable. The celestial beings capable of defeating him must at least be of the great celestial rank. Even other immortals, such as Erlangshen, would only stand a 50-50 chance against Bull Demon King, not easily vanquishing him. The title of the foremost Demon King was well-deserved. Knowing they faced Bull Demon King, they were even more terrified than if they were confronting Sun Wukong. Muhan, do you think we made a wrong decision? Bull Demon King is the foremost sage of our demon race, and our leader wishes to confront him. I doubt he stands a chance against Bull Demon King. This was a golden tiger king, with 2 wings behind it, clearly an exotic creature of heaven and earth. It is often said that adding wings to a tiger makes it even more formidable. This tiger king was indeed a winged tiger, an exotic beast that had transformed into a demon. Though its power was not on par with the great sage of the demon race, it was among the top-tier beings among the demon kings. Muhan, a 9-tailed fox, was naturally astute. Now that even the winged tiger had sensed something amiss, Muhan could certainly feel it too. He gestured to the winged tiger, signaling it to remain silent. Then Muhan conveyed telepathically, "We have likely been schemed against, becoming tools for others. Moreover, I am certain that Peng Demon King is not the mastermind. There must be an even stronger figure behind him. If we wish to preserve our lives, we should remain silent and await our opportunity to escape this demon's grasp." The winged tiger held a great deal of trust in Muhan. Its golden eyes flickered twice before it ceased speaking. Those who have the potential to become demon kings are, in terms of both wisdom and cunning, no less than humans. In fact, due to their prolonged existence, they may even surpass ordinary humans in intelligence in certain aspects. They are acutely aware of when to act and how to behave. In the present circumstances, compliance is their only option. Otherwise, they face the grim fate of annihilation. "Third brother, come forth and face me." At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the mountains. The Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong had arrived. His bellow reverberated like the sound of heavenly thunder, leaving the lesser demons pale with fear. The foremost saint of the demon clan lived up to his reputation. A celestial rock soared into the sky, its wings spanning 3,000 miles. obscuring the sun and emanating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. In its colossal eyes, a chilling intent to kill was evident. The demon kings were struck with terror. This was indeed the true form of the third greatest saint of the demon race. Before him, the great ape king's towering stature seemed diminutive, almost laughable. "You dare compare your size to mine?" roared the bull demon king, transforming into a massive white bull, even larger than the rock. With glistening horns that radiated a menacing light, the rock let out a cold snort and transformed into human form, landing before the bull demon king and Sun Wukong. With eyes sharp as daggers, the rock coldly addressed the bull demon king. "Brother, I offered you a chance to submit, yet you refused to appreciate it. Do not let your momentary stubbornness jeopardize your life and fortune." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. "You, monkey, remain oblivious to your situation. Despite being suppressed twice, your nature has not been tempered, and you shall inevitably perish due to your own obstinacy." This was the most they had spoken during their thousands of years apart. The bull demon king and Sun Wukong were both taken aback. The third brother seemed somewhat different from their expectations. His words appeared to reflect concern for them. However, recalling the rock's earlier words on the small island, Sun Wukong quickly realized that the rock was merely attempting to undermine their resolve, deliberately leading them to believe he was acting in their best interests. Even if his methods were questionable, they lacked malice. Should a confrontation arise, they would likely hold back. If the rock took advantage of that, they would suffer greatly. How cunning the third brother was. He had underestimated him. "Third brother, after thousands of years apart, you have certainly become more cunning," Sun Wukong remarked with a cold smile. This was not the rock he had known. The former rock was taciturn and somewhat introverted, but never this devious. The passage of millennia had transformed him entirely. The bull demon king also came to a realization, his gaze towards the rock growing increasingly frigid. Although the demon saints valued loyalty, they were not known for their mercy. Their survival to this point was a testament to their ruthless nature. At this moment, his murderous intent intensified. Chapter 26. The Battle. The rock smiled faintly, stating, "It seems that a confrontation is inevitable." He appeared utterly unfazed, radiating a calm that was almost unsettling. Both Sun Wukong and the bull demon king narrowed their eyes. Could it be that the rock had some hidden advantage? He alone could not possibly contend with the two of them. The demon kings of the allied forces were also tense, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. Even the less experienced demons understood that it was unrealistic for the rock to face two opponents alone. Yet the rock remained confident. A cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Brothers, please join me." With his words, two formidable demonic energies surged into the sky, shaking the very heavens. Two formidable demons emerged. One was the water monkey saint, Wukong, enveloped in a torrent of aquatic power, possessing the might to turn rivers and seas. The other was the nine-headed insect, adorned in a tarnished silver helmet that gleamed like fresh snow, clad in armor that shimmered like autumn frost. And draped in a splendid robe, he wielded a crescent blade, moving with the swiftness of lightning, and wore boots made of pigskin, gliding effortlessly. Sun Wukong scoffed. "I wondered where these demon kings came from. Turns out it's just the water monkey saint and the nine-headed insect. You dare to obstruct us?" Wukong's golden eyes glimmered fiercely as he fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong and coldly proclaimed, "You killed my great ape king. Today, I have come to exact vengeance for him." Sun Wukong made no attempt to dispute this. It was indeed true that he had slain the great ape king, and it was only natural for the other to seek revenge. Meanwhile, the nine-headed insect shouted, "Sun Wukong, considering your arduous training, if you submit to my master, I can ensure your survival through countless tribulations." He glared at Sun Wukong, reminiscent of the six-eared macaque, during their battle at the Baibo pool. Aside from his own escape, all his kin had been slaughtered. He had even lost a head to the howling celestial dog. Were it not for his master's intervention, he would have perished. Now, seeing Sun Wukong, who bore a striking resemblance to the six-eared macaque, he was filled with murderous intent. Sun Wukong smiled disdainfully, retorting, "A mere sneak. Do you think you can command me, old son? Even the celestial lord would not dare to entertain such thoughts. What is your master to me? You seek death." Both the rock and the nine-headed insect were enraged. Sun Wukong coldly declared, "Enough of these idle words. Let us see who prevails." The bull demon king grasped his iron rod, stating, "Leave the third brother to me. Handle the other two. I shall personally take down this beast." "Brother, be cautious. Do not underestimate him," Sun Wukong cautioned. The bull demon king chuckled coldly. fully aware that his status as the foremost saint of the demon race was earned through countless battles. He would never underestimate any opponent, especially not a top-tier demon like the Rock, whose true combat prowess was not far behind his own. "Third brother, come forth for a duel," the Bull Demon King announced, swinging his iron rod down with tremendous force. The overwhelming magical energy surged through the rod, carrying an immense power that struck down. This strike left the assembly of demons in fear, causing the celestial beings to tremble. The true might of the foremost saint of the demon race was on full display. The Rock brandished a glittering black spear, charging forward to meet the Bull Demon King. The two clashed, engaging in a fierce exchange. Their formidable magical forces collided, sending tremors through the mountains. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to quiver, as if threatened to fall from the sky. This was a clash between the top-tier powers of the three realms, capable of annihilating the world. Sun Wukong produced his Ruyi Jingu Bang from his ear, shouting, "Behold my staff." He charged at the two demons. The nine-headed insect attempted to counter with his crescent blade, but after only 3 exchanges, he found himself utterly exhausted and trembling in fear. In the past, he could have fought for dozens of rounds against the six-eared macaque. How could he be so easily overcome by Sun Wukong? He was unaware that at that time, Sun Wukong's power was but a fraction of his current strength. And now restored to his peak, even with the nine-headed insect's improvements, he was no match for him. Seeing the nine-headed insect falter, Wukong rushed in, wielding a dark iron staff to parry Sun Wukong's golden rod, engaging in a fierce battle. They fought for dozens of rounds before Sun Wukong began to gain the upper hand. He could not help but praise. "The Water Monkey Saint truly lives up to his reputation. He nearly matches my strength." Was this a compliment? To be comparable to a junior's strength was certainly not a matter of pride. Wukon's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he summoned the power of water, conjuring rivers and lakes that cascaded from the heavens to assault Sun Wukong. At this moment, the nine-headed insect also went wild, revealing his true form and lunging directly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong stood resolutely, wielding his staff with a force that shattered one of the nine-headed bug's heads. The creature let out a wretched cry, its wings flapping frantically as it fled towards the western sea, ignoring its retreat. Sun Wukong focused intently on the water ape great sage. Confronted by the boundless torrents, he infused his magical prowess into the golden-banded rod, manifesting a principle that specifically countered the path of water. The rivers, lakes, and seas of the heavens were all stilled, creating an eerie calm. Wukon's expression shifted, realizing that Sun Wukong's sea-settling staff inherently suppressed his water-based abilities. To attack Sun Wukong using the path of water was akin to inviting misfortune upon himself. At this juncture, it was too late for him to retract his methods. A cold glint flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he swung his staff with might. "Break for me," he commanded. The overwhelming water currents were shattered by his strike. The golden-banded rod struck Wukong with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. The impact sent him crashing into a mountain, which crumbled to dust upon collision. Witnessing this spectacle, the myriad demon kings trembled in awe, their respect for Sun Wukong's might deepening. Yet, Sun Wukong remained vigilant. That blow had not been sufficient to vanquish Wukong. Indeed, the ancient water ape great sage rose from the shattered stones, transforming into its true form, towering at a staggering 100,000 zhong. With its black iron rod magnifying in size, crashing down towards Sun Wukong. With a scoff, Sun Wukong unleashed the law of heaven and earth. A colossal violent ape, of equal stature, materialized, wielding a golden-banded rod that matched Wukong's in size, parrying the incoming strike. The two titanic apes clashed in a battle of ferocity, producing a cacophony that shook the heavens. Simultaneously, the Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King revealed their true forms, each spanning thousands of miles. The Bull Demon King's massive horns left gaping wounds upon the Peng Demon King, while the latter's razor-sharp claws inflicted grievous injuries upon the Bull Demon King. Their confrontation was brutal, drenched in blood. As the Bull Demon King grew bolder with each strike, the Peng Demon King, enraged, retaliated fiercely, leaving a tapestry of scars upon his opponent. Blood flowed from them as if it were merely a resource, pooling into a river of crimson upon the ground. A fierce glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. If this continued, even if the Bull Demon King were to slay the Peng Demon King, he would suffer dire repercussions. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed his transformation into a three-headed, six-armed figure. The golden-banded rod multiplied into 3, striking towards Wu Zhiqi. Caught off guard, Wu Zhiqi was struck upon the shoulder by Sun Wukong's rod. With a pained cry, he turned to flee, knowing that remaining would spell his doom. Having survived since ancient times, he was no fool. The battle between the Peng and Bull Demon Kings had reached a fever pitch, both now in human form. Bloodied and breathing heavily, their eyes locked in a fierce glare. It was evident to all that the Peng Demon King was at a disadvantage. Sun Wukong approached, coldly observing the Peng Demon King. 2 against 1, the Peng Demon King was no match. Suddenly, the Peng Demon King erupted into laughter. Both Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King frowned, puzzled by his mirth. What madness has overtaken you, third brother? The Bull Demon King demanded. A swarm of ants. Unaware of their impending demise, the Peng Demon King retorted with arrogance, casting disdainful glances at Sun Wukong and his companion. The Bull Demon King scoffed at such a moment. You dare to speak so boldly? Truly, you are courting death. He signaled Sun Wukong to strike and eliminate the Peng Demon King. Just then, a decree materialized, suffused with an aura of malevolence, as if it had accumulated the darkest energies of the world. This decree transformed into a demonic sword, descending upon Sun Wukong and his allies. With a swing of his rod, Sun Wukong clashed with the sword, only to feel a jolt that forced him back several steps. Although the sword dimmed slightly, it continued its descent. The Bull Demon King retaliated fiercely with his iron staff, shattering the demonic sword. This delay allowed the Peng Demon King to assume his true form and escape. Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King chose not to pursue. The aura of the decree was reminiscent of a primordial demon god. Xinyuanzi appeared, descending and gazing intently in the direction where the decree had vanished, his expression grave. Who? Sun Wukong inquired. This elder brother, known for his vast knowledge, might discern the identity of their foe. A long-dead entity, unexpectedly still alive, Xinyuanzi replied, his demeanor serious. Curiosity piqued, Sun Wukong and the others awaited the revelation. Kunping, Xinyuanzi uttered, his voice laced with lethal intent. Kunping? The name struck Sun Wukong as somewhat unfamiliar. I once read a text by Wangzi concerning Kunping, a creature of the heavens and earth. How could it possess such magical prowess? He exclaimed in astonishment. Casting a glance at them, Xinyuanzi sighed. There is much you do not understand. Kunping is also a primordial deity, having manifested at the dawn of creation, surviving numerous cataclysms. I believed him dead, yet he endures. A being deserving of such a title must at least be of the celestial sovereign realm. What does Kunping intend to do? Sun Wukong pressed. Xinyuanzi met his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indestructible and immortal. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. A primordial deity yet to achieve the state of immortality? Xinyuanzi smiled faintly, reflecting, in all of existence, only 6 beings can be truly immortal. Not even the great celestial sovereign, nor I can claim such a title, nor can Kunping. Li Lao Jun, Yuan Shi Tian Zun, Ling Bao Dao Zun, Nuan Yang Yang. And who else? Sun Wukong counted on his fingers. Xinyuanzi nodded. In the west, there are 2 more. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Even the Buddha has perished. Who else could remain in the west? Amitabha? That cannot be. He is no match for even the Tathagata. And as for the lamp igniter, though he has entered the celestial sovereign realm, he cannot compare to the Tathagata. Jane and Zhuanti. Sun Wukong was struck with astonishment. Jane is Amitabha, while Zhuanti is a great bodhisattva, rumored to be the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. One is suppressed by the Tathagata, while the other is merely a bodhisattva. Sun Wukong had never considered them to be the ones. Could it be that they have been feigning all along? Seeing Sun Wukong's astonishment, Xinyuanzi chuckled. You are still too young, unaware of many matters. In time, you will realize that these 3 realms are far more formidable than you can imagine. A flicker of insight crossed Sun Wukong's eyes. Was his own standing not lofty enough? As a Tai celestial immortal, the next step would be to ascend to celestial sovereign. If the demon master Kunping had not perished and were to return, it would undoubtedly stir great upheaval. The demon clan alliance would be but his first move, with further schemes to follow. The Bull Demon King spoke in a low voice. You have disrupted Kunping's initial plan. He will not spare you. Be vigilant in the days to come. Fear not. It is not so easy to take my life, Sun Wukong replied confidently. However, the Bull Demon King appeared somewhat troubled, his gaze flickering. You should deal with these individuals from the Demon Clan Alliance, lest they become tools for others, Xinyuanzi advised, before bidding farewell and departing. Sun Wukong surveyed the trembling Demon Kings and pondered briefly, then declared, Brother, I find them difficult to manage. Let us eliminate them all." Upon hearing this, the demon kings quaked in fear, while the smaller demons fled in terror. The bull demon king shot him a glance, feeling both amused and exasperated, and said, "Do not speak foolishly. You will frighten them to death." He chuckled. Sun Wukong responded with a grin. The bull demon king's gaze fell upon the demon kings, and he declared, "You are all beings of the demon race, and I shall not make things difficult for you. You may choose to follow me or my seventh brother. If you do not wish to follow, you may leave freely, and I will not hinder you. However, do not bring calamity upon the world." Upon hearing the bull demon king's words, the demon kings collectively sighed in relief. Nearly all the demon kings immediately gathered around the bull demon king, feeling a greater sense of reliability in him, the foremost sage of the demon race. Sun Wukong's infamous reputation had largely been built on slaying demons. Moreover, he had just threatened to eliminate them, which was indeed quite ruthless. Only Baiyu remained by Sun Wukong's side. Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised. He had thought that after his remarks, everyone would align with the bull demon king. Who would have thought that Baiyu would choose to follow him? Was this lad not afraid of death? Meeting Sun Wukong's gaze, Baiyu smiled gently and said, "I have long admired the name of the great sage equal to heaven, so I have decided to follow you." Sun Wukong shrugged nonchalantly, "As you wish." Baiyu's face lit up with joy. At that moment, Sun Wukong's eyes fell upon the crocodile god. The crocodile god, who had initially felt fortunate to have escaped calamity, trembled as he sensed Sun Wukong's gaze. Without hesitation, he transformed into a gust of demon wind, attempting to flee. A long spear manifested, piercing through the wind, and the crocodile god was impaled upon it. Neza struck fiercely, causing the crocodile god to shatter into pieces, thus ending his life. Erlangshan appeared, somewhat helpless. Muhan and the others were astonished, realizing just how many powerful beings Sun Wukong had summoned. As even these two deities had come along. "Wukong, I shall return to the purple bamboo forest. If you need my assistance, simply inform me." A radiant light of Buddha appeared, and the compassionate Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva manifested, her voice soft and imbued with a sense of mercy. Yet, the demons did not overlook her authority. She was a great Bodhisattva, holding a status in the heavenly court comparable to that of the Buddha Tathagata in the Western paradise. She was even more formidable than some Buddhas, having surpassed the Tai celestial immortal, entering the ranks of the celestial sovereigns. Sun Wukong understood that her appearance was a show of support for him. Even the ancient deity Kunpeng would not dare to be careless in front of this great Bodhisattva. "Bodhisattva, thank you for your assistance," Sun Wukong expressed gratefully. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva smiled gently and turned to leave. Sun Wukong intended to express his thanks to Erlangshan, but was interrupted. "Wukong, we are brothers. There is no need for such formalities, especially since we have not really lent much help." Sun Wukong nodded and smiled, saying, "I still must thank you, brother. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Erlangshan smiled slightly. Good. That was precisely what he wanted to hear. Re-establishing the heavenly court required the backing of top-tier strongmen. And Sun Wukong, both in strength and reputation, undoubtedly qualified as one. Even if Sun Wukong did not join his faction, his mere support during the re-establishment of the heavenly court would suffice. Neza rolled his eyes and remarked, "You, monkey, are rather indecisive. What difference does it make if you join us? Do you not wish to see the three realms stabilized?" Sun Wukong smiled faintly, choosing not to refute him. Erlangshan pulled Neza away, preventing him from continuing. "Brother, why are you dragging me?" They flew away on their clouds, with Neza feeling quite dissatisfied. He believed he had cornered Sun Wukong and that it would not be difficult to persuade the monkey to join their side with just a little more effort. Erlangshan's intervention felt like a wasted opportunity. With a slight sigh, Erlangshan said, "Re-establishing the heavenly court is no simple task. Some are playing a game with the heavens and the earth as their chessboard, the gods and Buddhas as their pieces. Until the outcome is determined, they will not permit the heavenly court to be re-established. Those who dare to intervene will surely perish." "Old Lord," Neza exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Li Lao Jun certainly qualified as one. He was the progenitor of the creation of the heavens and the earth. If he did not possess the qualifications to be a player, then others were even less worthy. There are others too. The three realms are not as simple as you might imagine. Many things have been submerged in the river of history through numerous changes, but once revealed, they will cause great upheaval in the three realms, like that Kunpeng. Erlangshan's eyes flickered. He understood some things but refrained from speaking them outright. Some matters were taboo. As long as they were not mentioned, no issues would arise. Once they were brought up, however, complications could ensue. Forget it. I will just heed my brother's advice. The three realms are far too complex. Neza shook his head, unwilling to ponder further. He decided to follow whatever Erlangchen suggested. Sun Wukong parted ways with the Bull Demon King, who departed with the other Demon Kings. Baiyu followed Sun Wukong back to Flower Fruit Mountain. Find a place to settle in here. There are no rules. Everything is at your leisure, Sun Wukong instructed, then leapt to the mountain's peak, sitting there in contemplation. The little monkeys were curious about Baiyu. The already spirited young monkeys cautiously approached him, finding him to pose no threat, and thus began to play with him. Baiyu spent 10 tranquil days on Flower Fruit Mountain alongside Sun Wukong. This peaceful existence was so surreal that he began to feel restless. Great sage, must we continue living in such tranquility? Baiyu bravely inquired. Sun Wukong glanced at him and playfully asked, do you find this tranquil life unsatisfactory? Faced with the question, Baiyu was at a loss for words. Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, you are still too young. Only when you reach my level will you understand that peace is a blessing. Ah, trouble approaches. Baiyu was taken aback and then looked skyward. Indeed. Trouble was upon them. A streak of light descended upon Flower Fruit Mountain, piercing through the protective barriers. Clearly, it was Sun Wukong who had intentionally allowed the intruder entry. Is this Flower Fruit Mountain? Great sage, save me. As the light dissipated, a rather handsome middle-aged Taoist appeared, immediately recognizing where he was and joyfully exclaiming. It's that flirtatious immortal, Baiyu recognized him. It was El Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals of the upper cave, indeed a notorious charmer. Which goddess had he offended this time, leading to such a pursuit? TSK, TSK, TSK. Sun Wukong approached slowly, an odd smile on his face. El Dongbin, you old lecher. It has been years, and you still haven't changed your ways, daring to provoke such a formidable female demon. El Dongbin awkwardly chuckled, saying, great sage. You must be mistaken, I am not that kind of person. I came specifically to visit you. Who knew I would encounter this female demon en route? I intended to subdue her, but I never anticipated that I would be overpowered. At this point, El Dongbin felt so embarrassed that he wished to find a hole to hide in. As a dignified member of the 8 immortals, a celestial being of the highest order, to be overpowered by a female demon and thus pursued was indeed disgraceful. Boom. At that moment, the barriers of Flower Fruit Mountain trembled as the adversary attempted to force their way in. Sun Wukong, feeling impatient, swung his staff and struck out. Crash. The female demon was sent flying, disappearing from sight. El Dongbin breathed a sigh of relief. The trouble had finally dissipated. He swallowed a medicinal pill, feeling a bit of his injuries mend. Then, El Dongbin reclined on the grass nearby. It is indeed safer to be with the great sage. I plan to reside in Huagua Mountain. Great sage, you need not go out of your way to host me. I can take care of myself. Baiyu blinked, pondering whether this individual before her was truly El Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals of the upper cave. He appeared nothing like the rumors suggested, and frankly, he resembled nothing more than a rogue, leaving her utterly speechless. Are you here to escape misfortune? A glimmer of insight flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he discerned El Dongbin's true intentions. The tale of being pursued by a female demon and being unable to fend her off was merely a guise. He had come seeking refuge, a stronghold from which to evade danger. El Dongbin was indeed shrewder than a monkey. Chapter 29. The bluebird is about to weep upon reflecting on the notion of being shrewder than a monkey. Sun Wukong quickly quelled his thoughts. After all, he was a monkey himself, and El Dongbin hardly seemed brighter than he. To suggest that El was indeed more astute would be an affront to his own nature. El Dongbin offered an awkward smile, acknowledging that he could not escape the keen perception of the monkey. With a heavy sigh, he began to lament, great sage. You have no idea of the tribulations we immortals face. Various factions are vying for our allegiance. It is impossible to lead a carefree existence as an immortal. Some powerful figures are even prone to violence. I felt compelled to seek you out, hoping to spend some time here. You wouldn't cast me away, would you? El Dongbin implored, his expression one of desperation. In the next moment, his countenance flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that his previous injuries had resurfaced. Sun Wukong regarded him with indifference. Great sage, since El Cienture is in such a pitiful state, please do extend your kindness and allow him to stay. Baiyi interjected. Sun Wukong shot a sidelong glance at Baiyi, scoffing, is it that he is too clever? Or you too naive? This fellow, a distinguished figure among the 8 immortals of the upper cave, the pure young patriarch El Dongbin, despite being no match for me. Would not find himself in such a predicament if he merely sought seclusion. Surely, he has committed some misdeed and wishes to use me as a shield. Bai Yu was left dumbfounded. Are all immortals this cunning? Eldabin gazed at Sun Wukong in admiration. Great sage, your intellect is unparalleled. I knew I could not deceive you. The truth is, I recently visited Kunlun. Sun Wukong's heart jolted. His expression remained stoic as he inquired. And then? I inadvertently stumbled upon a female immortal bathing and was caught, Eldongbin confessed. Sun Wukong's lips twitched slightly. It was precisely as he surmised. Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you? He brandished his golden staff, eager for action. However, Eldongbin appeared to have already secured his foothold with Sun Wukong. Great sage, it's futile, he remarked with an air of resignation. Sun Wukong felt an unsettling premonition. The female demon you just sent flying was indeed that Kunlun immortal. As he suspected, Sun Wukong scrutinized Eldongbin, his expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. Eldongbin lounged lazily upon a stone, clearly having decided to remain with Sun Wukong. Very well, you may stay. But I hope you do not come to regret this decision, Sun Wukong suddenly declared, retracting his golden staff. This revelation sparked a flicker of apprehension in Eldongbin. The great sage's words bore an ominous tone. Sun Wukong settled upon a large stone and instructed Bai He to gather some fruit. With a grin, he revealed, I am currently at the Vortex's center. Are you familiar with the Kunpun? Not long ago, I confronted him and thwarted his plans. A direct clash between us is inevitable. Eldongbin swallowed hard. He was well aware of the Kunpun, as noted in Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering. In the North Sea, there exists a fish named Kuan. Its size unfathomable. When enraged, it transforms into a bird called Peng. As a prominent figure of the Taoist tradition, he recognized the formidable nature of the Kunping, a being of legendary status since ancient times. Great sage, is it too late for me to leave? He pondered, suddenly regretting his previous decision. You may depart. I will not keep you, Sun Wukong yawned, gesturing for Eldongbin to exit. Just as Eldongbin prepared to leave, he glanced up, only to turn pale. Several female immortals stood outside Huagua Mountain, exuding an aura of menace. The leader, clad in azure feathers, possessed piercing eyes that glared at the mountain with an air of hostility. She halted the other female immortals from attacking, as if aware of Sun Wukong's might. Sun Wukong recognized the identity of this azure-clad immortal, the Bluebird, the Queen Mother's envoy. She was undoubtedly a celestial of considerable strength, not to be underestimated. And with her companions, a wounded Eldongbin would stand no chance against them. Should he step outside, he would surely be apprehended. Great sage, I was mistaken. Please protect me. I did not seek them out, Eldongbin pleaded, pointing at the celestial beings above. His face reflected his distress, realizing that even at this moment, the great sage continued to jest. The Bluebird seeks an audience with the great sage Sun Wukong. At that moment, the voice of the Bluebird echoed from outside Huagua Mountain. Sun Wukong prepared to lift the barrier. Eldongbin instinctively lunged forward, grasping Sun Wukong's hand, his eyes wide with urgency. Great sage, please feign ignorance. Bai Yu, go inform them that I am not present. Sun Wukong signaled to Bai Yu, who understood and left Huagua Mountain to face the outside world. The Bluebird and her companions momentarily hesitated upon seeing a bird demon king appear, yet they did not take action. Bai Yu, displaying politeness, bowed and addressed them. I am Bai Yu, a demon king under the great sage, honored to meet you, fair maidens. Where is the great sage? The Bluebird inquired. After a moment's thought, Bai Yu replied, my master the great sage says he is not here. What? Eldongbin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What a clever ruse. Bai Yu, realizing his blunder, suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, oh no, my mind slipped. You won't tell the great sage, will you, Bluebird? The Bluebird's cold smile indicated her lack of amusement. Just then, the barrier of Huagua Mountain was lifted. Sun Wukong staggered out, and while the Bluebird had initially exuded confidence, she now appeared somewhat anxious in the presence of the great sage. She slightly bowed, greeting him. I pay my respects to the great sage. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I have shielded Eldongbin, so you may return, Sun Wukong stated nonchalantly. The Bluebird's expression froze, and faced with Sun Wukong's audacity, she, typically quick-tempered, found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, she finally replied, in that case, I shall take my leave. She genuinely prepared to depart, leaving Bai Yu astonished. Is this the might of the great sage? Even the Queen Mother's envoy shows such deference. Wait, Sun Wukong suddenly called out. The bluebird halted, visibly tense. She regretted her impulsive decision to confront him at Huagua Mountain. This monkey, who typically caused trouble for others, was now the source of her own distress. I desire some peaches of immortality. Leave me a few of the 9,000-year-old ones. Do not attempt to deceive me. I am aware that you are favored by the Queen Mother, Sun Wukong demanded. The bluebird was nearly in tears. Only one, at most. After some contemplation, she added, 3. Should you deny me, I will take one of your companions to accompany El Dongbin. Sun Wukong threatened. The bluebird promptly produced the preserved peaches and handed them over, swiftly retreating with her fellow immortals. El Dongbin watched in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded by the turn of events. Chapter 30. Great Sage, I do not fancy this. Is he truly that fearsome? Accompanying him does not seem like an entirely unacceptable notion, does it? Moreover, is the azure bird so easily intimidated? In the presence of others, it exudes a ferocity akin to a tiger, showing no signs of timidity. Yet, before Sun Wukong, it transforms entirely. With a sigh, it laments the ferocity of the great sage, fleeing in disarray. Sun Wukong, hovering in the air, chuckles and declares, inform the Queen Mother of the West that I, Sun, have been missing her. In due time, I shall visit her at the Western Kunlun. The azure bird, taken aback, quickly responds, how did we provoke this monkey? Hurry and tell the Queen Mother to hide the peach trees. We cannot allow this monkey to wreak havoc again. Bai Yu observes. The great sage's infamous theft of the peaches still terrifies the followers of the Queen Mother to this day. After that incident, they went over a millennium without tasting the peaches. Had it not been for the Queen Mother employing grand measures and borrowing the 9 heavens soil from the Holy Mother, using her formidable powers to hasten the ripening of a new batch, they would have long forgotten the taste of peaches. Great sage, your act of stealing the peaches is hardly a matter of glory, quips El Dongbin. Sun Wukong lands upon the flower fruit mountain, sneering as he proclaims, how is it not glorious? Would you dare to steal in my stead? Besides, I am a monkey. What else would a monkey eat if not peaches? Placing me in the peach garden is akin to inviting me to steal. El Dongbin, momentarily at a loss for words, cannot help but acknowledge that the great sage does possess a point. Tossing a monkey into a peach grove is tantamount to placing a charming immortal in a brothel. Who could resist? Here, Sun Wukong tosses a peach towards El Dongbin. Catching it, El Dongbin takes a deep breath and devours it without hesitation. The peach, upon entering his stomach, instantly transforms into pure, potent energy that spreads throughout his body, prompting a satisfied groan as his injuries rapidly heal. Bai Yu, feeling a twinge of envy, watches as Sun Wukong hurls another peach. You should try this as well. Bai Yu catches it, utterly astonished. This is the legendary peach, and especially the kind that ripens once every 9,000 years. Ordinary immortals seldom have the chance to taste it, let alone a mere demon king like him. If he could consume one, he could boast about it for a lifetime. Great sage, is this truly for me? Bai Yu feels as though he is dreaming. Sun Wukong takes a bite, grimacing in distaste as he remarks, it pales in comparison to the past. It's not nearly as delectable as the ginseng fruit. El Dongbin and Bai Yu can only lament that even gods can find fault with divine delicacies, and among all, only Sun Wukong could disdain the taste of peaches. As for the ginseng fruit, even El Dongbin has yet to savor it. Sun Wukong carelessly tosses another peach to Bai Yu, saying, if you don't find it distasteful, you might as well eat this one too. Bai Yu quickly catches it. Disdain? What a joke, he is not mad. 2 9,000-year-old peaches could easily enhance his magical prowess by 500 years, significantly boosting his strength. El Dongbin gazes at Sun Wukong with a hint of longing, wishing to express his indifference to the matter. After consuming the peach, he marvels at the surrounding scenery of Flower Fruit Mountain, exclaiming, indeed, this is a splendid place, truly worthy of being the ancestral vein of the 10 continents. If only a celestial maiden were to dance, I would gladly reside here forever. Sun Wukong, with an odd expression, muses, are you hinting that I should arrange a female monkey for you? Coughing, El Dongbin nearly chokes on his own saliva, hastily waving his hands in refusal. Great sage, your kindness is too much for me to bear. My children are still young and cannot endure your whims. Sun Wukong breathes a sigh of relief. Bai Yu, unable to contain his delight, almost spews out the peach, but quickly recovers, sucking it back in. This is a treasure. One bite could equate to decades of magical energy, not to be wasted. His face flushes red. The great sage certainly knows how to toy with others. It is worth noting that El Dongbin, being human, harbors different aesthetics compared to a monkey. Even Bai Yu, as a demon king, leans more towards human sensibilities after his transformation. The notion of a female monkey, even one of his own kind, would be intolerable for him. Sun Wukong chuckles but soon masks his amusement. Are you familiar with Lao Jun? He suddenly inquires. El Dongbin, momentarily taken aback, contemplates how to respond. Familiar? Certainly. As he is the ancestral master. Yet to claim we are well acquainted would be an overstatement, even as the foremost of the 8 immortals. I have no right to say so. He would bow in reverence upon seeing Lao Jun. Is he still in the Doshui Palace? Sun Wukong asks. Instinctively. El Dongbin replies, if Lao Jun is not in the Doshui Palace, where could he possibly be? However, he quickly realizes the inconsistency. Why would Lao Jun be in the Doshui Palace merely because it is one of his abodes? Furthermore, with the heavenly court's collapse, the 3 pure ones have remained silent. This clearly indicates something amiss. Could it be that Lao Jun and the others have tacitly accepted the fall of the heavenly court? What if the Jade Emperor himself has perished? As this thought crosses his mind, El Dongbin shudders, unwilling to dwell on such terrifying possibilities. After all, the Jade Emperor has cultivated an indestructible body over countless eons. Who could possibly defeat him? His complexion pales as he senses he may have stumbled upon a dreadful truth. Sun Wukong instantly perceives El Dongbin's thoughts. Amused yet exasperated, he admonishes, what are you pondering? The 3 pure ones are remarkable figures. How could they conspire against the Jade Emperor? Dismiss that notion from your mind. El Dongbin, feeling embarrassed, chuckles ruefully, you ultimately possess greater insight than I. Sun Wukong's eyes gleam with mischief as he suddenly suggests, let us seek Lao Jun at Lihentian. Very well, El Dongbin hesitates, but ultimately agrees. He too is curious as to why the 3 pure ones have not shown themselves following the heavenly court's collapse, seemingly complicit in the matter. Visiting the Doshui Palace to inquire is certainly more prudent than ruminating on his own. Bai Yu wishes to accompany them, having once been a demon king. He would have never dared approach the heavenly court, let alone the ancestral land of Taoism. However, Sun Wukong instructs him to remain at Flower Fruit Mountain. Disappointed, Bai Yu soon forgets his dismay, having just consumed 2 peaches. Sun Wukong and El Dongbin embark on the celestial path, with Sun Wukong finding El Dongbin's cloud too slow. He swiftly pulls El Dongbin along and flips over. Great sage, I dislike this. El Dongbin's voice echoes through the layers of heaven. Yet, Sun Wukong remains unfazed. Some say Sun Wukong's somersault cloud is slow, covering merely 80,000 miles with a flip. Yet, they fail to consider how swift a celestial being like him can be. In the blink of an eye, they traverse through the 32 layers of heaven and arrive at Lihentian. Ugh! Upon stopping, El Dongbin's face turns pale, and he immediately retches. As a celestial being, he finds it shameful to succumb to motion sickness. Chapter 31. The 9-turn great elixir. Sun Wukong assesses the direction, and without waiting for El Dongbin to finish, he drags him onward. Ugh! The gates of the Doshui Palace stand firmly shut. Sun Wukong casually tosses El Dongbin aside and knocks on the door. An overwhelming force rebounds, sending Sun Wukong staggering back. Is no one home? El Dongbin inquires, his complexion still ashen as he wipes his mouth of non-existent stains. Being a celestial body, whatever he consumes transforms into essence absorbed by his being, impurities refined away, leaving nothing behind. Allow me to try, Sun Wukong proposes, retrieving the golden staff from his ear. El Dongbin's mouth twitches as he hastily intercepts Sun Wukong, asking, you can't be planning to break in, can you? Is that not permissible? Sun Wukong retorts, well, that is truly out of the question. As a disciple of the Tao, El Dongbin knows that accompanying Sun Wukong to smash the ancestral master's door would ruin his standing in the Taoist community. Before he can voice his thoughts, Sun Wukong has already taken action. In his eyes, nothing was impossible. The golden staff struck down with great force. With a resounding crash, the magical barriers of the Doshui Palace reverberated, amplifying their might. Sun Wukong nearly lost his grip on the staff, his face displaying a look of astonishment as he contemplated another strike. El Dongbin hastily intervened, urging, great sage, you've caused such a commotion. Yet the old lord has not appeared. Clearly, he is not at home. We should depart at once. El Dongbin felt a chill run down his spine. While the monkey was unafraid, he was filled with trepidation. With a cold smirk, Sun Wukong retorted, what do you mean he isn't home? He simply doesn't wish to see me, Sun Wukong. Watch as I shatter the gates of the Doshui Palace. Ignoring El Dongbin's warning, he unleashed his staff once more, imbued with terrifying magical energy, intent on demolishing the palace gates. After 7 or 8 mighty blows, the protective measures before the Doshui Palace finally succumbed, shattering with a thunderous roar. "You mischievous monkey, why are you smashing my door?" A commanding voice rang out just then, as the venerable Lao Jun appeared from behind. Clad in azure robes, his white hair and beard, coupled with an ethereal presence, made him appear as an embodiment of the Tao, accompanied by the azure bull, golden horn, silver horn, and several young acolytes. It seemed he had brought his entire entourage along. Suddenly, Sun Wukong realized the timing. The past few days coincided with the lectures of the primordial heavenly venerable, and Lao Jun had likely taken these individuals to attend the teachings. El Dongbin, feeling anxious, prepared to explain, but Sun Wukong demanded, "Old Lord, do you truly wish to avoid me? Upon witnessing me break your door, did you use a trick to transport yourself outside, deliberately deceiving me?" His tone was accusatory, and El Dongbin was drenched in cold sweat. How could he question the old lord after nearly damaging his door without an apology? Lao Jun, fuming, replied, "You audacious monkey, why would I need to avoid you? Why did the Jade Emperor perish?" Sun Wukong inquired. Lao Jun smiled faintly. "When the time comes, one naturally meets their end. What is so strange about that?" "Your question is far more peculiar." Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on Lao Jun, who continued with a subtle smile, "Monkey, if you can survive this chaotic era, you may uncover all truths without my intervention. Have I any chance of surviving against Kunpeng?" Sun Wukong asked. Upon hearing that name, Lao Jun's expression shifted slightly. "If you have Xinyuanzi to assist you, there remains a semblance of hope," he assessed thoughtfully. El Dongbin's complexion paled. Was Kunpeng truly that formidable? Even the great sage had only a 30% chance against him. Sun Wukong scoffed. 30% hope? You overestimate me, old lord. I doubt I possess even a fraction of that. Lao Jun smiled faintly, stating, "If you do not achieve a breakthrough before Kunpeng personally confronts you, then indeed, you will have no hope. I observe that you stand at the threshold of the heavenly venerable. You may step across it at any moment. With your abilities, should you attain the status of heavenly venerable, even if you are not Kunpeng's equal, he will find it difficult to slay you." Sun Wukong discerned the deeper implication in Lao Jun's words, that even as a heavenly venerable, he would not be Kunpeng's match. Just how powerful was this Kunpeng? Before he could ask further, Lao Jun began to stride towards the Doshui Palace. "I am weary today, and will not entertain you two further. Please take your leave. Oh, young ones, present a 9 revolutions great return pill to the great sage." With that, Lao Jun entered the palace. Sun Wukong attempted to grasp him, but found that an insurmountable barrier separated them, leaving him helplessly watching Lao Jun disappear within. Golden Horn offered a slight smile as he handed over a gourd containing a 9 revolutions great return pill. They then bowed to Sun Wukong before entering the Doshui Palace. The palace sealed shut, new and even stronger restrictions emerging, denying entry to Sun Wukong and his companions. El Dongbin's eyes burned with longing as he fixated on the 9 revolutions great return pill in Sun Wukong's hand. "Great sage, that is a 9 revolutions great return pill. A sacred elixir for cultivation and healing. Just one can elevate one to the status of a celestial immortal. Truly, the old lord is deserving of his title as Tao ancestor. He preemptively knew of my injuries and bestowed this pill. Since that is the case, I shall not stand on ceremony." With that, he lunged for the pill in Sun Wukong's grasp. However, he grasped at thin air as Sun Wukong swiftly stowed the pill away. Sun Wukong's expression turned unusually serious. "Do not be foolish. Your injuries have long since healed. The old lord's gift of the great return pill is certainly not for your healing. He must have calculated something, though he has not explicitly stated it. This 9 revolutions great return pill undoubtedly holds great significance." El Dongbin felt a pang of frustration, for he was not content. The 9 revolutions great return pill was a tremendous opportunity. Sun Wukong, having consumed far too many, had developed a resistance to such elixirs. However, for El Dongbin, one pill could lead to remarkable progress. Let us depart swiftly. These celestial beings are far from accommodating. Sooner or later, I shall confront them all and see if they dare to play their cryptic games again. Sun Wukong declared with dissatisfaction. Only he would dare utter such words, while El Dongbin adopted a demeanor of indifference, appearing as if he had heard nothing. Sun Wukong reached out to pull El Dongbin along, but found himself grasping at nothing. El Dongbin had already taken precautions, unwilling to be swept away by the great sage once more. The somersault cloud was far too exhilarating for him to endure. Ah, the Lord of the Moon! Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed, astonished as he gazed behind El Dongbin. Where? El Dongbin's eyes lit up as he turned around, only to find nothing behind him. He realized he had been deceived, but it was too late to regret his folly. With a sound of exasperation, a streak of light shot from the 33rd heaven, racing swiftly back to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Chapter 32. Troubles for the Dragon Maiden. What has happened to the immortal? Baiyu inquired, bewildered as he observed El Dongbin. After a visit to the heavenly realm, El Dongbin appeared utterly unwell. His complexion a ghastly shade of green as he continued to retch uncontrollably. It's nothing, just a bout of cloud sickness, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly. Cloud sickness? Baiyu questioned, puzzled. Great sage, I cannot endure any longer. I need a 9 revolutions great return pill. Please feed it to me at once. El Dongbin trembled, appearing on the brink of collapse. The 9 revolutions great return pill? Did the great sage steal another elixir from the Doshuai Palace? Baiyu's expression turned strange, filled with admiration. After all, the elixirs of the Doshuai Palace were not easily pilfered by just anyone. Sun Wukong's demeanor grew grave as a sense of foreboding washed over him. For some reason, he felt unease. The connection between Lao Jun and this pill undoubtedly held deeper implications. El Dongbin, he said, casting a glance at him. You possess the art of divination. Assist me in calculating my fortunes and misfortunes. El Dongbin's face contorted in discomfort. He quickly shook his head, saying, the fates of immortals cannot be divined, especially yours, great sage. Your power and destiny far exceed my own. It is beyond my capability to predict. This was a point Sun Wukong had overlooked. Being a naturally born spirit, he had achieved the path of celestial immortality and was granted the title of Great Sage. His destiny was not something that could be easily calculated. If Lao Jun were to intervene, perhaps it could be divined, but El Dongbin was not capable of such feats. Let us take a walk and visit some old friends, Sun Wukong decided. Since he could not foresee the future, he would venture out instead. The fact that Lao Jun had gifted him the 9 revolutions great return pill indicated that certain events were bound to unfold. Where will the great sage go? Kunlun or the Moon Palace? Alternatively, one may venture to the Dragon Palace, where it is said that the Dragon Maidens possess remarkable beauty. Dragon Maidens? A spark of realization flickered in Sun Wukong's mind. Could it be that the benevolent Dragon Maiden was in some sort of predicament? After a moment of contemplation, he declared, let us proceed to the Purple Bamboo Forest. To Guanyin Bodhisattva's abode? El Dongbin expressed a lack of enthusiasm. While these female deities were indeed beautiful, they were notoriously difficult to approach. He would dare to flirt with some celestial maidens, but he kept a respectful distance from such formidable beings. Indeed, you may choose not to accompany me. However, I cannot ascertain whether this elixir was prepared for you by the Old Lord. Should you find yourself injured and unable to summon me, Sun Wukong's voice trailed off. El Dongbin comprehended his implication and reluctantly conceded that Sun Wukong made a valid point. If it were he who were to be injured and in need of the 9-turn great rejuvenation pill, the absence of Sun Wukong would hinder his timely recovery. With this thought in mind, El Dongbin decisively stated, it has been too long since I last paid my respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. It is only fitting that I visit. Sun Wukong let out a cold chuckle before preparing to ride the clouds. Unexpectedly, Baiyu took the initiative, transforming into a colossal celestial crane and bending down to invite Sun Wukong to mount. This decision had been long contemplated by Baiyu, who felt rather superfluous in Sun Wukong's presence. Realizing that he must take action, he resolved to serve as Sun Wukong's steed, which was akin to being a disciple, if not closer. Sun Wukong, taken aback by Baiyu's choice, smiled gently and mounted the crane. Let us go to Nanhai Logia Mountain. El Dongbin attempted to join them, but was brushed aside by Baiyu's powerful wings. As a demon king, Baiyu held a certain pride. Only Sun Wukong was worthy to ride him. Upon arriving at Nanhai, they were greeted by Guanyin Bodhisattva herself. Sun Wukong cast a quick glance around, his heart sinking. Bodhisattva, where is the Dragon Maiden? Initially delighted by Sun Wukong's arrival, the red boy pouted in displeasure at the immediate inquiry about his aunt. Uncle, why do you ask about Auntie the moment you arrive? Why not inquire about your nephew instead? Understanding the childlike nature of the boy, Sun Wukong chuckled. You possess extraordinary talent, being a disciple of the Bodhisattva and unparalleled in strength among the realms. Naturally, I have no concerns regarding you. For your excellence brings me peace of mind. His words elicited a smile from the red boy, who was pleased to receive such praise. El Dongbin, intrigued, remarked, Could it be that the great sage has formed a bond with the benevolent dragon maiden? If so, I must extend my congratulations. Afterward, he respectfully greeted the bodhisattva, who reciprocated with courtesy, recognizing Dongbin as a distinguished figure among the celestial beings. Sun Wukong dismissed Dongbin's comment, stating, "I sought out the old lord, and he provided me with a 9-turn great rejuvenation pill. I came to Nanhai to ascertain the safety of those around me." As for the Bull Demon King and Iron Fan Fairy, despite their good relations, Sun Wukong felt no worry about them. He was entirely confident in their formidable powers, particularly the Bull Demon King, who could withstand even the might of Kuenping. Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression shifted as she closed her eyes, fingers moving in a gesture of focus. Moments later, she opened her eyes, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Dragon Maiden is in peril." Wukong, hasten to the East Sea. Understood, Sun Wukong promptly replied, setting off toward the East Sea. The benevolent Dragon Maiden was the daughter of the East Sea Dragon King, who often longed for her presence, prompting her frequent returns home. Realizing he had overlooked this detail, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of regret. He should have visited the Dragon Palace first. The East Sea is hardly a pleasant place. "I would rather not go," grumbled Dongbin, recalling the tales of the 8 immortals stirring up trouble in the sea. His relationship with the East Sea Dragon Palace was far from amicable. Suddenly, the Red Boy seized Dongbin's arm and rushed toward the East Sea. "I can fly myself," he exclaimed, the sounds of his protest trailing behind. Baiyu spread his wings and pursued them. Guanyin Bodhisattva, rarely incensed, felt her anger rise. "You may target me, but to harm those dear to me is unforgivable." With a rare display of intent to fight, the Bodhisattva prepared to take action. Upon Sun Wukong's arrival at the East Sea, he was met with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Countless vengeful spirits surged forth, coalescing into formidable and terrifying specters. True dragons roamed the East Sea, exuding immense power as they battled the malevolent spirits. Is this the strength of the East Sea Dragon Clan? Each true dragon rivaled a Tai Celestial. Who dares to claim that the Dragon Clan is weak? Before him stood at least several dozen Tai Celestials, alongside lower-ranked dragons and serpents that bore an equal strength. Though they were of lesser lineage, they were not to be underestimated, each akin to a demon king. The usually timid East Sea Dragon King Guang, upon seeing Sun Wukong, exhibited newfound courage as he clashed with a serpent demon. Second brother, Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. The serpent demon was none other than the Jiao Demon King. Armed with a magical sword, he fought fiercely against the old Dragon King, neither yielding an inch. The East Sea bore witness to countless casualties, the waters stained crimson with blood. Sun Wukong spotted the benevolent Dragon Maiden, who was attempting to purify the vengeful spirits with her Buddhist light. However, her efforts were futile against the relentless tide of spirits. Should this continue, she would exhaust her strength before she could cleanse them. Sun Wukong soared toward her, grasping her hand as a torrent of vast power surged into her being. The benevolent Dragon Maiden, revitalized, exclaimed, "Great sage." Sun Wukong nodded slightly, assuring her, "Do not worry, I shall handle everything." "Understood," she replied, her spirits lifted. With a resounding boom, Sun Wukong brandished his Ruyi Jingu Bang and charged toward the Jiao Demon King. The demon's sword bore a similar aura to that of the third brother's decree, indicating his allegiance to Kuenping. Thus, they were adversaries. Sensing Sun Wukong's approach, the Jiao Demon King feigned a retreat, skillfully evading Guang's attack and dodging Sun Wukong's strike. "Seventh brother, it has been a while. Is this how you treat your second brother?" The Jiao Demon King laughed. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. "I have always held great respect for you, second brother. Yet, since you have become another's hound, I have no choice but to act." The Jiao Demon King laughed heartily, shaking his head. "Second brother is not like the third. He values brotherly ties. I shall not turn against my kin. Farewell." With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Sun Wukong watched in astonishment as the Jiao Demon King left. This second brother was indeed different from the third. Guang, furious, pursued him. But the Jiao Demon King's prowess equaled his own, allowing him to escape swiftly, accompanied by a throng of powerful demons, leaving none behind. At that moment, a dark light emerged, suddenly attacking the benevolent Dragon Maiden. Sun Wukong shouted fiercely, "Dare you, third brother?" He dashed forward, determined to intercept the Peng Demon King. However, the Peng Demon King lurked in the shadows, intent on making a move, and no matter how swift Sun Wukong was, he could not evade it. With a sudden impact, the good fortune Dragon Maiden was sent flying, her body exploding into a mist of blood. This shocking scene left everyone astounded. No one anticipated such a turn of events. After executing this act, the Pink Demon King turned to leave, casting a derisive glance at Sun Wukong. Instead of pursuing him, Sun Wukong enveloped the blood mist of the good fortune dragon maiden with his immense magical power, invoking the art of resurrection. With a fierce shout, his power surged like an ocean, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. Flesh and blood reassembled, reforming into the shape of the good fortune dragon maiden. This miraculous spectacle left all present in disbelief. The means of resurrection could be employed by celestial beings, yet the one saved was merely a mortal. The good fortune dragon maiden herself was a celestial. Unless a great celestial intervened, it would be exceedingly difficult to resurrect a fallen celestial being. Moreover, the timing of resurrection was crucial. The shorter the interval since death, the better. Sun Wukong, merely a tiny celestial, had managed to bring a celestial back to life. His prowess could only be described as astonishing. However, it was noteworthy that the great sage had yet to ascend to the status of a great celestial, still falling short. Just then, Wukong felt a tremor in his heart as fissures appeared on the good fortune dragon maiden's form, threatening to shatter her once more. Sun Wukong remained unfazed. He produced the 9 turns great rejuvenation pill and placed it directly into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a powerful force that fully revived the good fortune dragon maiden. She opened her eyes, aware of what had transpired. She had nearly been slain, on the verge of annihilation. Yet, Sun Wukong, with his unparalleled magic, had reversed life and death, bringing her back. "Thank you, great sage," she expressed her gratitude. Sun Wukong replied earnestly, "The Bodhisattva entrusted me with your protection, ensuring you do not perish amidst great tribulations. If you were to die before me, how could I account for it to the Bodhisattva? Is that all?" The good fortune dragon maiden felt a tinge of disappointment. At that moment, Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on the direction where the Peng Demon King had departed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "A deliberate provocation, is it? Very well. I shall accept the challenge. What nonsense is this Kuenping? Today, I shall let you see what it means to be the great sage equal to heaven." With that declaration, Sun Wukong dashed out of the Eastern Sea. As the good fortune dragon maiden watched with concern, he charged towards the Western Sea. This time, Sun Wukong was thoroughly incensed. The title of Great Sage equal to heaven was not merely a label, it was a testament to his fiery spirit. Had he not possessed sufficient courage and temperament, who would dare to confront the schemes of formidable adversaries? A mere Kuenping could not possibly surpass the might of a multitude of celestial beings. In the Western Sea, the Pink Demon King and the Jiao Demon King returned. The Jiao Demon King cast a sidelong glance at the Pink Demon King and remarked, "Old 3. You've gone too far. Old 7 is, after all, our sworn brother." The Peng Demon King sneered, "The enemies of my master are my enemies." Shaking his head slowly, the Jiao Demon King's eyes reflected pity. "You do not understand Old 7's character. By offending him so gravely today, he is bound to harbor hatred towards you. You will encounter great trouble ahead." The Peng Demon King scoffed dismissively. Would he fear Sun Wukong? Just then, the Jiao Demon King's expression shifted. He gazed into the distance and said, "Old 3, your trouble has arrived. This matter does not involve me. I must take my leave." With that, the Jiao Demon King departed for another location. He adhered to his principle of not engaging in conflict with his brothers. And even allegiance to the Kuenping could not alter that principle. In the Western Sea, the Pink Demon King lifted his head, coldly regarding the east. Sensing Sun Wukong's magical fluctuations, he chuckled darkly, brandishing a black spear, fully prepared for battle. Among the 7 great saints of the demon clan, the Bull Demon King was renowned as the strongest, while Sun Wukong held the greatest fame. The Peng Demon King held no respect for either. He had nearly fought to a standstill with the Bull Demon King and was thoroughly confident in facing Sun Wukong. Moments later, Sun Wukong arrived. Without uttering a word, he struck down with his golden staff. A torrent of violent magical energies surged forth, shaking the entire Western Sea, causing the waters to nearly boil. The Peng Demon King's demeanor grew cold as he swung his spear, unafraid, determined to block Sun Wukong's assault. The magical forces surrounding both of them escalated to an astonishing degree. With a thunderous explosion, the very fabric of reality was inverted, fragments of Tao scattering across the landscape, and vast expanses of seawater evaporated. Fortunately, they were at the edge of the cosmos, where the presence of marine beings was minimal. Chapter 34. The Kuenping flees in the Eastern Sea. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva and the others arrived. Upon witnessing the catastrophic scene, they were taken aback, especially at the incessantly emerging vengeful spirits that turned their faces pale. Please, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, lend your hand to help our dragon clan dispel these vengeful spirits. Avalokitesvara clasped her hands together, her body radiating with Buddha light, and the sound of the Dharma resonated as those vengeful spirits disintegrated at an astonishing pace. Even so, it merely maintained a precarious balance. The spirits continued to multiply and diminish without any sign of abating. What on earth has transpired? Where's Wukong? Avalokitesvara inquired. Wukong's face was etched with worry as he sighed deeply. A group of audacious demons has unsealed the Eastern Sea's Sea, releasing the ancient vengeful spirits. Just now, the Peng Demon King struck down the Dragon Maiden, and the great sage resurrected her. He has since pursued them. How can we reseal the seal? Avalokitesvara immediately grasped the crux of the issue. Beneath the Eastern Sea's sea, lay countless vengeful spirits sealed across Eris, the most tainted realm in existence. The Dragon Clan's experts had always guarded this seal. In the eyes of later celestial beings and demons, the Four Seas Dragon Clan appeared weak. Yet, the true top-tier powers of the three realms knew the Dragon Clan's authentic strength. The Four Seas Dragons possessed a truly terrifying might. Unless a being with a physique rivaling that of the ancestral dragon descended to restore the seal, it could not be sealed again. Wukong smiled bitterly. A being with a physique strong enough to rival the ancestral dragon. In this world, the only one they can find is son Wukong. Avalokitesvara instantly conceived a plan. I will purify the vengeful spirits here, awaiting Wukong's return. Wukong, still smiling ruefully, replied, For now, this is the only course of action. At the edge of the cosmos, a fearsome battle erupted. Son Wukong swung his staff, sending the Peng Demon King hurtling away. The latter uttered a wail. His eyes filled with disbelief as he realized he was no match for Son Wukong. The hidden Jiao Demon King scoffed. Old 3 is far too arrogant. Old 7's strength is only greater, not lesser, than that of Old 1. The Peng Demon King barely held his own against Old 1. Yet he believes he can defeat Old 7. What utter foolishness. Son Wukong showed no mercy as he unleashed his attacks. The Peng Demon King had already struck down his companions multiple times, igniting Son Wukong's murderous intent. All notions of brotherhood were now meaningless. There had never been much connection between him and the Peng Demon King. At this moment, Son Wukong's strength erupted to an extraordinary level. The Peng Demon King found himself utterly incapable of countering. He glared at Son Wukong, his heart filled with resentment. Master, save me. The Peng Demon King suddenly cried out. A cold snort echoed as a formidable magical force surged forth, manifesting as a demonic sword aimed at Son Wukong. Kunpeng, it had finally made its move. Son Wukong swept the Peng Demon King aside with his staff, feeling his own aura surge once more. He met the assault head-on, his magical energy boiling. As the essence of the universe coalesced within his staff, striking fiercely at the demonic sword. With a resounding crash, fissures appeared at the edge of the cosmos. Chaos seeping forth from the void. Son Wukong successfully blocked the sword, but he paid no further heed to the Peng Demon King. Instead, he dove into the waters, plunging into the dark palace within. Had he lost his mind, daring to challenge the master? Despite his severe injuries, the Peng Demon King could not afford to ponder further. He gazed in shock at the scene before him, feeling as though Son Wukong had completely lost his mind. The Dragon King emerged from the void, no longer concealing his presence. Both great saints of the Demon Clan appeared momentarily dazed. Soon, they sensed the resurgence of the Kunpeng's great path, colliding with another. Powerful magical energies intertwined and then erupted, turning the very fabric of heaven and earth upside down. It was utterly terrifying. This aura undoubtedly surpassed the battles of heavenly immortals, verging on the realm of the celestial sovereign. The Kunpeng was surely a celestial sovereign, and among them, a great celestial sovereign at that. Although Son Wukong was a celestial immortal, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of that realm, on the verge of stepping into the celestial sovereign domain. He was, after all, a top-tier warrior of the three realms, and combined with his undying body and imperishable soul, it was no wonder he could contend with the Kunpeng. Neither the Dragon King nor the Peng King had any intention of intervening. They knew the Kunpeng would not be defeated, but were more curious about how far Son Wukong could go. Perhaps today would mark the day of the great sage's ultimate downfall. Both great saints of the Demon Clan felt a sense of tension. The battle did not last long. In just a quarter of an hour, Sun Wukong burst forth. The Dark Palace was nearly on the verge of collapse, having been severely damaged. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, leaning on his golden staff, and disdainfully remarked, "The so-called Kunping is nothing but this." A palpable killing intent emanated from the Dark Palace, enveloping Sun Wukong. Holding the golden staff, he pointed at the Dark Palace and coldly challenged, "Kunping, if you dare to show yourself, come forth and battle me. I, old son, wish to see if you possess the courage." The killing intent intensified, and the Peng King hoped the Kunping would emerge, yet he was ultimately disappointed. Before long, the Kunping's killing intent vanished, and a flash of black light swept away the Dark Palace. The Kunping had fled? Both demon saints struggled to comprehend this. The Dragon King was the first to regain his senses. He turned and ran. He knew Sun Wukong's target was not him and felt no fear of being pursued. The Peng King's face changed dramatically. Having killed the Dragon Maiden, Sun Wukong would surely be furious, and now that his master had fled, he knew he would not be spared. Injured as he was no longer a match for Sun Wukong. Realizing this, the Peng King burned his essence and escaped. Sun Wukong did not pursue but merely coldly stared in the direction of the Peng King's retreat. Only when the Peng King disappeared did a trickle of blood escape from his lips. Wiping away the blood, Sun Wukong harnessed his magical power to heal his wounds. "You foolish monkey, I told you not to provoke the Kunping. Do you know that your master almost intervened to rescue you just now?" A reprimanding voice echoed. Li Guangming, disguised as a woodcutter, appeared with a serious expression, tossing a pill to Sun Wukong. It was the 9 Transformations Great Restoration pill. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Could it be that his master's true identity is Lao Jun? If not him, who else could concoct such a pill? Moreover, he had intentionally allowed him to consume it. Otherwise, with Lao Jun's methods, he would never have obtained the elixir. Within the Bagua furnace, Lao Jun did not refine him, but instead forged him into an indestructible body. The peaches and pills he consumed had been fully refined, transforming into his own cultivation, making him stronger in a short time. Otherwise, with Lao Jun's capabilities, it would be all too easy to kill him. At the time, he was not yet immortal. Furthermore, Lao Jun was the Tao ancestor, having once transformed a demon into a Buddha and guided Confucius, mastering the teachings of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Li Guangming glanced at Sun Wukong and said, "Do not overthink it. When the time is right, you will know." Chapter 35. Deep within the sea, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, then quickly opened them, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth from his gaze. He spoke solemnly. "Master is too indecisive. What is it that I, old son, cannot know? Since you are unwilling to tell me, I shall return this Great Restoration pill to my senior brother." He handed back the 9 Transformations Great Restoration pill and turned to leave with swift decisiveness. Li Guangming frowned, somewhat irritated. This impulsive monkey. Sun Wukong's figure had already vanished. Reluctantly, he pocketed the 9 Transformations Great Restoration pill and disappeared from the scene. Above the East Sea, Sun Wukong returned, blood at the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing this, everyone was taken aback. Sun Wukong was injured. Could it be that the Peng King was so formidable as to defeat even him? "I battled the Kunping, destroyed his palace, and forced him to abandon his lair. Yet I was unable to kill him," Sun Wukong stated. Ao Guang's eyes nearly bulged out. The Kunping was a powerful being of the same era as the ancestral dragon. In ancient times, the ancestral dragon reigned supreme, dominating alongside the Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin. Back then, the 3 realms had not yet been delineated. The pure were the heavens, and the turbid were the earth. The 3 clans traversed the world, asserting their dominance. The Kunping had already existed during that time. Although not as fierce as the ancestral dragon, he was still a top-tier being in the realm, not to be underestimated by the 3 clans. He had not anticipated that this incident was orchestrated by the Kunping. What did he intend to achieve by unsealing the CI? "Great sage, this is the dragon blood fruit, a secret treasure of my dragon palace. It can heal injuries. Though not as potent as the 9 Transformations Great Restoration pill, it is still one of the top healing elixirs in the 3 realms." Ao Guang presented a fruit the size of a fist. The dragon blood fruit was golden, exuding a peculiar fragrance. Sun Wukong could feel the powerful spiritual energy within the dragon blood. This was indeed extraordinary. Even a 9,000-year-old peach fell slightly short in comparison. He wasted no time and swallowed it in one bite. As he activated his profound skills, his injuries rapidly healed. He had not been severely wounded. And with his undying body, the speed of recovery was astonishing. By the time he arrived at the East Sea Dragon Palace, his injuries were nearly mended. Fixing his gaze on the sea eye, Sun Wukong inquired, "Why not seal the sea eye?" Bodhisattva Guanyin smiled and replied, "Isn't it waiting for you?" Resealing the sea eye required a being with a physical form comparable to that of the ancestral dragon to withstand the pressure. None of us can manage it. Even the great Bodhisattva Guanyin, with her boundless magical power and even having attained a golden body, still falls short compared to Sun Wukong's immortal form. "Tell me the method. Master Sun demands it." Sun Wukong insisted. Ao Guang revealed to Sun Wukong the method to activate the ancestral dragon's seal. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, and shortly thereafter, he opened them again. "Old Sun understands. I shall return shortly." "Great sage," the dragon maiden called out suddenly. Sun Wukong turned to her. "Be careful." "Understood." With that, Sun Wukong plunged into the sea of vengeful spirits. He charged towards the sea eye, where powerful vengeful souls sought to impede him. In response, Sun Wukong swung his staff, obliterating the vengeful spirits ahead, clearing a path with a single strike. Even though those vengeful spirits acted instinctively and were oblivious, they dared not approach Sun Wukong any longer. Sun Wukong moved with incredible speed. Reaching the front of the East Sea Eye, the sea eye was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of what lay within. One could only vaguely sense the presence of a great flood-like menace. Even Sun Wukong felt a sense of crisis. As he neared the sea eye, the pressure intensified. It was not merely a matter of force. There was also the oppressive weight of the great paths. Strong as Sun Wukong was, he found each step increasingly arduous. Only a being with a physique comparable to the ancestral dragon could successfully enter the sea eye and repair the seal. Even before reaching the heart of the sea eye, Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming pressure. He could hardly fathom the immense strength of the ancestral dragon from back then. Such a formidable being is undoubtedly immortal. Yet the ancestral dragon still fell. In comparison to the primordial ancestral dragon, it is clear that one must recognize their own limitations. To claim immortality is truly a display of hubris. With this realization, Sun Wukong found himself more composed. He pressed on under immense pressure, shattering the vengeful spirits that assailed him. Ultimately, he arrived at the location of the seal. A sudden shock surged through his heart. The seal had not been completely broken. The entities that had escaped were merely insignificant vengeful spirits or lingering resentments. Beneath the seal, a terrifying aura emanated, some of which rivaled the might of the highest celestial beings. Indeed, Sun Wukong could faintly sense a dread presence deep within the seal, gazing at him from a distance. This being was imprisoned in the deepest part of the East Sea's eye, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. While startled, Sun Wukong's battle spirit was ignited. His golden eyes shimmered as he focused on the depths of the sea eye, letting out a derisive snort. His expression one of disdain. The entity at the depths seemed provoked, its ferocity amplifying, transforming into a palpable murderous intent that evoked a primal, savage essence. As if it had emerged from the primordial chaos, a glint of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Rather than confronting this entity, he took action to mend the seal. The vengeful spirits were thwarted in their frenzied assaults, all repelled. Gradually, the sea eye was sealed once more. Only Sun Wukong possessed such formidable magic. Any other celestial being would have lacked the prowess required, which mandated the strength of a heavenly sovereign. Chapter 36. The Kuanping surprise attack above the East Sea's eye. Guanyin Bodhisattva and others were purifying the vengeful spirits. As the spirits diminished, they realized Sun Wukong was on the brink of success. A collective sigh of relief swept through them. Yet, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A black light surged forth, striking towards the East Sea's eye. The force was immensely powerful, undoubtedly an attack from a being who had stepped into the realm of heavenly sovereigns. Ao Guang and the others glared with fury at the assailant. They attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Guanyin Bodhisattva extended her luminous jade hand, emanating boundless Buddhist light, attempting to block the attack. However, the black light still pushed through her defense, descending downward. The expressions of the Dragon Clan's powerful beings, along with Guanyin, changed dramatically. The black light was diminished by the Bodhisattva's strike, yet it retained the potency of a top-tier celestial being's full force. Should it land, it could potentially disrupt Sun Wukong as he repaired the seal. None could fathom the circumstances surrounding the East Sea's eye. The mere pressure it exuded was something few in the three realms could withstand. Kuanping. Guanyin Bodhisattva's rare roar echoed. The Kuanping had previously sent the Peng Demon King to ambush the good fortune dragon maiden, nearly causing her demise. Now it had struck again, targeting Sun Wukong as he mended the seal. This Kunpeng was indeed deserving of punishment. She pursued, her keen eyes scanning the three realms for the Kunpeng's trace. Yet all she could perceive was a fleeting black light, vanishing before her very eyes. Though angered, Guanyin felt helpless. Such ancient beings that had survived the ages possessed unparalleled means of self-preservation. Furthermore, the Kunpeng's speed was beyond what most could hope to match. Upon returning to the East Sea, Ao Guang could not restrain his curiosity, asking, "Bodhisattva, what transpired?" "It escaped," Guanyin Bodhisattva replied, her frustration evident. Ao Guang, however, felt a sense of relief as he remarked, "It is for the best. With the Kunpeng's strength, even if we were to pursue it, capturing it would be impossible. It is a true heavenly sovereign." In this context, the title of heavenly sovereign represented not merely a rank but an embodiment of strength. For instance, the Jade Emperor and the three pure ones were all heavenly sovereigns. The gulf between those newly entering this realm and the established heavenly sovereigns was stark. Guanyin Bodhisattva huffed in discontent, saying it is regrettable that the Kunpeng fled so swiftly. Had it been captured, once Wukong emerged from the sea, and joined forces with me, we might have had a chance to defeat it. This indeed seemed plausible. Sun Wukong's combat prowess was well acknowledged. Ao Guang would dare to confront the Peng Demon King, yet he would never wish to engage Sun Wukong in a one-on-one battle, for he was certain he would not be a match. Some beings are born as warriors, and Sun Wukong was one such individual. Among equals, these warrior beings were nearly invincible. A sudden figure burst forth, radiating murderous intent. Sun Wukong's golden eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the Kunpeng's whereabouts. The earlier attack by the Kunpeng had nearly sent him plummeting into the sea. Sun Wukong seethed with rage, harboring an intense hatred for the Kunpeng. "The Kunpeng has already fled," Guanyin Bodhisattva informed him. "I will slay this beast sooner or later," Sun Wukong coldly declared. His expression lightened somewhat as he turned to Ao Guang, saying, "Old Dragon King, I have not failed my mission. The seal of the sea has been restored. The Dragon Clan must remain vigilant and ensure the sea is not breached again." Ao Guang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he responded, "Rest assured, great sage, we will not falter." Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile as he playfully inquired, "Having assisted you so greatly, old Dragon King, how do you intend to express your gratitude?" Ao Guang, not one to be outdone, chuckled and replied, "I have heard that my daughter was promised to the great sage by the Bodhisattva. Why not today I take the liberty to finalize this arrangement?" The good fortune dragon maiden's face turned crimson. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, unable to suppress a laugh. "Ao Guang, I consider you a brother. Yet you wish to play the role of my father. What a crafty old eel you are." Ao Guang chuckled awkwardly, for he indeed harbored such intentions. Marrying his daughter to Sun Wukong would provide them with a formidable ally. With Sun Wukong's reputation and might, even amidst chaos in the three realms, anyone wishing to harm the Dragon Clan would think twice. The good fortune dragon maiden blushed deeply, casting a reproachful glance at her father, shyly interjecting, "Father, please do not speak so recklessly." Noticing Sun Wukong's non-committal demeanor, Ao Guang realized that his suggestion might have been too abrupt. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "In light of the heavy losses within the Dragon Palace, once I manage the affairs here, I shall prepare a token of gratitude. I will come to Flower Fruit Mountain to express my thanks." However, Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, "Enough, I was merely jesting. No need for thanks. We are neighbors, and it is only right that we look out for one another. Old Dragon King, you may attend to your matters." "Thank you, great sage." With that, Ao Guang bowed to Guanyin and Eldongbin, saying, "Bodhisattva, Immortal El, please forgive Ao Guang for being unable to host you both." "No matter, Dragon King. Tend to your own affairs. We have not contributed much here," Guanyin Bodhisattva replied apologetically. "Indeed, the Dragon King must prioritize his responsibilities," Eldongbin added. Previously, he had held little regard for the East Sea Dragon Palace, but today his perspective had shifted entirely. Had the Dragon Clan not safeguarded the sea, preventing the sinister entities from escaping, their strength would undoubtedly have placed them among the most formidable races in the world. However, in their commitment to protect the seal of the sea, the Dragon Clan had concealed their true capabilities, often perceived as weak by the deities. This realization struck Eldongbin, leading him to find the myriad deities utterly ridiculous. The so-called peace of the three realms was merely a result of others carrying burdens on their shoulders. The Dragon King departed to attend to the aftermath. Sun Wukong and the others also took their leave. The good fortune Dragon Maiden was led away by the Bodhisattva, having been resurrected. She was left weakened and required recuperation to prevent future repercussions in her training. Wukong, you must remain vigilant. Though I cannot ascertain why, I sense that the Kunpeng has set its sights on you, intent on your demise, Guanyin Bodhisattva cautioned. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly and replied, rest assured, I am aware. Bodhisattva, you must also remain cautious. Should Amitabha attempt to harm you again, please inform me at once, and I will rush to your aid. Indeed, Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled gently. They parted ways, and El Dongbin bid farewell to Sun Wukong. Are you leaving? Sun Wukong inquired, somewhat surprised. El Dongbin nodded slightly and replied, as an immortal. Enjoying the incense of the mortal realm while only thinking of myself fills me with shame. From this day forth, I shall wield my sword across the three realms, vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits. As he spoke, El Dongbin's power surged remarkably. His heart now clear, he radiated vitality. The long-stagnant realm he had struggled to break through was instantly connected. El Dongbin sensed that he was not far from attaining the status of a celestial master. Chapter 37. Caught in a scheme now. Only Sun Wukong and Bai He remained on Flower Fruit Mountain. El Dongbin made a brief appearance before departing. With his departure, it was uncertain when they would meet again. In these chaotic times, perhaps they might never cross paths again. Sun Wukong, however, remained calm as he returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. Observing the thriving monkey population, a rare smile graced his face. Bai Yu accompanied Sun Wukong in his cultivation, and in recent days, his strength had seen tremendous growth. It would not be long before he could ascend to the level of a celestial immortal. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. Seasons changed, yet Flower Fruit Mountain remained unaffected. Here, it was perpetually spring, adorned with picturesque scenery. The Bull Demon King wrote to inform Sun Wukong of his recent developments. After uniting with the demon clan, his power had grown immensely, attracting many formidable demons to his side. Even some ancient demons had pledged their allegiance to him. The Bull Demon King had now emerged as a representative of the demon race. Yet, Sun Wukong could not find joy in this news. He cautioned the Bull Demon King not to become arrogant or to stand out too much, for the demon race was currently weakened, lacking strong figures at the celestial master level. Although his forces appeared formidable, they were negligible compared to the multitude of divine beings. If they were targeted, it could lead to calamity for the Bull Demon King. Sending back his response, Sun Wukong felt a sense of unease. He sensed that he and the Bull Demon King had fallen into a trap. The matters concerning the Demon Alliance always left him with a sense of foreboding. Was the scheme of the primordial calamity creature, Kunpeng, truly so simple? Sitting in quiet contemplation, he continually calculated in his mind. First, he hypothesized that Kunpeng was exceedingly intelligent. Therefore, when assembling the Demon Alliance, he could not have been unaware of the current state of the demon race. Secondly, if Kunpeng understood their strengths, the Demon Alliance would not dare to provoke the Bull Demon King, knowing that Sun Wukong would not stand idly by. Given the sullen nature of the third brother, it would be unusual for him to directly challenge the Bull Demon King. Moreover, they had only prepared external assistance in the form of Wu Zhiqi and the nine-headed insect. Would the third brother be unaware of their abilities? Kunpeng could not possibly be ignorant of this either. Such anomalies only led to one conclusion. Kunpeng was acting with intent. He deliberately offered the Demon Alliance to the Bull Demon King or Sun Wukong. Upon learning that either of them had taken charge of the alliance, all demons would flock to their side. In this manner, the power of the demon race would consolidate. The concentration of power is most prone to inciting ambition. At that point, the demon race might join the fray for supremacy over heaven and earth. What was Kunpeng's objective? The first answer, to disrupt the three realms. Other answers remained unknown. However, the Bodhisattva had stated that Kunpeng had set his sights on him. What did he intend to extract from Sun Wukong? The latter could not fathom it. Yet it was certain that Kunpeng's goal was to incite further chaos in the three realms. If the Bull Demon King continued to absorb demons, he would ultimately lose control, leading to a dismal conclusion. Bai Yu, go to Moyun Cave, Sun Wukong said as he rose. Understood. Bai Yu transformed into his original form, and Sun Wukong settled on his back. Being a bird, Bai Yu was inherently swift. In less than half a day, they arrived at the West Nyohajo. The current Moyun Cave at Mount Jilei was utterly transformed from its previous state. Here, demon energy surged, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it was akin to a city of myriad demons. The demon kingdom crafted by the golden-winged Great Peng could not compare in scale. At least 3 ancient demons were absent from this gathering. Yet, at Mount Jilei, numerous powerful demons congregated, with over 100 demon kings present, and more than 30 had embarked on the path of celestial immortality. Among them were several formidable presences, belonging to the highest echelon of demon kings, akin to demon saints. Upon Sun Wukong's arrival, the bull demon king rushed out at once. "You've come, brother. Why didn't you notify me so I could welcome you?" The bull demon king, now beaming with satisfaction, appeared to be in high spirits. However, the Iron Fan Fairy, accompanying him, bore a somewhat worried expression. She glanced at Sun Wukong, and before she could speak, he transmitted a message. "Sister-in-law, do not fret. I understand your concerns. I have come to counsel brother this time." The Iron Fan Fairy relaxed slightly. Astute as she was, she sensed something amiss. If this continued, the Bull Demon King's forces would become too formidable. Should he stand out, he would be the first to be eliminated. The celestial beings would not wish to see a demon rise to power with the ability to rival them. Sun Wukong wore no smile, and he spoke coolly. "I have matters to discuss with brother. Please, let others withdraw." With that, he strode forward. The Bull Demon King hesitated, sensing Sun Wukong's discontent. He waved his hand, dismissing the other demon kings. Their expressions varied. Some were displeased, others sneered, and some were indifferent, each lost in their own thoughts. Within Imoyun Cave, only Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King remained. The Bull Demon King suppressed his mirth, sighing, "Brother, I understand your perspective, but this time I cannot acquiesce." Sun Wukong turned abruptly, fixing the Bull Demon King with a piercing gaze. "Why? Do you wish for your own demise? The outcome of this path is surely death." Despite the celestial beings often appearing aloof and indifferent, should the demon race rise to prominence and pose a threat, they would not hold back. Although the demon race was numerous, they could not withstand the celestial beings. If things continued this way, the Bull Demon King would only await a fatal end. The Bull Demon King spoke solemnly. "Seventh brother, I understand your intent. I harbor no ambition. I merely feel that our demon race has suffered too greatly under the celestial beings' oppression. I only seek to unite the demon race for self-preservation, with no intention of seeking supremacy." "Do you think the celestial beings will believe that?" Sun Wukong retorted coldly. The Bull Demon King's expression darkened as he replied icily. "Whether they believe it or not is irrelevant to me. Am I to live in fear of them?" "Well said." A voice of praise echoed. Sun Wukong turned abruptly, his pupils narrowing. "Wujichi, how did he end up here?" The Bull Demon King's expression turned awkward. Seeing Sun Wukong's dark countenance, he hurried to explain. "Seventh brother, Wujichi has assured me he will no longer pursue the matter of your slaying his descendants. That is why I took him in. Please do not misunderstand." "Is that so?" "Unfortunately, I have no intention of forgiving him," Sun Wukong stated coldly, an aura of menace surrounding him. Wujichi attempted to flee, knowing that this monkey would act at a moment's notice. Just then, a furious shout echoed from outside. "Great might heavenly dragon!" Sun Wukong was astonished. Even the little monk had arrived. Chapter 38. Brothers at odds. Seizing the opportunity, Wujichi dashed out. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, casting a frosty glance at the Bull Demon King. He said nothing, but from his gaze, the Bull Demon King could discern his seventh brother's profound dissatisfaction. He does not believe he has erred. All his actions are aimed at ensuring a better existence for the demon race. Beyond the Jilei Mountain, a monk is engaged in combat with a formidable demon king. This demon king, a celestial wolf, is renowned for its ferocity and martial prowess, standing as a paragon among demon kings, rivaling even the great ape king slain by Sun Wukong. Yet, before the monk, the celestial wolf king appears vulnerable, as a celestial dragon unleashed by the monk leaves it in disarray, on the brink of demise. The monk, brimming with arrogance, declares not to harm the celestial wolf king. A furious shout echoes, and Wujichi intervenes, wielding a dark iron staff aimed at the monk. Faced with such a great demon, the monk does not dare to be negligent. He retorts, "Demon, you are audacious." With a sweeping motion of his talisman, imbued with immense magical power, he deflects the black iron staff. A thunderous crash ensues, reverberating through both combatants. Wujichi is taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. The monk's strength surpasses his expectations. Capturing him would demand a considerable price. "Let us strike together." Wu Zhiqi commands. The monk's expression shifts. He realizes being encircled by these demon kings would thwart his escape. He contemplates fleeing, unwilling to meet his end here. However, upon witnessing a figure emerge from the Moya cave, the monk abandons his escape plan. Hi, pay my respects to the great sage, he exclaims joyfully. Sun Wukong smiles and beckons. Join me, stand by my side. The monk approaches without a hint of hesitation or defense. Observing this, an old demon's eyes flash with malice, ready to strike. Yet, as the demon makes a move, an icy aura of menace envelopes it, causing the once mighty demon to tremble and prostrate itself in fear. At this moment, all present understand that anyone daring to strike at Fa would face annihilation at the hands of Sun Wukong. The latter merely smiles. Yet the weight of his presence is palpable until Fa stands firmly beside him. What transgression has the wolf committed? Sun Wukong inquires. Fa's eyes flash with ire as he coldly states, I witnessed this wolf demon devouring the flesh and essence of a cow demon, hunting other sentient beings for its own ascension. To me, thousands of years ago, all non-humans were demons. His experiences over the years have taught him that not all outliers equate to wickedness. Some beings can be more terrifying than demons. He would protect those who have not committed grievous acts against heaven and earth, but those who do, regardless of their origin, he shall eradicate. Celestial Wolf King, you have harmed your kin? The bold demon king steps forward, disdain evident in his voice. He had long heard of the Celestial Wolf King's misdeeds and is appalled to learn of its cannibalism. The Celestial Wolf King, its complexion paling, quickly protests, My lord, this monk slanders me. I have not devoured my kin. Its gaze flickers, avoiding the bold demon king's piercing stare. Recognizing the truth, the bold demon king snorts and lunges at the Celestial Wolf King. Attempting to evade, the wolf finds itself ensnared by the bold demon king's aura. Helpless as it is seized, with a swift motion, the formidable demon king crushes the celestial wolf. Shock ripples through the gathered demons. The might of the demon race's foremost sage is undeniable. Are you satisfied, little monk? The bold demon king queries, Fa. With the demon scourged, naturally I am pleased. Fa responds, unperturbed in the presence of the bold demon king. Brother, would you remain with me to safeguard our race, ensuring that our kind is not persecuted by the celestial beings? The bold demon king implores. His gaze shifts to Sun Wukong, who responds with a subtle smile. First, allow me to eliminate that fellow. He gestures toward the water ape sage. Wu Zhiqi's expression darkens, his eyes fixating on the bold demon king, who resolutely shakes his head. The water ape sage has committed no evil. His previous enmity was merely a result of the third's manipulation. He has since repented. Spare him, seventh brother. If that is the case, I shall take his life myself, Sun Wukong asserts, his eyes narrowing with determination. He produces his golden staff and strikes. The water ape sage, startled, rushes to defend himself but is swiftly sent reeling by a blow from Sun Wukong. Before he can react, a tempest of staff strikes descends upon him, each imbued with formidable magical essence. The water ape sage is forced to retreat, blood trickling from his lips. At this rate, Sun Wukong would not require much time to vanquish him. Wu Zhiqi observes with alarm. Sun Wukong's power has evidently intensified since their last encounter. Fa, stirred by fervor, is on the verge of intervening when a hand restrains him. It is the Iron Fan Fairy. Do not intercede. Their fraternal quarrel poses no threat to their lives. Should you act, your own survival is in peril. Thank you for the warning, Lady Bull, Fa replies, suppressing his urge to act. As the water ape sage finds himself in peril of annihilation, the bull demon king can no longer contain himself. He rushes forward, interposing himself between Sun Wukong and the water ape sage. The clash of the magic staff and the golden cudgel sends shockwaves through the air, showcasing their immense strength, one a titan of raw power, the other a master of transformation. The ensuing battle is fierce, both combatants pushing their magical energies to the limit, engaging in a fierce exchange for hundreds of rounds, yet neither gaining the upper hand. Sun Wukong's ire surfaces. Old bull, you would strike against a brother for the sake of an outsider? Henceforth, our bond is severed. The bull demon king stands dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to wield his staff. Then, a fire ignites in his eyes. Since my ties with the third are already severed, I see no harm in discarding my bond with you, monkey. From this day forward, we are no longer brothers. You have lost your senses. The Iron Fan Fairy exclaims, alarmed at the escalation. The two brothers have ignited genuine fury, reaching this critical juncture. Silence. They both roar in unison. The Iron Fan Fairy, equally incensed, retorts, "You would silence me?" With that, she brandishes her banana fan, unleashing a gust that sends the two mighty demon sages flying, their figures quickly vanishing from sight. The gathered demons exchange glances. Wujichi casting a cold glance at Fa Hai. "Eliminate that monk," he commands, prompting the horde of demons to converge. A white crane descends, transforming into human form to shield Fa Hai. "I dare anyone to make a move." Baiyu challenges, his gaze sweeping across the formidable demons, causing them to hesitate. They are well aware of his bond with Sun Wukong and thus refrain from provoking him. Sun Wukong and Neo Wang swiftly restrain their powers to avoid harming Iron Fan Fairy. Given their formidable strength, should Iron Fan Fairy fall victim to their assault, she would undoubtedly be obliterated by their magic. Both Sun Wukong and Neo Wang were panting heavily, their fierce gazes locked onto one another. "Return." Iron Fan Fairy glared at Neo Wang, gripping his ear and dragging him back towards the cave of cloud. Witnessing this scene, Wujichi's expression altered, and he turned to flee. Once Neo Wang departed, no one could prevent Sun Wukong from slaying him. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Wujichi, feeling somewhat disheartened. After battling with Neo Wang, he was filled with dissatisfaction, abandoning any thoughts of eliminating Wujichi. "Let us depart," he transformed into human form, allowing Sun Wukong to sit upon him. Fa Hai followed closely behind as they exited. It was not until they had left the West Neo Hajo that Sun Wukong spoke. "Fa Hai, in the future, do not act so impulsively. Consider your actions more carefully. In situations like today, you would only bring harm upon yourself." Fa Hai clasped his hands together, earnestly replying, "Great sage, I have learned my lesson." Sun Wukong nodded slightly, falling silent, his golden eyes closing as if he had drifted into slumber. Yet soon he opened his eyes. To Gao Laozhuang, he suddenly declared. He was taken aback. Where was Gao Laozhuang? Fa Hai, knowing the tales of the journey to the west, was aware of its significance. He could not help but inquire. "Does the great sage seek to find Marshal Tianpeng?" Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. I initially wished to remain uninvolved in the trivial matters of the three realms. But having been compelled to participate, I shall comply and enter the fray." Fa Hai's eyes sparkled with eagerness, and he promptly asked, "Fa Hai is willing to follow the great sage. Please allow me to accompany you." Sun Wukong regarded Fa Hai thoughtfully. Fa Hai met his gaze with unwavering sincerity, stating, "I desire to restore the Buddhist realm. Currently, it is filled with the likes of lowly insects that have utterly strayed from the true essence of Buddhism. They are not genuine bodhisattvas or Buddhas, merely parasites thriving on the faith of the masses. I wish for the Buddha's disciples to protect all living beings, to vanquish demons and evil, and to guide the multitude towards enlightenment." Sun Wukong gazed deeply into his eyes as if searching the depths of his soul. Fa Hai, meeting Sun Wukong's gaze, was utterly forthright, articulating his heartfelt convictions. "Very well," Sun Wukong acquiesced, closing his eyes once more. Fa Hai's face lit up with excitement. Baiyu, however, maintained a cautious demeanor, warning Fa Hai, "Do not encroach upon my mount's position." Fa Hai retorted, "He is a person, even if he wishes to be your mount. It is only if Sun Wukong permits it. Besides, where would Sun Wukong even sit? Rest assured, I will not covet it." Fa Hai chuckled ruefully. Baiyu then felt somewhat reassured. Following the coordinates provided by Sun Wukong, they arrived at Gao Laozhuang. Yet the scene that unfolded before Sun Wukong caused his expression to shift dramatically. This place could not possibly resemble its appearance from thousands of years ago. Yet it certainly did not align with their expectations either. The air was thick with demonic energy, and the entire region surrounding Gao Laozhuang had transformed into a desolate wasteland. "Zubeiji," Sun Wukong called out. No response came. Suddenly, a massive wild boar materialized, its size akin to a mountain. With two protruding ivory tusks and blood-red eyes, it menacingly fixed its gaze upon Sun Wukong and his companions. The wild boar radiated an astonishing amount of demonic energy, akin to that which permeated the area. Fa Hai's anger flared. With a fierce glare, he bellowed, "Demon, how dare you harm the beings here? Witness my wrath." He flicked his wand, ready to strike. Sun Wukong seized him, confusion etched on Fa Hai's face. Gazing intently at the wild boar, Sun Wukong's expression grew grave. "He is Zhu Beiji." "What?" Fa Hai was incredulous. Marshal Tianpeng Zhu Beiji, renowned for his righteous celestial aura, even after entering Buddhism, was still suffused with its light. The wild boar before them had evidently succumbed to demonic corruption. How could this be? Let us subdue him first, Sun Wukong declared, transforming into a towering ape and lunging at Zhu Beiji. After succumbing to darkness, Zhu Beiji's fury had intensified, his strength enhanced threefold. He thrashed violently, attempting to escape Sun Wukong's grasp. Behave yourself, Sun Wukong commanded fiercely. In the next moment, he unleashed his power, channeling it into Zhu Beiji's body. A substantial amount of demonic energy was expelled, and Zhu Beiji's struggles noticeably diminished. Once the last vestige of demonic energy was purged, Zhu Beiji's massive form shrank, collapsing to the ground before gradually reverting to human shape. Chui Lan, Zhu Beiji cried out, his eyes filled with sorrow, upon witnessing his awakening. Sun Wukong carried Zhu Beiji away from the taint of demonic energy. What transpired? Everyone's gaze turned towards Zhu Beiji. It was the demon lord, he lamented. It was he. Sun Wukong's eyes glinted dangerously. The demon lord, also known as Bo Sun, resided in the heaven of transformation and freedom, serving as the ruler of the Desire Realm's sixth heaven. Logically, there should have been no conflict between Zhu Beiji and Bo Sun. Why had he attacked Zhu Beiji? Even corrupting him? Had Sun Wukong not arrived in time to cleanse Zhu Beiji of the demonic energy with his formidable magic, he would have fallen completely into darkness. He killed Chui Lan. Zhu Beiji spoke in anguish. Sun Wukong was aware that Gao Chui Lan was still alive. Given Zhu Beiji's status as a top-tier celestial being, aiding her in attaining immortality was hardly a daunting task. Zhu Beiji had believed that upon returning, he would escape the turmoil of the three realms and Buddhism, living a tranquil life with Gao Chui Lan. However, mere days after his return, the demon lord had invaded, slaughtering the entirety of Gao Laozhuang before ruthlessly killing Gao Chui Lan, driving Zhu Beiji into madness. Subsequently, he had enacted his scheme, corrupting Zhu Beiji in an attempt to lead him to darkness. Fei could not resist asking, why would he do such a thing? Because of Amitabha. Zhu Beiji suddenly roared towards the heavens. Amitabha. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow slightly. Was it not Bo Sun who was responsible? How did Amitabha become entangled in this? Bo Sun had allied himself with Amitabha. Without his command, he would not have dared to slaughter mortals. It was Bo Sun's doing, Zhu Beiji seethed. Sun Wukong, having been suppressed for thousands of years, was not well versed in the current state of the Buddhist realm. However, the notion that Bo Sun had allied himself with Amitabha was difficult for him to believe. If even Shakyamuni had been unable to subdue the demon lord Bo Sun, what right did Amitabha have to command him? Sun Wukong retorted. Zhu Beiji was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered this angle. Reflecting now, there were indeed inconsistencies. I bear no grudge against Bo Sun, Zhu Beiji stated solemnly. Sun Wukong was well aware of this. Let us go to the heaven of transformation and freedom, Sun Wukong suggested. However, Zhu Beiji resolutely shook his head. We cannot go. The Buddhist realm is akin to a den of dragons and tigers. I do not wish for my brother to take risks on my behalf. We shall settle this grudge later. He remained composed, even able to set aside his hatred. Zhu Beiji had never been an impulsive individual. He acted with great discretion. Otherwise, he would not have won the old monk's favor during their journey to the west. The Buddha of Sandalwood favored him even more than Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong recognized the imprudence of the situation. However, it was not in his nature to leave a grudge unavenged. There is, in fact, another way, Fei interjected suddenly. Sun Wukong and his companions turned their attention towards him. Fei clasped his hands together and remarked, now, the Emperor Ziwei intends to establish the heavenly court, enforcing celestial regulations upon the three realms. We may report the malevolent deeds of the demon king Bo Sun to the Emperor Ziwei, urging him to dispatch troops to eradicate this scourge. Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly gleamed with interest. He held no fondness for Amitabha, and even less for the Emperor Ziwei. The thought of a confrontation between them delighted him. It is often said that bald monks harbor ill intentions, and indeed, you have mastered the true teachings splendidly. Sun Wukong teased. Fei, caught between laughter and tears, reflected on the journey thus far, noting that among the renowned bodhisattvas and Buddhas, few possessed genuine goodwill. Even the likes of the demon king Bo Sun were tolerated by the Buddhas, let alone the infamous trio of the Lion Trojan Ridge, who were notorious for their heinous acts. However, I quite like your approach. I shall visit the Ziwei Palace, declared Sun Wukong. Brother, I shall accompany you, said Zhu Beiji, the victim of Bo Sun's wrath. Naturally, Sun Wukong would not leave him behind, and they departed together for the Ziwei Palace. Within the Ziwei Palace, the Emperor Ziwei wore a solemn expression as he listened to reports from his subordinates, expressing dissatisfaction with recent events that had not unfolded smoothly. Suddenly, a celestial messenger rushed in. The Emperor Ziwei spoke calmly. "Speak." "The great sage equal to heaven and his companions request an audience," the messenger stammered. The Emperor Ziwei's hand trembled. The monkey had arrived, surely not to cause trouble. Yet, he quickly dismissed his own doubts, as the messenger mentioned a request for an audience. If the monkey had come to stir discord, he would have burst through the doors long ago. "Invite him in," the Emperor Ziwei commanded, granting son Wukong the respect he deserved. The court officials exchanged incredulous glances, pondering son Wukong's intentions. Was he seeking to ally with the Emperor Ziwei? While not impossible, given the chaos of the times, aligning with a powerful force might ensure a measure of stability. The heavenly court was undoubtedly one of the mightiest influences in the cosmos. Son Wukong and his companions ascended to the Grand Hall. "Emperor Ziwei, it has been a long time," he greeted without formalities. Although the title of Great Sage was honorary, it was on par with the heavenly sovereign's stature, placing son Wukong standing not beneath that of the Emperor Ziwei. Zhu Beiji and the others respectfully bowed. The Emperor Ziwei smiled faintly and gestured, "Take a seat." A strong man brought forth a chair, placing it beneath the Emperor's throne, a gesture of utmost courtesy, one even greater than that afforded to the Silver Star. Yet, none of the deities present felt any sense of rivalry. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong sat down, locking eyes with the Emperor Ziwei. The Emperor Ziwei's gaze flickered slightly as he inquired, "Great Sage, your presence is rare. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Sun Wukong replied in a deep voice, "I request the Emperor to uphold justice and act on behalf of the heavens." The Emperor Ziwei was taken aback. The Great Sage, who seemed to regard himself as insignificant, was asking for his assistance in seeking justice. Intrigued, the Emperor smiled and said, "Speak of your grievances. I shall ensure justice is served." His interest was piqued not solely by the request, but also by the implication that Sun Wukong recognized him as the authority of heaven. This alone warranted action from the Emperor Ziwei. Sun Wukong motioned for Zhu Beiji to step forward. "Tianpeng, is it you? What grievances do you bear?" The Emperor's expression turned serious, showing genuine concern. He was aware that Zhu Beiji had departed from the monastic order and now stood without allegiance to any force. As he sought to recruit capable individuals, winning Zhu Beiji over could indirectly strengthen his ties with Sun Wukong. If Zhu Beiji had a matter to address, how could Sun Wukong remain uninvolved? This would establish a connection with the Great Sage, potentially ensuring less opposition from him in the future. The Emperor Ziwei calculated the political ramifications. Zhu Beiji spoke with great indignation. "A few days ago, Bo Sun murdered my wife and annihilated all living beings within a 100-mile radius of Gaolao village. He nearly led me into madness. Such a cruel demon must be dealt with. I implore the Emperor to send skilled warriors to eliminate him and restore order to the three realms." The Emperor Ziwei was astonished. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as his countenance darkened. "Is this indeed true?" he inquired. Zhu Beiji nodded vehemently. The Emperor's expression fluctuated between contemplation and concern. He weighed the implications of offending the Buddhist order over the grievances of a mere Zhu Beiji. Though Bo Sun was a demon king, his existence was uniquely tolerated within the Buddhist realm, serving as a means to test the resolve of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and to cultivate the inner fortitude of practitioners. In a certain sense, he was also regarded as a part of the Buddhist teachings. Sun Wukong's voice echoed with a hint of melancholy. "Perhaps we should spare the Emperor any further difficulty. The heavenly court is ultimately in disarray. I once believed the Emperor could revive it as a pillar of strength, but it seems I have overestimated your capabilities." With that, Sun Wukong rose from his seat. The Emperor Ziwei, who had yet to reach a conclusion, immediately made up his mind upon hearing these words. "Great Sage, do not be anxious. I shall take charge of this matter." Sun Wukong's expression revealed no joy. He furrowed his brow with concern and cautioned, "Your Majesty, if the task is insurmountable, do not force it. After all, the Buddhist order wields great power, and even as one of the four sovereigns, it is only natural to avoid provoking them." The Emperor Ziwei, furious yet amused, retorted, "What is the Buddhist order to me? Even if the Tathagata were present, he would still bow before us four sovereigns. A mere Bo Sun dares to harm the populace? I shall exact retribution. Who would dare to stand in my way?" "Majesty, how formidable you are!" Sun Wukong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Chapter 41. Vice Commander of the armies. The Emperor Ziwei could not help but chuckle, saying, "Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. You harbor no affection for me, nor for those from the Buddhist order. Thus, you come here to lodge a complaint, hoping for a clash. Regardless of who emerges victorious, it is a favorable outcome for you. Sun Wukong's smile faltered. Among the 4 sovereigns of the heavenly court, there was not a single simple character. Why does the emperor still wish to dispatch troops? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. The Emperor Ziwei replied calmly, the Jade Emperor has passed, and the heavenly court cannot remain leaderless for a single day. The 3 realms cannot endure prolonged chaos. Otherwise, it is the living beings who suffer. I possess ambitions, yet I cherish the well-being of the world's inhabitants even more. Therefore, I stand forth to restore order and grant peace to the beings of the 3 realms. The assembled deities expressed their admiration in unison. The Emperor is benevolent, ruling over the heavens and becoming the supreme being of the 3 realms, proclaimed the Silver Star. Truly exceptional, worthy of the title of the foremost civil servant in the realm. With the Silver Star's declaration, the other officials echoed their approval. They regarded him with respect, understanding why the Jade Emperor favored him. Such an astute subordinate, who grasped the human heart so well, would surely be cherished by any lord. Tianpeng, do you wish to remain and serve as my vice commander of the armies, assisting me in unifying the 3 realms? The Emperor Ziwei looked toward Zhu Beiji, seizing the opportunity to recruit him. Zhu Beiji glanced at Sun Wukong before responding, as long as the Emperor aids me in seeking vengeance, Tianpeng shall willingly serve. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my vice commander, second only to the general of heavenly armies, commanding 300,000 celestial soldiers. I am deeply grateful, your majesty. Zhu Beiji replied respectfully. A radiant light enveloped him, transforming him into a formidable general. Li Jing's expression grew somewhat uneasy. The Emperor Ziwei commanded a total of 1 million celestial soldiers, all of whom had previously been under Li Jing's command. Now, with Zhu Beiji taking a third of that force, Li Jing's power was effectively reduced by 30%, causing him to harbor resentment as he regarded Zhu Beiji with hostility. In the depths of Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes, a flicker of brilliance briefly shone. The Purple Emperor was attempting to fragment Li Jing's power, aspiring to create a balance among his subordinates akin to the emperors of the mortal realm. In the earthly domain, this is the path of kings. However, to ascend as the supreme deity of the 3 realms, such tactics appear somewhat pedestrian. Without the formidable presence of a true supreme deity, how could one command the 3 realms? During the reign of the Jade Emperor, such trivial matters were hardly of concern. As a supreme deity, one possesses the innate authority to suppress all. What does it matter to bear arms with dignity? Who would dare to revolt? The matter of Sun Wukong was merely an old scheme. Sun Wukong frowned and expressed his dissatisfaction. Ziwei, your actions are unscrupulous. Old Sun comes to you with grievances. How could you deceive my brother and make him serve you? Marshal Tianpeng, with a heart for the world, has joined my ranks, which is in accordance with the heavens. Truthfully, I would prefer to invite the great sage to join me, for once I command the 3 realms, I can bestow upon you a title among the 4 sovereigns. The Purple Emperor attempted to entice him. The allure of such a top-tier warrior was paramount for him. With such a being at his side, his chances of ruling the 3 realms would soar. Am I, the great sage, equal to heaven, to be deemed lesser than the 4 sovereigns? Sun Wukong retorted. The Purple Emperor smiled faintly, well aware of Sun Wukong's implication. His previous remarks had merely been a test, never anticipating that Sun Wukong would acquiesce. Sun Wukong continued, however, should you find yourself unable to contend with Bo Sun, I am willing to lend a hand. If I cannot vanquish even a mere Bo Sun, how could I discuss ruling the 3 realms? The Purple Emperor's expression darkened. Sun Wukong raised his thumb in praise, saying, the more I see you, the more I find you agreeable, at least far more so than that group of bald-headed monks. I am not comparable to those bald-headed monks. The Purple Emperor declared with pride. Tai Bai Jinxing's expression shifted. The Emperor was becoming somewhat arrogant. It was understandable, for this monkey rarely praised anyone. The Emperor's flattery had indeed inflated his ego. Your Majesty, be cautious with your words, Tai Bai Jinxing advised discreetly. The Purple Emperor sensed the impropriety, cleared his throat, and then reined in his smile. Proclaim my decree. The Buddhist sect must surrender Bo Sun within 3 days. Should they fail to comply, I shall hold the entire sect accountable. As you command, Tai Bai Jinxing responded immediately, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. At this moment, the Purple Emperor finally radiated some of the imposing aura characteristic of a supreme deity. Sun Wukong felt somewhat surprised, gaining a newfound respect for the Purple Emperor. I shall return to Huagua Mountain. Should you require my assistance, simply call upon me. With that, Sun Wukong departed alongside Fa Hai and Bai Yu. The Purple Emperor appeared regretful. Sun Wukong was undoubtedly a top-tier warrior whom everyone sought to recruit. With his aid in waging war across the three realms, the Purple Emperor would have an 80% chance of becoming the new supreme deity. The remaining 20% depended on the three pure ones. He gazed towards the 33 heavens, pondering what the three pure ones might be planning. Ever since the fall of the Jade Emperor, they had not reappeared. Speculation abounded regarding their intentions. Even without the support of the three pure ones, I shall ascend to the position of supreme deity. Becoming the sovereign of the three realms and benefiting all sentient beings, the Purple Emperor thought to himself. Upon returning to Huagua Mountain, Bai Yu could not contain his indignation. Zhu Beiji has gone too far, aligning himself with the Purple Emperor. Has he forgotten who saved him? He felt aggrieved on behalf of Sun Wukong. In Bai Yu's view, Zhu Beiji should have followed Sun Wukong instead, and his alignment with the Purple Emperor appeared rather petty. Fa Hai observed Sun Wukong's expression, noting that he showed no sign of anger. Unable to restrain himself, Fa Hai remarked, "Great sage, I too find it puzzling. Why do you not express your anger?" Previously, he had been quite upset, but this was his first appearance in such a grand setting, and he had refrained from acting out. He shared Bai Yu's sentiments, believing that Zhu Beiji was lacking in loyalty. Sun Wukong smiled faintly and replied, "Why should I be angry? It was I who encouraged him to ally with the Purple Emperor." What? Both were taken aback. Zhu Beiji's allegiance to the Purple Emperor had been at Sun Wukong's behest. But why? Sun Wukong's lips curled into a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate. Seeing his reticence, Fa Hai and the others ceased their inquiries. Yet, they felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing their misjudgment of Zhu Beiji. Let us wait and see. Someone desires my involvement, and now that I have personally entered the fray, I shall not allow them to upend the board. Presuming that all beings are easy to deceive, Sun Wukong scoffed. The two men shuddered. They finally grasped Sun Wukong's intentions to engage with powerful figures and potentially overturn the existing order. Chapter 42. The Realm of Transformation Tai by Jin Xing. Bearing the decree of the Purple Emperor, descended upon the west. Following him was the newly appointed Marshal Tian Peng, accompanied by 300,000 heavenly soldiers, exuding an air of fierce determination. The Buddhist realm trembled. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were stirred, their attention drawn to this event. "Amitabha, I receive the decree," Tai Bai Jin Xing proclaimed. His voice, resonating like thunder, reverberated across half of the western Bullheaven continent. A monk with a sorrowful visage emerged, hands clasped in prayer. It was Amitabha Buddha himself. Beneath him lay a 9-petal lotus, emanating a gentle Buddhist radiance, his eyes filled with compassion, his countenance etched with empathy. Tai Bai Jin Xing regarded him for a moment, mentally cursing the hypocrisy, yet outwardly remaining composed. By the decree of the Purple Emperor, seized the demon king Bo Sun. The Buddhist sect must immediately surrender Bo Sun, or face shared culpability. Having spoken, Tai Bai Jin Xing closed the scriptures and intoned firmly, "Amitabha, will you not receive the decree?" Amitabha Buddha, his face clouded with sorrow, replied, "Star Lord, that Bo Sun is a demon king. What relation does he bear to the Buddhist sect? Why must we surrender him?" Tai Bai Jin Xing, unyielding, retorted with a cold laugh. "Whether Bo Sun is of the Buddhist sect is known to all. You need not inquire further. If there is anything unclear, you may address it with the Purple Emperor. I am but a messenger executing my orders." Amitabha Buddha sighed and responded, "I do not know what crime Bo Sun has committed." Tai Bai Jin Xing fixed his gaze upon Amitabha Buddha, an unusual glint in his eyes. "You do not know?" Amitabha Buddha shook his head, stating, "I do not." His demeanor suggested he was not lying. Tai Bai Jin Xing elaborated. The demon king Bo Sun murdered the wife of Marshal Tian Peng and slaughtered all living beings within 100 miles of Gao Laozhuang, even using supreme sorcery to force Marshal Tian Peng into demonic servitude. Dare you claim ignorance of this matter? Amitabha Buddha appeared astonished. He had committed such heinous acts? His expression indicated genuine surprise. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Pure Land exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of Bo Sun's malevolence. All eyes turned towards Amitabha Buddha. While others may have been unaware, they were far from ignorant. To contend with the Tathagata, Bo Sun had long since allied himself with Amitabha Buddha. Demanding Bo Sun from Amitabha Buddha raised no objections. Amitabha Buddha spoke solemnly, "This matter is beyond my knowledge. Though Marshal Tian Peng has departed from the Buddhist sect, He possesses loyalty and integrity. He is the backbone of our order. I hold him in great esteem and would never allow Bo Sun to harm him. I can vouch for the Buddha's words. The Bodhisattva of great strength stepped forward, raising his voice. Zhu Beiji's eyes turned red. He coldly interjected, enough with the empty words. Simply surrender, Bo Sun. Amitabha Buddha sighed softly. Regardless of whether you believe me, this matter is indeed not my doing. As for the demon king Bo Sun, he is not present here. He resides in the realm of transformation. I shall lead you all to capture him. Lead the way, Tai Bai Jinxing commanded. Amitabha leads the way to the Hahua Zizishan. The Emperor of Ziwei intends to establish his authority by capturing Poxin, and no one can impede this course. Should the Buddhist sect dare to intervene, it would merely provide him with a pretext to act against them. Even the other three great emperors would not remain passive observers. Amitabha, accompanied by Zhu Beiji and the others, arrives at the Hahua Zizishan, only to be met with immediate hostility. A dark mass of demonic subjects, clad in armor and wielding various weapons, charges towards them. Brothers, form ranks and prepare to confront the enemy. Zhu Beiji commands. These are Poxin's minions, entirely under his control. Even the Buddha cannot redeem them. Though their individual strength is lacking, inferior to some unascended cultivators, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. At least 10 million of them stretch before them. Amitabha steps aside, stating calmly, this is indeed the Hahua Zizishan, the seventh heaven of the Desire Realm, where the demon King Poxin resides. I implore the Star Lord and the Marshal to capture him at your own discretion. Tai Bai Jinxing shoots Amitabha a fierce glare. Aware that his counterpart has withheld vital information about the situation here, he suspects Amitabha possesses the means to assist, but is simply reluctant to allow him to capture Poxin. Brothers, charge with me. Tai Bai Jinxing's demeanor shifts dramatically as he brandishes his azure blade, filled with martial fervor and a thirst for battle. As one of the war gods, he is well versed in the art of warfare, and while he holds the position of the heavenly court's foremost civil minister, that is but one facet of his identity. Zhu Beiji and the celestial warriors watch as Tai Bai Jinxing plunges into the fray, only to be quickly engulfed by the tide of enemies. Help! Echoes a faint cry from within the demonic ranks, unmistakably Tai Bai Jinxing's voice. Brothers, follow my lead. Zhu Beiji is jolted into action, charging forth with his nine-toothed rake shimmering with radiant light, leading 300,000 heavenly soldiers against an enemy vastly outnumbering them. The clash between the two forces is thunderous. The heavenly troops slice through the demonic ranks like a sharpened blade. Countless demons fall with each passing moment, yet for every one that is slain, another takes its place. Hidden in the shadows, Sun Wukong observes the scene, marveling at the accumulated strength of the Buddhist sect over the years, which explains their intention to rebuild the heavenly court. Shall we intervene, great sage? Fahai inquires, eager to engage. The demons, all subjects of Poxin, are far from virtuous, and he yearns to vanquish the demon king in the name of justice. Bai Yu also displays a desire to join the fray, itching to test his skills. Let us wait a moment, Sun Wukong replies. Just then, a new force appears, charging into the Hahua Zizishan. Erlang Shun leads the charge, accompanied by Neza, the celestial hound. The Maishan brothers, and 1,200 grass-headed deities, plunging into the midst of the demonic throng. Their forces are evidently more elite than the heavenly soldiers, and they swiftly decimate tens of thousands of foes upon contact. Marshal Tianpeng, witnessing Erlang Shun's arrival, feels a surge of rejuvenation and exclaims, "Thank you, true lord, for your assistance. It is our duty to uphold the order of the three realms." Erlang Shun responds gravely, wielding his three-pronged, double-edged blade, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that brings down swathes of demons. At this rate, no matter how many demons there are, they will be eradicated. Amitabha's previously serene smile fades, as Erlang Shun's presence complicates matters significantly. However, it remains within the realm of control. Fortunately, that monkey has not arrived. Observes the Bodhisattva Daji with a hint of relief. At that moment, a golden staff appears in the air, descending like a celestial pillar. Amitabha casts a glance at the Bodhisattva Daji, wishing to admonish him for his ominous words. Chapter 43. The two saints slay the demon king. An uncountable horde of demons surges forward, and Sun Wukong grins menacingly, enlarging his golden staff and sweeping through the masses. With a single strike, thousands of demons are felled. Some remark on the staff's weight of merely 13,500 pounds, questioning how it could crush so many demons. Yet they overlook the fact that Sun Wukong infuses it with magical energy. Moreover, consider the enormity of Sun Wukong's strength. He has withstood both Mount Sumeru and Mount Ame. And only the weight of Mount Tai has truly tested his limits. Mount Sumeru, towering above the waters, is said to rise 84,000 yojanas above the surface, with an equal depth beneath. A yojana measures approximately 26 miles. The fact that Sun Wukong can bear the weight of both Mount Sumeru and Mount Ame while remaining agile speaks volumes of his might. With such strength wielding the golden staff, even without magical energy, few beings could withstand his assault. Paksin, your demonic offspring cannot withstand us. Come forth and meet your doom. Sun Wukong declares coldly. A shadowy demon figure looms at the edge of the sky, gazing down upon Sun Wukong. I possess over 100 million demon spawn. Unless you can eradicate them all, do not expect me to surrender, it retorts. Sun Wukong's gaze turns to Erlang Shun. Brother, let us unite to slay this demon lord. Erlang Shun's eyes glint with determination, agreed. The two supreme warriors charge forward, the demonic forces utterly incapable of resisting them, as they are no match for the combined might of Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun. In mere moments, they close in on Paksin. Attack! Paksin sits upon his throne, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Three demonesses materialize, each more breathtaking than the last. Clad in revealing attire, they sway seductively before Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun, emanating an alluring aura that captivates the senses. These are the daughters of the Demon King, embodying lust, pleasure, and greed. They were once dispatched to seduce the Buddha but failed spectacularly. Now, they reappear, launching their assault against Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun. With a blade and a staff, they strike. The air shatters with two bursts of crimson light, leaving only lust standing, paralyzed with fear at the sight of her would-be assailants. She soon receives a dreadful fate as Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun strike simultaneously, obliterating lust. The three demonesses vanish entirely. In a fit of rage, Paksin gestures, and a venomous serpent appears, coiling menacingly on his left, while a venomous dragon emerges on his right, glaring fiercely at Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun. Kill them, Paksin commands. And both creatures lunge forward, their massive forms resembling mountains, exuding a foul stench that induces nausea. Nearby demons disintegrate instantly, while some heavenly soldiers stagger under the weight of the foul aura. Exchanging glances, Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun acknowledge the potency of these beasts. Undeterred, they charge forward. With their bodies sanctified and empowered by arcane arts, they confront these poisonous creatures without fear. Sun Wukong engages the serpent, his golden staff striking with such force that the creature emits pitiful cries. The serpent's cold, fearful eyes reveal its realization that its venom has no effect on Sun Wukong. The dragon experiences a similar fate, as its true strength pales in comparison to that of Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun, relying solely on its toxic nature. Who could have anticipated that their venom would prove futile against such formidable foes? It is indeed a stroke of bad luck for these two poisonous beasts. Were it any other deity, even a celestial lord, they would shun contact with such toxic entities. However, Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun, having attained sanctity through their physical forms, remain unperturbed. In a matter of mere breaths, the two venomous creatures are vanquished, and the two supreme war gods advance relentlessly towards Paksin. They exhibited no signs of negligence. Paksin was the adversary of the Tathagata, having already attained the status of a heavenly sovereign. Although Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun possessed unparalleled combat prowess, they were merely at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, standing on the threshold of becoming heavenly sovereigns, yet they were not one themselves. Individually, neither had the confidence to overcome Paksin. Only by joining forces did they hold a semblance of hope. Paksin rose to his feet, his gaze dark and brooding. He cast a sidelong glance at Amitabha Buddha, scoffing at his inaction. Amitabha understood the disdain behind that glance, yet he remained unfazed. His palms pressed together in indifference to Paksin's contempt. As the patriarch of the Buddhist sect, he had cultivated a thick skin. I stand before you. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? You underestimate my power unless the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity descends personally, Paksin declared, standing before his throne with a haughty demeanor, looking down upon Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun. In response, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful strike, and 6 demonic hooks materialized around Paksin, one of which intercepted his blow. The clash of magical and demonic energies surged forth. Both combatants staggered back half a step, their strike evenly matched. Paksin's expression shifted slightly. He was taken aback by the sheer might of Sun Wukong. In a one-on-one confrontation, he realized he lacked the ability to best the legendary warrior of the three realms. How formidable must Shin be, who could contend with Sun Wukong? Suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripped Poxin. Shin's eyes glimmered with divine light as he brought down his three-pronged, two-edged blade, wielding it with raw power and no discernible technique. Poxin's other hand commanded a demonic hook to block the attack, and once again, the clash of powers resulted in a stalemate, both sides feeling the strain. The two warriors, Sun Wukong and Shin, matched each other in strength. They launched simultaneous assaults to gauge their adversaries' capabilities. Thus, the true battle commenced. Their strikes landed almost concurrently upon the Demon King Poxin. He managed to parry their blows with two of his hooks, while the remaining four sought to inflict harm upon the duo. However, fortune was not on his side. Poxin was sent flying. To face two opponents at once was a fantasy. Not only could he not maintain his undefeated status, but the prospect of victory was also beyond his reach. Even against two top-tier warriors, he found himself overwhelmed. Blood trickled from the corner of Poxin's mouth as he sustained injuries. Sun Wukong and Shin pressed forward, intent on subduing the Demon King. After fending off several of their strikes, Poxin found himself weary and depleted of magical energy. No match for the united front of his adversaries. "Help me," Poxin cried out. At that moment, a radiant light of Buddhism appeared, interposing itself between Sun Wukong and Shin, halting their advance. Chapter 44. The majestic true monarch Sun Wukong and Shin joined forces, attempting to breach the Buddhist light. To their astonishment, the light trembled but remained unbroken. Both warriors felt a jolt of surprise. Shin called out, "Which Buddha intervenes?" No answer came. As the Buddhist light continued to swell, a barrier before them, a fierce glimmer ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes as he moved to strike. His magical power surged to astonishing heights. The golden staff radiated brilliance, its power coalescing as he swung it down with formidable force. The very heavens seemed to tremble, as if on the verge of shattering. The Buddhist light quivered, developing cracks. Its master, however, sensed the disturbance. In the next instant, the light withdrew, taking Poxin with it to safety. Amitabha Buddha made his move to obstruct the retreat, conjuring a nest of darkness, where countless lotus blossoms bloomed, enveloped in auspicious mist. Even with his extraordinary power, Amitabha could only watch helplessly as the light whisked away the Demon King Poxin. "Master Wuchao!" Sun Wukong shouted fiercely, swinging his staff only to be thwarted once more. Despite possessing the strength to upheave mountains and oceans, he found the opponent's protective Buddhist light impenetrable. "It is you," Amitabha Buddha remarked, his brow furrowed. Pigsy charged forward, glaring at Master Wuchao, demanding, "Old monk, why have you allowed my enemy to escape?" With a faint smile, Master Wuchao remained silent, ascending into the air, intent on leaving. "Can you truly depart?" Sun Wukong declared coldly, determined to prevent Master Wuchao's escape. With a look of disdain, Master Wuchao sat cross-legged atop his nest, which soared skyward, surrounded by a myriad of blooming lotuses, veiling his exit. For a moment, Sun Wukong and Shin found it challenging to impede the escape. Pigsy brandished his nine-toothed rake and struck fiercely, but it was repelled, and the nest continued its retreat, proving difficult to halt. Master Wuchao's powers were extraordinary. Yet, this time, Sun Wukong was unwilling to let matters rest. "Do not let him go." Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with determination. Shin scoffed, charging forth. They had nearly subdued Poxin, only to be obstructed, allowing him to be rescued. Now, Master Wuchao sought to escape, and they would not allow such a concession. Their energies surged as they intertwined, forming a powerful domain that confined Master Wuchao. The monk's demeanor grew serious as countless lotuses bloomed around him. From the nest, numerous vines awakened, transforming into spears, hundreds of them, thrusting forward. Sun Wukong wielded his golden staff, blocking the onslaught of vines, staving off Master Wuchao's attack. Meanwhile, Shin seized the opportunity. His third eye opened, emitting a magnificent beam of light, akin to a celestial sword, striking the nest. The nest trembled, the vines flailed wildly, nearly disintegrating. Master Wuchao's anger flared, his expression darkening. "You know not your place." He formed the exorcism seal, a tremendous power manifesting as he aimed to suppress Shin. "Humph," Shin sneered, questioning who truly embodied evil between them. Without hesitation, he thrust his blade forward, colliding with the exorcism seal. With a forceful tremor, immeasurable magical energy erupted. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as both warriors were sent reeling backward. A blinding radiance erupted between them, eclipsing the sun and stars. The surrounding demonic populace was obliterated, unable to withstand the clash of such powerful beings. Indeed, the celestial source's true monarch Erling Shun is as formidable as the legends proclaim, Master Wu Chao marveled. Boom! The forces of nature around him convulsed as Sun Wukong's attack arrived. The golden staff glimmered with celestial light, its might reaching terrifying heights, shattering the void and releasing chaotic energy. Master Wu Chao hastily evaded. Crash! The entire nest fragmented. Master Wu Chao was also sent flying, roaring, "Shameless! You dare to ambush me!" Sun Wukong's lips twitched slightly. He too was an adversary of Master Wu Chao. Yet, the monk had always looked down upon him, just as he had millennia ago, inexplicably dismissing him. Sun Wukong grinned, harboring no intention of retorting, and charged once more. Master Wu Chao executed the fearless lion seal, manifesting a majestic golden lion that charged forward. The golden staff clashed with the lion, halting Sun Wukong's advance. A sly smile crept across Master Wu Chao's face. "I do not wish to be your enemy. Do not force my hand." "Humph," Sun Wukong retorted coldly. He and Erling Shin positioned themselves to block Master Wu Chao's escape. Clearly, they had no intention of letting him go. "Amitabha, will you truly stand by and watch?" Master Wu Chao suddenly inquired. Amitabha's lips twitched slightly as he sighed and said, "I implore the great sage and Erling Jinjuan to show mercy and release Wu Chao. Who do you think you are? You think you can just demand a release? Go back and chant your Amitabha." Erling Jinjuan suddenly turned and scolded. Sun Wukong grinned, relishing this irritable temperament. He admired his elder brother's formidable presence. Amitabha frowned, anger brewing within him. Was Jinjuan unwilling to show the monk any respect? Amitabha spoke coolly, his tone laced with displeasure. Erling Jinjuan shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "And what if I don't comply? I act according to heavenly regulations. Even if you, Amitabha, disregard them, your fate will not be favorable. My brother is truly formidable." Sun Wukong praised, giving a thumbs up. Amitabha remained impassive, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stated, "While people often speak of the Tathagata, they forget that I, Amitabha, am not inferior. You revere the Tathagata but show no respect to me. What gives you the audacity?" A radiant light enveloped him, illuminating countless worlds. As Amitabha spoke, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Pure Land released their own luminous auras, intertwining to exert tremendous pressure over Sun Wukong and his companions. Simultaneously, a glimmer appeared on Mount Lingjiao as the ancient Buddha of light emerged. From the great snow mountain, the peacock King Bodhisattva soared through the skies, exuding a fearsome aura. In the pure land of lapis lazuli, the medicine Buddha approached, bathed in light. Above, in the void concealing world, the indestructible Buddha also rose. Amitabha's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong and his companions. "Please, let them go." Erling Jinjuan's face darkened. He sneered, "What if I refuse?" "Then I shall have to offend you," Amitabha replied. "Haha." Erling Jinjuan suddenly laughed, his battle intent surging. "Wukong, Neza, Tiango, do you wish to join me in toppling the Western Buddhist sect?" "Absolutely." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, his face a picture of defiance. "Whatever my brother does, I will follow." Tiango was eager to join forces with his brothers, ready to fight to the death without regret. Zhu Beiji was equally fired up. Amitabha's expression remained inscrutable, though the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, betraying his unease. Chapter 45. The Great Uproar in the West. Tai Bai Jinxing. Erling Jinjuan called out. Tai Bai Jinxing jolted awake and hurried over, excitedly exclaiming, "Jinjuan, I also wish to join you in causing a ruckus in the West." Erling Jinjuan solemnly instructed, "Take the heavenly soldiers and our brothers away. I do not wish for needless casualties." Instantly, the brothers of Meishan turned pale. They were about to protest. But Erling Jinjuan silenced them with a glance, firmly stating, "This is a military order." The Meishan brothers fell silent, while only the celestial hound wagged its tail, appearing pitiful. Erling Jinjuan kicked it toward the Meishan brothers. "None of you are to leave the West." The peacock King Bodhisattva approached, exuding a menacing aura, and coldly replied, "Let them go. Do not trouble them." Amitabha spoke in a deep voice. The peacock King Bodhisattva, taken aback, glanced at Amitabha, ultimately refraining from further comment. The ancient Buddha of light observed Sun Wukong and the others with a mournful expression, that his eyes shimmered with killing intent. Tai Bai Jinxing cast a resentful glance at Amitabha and the others before leading the heavenly soldiers away. The Meishan brothers followed suit. No one dared defy Jinjuan's command. Jinjuan was benevolent to his brothers, yet he upheld military discipline. Once an order was given, dissent was not tolerated. Thus, only Sun Wukong and his 3 companions remained. The Wuchao Zen master wore a slightly mocking expression. Erlang, if those heavenly soldiers were still present, Amitabha might hesitate to act. For he does not wish to offend the 3 pure ones and the 4 emperors. Yet now you have allowed Tai Bai to lead them away. This is indeed a path to your own demise. The Peacock King Bodhisattva fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong and declared fiercely, "Today, I want them all dead." Buddha, think twice. The Bodhisattva of great strength interjected, surprisingly attempting to dissuade Amitabha. Do not say too much. Strike. The Wuchao Zen master coldly commanded. The Bodhisattva of great strength frowned, expressing discontent. This is not your place to speak. Silence. Amitabha glared at the Bodhisattva of great strength, reprimanding him. The Bodhisattva of great strength trembled. Who exactly was this Wuchao Zen master? Amitabha seemingly heeded his words and even reprimanded him for the Zen master's sake. The Bodhisattva of great strength fell silent. Will Jinjuan release them? Amitabha inquired once more. The situation had changed, and he now questioned Erlang Jinjuan with the backing of at least half the Buddhist forces. Erlang Jinjuan coldly retorted, "Release your mother-s farts." The celestial beings stared in astonishment. Haha. Sun Wukong burst into laughter, dropping his staff to the ground. What a relief, he exclaimed joyfully. In the next moment, he charged forward, his golden staff flying into his hand, aimed directly at Amitabha in a surprise attack. He had long found this figure distasteful. Compared to the Tathagata, he found Amitabha even more irksome. Clang. A resounding crash echoed as Amitabha's light flared, shielding his form. Sun Wukong's strike did not harm him. Sun Wukong was not at all surprised by this outcome. His opponent was undoubtedly a great celestial being, renowned for being truly indestructible. If a casual blow could injure Amitabha, then such beings would be far too undervalued. You insolent monkey, dare you? Seize that monkey. The scornful shouts echoed as the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas moved to attack. An overwhelming torrent of spells and divine powers surged forward. Sun Wukong infused his golden staff with power, shaking it fiercely. The myriad spells were blocked, torn apart by him. At that moment, Neza also intervened, thrusting his fiery spear at the advancing Peacock King Bodhisattva. The 3 altars of the Sea Assembly, Neza the 3rd Prince, the supreme war god of the 3 realms, proved his reputation was well earned. With valiant grace, he single-handedly confronted the menacing Peacock King. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, each unable to gain the upper hand. The indestructible Buddha fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, wielding his demon-subduing pestle, personally descending to battle him. Both were indestructible beings. A match of equals. As they fought, the ancient Buddha of Light also joined in, attacking alongside the indestructible Buddha against Sun Wukong. Think you can't handle this? Sun Wukong roared, transforming into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, engaging in fierce combat. For a time, even the 2 Buddhas could not suppress him. Much obliged. Buddha, Amitabha remarked to the Medicine Buddha. The Medicine Buddha descended, joining forces with the Bodhisattva of great strength. While others like the Bodhisattva of Sandalwood and the Bodhisattva of Merit provided support, encircling Erlangshan. Sha Wujing and the white dragon-faced Zhu Beiji, their expressions complex. Sha Wujing clasped his hands together and urged, "Second brother, it's not too late to turn back. If you are a brother, retreat now, and I won't trouble you. If not, then act immediately, no need for further words. Poxin killed my wife, forced me into madness. Had it not been for Monkey's rescue, I would have fallen into the demonic path long ago. I hold a grudge against Poxin. The Buddha's teachings obstruct my vengeance, hence I am at odds with the Buddha." Hearing Zhu Beiji's words, the White Dragon and Sha Wujing exchanged glances. Realizing that their second brother had reached an impasse with the Buddhist sect, they raised their weapons, pointing them at Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji, feeling disappointed, soon revealed a cold smile. "You think you can stop me?" Absurdly laughable. He, the illustrious Marshal Tianpeng, would not have maintained his esteemed position without sufficient prowess. Though inferior to the Monkey King, it is rather presumptuous for the likes of these 2 to attempt to thwart him. The 9-toothed rake was brandished in his hand, signaling the onset of destruction. With fierce intent, Zhu Beiji unleashed his wrath upon Sha Wujing and his companions. Despite their alliance, Sha Wujing and the White Dragon were sent flying, their faces etched with disbelief as they regarded Zhu Beiji, who appeared vastly more formidable than the Beiji they once knew. Hundreds of arhats surged forth, attempting to besiege Zhu Beiji, yet he radiated the ethereal light of Ta Ching, cutting through the horde with reckless abandon. Indeed, he was a disciple of the Old Lord. Amitabha's expression shifted slightly. Bestowed with the precious golden rake and having heard the marshal's claims of ascension through divine guidance, coupled with the gift of the 9 transformation great return pill, it was evident that only the Old Lord could have conferred such a boon. This celestial being was undoubtedly the Old Lord. Otherwise, Zhu Beiji's resplendent Ta Ching aura would remain inexplicable. Now, all 4 of Sun Wukong's companions faced formidable opponents, embroiled in fierce combat. Apart from Amitabha, nearly every Buddha, Bodhisattva, and Arhat had entered the fray, plunging the realm of He Hua Zizai into chaos. Drenched in bloodshed and tumult, a thunderous bellow resonated through the heavens as a colossal white bull charged into He Hua Zizai, its presence overwhelming. "Brother, I have arrived," declared the bull demon king as he transformed and thundered into the celestial realm. Though the banter among brothers was lighthearted, when one was in peril, aid must be rendered. Chapter 46. The Emperor's wrath. A subtle smile graced Sun Wukong's lips, yet it swiftly morphed into concern. The bull demon king was quickly engulfed upon his arrival. The Buddha Maitreya, accompanied by the Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra, along with 500 arhats, intercepted the bull demon king, thwarting his assault despite his immense power. At this juncture, the Buddhist order had mobilized at least 60% of their strength to besiege them. "Since the celestial master has arrived, why not reveal yourself?" Amitabha remarked calmly, his aura shining brightly. Zhen Yuanzi materialized, holding the Book of Earth, and with a serene smile, he stated, "I have long heard of Amitabha's boundless power, and today I seek to learn." Amitabha, with hands joined in prayer, replied, "Given your esteemed position, it is unnecessary for you to involve yourself. This matter does not concern you." Zhen Yuanzi smiled lightly, exuding an ethereal grace. "If my sworn brother is besieged by the Buddhist order, how can I turn a blind eye? Does Amitabha believe everyone possesses such thick skin?" His words were unreserved, showing no intention of sparing Amitabha's dignity. Amitabha's expression remained unchanged. He merely smiled and said, "In that case, Celestial Master, please proceed." With a wave of his hand, Zhen Yuanzi conjured the cosmic sleeve, attempting to draw Amitabha within. Amitabha, radiant with the splendor of Buddha light, could not be ensnared by the cosmic sleeve's onslaught. Subsequently, a lotus seed emerged, radiating a spectrum of colors, enveloping Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi, with a calm smile, opened the Book of Earth, erecting a defense. Their powers clashed, resulting in rifts tearing through the void, a chaotic aura swirling forth. Yet it was ultimately suppressed. They tentatively exchanged blows several times, both maintaining serene expressions, though the onlookers could feel the titanic forces at play. Even a great bodhisattva entering their range of attack would be obliterated in an instant. The entire Western Buddhist realm was embroiled in warfare. In the Ziwei Palace, the Star of Venus returned hastily with 300,000 celestial troops. Panic-stricken, he burst into the palace. The Ziwei Emperor's expression darkened, displeasure etched upon his face. "What is the meaning of this? Why such haste? Where is Marshal Tianpeng?" Upon scanning the room and finding Zhu Beiji absent, his countenance soured further. The Star of Venus, filled with grief and indignation, knelt within the hall, declaring, "To your majesty, I, in the name of the emperor, accompanied Marshal Tianpeng to the Buddhist realm to capture the demon king Bo Sun, but we were obstructed by Buddhist forces. Currently, Marshal Tianpeng, the great sage equal to heaven, Erlangshan, and the deity Neza are besieged by Amitabha and his followers in He Hua Zizai. Their situation is dire." This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The Ziwei Emperor slammed his palm onto the table, his voice booming with anger. Preposterous. The Buddhist realm possesses audacity. His fury was palpable. Despite the past rejections from Erlangshan and Sun Wukong, they were still denizens of the heavenly court. As one of the 4 sovereigns of heaven, he had issued commands to vanquish demons, yet the Buddhist realm dared to obstruct his forces. Now, they brazenly attacked. Could the Buddhist realm truly believe they could act without restraint in the absence of the Jade Emperor? "I shall personally intervene," the Ziwei Emperor coldly declared. The deity stirred, and Li Jing stepped forward, saying, "There is no need for your majesty to lead the charge. I am willing to take troops to the Buddhist realm and rescue Marshal Tianpeng." As soon as he finished speaking, the Ziwei Emperor replied, "No need. I shall demand accountability from the Buddhist order. Do you possess the courage and means to do so?" Li Jing swallowed hard, knowing he lacked the capability. Tai Bai, at your service, the Star of Venus hastily announced. I shall inform the other 3 emperors and report to Yuan Shi Tunzun, Lao Jun, and Ling Bao Daozun. Yes, Tai Bai responded with a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty, please allow me to gather the troops before we set out. Li Jing remarked, glancing at Li Jing. No need, I can manage alone. With that, the Ziwei Emperor stepped forth, vanishing from the sight of the deities. Li Jing and the others exchanged astonished glances. The Emperor's personal involvement spoke volumes of his fury. Gritting his teeth, Li Jing began assembling the troops, preparing to head towards the Western Bull Continent. If the Buddhist realm overstepped its bounds and dared to attack the Emperor, he would have no choice but to wage war against them. He remained acutely aware of his allegiances. Simultaneously, the Star of Venus began dispatching messages. As for the 3 Pure Ones, he would personally visit them. The 3 Pure Ones held a lofty status, revered as supreme deities, even above the Jade Emperor, thus he dared not show any negligence. In the Western Buddhist realm, the Ziwei Emperor arrived personally. The Bodhisattva Lingji confronted him, questioning, who dares to intrude upon our sacred Buddhist domain? The Ziwei Emperor merely cast a glance, showing no intention of responding. The Bodhisattva's expression darkened as he summoned the flying dragon Zen staff, transforming it into a golden dragon that lunged towards the Ziwei Emperor. Only then did the Ziwei Emperor halt, seizing the golden dragon in his grasp, his aura surging forth, shattering the dragon. With a cold snort, he emanated an overwhelming majesty that enveloped the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva trembled, stumbling back several paces, cracks appearing across his body, nearly on the brink of explosion. With a face full of horror, he wondered who this formidable being was. The flying dragon Zen staff was a treasured artifact bestowed upon him by the Buddha. Yet the Ziwei Emperor paid him no heed, striding directly into He Huazi Zai, where the battle raged fiercely. Zhen Yuanzi's power surged to its zenith as he clashed with Amitabha countless times, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Zhen Yuanzi realized that if this continued, his chances of losing were significantly higher. Amitabha, being indestructible, was an adversary Zhen Yuanzi could not best. Amitabha, aware of this, smiled calmly and said, Zhen Yuanzi, if you depart now, you may yet preserve your life. Should you remain, your demise is inevitable. Zhen Yuanzi, with a gentle smile and a tranquil demeanor, replied, what of life or death? If one cannot live freely, then even mere survival holds no significance. Since that is the case, the humble monk shall send the great immortal on his way. Amitabha's gaze turned cold. However, it was not out of genuine conscience that he wished to release Zhen Yuanzi. Given Zhen Yuanzi's formidable strength, even if Amitabha relied on his indestructible body to vanquish him, he would suffer substantial injury himself, which he deemed a loss not worth the gain. Humph, you wish to slay my brother, is that so? You think you can? Sun Wukong exclaimed fiercely. He struck the indestructible Buddha away with his staff, leaving its golden body in tatters. Then, he broke through the obstructions posed by the Bodhisattva of great strength and others, charging towards Amitabha to confront him. You possess an immortal body, and so do I. Today, let us see who can kill whom. Sun Wukong grinned savagely, his form drenched in the blood of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Wild with fury, he took Zhen Yuanzi's place and advanced towards Amitabha. Chapter 47. The might of the purple microcosm. Zhen Yuanzi retreated, unfurling his sleeves to nearly capture the charging Bodhisattva of great strength. The Bodhisattva, trembling with trepidation, dodged aside, proving the ancestral figure of the Earth Immortals was indeed as formidable as rumored. At last, Sun Wukong and Amitabha clashed. Behind Sun Wukong, the phantom of a raging ape materialized, towering and howling at the heavens. Boom! The golden staff descended, radiant with celestial light, collapsing the starry river. Amitabha summoned the 9-petal lotus platform to thwart the staff's might, and then released a myriad of colorful Buddhist light to envelop Sun Wukong, aiming to subdue him. Break through, old Sun! Sun Wukong snarled, gathering his immense power to unleash a stunning strike. Thud! The 9-petal lotus platform was sent flying. Sun Wukong burst forth, confronting Amitabha directly with a swing of his staff. A fierce glint flashed in Amitabha's eyes as he harbored murderous intent. He formed a seal with his precious vase and unleashed it to counter the blow. Then, he struck out with the demon suppression seal, revealing overwhelming power that forced Sun Wukong back. In comparison to a grand celestial like Amitabha, Sun Wukong's combat prowess still fell short. How dare you claim immortality? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, Amitabha declared, extending his hand towards Sun Wukong. Endless void manifested between his fingers. Should he grasp Sun Wukong, he would be trapped within, unable to escape. Sun Wukong had previously suffered from this technique. This time, he would not fall prey again. Without hesitation, he evaded the attack, maneuvering behind Amitabha, and swung his golden staff, aiming to strike him down. Clang! A resounding crash echoed as his assault was thwarted by the Buddhist light. Amitabha's form trembled slightly but remained unscathed, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Alarm surged within Sun Wukong as he realized the peril he was in. He retreated at once, but it was too late. The 3,000 Buddha realms descended, trapping him within. The power of the 3,000 Buddha realms bore down upon him, and Sun Wukong's complexion turned crimson as fire spewed from his mouth and nostrils. Amitabha smirked. An immortal body? Preposterous. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong struggled beneath the weight of the 3,000 Buddha realms, channeling all his mystical energy to no avail. Noticing Amitabha's disdainful demeanor, Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed with fierce determination. Suddenly, his body expanded, employing the technique of transforming heaven and earth, morphing into a colossal ape. The golden staff also grew in size, and Sun Wukong wielded it with great difficulty. Boom! With a mighty strike, he shattered the 3,000 Buddha realms. Sun Wukong leaped out, returning to his normal size, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he charged at Amitabha once more. Amitabha was taken aback. The 3,000 Buddha realms had been broken, revealing that Sun Wukong's abilities surpassed his expectations. Yet, Amitabha remained unflustered. He retreated with composure. And from the depths of his being, countless strands of Buddhist light coalesced into a Dharma sword, descending upon Sun Wukong. Clang! The golden staff blocked the sword. But Sun Wukong's advance was halted. Amitabha smiled faintly, saying, Wukong, though you are a born warrior, your cultivation time is still too short. You are merely a tiny celestial immortal. To threaten me, you must at least reach the level of a celestial sovereign. Sun Wukong understood this truth. Amitabha was not an ordinary celestial sovereign, but a grand celestial who had attained immortality. Such beings were exceedingly rare, existing only among 6 in the realm. While grand celestial beings may not be adept in battle, each had exceptional talent and ability to stand the test of time. For them, excelling in combat was not a daunting task. Sun Wukong remained silent, launching into action once more. The clash of their powers erupted, principles materializing and encircling them, engulfing the area. Everyone understood that Sun Wukong could not match Amitabha, relying solely on his immortal body to fight desperately. The battle grew increasingly intense. The entirety of the transformation of Freedom Heaven was devastated, with the conflict gradually spilling over into the 6 heavens of desire. Countless beings wailed, perishing amidst the chaos. Neza and others found themselves in dire straits, covered in blood, both their own and that of the Buddhist realm's powerful beings. They were unaware of how many foes they had slain, consumed by the frenzy of battle. A figure charged into the transformation of Freedom Heaven, radiating purple energy and exuding unparalleled majesty. It was the purple microcosm emperor. Amitabha sensed his arrival immediately, his expression shifting. One of the 4 sovereigns of heaven. The purple microcosm emperor. Even in the presence of the Tathagata, he would command respect. Cease this at once. The purple microcosm emperor commanded coldly. Some of the crazed Buddhist realm warriors, still caught up in the fight, launched their attacks at the purple microcosm emperor. Stand down, Amitabha shouted, his expression darkening. A dozen Buddhist realm warriors surged towards the purple microcosm emperor, including bodhisattvas and some arhats. Unfamiliar with the purple microcosm emperor's identity, they hesitated upon hearing Amitabha's warning. But it was too late. Dozens of attacks were unleashed. The purple microcosm emperor's countenance darkened, yet he made no move. Simultaneously, a torrent of purple lightning erupted, striking down upon the dozen arhats and bodhisattvas. The sound of explosions resonated as they disintegrated under the thunder, obliterated in both body and spirit. Instantly, all the powerful beings of the Buddhist realm were drawn to the commotion, their gazes turning towards the scene. Upon recognizing the identity of the purple microcosm emperor, the Buddhas and bodhisattvas were taken aback. He had personally arrived. Amitabha, I command you to order the Buddhist realm warriors to cease their hostilities. The purple microcosm emperor stated coldly, employing the term command rather than a tone of negotiation. Regardless of how powerful the Buddhas and bodhisattvas were, they merely held high status within the Buddhist realm. Without a position in the heavenly court, they bore no distinction from scattered immortals. Before this true top-tier figure of the heavenly court, none held any weight, not even Amitabha himself. Amitabha's expression darkened, yet he still commanded, "All of you, halt." Immediately, the fighting Buddhas and Bodhisattvas ceased their clashes. Jin Yuanzi also emerged from the crowd. Upon seeing the great immortal, the purple microcosm emperor's expression softened slightly, and he nodded, saying, "The great immortal is also here." His demeanor towards Jin Yuanzi was markedly different, exhibiting great courtesy. Jin Yuanzi smiled faintly, replying, "Sensing my sworn brother in distress, I have come to offer assistance." The purple microcosm emperor nodded, his gaze resting upon Amitabha as he coldly inquired, "Amitabha, do you acknowledge your transgressions?" The hearts of all the saints in the Buddhist realm leapt, revealing their concern. Regardless of the Buddhist realm's strength, the heavenly court was the true ruler of the three realms, governing all beings of the three realms. Facing the inquiry from this emperor of the heavenly court, the Buddhist realm could not remain unperturbed. Amitabha replied solemnly, "I do not know what crime I have committed." The great Emperor Ziwei let out a cold snort, and a bolt of thunder, as thick as a barrel, descended, striking Amitabha directly and causing him to shudder. Although this thunderbolt did not harm Amitabha, it cast a shadow of humiliation over the entire Buddhist realm. With eyes like lightning, the great Emperor Ziwei coldly declared, "Before me, you dare to refer to yourself as my master?" Amitabha remained silent. Author's note, purely based on Journey to the West. Please do not incorporate elements from Investiture of the Gods. Chapter 48. The four sovereigns appear together. A faint smile curled at the corners of the great Emperor Ziwei's lips. His gaze filled with disdain as he stared at Amitabha, eager for him to retaliate. Amitabha restrained himself, even allowing a subtle smile to grace his face. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The great Emperor Ziwei raised an eyebrow slightly. He had just humiliated him, yet Amitabha still expressed gratitude? How thick-skinned could one be to reach such a point? "All blessings, both rain and thunder, are the grace of the sovereign," Amitabha proclaimed. The Bodhisattvas, including the Peacock King, exchanged glances. Amitabha's resilience was undoubtedly unparalleled in the Buddhist realm. "So, you admit your guilt?" the great Emperor Ziwei inquired sharply. Amitabha shook his head, stating, "Amitabha is innocent. It is the Marshal Tianpeng and others, belonging to the heavenly court, who caused chaos in my Buddhist realm. I hope the great Emperor Ziwei can provide me with an explanation." At this moment, he lifted his gaze, fixing it on the great Emperor Ziwei, and coldly asserted, "Just because you are the Emperor of Heaven does not mean you can condone your subordinates' misconduct. If such is the heavenly court, how can it earn the faith of the beings across the three realms? Indeed, we do not accept this," the indestructible Buddha declared loudly. With his lead, the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas voiced their dissent. "Do you dare to rebel against the heavenly court?" The true Lord Erlang scoffed. "Your Majesty, why not summon the other three great emperors and the 5 elder lords to join forces and eradicate this Buddhist realm?" Neza suggested with a grin. Sun Wukong, with a glint of gold in his eyes, remained silent, fully aware that the great Emperor Ziwei would not truly annihilate the Buddhist realm. Moreover, the Buddhist realm was not easily vanquished. There was another formidable being yet to appear, the Bodhisattva Junti, revered as the mother of 700 billion Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, possessing boundless powers. The bold demon king quietly approached Sun Wukong, conveying through thought, "Will the great Emperor Ziwei take action?" Sun Wukong glanced at him and replied, "No." The bold demon king's expression stiffened, and he inquired telepathically, "What if he cannot save face?" Sun Wukong frowned slightly and warned, "Do not act recklessly. Their conflict represents the grand trend of heaven and earth. Unless you are a heavenly sovereign or a great heavenly sovereign, it is best not to get involved." The bold demon king felt a twinge of regret and ceased speaking. In the presence of the powerful beings from the three realms, any slip could lead to trouble if someone intercepted their thoughts. "Now, I ask you, did the people of your Buddhist realm obstruct Marshal Tianpeng and his companions from capturing Bosun?" the great Emperor Ziwei coldly queried. Amitabha slightly furrowed his brow but still nodded, answering, "Yes." "Were those who besieged Marshal Tianpeng from your ranks?" "Yes." The great Emperor Ziwei's face grew increasingly cold. "Then on what grounds do you claim innocence?" Amitabha smiled faintly, stating, "The ones who obstructed Marshal Tianpeng were powerful figures from the Buddhist realm. Yet they do not fall under my jurisdiction, and I do not know who they are. As for the attack on Marshal Tianpeng and his companions, they acted indiscriminately against my Buddhist disciples. We only acted in self-defense. Is it a crime to not wish to be unjustly harmed?" "Such eloquence," Neza reprimanded. The true Lord Erlang remained calm, merely letting out a cold laugh. Since one of you claims innocence and the other guilt, I shall not make it difficult for you. Amiba, you shall accompany me to the Ziwei Palace. Once this matter is investigated thoroughly, if it is not the Buddhist realm's responsibility, I shall allow you to return. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas turned pale. Impossible. Your Majesty, do not go too far. The Supreme Buddha cannot possibly accompany the Great Emperor to the Ziwei Palace. If the Ziwei Palace seeks war, we shall comply, even if it leads to our deaths. We cannot allow the Supreme Buddha to suffer such indignity. The Buddhist realm was in an uproar. Amitabha smiled faintly, saying, Your Majesty, it seems this humble monk truly cannot accompany you to the Ziwei Palace. I beg for your understanding. The Great Emperor Ziwei replied coolly, If I command you to go, you must comply. The Majesty of the Heavenly Court's Emperor immediately changed the countenance of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The Emperor cannot take me away. This is the Buddhist realm, not your Ziwei Palace. Amitabha also stood firm, asserting that being taken back to the Ziwei Palace was out of the question. Even in the territory of the Great Emperor Ziwei, should he be a true immortal, he would not fare well. The Taoist methods are mysterious and unpredictable. Who knows what tactics could be employed against him? The atmosphere between both sides grew tense. One Ziwei cannot take you away. What if I joined? A cold yet authoritative voice resonated as the Great Emperor Gaochen arrived. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas turned pale. This Great Emperor had also come, clad in a black dragon robe. His countenance was frigid, radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Amitabha's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained defiant. Even if the four sovereigns of the heavenly court came together, they could not take Amitabha away. As soon as he finished speaking, a light laugh echoed, and the Great Emperor of Longevity from the southern pole also appeared, dressed in a dragon robe, resembling an elder with a knowing smile directed at Amitabha. 3 of the 4 sovereigns of the heavenly court had now arrived. The Bodhisattva of great strength muttered, Fortunately, the Queen Mother of the West did not come. No sooner had he spoken than the Queen Mother of the West appeared before everyone, resplendent and divine, exuding an air of majesty and compassion. Though her aura now bore a hint of sharpness, Amitabha shot a glare at the Bodhisattva of great strength. This crow's mouth had indeed summoned bad luck. The Bodhisattva of great strength felt as if his tongue had been cursed, first invoking son Wukong, and now the Queen Mother of the West. He fell silent, fearing that he might inadvertently summon the 3 pure ones or the Mother of the West, which would be disastrous. With the 4 sovereigns of the heavenly court assembled, the hearts of the Buddhist Buddhas and Bodhisattvas trembled. These 4 great emperors now represented the entirety of the heavenly court's might. Though the Buddhist realm was strong, it remained under the dominion of the heavenly court. If it came to a confrontation with the entire heavenly court, the consequences would be dire. Do you assert that we cannot take you away? The great Emperor Ziwei inquired. Amitabha, no matter how arrogant, did not dare to utter such words. Namo Amitabha. A multitude of Buddha lights radiated as the Bodhisattva Jun Ti emerged. He matched Amitabha in might, standing alongside him, gazing intently at the great Emperor Ziwei and his companions. The intentions of the Buddhist faction were clear. They would staunchly protect Amitabha. The 4 sovereigns furrowed their brows, simultaneously feeling a surge of anger. After the pilgrimage to the Western Paradise, the Buddhist realm had grown even more powerful. They had unwittingly nurtured a tiger. And now the Buddhist realm did not even regard the heavenly court with respect. The Queen Mother of the West sighed softly, stating, If the Jade Emperor were still present, who among you in the Buddhist realm would dare to act recklessly? The Tathagata is truly the foremost figure in the Buddhist realm, yet even before the Jade Emperor, he remained respectful, not daring to defy him in the slightest. Let alone Amitabha and others, they would not even dare to let a sound escape. Yet now, they had the audacity to confront the 4 sovereigns of the heavenly court. As the Queen Mother of the West gradually emanated an aura of killing intent, it enveloped the Buddhist monks. The great Emperor Gaochen, the great Emperor Ziwei, and the great Emperor of Longevity were all prepared to strike. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 49. They are coming back. The Bodhisattva of great strength felt a surge of anxiety and could not help but exclaim, Fortunately, the Queen Mother of the West did not come. A bird's cry echoed. The massive form of a bluebird burst into the realm of transformation. The Bodhisattva of great strength slapped himself, cursing his own loose tongue. You silence yourself. Even Amitabha could not maintain his composure. The Queen Mother of the West, also known as the West Queen Mother or the Mother of Jade Pool, was a primordial entity formed from the essence of Een, ruling over the female immortals as their sovereign. The qualifications of the Queen Mother of the West surpass even those of the Jade Emperor, making her one of the most ancient goddesses in existence. Her arrival caused even Amitabha to feel a sense of trepidation. The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity and others hastily bowed in respect, greeting her as the Queen Mother of the West. Although her rank may not be superior to theirs, her venerable age commands immense respect. Furthermore, her formidable power is another reason for their reverence. Clad in resplendent garments, she was enveloped in a hazy celestial radiance, exuding an air of nobility and elegance, her every movement imbued with great authority. With a gentle nod, her voice resonated with both majesty and grace. There is no need for excessive formalities, my esteemed ones. I have come to implore both parties to refrain from violence. Harmony is of utmost importance. The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity furrowed his brow, realizing that the Queen Mother was not there to assist them. He replied solemnly, Queen Mother, we do not wish to trouble the Buddhist realm, but it is the Buddhist realm that refuses to submit to the heavenly court's authority, amassing forces and showing defiance. Amitabha himself shelters malevolent beings and is unwilling to cooperate with our investigations, even threatening us with conflict. I beseech you to see the truth. With a sigh, the Queen Mother responded, I have come in the name of the primordial supreme being to request that you all refrain from hostilities. I ask that you grant me this favor. The Emperor and his companions were moved. The fact that the primordial supreme being forbade them from engaging in battle carried significant weight. After the rise of Buddhism, there had been many conflicts with the Taoist sect. As members of the Three Pure Ones, they should have sought to confront Buddhism. All of you are the pinnacle of divine beings in the three realms, and I believe you may sense that certain individuals are returning. I implore you to avoid internal strife so that we may effectively confront the impending calamity. The Queen Mother wore a look of resignation. Amitabha, visibly shaken, gazed at the Queen Mother and inquired, Queen Mother, are they truly returning? She nodded. There is a strong indication of that, though it is still uncertain. Therefore, preparations must be made in advance. The primary focus now should be on conserving strength to face the great tribulation that lies ahead. Jin Yuanzi spoke solemnly, if they indeed return, the current strength of the three realms may not suffice to confront them. A collective shiver ran through the assembly. The three realms boast the three pure ones and the four sovereigns, along with numerous powerful deities and bodhisattvas. Yet, Jin Yuanzi's assertion that they may not be able to contend with these newcomers was alarming. Who were these beings, and why were they so formidable? The Queen Mother elucidated. This is precisely why the primordial supreme being has urged you to conserve your strength. The Buddhist realm is now one of the strongest forces among the three realms and must not be underestimated. Neza scoffed, what enemies could be so powerful? Let them come forth, and I shall engage them in battle. Erlangchen shot him a disapproving glare, admonishing him to cease his foolishness. The Queen Mother smiled faintly. The three altars and oceanic meeting great deities are indeed among the top-tier divine beings, but they still fall short in comparison. Should any deity reach the realm of a heavenly sovereign, they may then rival the strongest among them. At this revelation, gasps filled the air. The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity inhaled deeply, declaring, I understand now. Today, we shall spare the Buddhist realm. But let it be known that if there is a next time, even at the cost of the strength of the three realms, I shall eradicate the Buddhist realm. Agreed. The three emperors concurred. The followers of Buddhism breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid conflict with the four sovereigns of the heavenly court was indeed the best outcome. Bodhisattva Zhuanti nodded towards the Queen Mother and departed with his followers from the heaven of transformation. The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity also left with Zhu Beiji, while the other three emperors departed in their own ways. Zhen Yuanzi and Sun Wukong exchanged nods before ascending the clouds with the Bull Demon King. Erlangchen cast a glance at Sun Wukong, hesitating to speak, yet ultimately departed with Neza. Sun Wukong attempted to leave, but was called back by the Queen Mother. He chuckled awkwardly, asking, Your Majesty, why do you wish to keep me? I wish to discuss your previous mistreatment of the bluebird, the Queen Mother replied coolly. Indeed. It was about that incident, and a wry smile spread across Sun Wukong's face. He approached the bluebird, saying, Fairy, I apologize for my earlier offenses. You may punish me as you see fit. The bluebird appeared flustered, nearly taking flight in panic. The Queen Mother, bemused, shook her head, remarking, You mischievous monkey. Always bullying my bluebird. Very well, I shall not punish you. In the future, if you encounter my Kunlun maidens, please look after them. Of course, of course. Sun Wukong eagerly replied, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Your Majesty, during the battle, I was struck by that bald-headed monk Amitabha. and my injuries are quite severe. Might I trouble you for a few of your 9,000-year peaches to aid in my recovery?" The surrounding bodhisattvas and disciples widened their eyes in shock. Sun Wukong's casual reference to Amitabha was exceedingly disrespectful. "You lazy monkey, you merely seek to deceive me into giving you my peaches without any real injury," she remarked. Though she still presented him with 3 9,000-year-old peaches, Sun Wukong quickly accepted them, expressing his gratitude to the Queen Mother. She recognized that this monkey was perceptive and had forged a good bond with him. In the future, should her Kunlun maidens face danger, he would not turn a blind eye. With a slight smile, she gestured for the bluebird to take flight. Sun Wukong, grinning, suddenly sensed the surrounding hostile gazes. His smile faded as he realized that he was the only one left in the heaven of transformation, while everyone else had departed. Swallowing hard, he chuckled nervously and summoned his cloud, swiftly breaking free from the heaven of transformation, distancing himself from the area. It was not until he exited the Buddhist realm that he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Had he lingered even a moment longer, those from the Buddhist realm might have been unable to restrain themselves and captured him. The heaven of transformation harbored over 60% of the Buddhist realm's elite. Even his indestructible body might not withstand such an onslaught. "That monkey runs swiftly," Master Wu Chao remarked coldly. In the next moment, the denizens of the Buddhist realm surrounded him. Master Wu Chao's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze upon Amitabha, questioning, "Amitabha, what is the meaning of this? Who was that person, the one who rescued Pasan?" Amitabha's eyes betrayed an uncontainable unease. He felt as if he were being ensnared in a trap. The 50th chapter, biting into a celestial being. Master Wu Chao smiled enigmatically, stating, "Did you not already deduce the answer? It cannot be him. I refuse to believe it." Amitabha suddenly erupted, startling everyone. All present gazed at him in confusion, except for Bodhisattva Daji, whose heart trembled slightly. "Is it him?" He swallowed hard, his eyes flickering uneasily. The notion was too terrifying, sending chills down his spine. If this conjecture were true, then the entire Buddhist realm had been deceived. Everything Amitabha had done was likely orchestrated by that individual. "Rest assured, my Supreme Buddha, I believe that person is no longer present. Master Wu Chao is merely attempting to deceive you," Bodhisattva Daji reassured him. Initially, Amitabha remained calm. But as soon as Bodhisattva Daji's words fell, his expression changed dramatically. "Silence!" he exclaimed, his agitation evident. Bodhisattva Daji found a piece of wood, striking it thrice before spitting 3 times, an invocation of the earthly remedy for bad omens. Then, he cast a spell to seal his own mouth, silently retreating to the side. Master Wu Chao's smile took on an inscrutable quality. "You may leave," Amitabha said, abruptly regaining his composure, though all present understood that he was not truly at ease. Tumultuous waves stirred within him. Until next time, Master Wu Chao instinctively summoned his nest, only to quickly realize it had been destroyed. Cursing the monkey under his breath, he departed upon clouds. Outside the Buddhist realm, Fahai and the others awaited Sun Wukong. Upon encountering them, Sun Wukong wasted no time and unleashed his magical powers to envelop Fahai and Baiyu, swiftly departing. Fahai and Baiyu felt the world spinning around them as Sun Wukong tumbled through the air. A wave of nausea hit Fahai and Baiyu, and they finally understood the sensation that Lu Dongbin must have experienced. The somersault cloud was exhilarating. As they departed, a multitude of powerful beings from the Buddhist realm pursued them. However, upon seeing Sun Wukong vanish into the distance, they merely snorted in disdain and chose not to follow. It was only upon returning to Flower Fruit Mountain that Sun Wukong finally set the two down. Sun Wukong grimaced in distaste, keeping his distance from them. Of course, even if they were to vomit, it wouldn't be anything foul. Even the weakest among them, Baiyu, was an earth immortal, long accustomed to consuming celestial essence. "What just happened, great sage?" Fahai inquired, regaining some composure. "We nearly got caught. If I had been any slower, those fellows from the Buddhist realm would have surrounded us and eliminated us." Sun Wukong relaxed a bit as he spoke. Fahai and Baiyu then understood the reason behind Sun Wukong's hasty retreat. Baiyu, with a hint of worry, asked, "They wouldn't come to Flower Fruit Mountain, would they?" Before Sun Wukong could respond, Fahai interjected, "Rest assured, they wouldn't dare. Flower Fruit Mountain is located on the edge of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. If the Buddhist realm were to brazenly launch an attack here, it would be akin to digging up the roots of the earth deity. They would be courting disaster. At that point, even the Taoist immortals would ensure they pay dearly." Baiyu smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. While the Buddhist realm might dare to scheme in the southern Jianbu continent or claim supremacy in the western Yoha continent, the eastern Victory Divine continent was undoubtedly a place they would not dare to disturb. This was the gathering ground of the heavenly gods, a stronghold for the Taoist deities. Any reckless actions by the Buddhist realm here would amount to a provocation against the three pure ones. Great sage, I noticed the 4 emperors of heaven departing in succession, and the Queen Mother of the West leaving on her blue bird. What exactly transpired? Fahai queried. Sun Wukong succinctly recounted the events. Fahai and Baiyu exchanged glances. The primordial heavenly sovereign issued a decree, and the Queen Mother of the West endeavored to mediate. Since they were returning, and the combined forces of the 3 realms lacked the confidence to defeat them, the 3 pure ones forbade internal strife. Who are they? Baiyu and Fahai were filled with intense curiosity. Sun Wukong, lost in thought, took a moment before solemnly answering, I do not know. Fahai and Baiyu were left speechless. Why assume such a profound demeanor when he had no answers? Yet, someone surely possessed the knowledge. A glimmer of insight flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. The Dragon King of the East Sea. Baiyu felt a spark of inspiration. Sun Wukong bestowed him a look of approval and tossed 3 peaches of immortality toward them. One for each of you. Baiyu, your powers are too low, riding you would be beneath me. Hurry and cultivate to the level of a Tai Celestial. Otherwise, I might just ride on Fahai instead. Sun Wukong remarked casually. Fahai almost dropped the peach in his hand. He glared at Baiyu, gritting his teeth as he said, You better hurry and cultivate to a Tai Celestial. I'll give you a month. Baiyu shot an angry look at Fahai, indignantly retorting, Indeed. Not a single good soul among the bald donkeys of the Buddhist realm. You truly wish to usurp my position as a mount. I won't let you have your way. Fahai was taken aback. Who would want your position as a mount? The thought of having a monkey perched on him sent a shiver down his spine. Despite his admiration for Sun Wukong, he found it hard to accept such a fate. Sun Wukong savored the peach in his hand, relishing the flavor that only the Queen Mother of the West could provide. As for injuries, he felt none. His cravings merely got the better of him. After consuming half, he tossed the other half to Baiyu. Help me throw this away. With that, he leaped to the mountain peak. Fahai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he reached out and seized the half-eaten peach from Sun Wukong's hand. I'll help the great sage throw it away. He began to munch on it without a hint of disgust. In fact, a thought flickered through Fahai's mind. If he could frequently enjoy peaches of immortality, perhaps having a monkey around wouldn't be so bad after all. After all, such a formidable monkey was rare in the 3 realms. Baiyu's eyes turned red with envy. If it weren't for this bald donkey, all of this would have been his. He rushed forward, attempting to snatch it from Fahai. Fahai retaliated with a kick, sending Baiyu flying back to the ground. Staring blankly into space, Baiyu, in a fit of despair, realized he was no match for the bald donkey. Clutching his own peach, he bit down hard. As he munched, Baiyu sensed a transformation occurring within himself. He was on the verge of attaining the path of the celestial immortals, and his expression grew serious as he focused inward. Preparing for a breakthrough. This bird is about to become a celestial immortal, Fahai exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Wukong approached and placed a hand atop Baiyu's head. A torrent of profound insights surged into Baiyu's consciousness. Baiyu trembled, feeling his aura grow ever more robust. Enlightenment struck him. Fahai regarded him with envy. Even elders within the sect rarely took such actions. This act of imparting enlightenment required great dedication and could deplete the practitioner's own energy, hindering their cultivation. With the great sage of the 3 realms personally bestowing enlightenment upon Baiyu, his future achievements were boundless. Perhaps, yet another great sage of the demon clan was about to rise. Half an hour later, Sun Wukong withdrew his hand. You guard him. I have some matters to attend to. He cast a glance at Fahai, who nodded without inquiring further. Sun Wukong soared into the sky, vanishing from Flower Fruit Mountain. Chapter 51. The old monk. A dark light emerged, stirring up monstrous waves upon the sea. Several fishing boats were tossed about amidst the tumult. On the verge of being engulfed, the fishermen aboard trembled in fear, praying for the Dragon King's protection and seeking the aid of the divine monkey. Among the fishermen of the Eastern Sea, there existed a legend of a divine monkey residing on a celestial island, who had once vanquished sea monsters and saved the fishermen. Since then, the divine monkey became their faith. It was only after the journey to the west that they learned this divine monkey was the great sage, Sun Wukong. Thousands of years passed, and Flower Fruit Mountain lay in ruins, with only a few monkeys remaining. Yet the number of fishermen who revered the great sage continued to swell. Sun Wukong was originally en route to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea when he noticed the chaos unfolding. He merely tilted his head slightly, showing no inclination to intervene. After all, it was not he who compelled them to worship him. Moreover, he was originally a demon. It sufficed that demons did not harm humans. Why would he go out of his way to save them? At that moment, 8 tentacles shot into the air, like long spears aimed directly at him. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. This demon truly did not know its place, though he had no intention of meddling. Since the demon had attacked him, he halted his flight and allowed the 8 tentacles to strike him without even drawing his golden staff. Clang! The tentacles collided with Sun Wukong's body, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The tentacles were instantly shattered, dripping with blood, while Sun Wukong remained unscathed. He figured the demon would retreat after witnessing his formidable prowess. Anyone with a modicum of sense would surely not linger. However, Sun Wukong soon realized he had underestimated the demon's foolishness. Undeterred by its failed attack, the creature burst forth from the water, revealing itself to be an octopus the size of a small mountain. Its gaze was filled with a savage light, devoid of any intelligence. Oh, it's not a true demon, but rather a creature altered by some external force, Sun Wukong mused, quickly discerning the essence of the octopus. It was not a demon, but rather a being affected by a certain aura, resulting in its abnormality. With little desire to engage further, Sun Wukong casually swatted at the octopus, which disintegrated into countless fragments. The fishermen, upon witnessing the emergence of the colossal octopus, initially believed their demise was imminent. However, to their astonishment, in an instant, the creature was utterly vanquished. As they looked up, they beheld the celestial figure of Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Truly, it was the great sage who had come to their rescue. "Thank you, great sage," they exclaimed, their voices filled with excitement as they recognized his identity. Sun Wukong, somewhat surprised, noted that he now appeared as a young man in his 20s, indistinguishable from any ordinary human. Unless he utilized his divine form or the powers of the stone monkey, how could these mortals have discerned his true identity? Since they acknowledged him, he decided to assist them. "From which village do you hail?" "I shall escort you back," he inquired. "We are fishermen from Left Village," replied a fisherman around 50 years of age. Sun Wukong silently calculated the distance and, channeling his magical powers, conjured a gust of wind that swept them away amidst their astonished cries. He then discreetly employed his invisibility technique to follow closely behind. Upon arriving at Left Village, the sudden descent of the group caused a ruckus among the villagers. Once they recognized the identities of the newcomers, they rushed over to inquire about the events that had unfolded. The elderly fisherman recounted the tale. Upon realizing that the great sage had saved them, the villagers erupted in cheers. The old monk spoke truly. The great sage is indeed watching over us. Come, let us hasten to the great sage temple to express our gratitude. Yes, I shall fetch some eggs, and I will bring my family salted fish. The entire village busied themselves in preparation to offer tributes in gratitude for the great sage's protection. Fishermen often brave the sea, encountering myriad dangers, and each year, many perish during their voyages. No one can guarantee a safe return every time they set sail. Yet with the blessings of a celestial being or deity, there is no cause for concern. Offering some tributes is a small price to pay. Sun Wukong accompanied the villagers to the great sage temple. He sensed the immense spiritual energy flowing toward him, and absorbing this power would greatly aid in his enlightenment. Was this the reason why deities and bodhisattvas require offerings? He had not anticipated such significant benefits from the spiritual offerings. Disguising himself, he entered the temple and, indeed, beheld his own divine statue, alongside a human-like statue that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. No wonder the fisherman recognized him. "Namo Amitabha," a voice resonated beside Sun Wukong. He turned abruptly to see a gaunt monk standing before him, a smile gracing his lips and wise eyes fixed upon him, giving Sun Wukong an uncanny sensation of being entirely seen through. "You are indeed alive," Sun Wukong stated, fixedly gazing at the old monk. The monk chuckled softly, retorting, "Does the great sage truly wish for this humble monk to perish?" Sun Wukong continued to scrutinize him and replied coolly, "When I heard of your demise, I felt a twinge of sorrow, yet upon seeing that you survived, I now harbor a desire to end your life myself." The old monk smiled ruefully, bringing his hands together in prayer. "Great sage, I was compelled by necessity to extricate myself, and thus I deceived you. I implore your forgiveness. Speak outside." Sun Wukong commanded as he observed the villagers pouring into the temple. With a wave of his hand, both the monk and he vanished, reappearing above the eastern sea. Sun Wukong promptly brandished his golden staff and struck downwards. The monk stood motionless, palms together, showing no intention of evading the blow. Just as the staff was about to connect with his head, it halted midair. Sun Wukong delivered a swift kick to the monk's backside, grumbling. "Are you so certain that I would not dare to kill you?" The monk smiled slightly and replied, "The great sage is clear about enmity and gratitude. I have freed you, thus I hold a debt of gratitude. How could the great sage bring harm upon me?" Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. This old monk was adept at flattering himself, but he was not one to fall for such flattery now. "Xidagarba, what is truly going on? Why did you seize the opportunity to escape, and why propagate my image while aiding me in gathering spiritual energy?" Sun Wukong probed, fixing his gaze upon the monk. The old monk was none other than Xidagarba Bodhisattva, a figure believed to have perished. Sun Wukong had thought him truly dead, only to encounter him today within the great sage temple. Surely, if there were no ulterior motives, he would not believe he could strike down Amitabha. Xidagarba smiled faintly. "I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance in my escape. Furthermore, you are among the rare heroes of the three realms. And if I can help you gather spiritual energy to enhance your power, it would undoubtedly benefit all beings within the three realms." Sun Wukong's expression remained impassive as he delivered a firm blow to the monk's head. "Do not engage in formalities with me." Xidagarba rolled his eyes, plummeting straight toward the sea. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would genuinely strike him, rendering him momentarily dazed. When Sun Wukong retrieved Xidagarba from the water, the monk sported a considerable bump on his head. Dazed, Xidagarba glared at Sun Wukong, exclaiming, "You monkey, how reckless. Do you truly wish to end my life?" Sun Wukong grinned and quipped, "It's just that your head is so appealing. I could not resist giving it a whack." Xidagarba rolled his eyes again. Sun Wukong then adopted a serious tone. "I need to understand your reasoning." Xidagarba's expression turned grave. "It is merely a matter of preserving my life. The great sage need not pry further. In truth, I do not possess much knowledge. If you truly wish to uncover everything, I suggest you reach the level of the celestial venerable before investigating these matters, which would also provide you with some means of self-preservation." Sun Wukong scrutinized Xidagarba, seemingly attempting to discern the truth behind his words. Xidagarba met his gaze with sincerity and calmness. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, saying, "I understand." Then a thought struck him. "Am I now embroiled in this scheme?" Xidagarba chuckled, rising to his full height. "Involved in a scheme? The universe itself is a grand chessboard. Who is not part of the game? What of Laojun? What can Yuan Shi Tianzun do? To seek transcendence and remain unentangled is far from simple." Sun Wukong gasped, having believed that the players were indeed Laojun and his ilk. In this vast cosmos, he thought only beings of the three pure ones possessed such power and means. Now, hearing Xidagarba's words, he realized that even they were entangled in the game. How many could truly stand outside it? His elder brother had once mentioned that their master had transcended. Yet now, it seemed rather naive. "Great sage, strive to enhance your strength. I shall assist you. The current tribulation holds little hope for the three realms, but if you can rise, perhaps you may increase the odds of survival." Xidagarba smiled gently. Sun Wukong was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. "I expected you to say I could turn the tide." Xidagarba chuckled, his gaze profound. "The great calamity of the universe is not a solitary affair. Who can truly turn the tide? We merely strive to navigate the waters. Success means survival, while failure leads to oblivion. To merely survive is already a stroke of luck." Sun Wukong felt a weight settle upon him. What events were about to unfold? These enigmatic figures were indeed too cryptic for his liking. However, the words of the Earth God ignited his rebellious nature. Sun Wukong scoffed, declaring, "If you wish to end my life, it is not so simple. I refuse to succumb to such malevolence. I shall await their arrival." The Earth God smiled faintly. This was the Qi Tian de Sheng he recognized, unruly and defiant against all. Chapter 53. Underlings of the Fifth Brother. Something was amiss. The Earth God's expression suddenly shifted. Sun Wukong sensed it as well, his anger flaring as he vanished alongside the Earth God. At the sight of the great sage temple, demonic winds howled, and dust swirled fiercely. The fishermen cried out, seeking refuge within the temple, praying for the great sage to manifest. Three-headed demons hovered in the air, looking down upon the panicking fishermen with mocking laughter. "What nonsense about a great sage? He is merely a tempestuous monkey." Even if you were to break your heads in worship, he would not manifest. From this day forth, you shall all bow to me, the Black Dragon King. The leading demon, clad in black armor with fine scales adorning its face, proclaimed itself as the Black Dragon King. Yet in Sun Wukong's eyes, it was merely a black serpent. Sun Wukong refrained from immediate action. He wished to discern the serpent's intentions. Was it seeking the power of incense? Such a thing was not characteristic of ordinary demons. Typically, only those of pure celestial lineage would pursue such a path, while common demons preferred to devour flesh to enhance their own strength, following the path of malevolence. This black serpent, shrouded in bloodlight and exuding a murderous aura, had undoubtedly slain countless beings and would not embark on such a route. What purpose did it have for divine incense? A fisherman stepped forward. Pointing at the black serpent demon, "You speak absurdities. The great sage has just saved us, bringing us back from the sea. To insult the great sage is to invite punishment." The black serpent demon was taken aback. Had the great sage truly manifested? It probed the divine statue of Sun Wukong, but sensed no essence of divinity. The black serpent demon breathed a sigh of relief. If the great sage had indeed manifested and accepted the offerings here, a trace of divine essence would remain within the statue. Yet, the statue in the great sage temple bore no sign of divinity. The black serpent demon's demeanor turned cold. How dare a mere mortal deceive it? With a swift motion, it seized the fisherman. "Uncle!" Cries of alarm erupted. The elder fisherman struggled but could not escape the black serpent demon's grasp. "Let go of my uncle. Please, spare him." Below, the fisherman shouted in desperation, "If you wish to live, you shall bow to me," and simultaneously declare that the great sage Sun Wukong is merely a foul monkey. Spit. The old fisherman, face flushed but resolute, spat defiantly, "The great sage has saved me. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not defame him. You vile demon, if you have the guts, kill me. The great sage will avenge me." Vengeance. The black serpent demon sneered, its cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Do not presume that the foul monkey is here. Even if he were, he would not dare to confront me. The great sage has arrived. The great sage has manifested. The foul demon is finished." The fisherman erupted in excitement as a figure, identical to the statue, appeared in midair, coldly gazing at the black serpent demon. The fisherman rejoiced, for the great sage had indeed been safeguarding them. The black serpent demon scoffed, believing them to be deceiving it once more. "A group of mortals attempting to fool me repeatedly? Absurd. Do you think I am as foolish as you?" It laughed boisterously. "Enough of this farce." Sun Wukong's voice rang out. The black serpent demon's fury ignited. "Who dare speak to me so?" It turned sharply, its pupils narrowing in shock. "Enough of your bravado." Sun Wukong approached, retrieving the elder fisherman and using his magic to return him to safety. "Great sage, spare me," the black serpent demon pleaded, realizing its folly as it knelt in midair, a stark contrast to its previous arrogance. The two lesser demons had already fled, disappearing without a trace. The black serpent demon cursed its subordinates for their lack of loyalty, realizing it had no means of escape. Sun Wukong was prepared to deliver a lethal blow. Disinterested in further discourse, sensing the cold intent of Sun Wukong, the black serpent demon hastily stated, "Great sage, do not kill me. My master has ties to you." Sun Wukong halted. "Which master?" The black serpent demon trembled but answered, "The Monkey King." Sun Wukong's heart stirred. This demon was an underling of his fifth brother. The Wind and Thunder Great Sage, the Monkey King, was equally formidable, possessing profound knowledge of transformation and foresight. After Sun Wukong's defeat and capture, news of the Monkey King had ceased. He had once inquired of the Bull Demon King, who claimed ignorance. "What purpose does the Monkey King have in collecting incense power? What evidence do you have?" Sun Wukong's tone was icy. The black serpent demon, quaking in fear, produced a single strand of monkey fur, imbued with a trace of magic, carrying the essence of the Monkey King. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, seizing the fur and crushing it. An ethereal figure emerged, also a monkey, its eyes gleaming as it regarded Sun Wukong. "Seventh brother, it has been a long time," the Monkey King greeted with a hint of warmth. Chapter 54. The Buddha Live. Sun Wukong smiled lightly. "To be precise, I have not seen you since I was captured. What does my fifth brother mean by forcing my followers?" The Wind and Thunder Great Sage, the Monkey King, smiled gently. "It seems my subordinates were unaware of our relationship. I beg you, seventh brother, for your understanding." The black serpent demon quickly interjected, "Indeed, I was ignorant of the relationship between the great sage and my master." which led me to commit such foolish acts. I beseech the great sage and my master for forgiveness." The Monkey King smiled faintly. "Since it is a misunderstanding, seventh brother, please forgive my inept subordinate." "Is that so? There is a matter I have long wished to inquire of, fifth brother. Was the six-eared macaque also merely a misunderstanding?" The Monkey King's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, the smile on his lips growing colder. "I do not comprehend what you mean, seventh brother." Sun Wukong smirked slightly, opting not to answer the Monkey King directly, but instead stating, "If I recall correctly, the Buddhist sect places great importance on the power of incense. Fifth brother once claimed to be a demon king, yet I perceive a trace of the Buddhist aura about you. Is this not so?" The Monkey King remained silent, his expression darkening as he scrutinized Sun Wukong, awaiting his next words. Unperturbed by the tension, Sun Wukong chuckled. "I wonder what the relationship is between the Tathagata and my fifth brother?" The Monkey King suddenly laughed, exclaiming, "Seventh brother, has anyone ever told you how astute you are?" Sun Wukong remained non-committal, sighing softly. "There are some matters I prefer not to ponder nor delve into, yet there are always those who foolishly leap before me, scheming about cosmic forces and the great tribulations of the three realms. Frankly, I have little inclination to concern myself with such matters, yet why must they entangle me?" Without waiting for the Monkey King to speak, Sun Wukong cast a glance at the black snake demon and declared, "This little demon, I can spare. But our brotherhood ends here. In the future, we shall not be brothers, and I hope we need not become enemies." "Very well," replied the Monkey King. He gazed deeply at Sun Wukong before his ethereal form vanished. The black snake demon revealed a smile of relief. "Do not return here again," Sun Wukong said coolly. The black snake demon hastily assured him that he would never dare to return. Without needing Sun Wukong's command, he would keep his distance from this place. No minor demon would dare to intrude upon the territory of Sun Wukong. As the black snake demon departed, the fishermen below bowed in reverence to Sun Wukong. Waves of incense and devotion flowed toward him, and he could feel his cultivation gradually advancing. He nodded to the villagers and left a trace of his essence within the great sage temple, thus formally declaring this place as under his protection. Any demon or deity wishing to cause trouble here would need to think twice. After completing these tasks, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. He sought out Xidagarba and fixed his gaze upon him, asking, "Has the Tathagata perished?" Xidagarba's expression grew solemn. "The Buddha is dead," he informed Sun Wukong. Yet, he too was beginning to doubt, especially as the Monkey King gathered incense and devotion, which seemed quite abnormal. "What do you suspect?" Xidagarba inquired, eager to understand Sun Wukong's thoughts. Sun Wukong replied gravely, "The Tathagata has not died. The Monkey King is gathering incense and devotion for him. I suspect the Tathagata feigned his death for the sake of the Eastern Victory divine continent." Xidagarba shuddered. If what Sun Wukong suspected were true, the revelation would be earth-shattering. The Eastern Victory divine continent had always been beyond the reach of the Buddhist realm, a domain of the Taoist sect, which Buddhism had never been able to infiltrate. If they could scheme to take control of the Eastern Victory divine continent, the Buddhist influence could spread across 3 continents, potentially altering the very fabric of existence. "So, great sage, what should we do?" Xidagarba asked. Sun Wukong looked at him in surprise and retorted, "What does it have to do with us?" Xidagarba was taken aback. Sun Wukong shrugged, saying, "I am merely a demon, belonging neither to the Taoist sect nor the Buddhist order. Let them fight among themselves. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall not concern myself with their fate." "Xidagarba," Sun Wukong cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "After all, you are one of the 4 great bodhisattvas of Ling Mountain, yet you contemplate stopping the Tathagata. If I were the Tathagata, I would have come out to give you a good beating first." "Xidagarba," Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, "All right, you continue hiding here. I shall take my leave." With that, he departed with a flourish. Xidagarba could only smile wryly, recognizing the great sage's carefree nature. His divine sense caught sight of the distant fisherman, and a faint smile graced his lips. Having left that place, Sun Wukong suddenly shivered, sensing an ominous premonition. Who was plotting against him? He attempted to deduce the situation, but, as he was not skilled in divination, he found nothing. Sun Wukong did not return to Flower Fruit Mountain. Instead, to validate his suspicions, he concealed himself in the Eastern Victory divine continent to investigate. Temples were rising, but they did not worship the deities of the heavenly court. Rather, they honored various demons. However, these temples were situated in remote areas with sparse populations. Even if discovered by immortals, they would not pay much heed. dismissing them as mere demons following the celestial path, collecting incense and devotion to enhance their cultivation. This was permissible by the immortals, as long as those demons did not engage in malevolence, but instead performed good deeds to accumulate merit. Some earthly shamans were of this sort. Across the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, there were at least 700 minor demons gathering incense and devotion. Aside from a few well-established minor demons, over 500 were suspected, occupying many regions of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. If this truly was the Tathagata's scheme, he had indeed acted audaciously. Such actions would shake the very foundations of the Taoist sect and sever ties completely. But wait, even if the Tathagata entertained such thoughts, would the immortals agree? Given the strength of the Buddhist realm, even if united, they could not contend with the heavenly court. If a conflict arose, 2 of the 4 sovereigns could easily annihilate the Buddhist realm. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. This was still under the condition of the Buddhist realm being united, and such unity was unlikely. Just the relationship between Amitabha and the Tathagata would prevent any assistance. What a bother! Sun Wukong scratched his head. Ah, great sage! A surprised voice exclaimed. Had he been recognized? Sun Wukong turned around to see the shimmering celestial light, accompanied by multicolored clouds. The call of the white crane resonated through the air, and amidst it appeared an immortal, resplendent in appearance, whose divine form danced like a rainbow, adorned with a talisman of eternal life. It was none other than the Barefoot Immortal. Chapter 55. The Barefoot Immortal, where is the great sage headed? The Barefoot Immortal inquired with a warm smile. Sun Wukong gazed at him, chuckling softly. Where are you headed, Immortal? How fortuitous. It was you I encountered before I wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Now, having just arrived in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, I meet you again. Truly, we are fated. The Barefoot Immortal's smile faltered slightly. He replied, I happened upon the great sage's form by chance and thought to come forth for a greeting. Do not misunderstand. Sun Wukong regarded him with a knowing smile and said, I heard that after you were deceived in the Hall of Clarity, you arrived a day late to the peach banquet to inform the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother of your plight. Was it your mind that failed you? Or were your legs simply slow? It took you an entire day to realize. I am quite curious. The Barefoot Immortal, displeased, retorted, Great sage. It was you who tricked me back then. Why do you blame me? Sun Wukong continued. And, after the Tathagata captured me, you offered 2 pears and several fire dates. Were you merely stingy, or did you wish to send the Tathagata away early? The smile vanished from the Barefoot Immortal's face. He asked sternly, What exactly do you mean? Great sage? Sun Wukong suddenly chuckled. I mean nothing at all. Do not overthink it, Immortal. I came to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent merely to appreciate its wonders. Have you forgotten that I am originally from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent? The Barefoot Immortal forced a smile and said, I had indeed forgotten that detail. In that case, I shall not disturb the great sage further. Do not see me off, Sun Wukong replied indifferently. The Barefoot Immortal turned away, his expression darkened as he left. In the distance, within a small temple, a statue was surprisingly dedicated to a monkey. The Barefoot Immortal appeared in the small temple, and from one side emerged a figure. It was the Monkey King. That monkey must have guessed my identity, the Barefoot Immortal said, his face grave. The Monkey King chuckled. Old Seven is exceptionally clever. It's no surprise he deduced it. Should we eliminate him? A glint of cold light flashed in the Barefoot Immortal's eyes. The Monkey King cast him a sidelong glance and sneered. Can you even kill him? The Barefoot Immortal fell silent, feeling a surge of anger. If this continues, he will undoubtedly disrupt our plans. The Monkey King understood that the Barefoot Immortal's concerns were not unfounded. What Sun Wukong was truly thinking remained a mystery. During the ruckus in the Heavenly Palace, many believed it was merely a performance, thinking everyone was aware they were playing along with a monkey, while only Sun Wukong remained oblivious. Yet, the Monkey King was aware that Sun Wukong was acutely aware. In drunken moments, he had remarked that everyone treated him like a monkey, while he was merely caught in a web of scheming, seeking to maximize his own gain. Who is clever? Who is foolish? It's truly difficult to say. Sun Wukong's current strength was inseparable from the schemes of those around him. What should we do? The Monkey King inquired. Yet he remained indecisive. I shall gather some individuals to slay that monkey. I cannot believe he truly possesses the so-called immortal body. It was merely a charade we all played along with in the past. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the Barefoot Immortal. You must take action. He directed towards the Monkey King. A flicker of resentment crossed the Monkey King's eyes as he coldly replied, You cannot command me. The barefoot immortal's expression darkened momentarily, almost leading him to strike. Indeed, all monkeys in this world are equally detestable. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, merely snorting in disdain before turning to leave. Useless. The Monkey King scoffed, his face contorted with disdain. Yet, soon his expression grew somber. Seventh brother, take care of yourself. With that, he retreated into the temple, leaving no trace of sound behind. What a worthless creature. Were it not for your status as a disciple, you would have no right to act so arrogantly before me. You are merely son Wukong, after all. What difficulty is there in capturing you? The barefoot immortal exited the temple, a cold smile upon his face, contemplating as he vanished from its entrance. Sun Wukong had yet to return to the mountain, though he had traversed the eastern Victory Divine Continent, having already confirmed certain matters in his heart. In a city inhabited by mortals, he walked down the bustling street, marveling at humanity's progress to such splendor. At that moment, he sensed a shift in his surroundings. The scenery around him transformed rapidly, as if he were being pulled into another dimension. Sun Wukong realized that someone was forcibly relocating him through their Taoist arts. Without resistance, he allowed the force to draw him away. Above the eastern sea, Sun Wukong found himself encircled by several individuals, the foremost being the barefoot immortal. Another was a demon, and yet another was Kuei Mu Wolf. They surrounded Sun Wukong, and the barefoot immortal wore a mocking smile. What is the intention of the immortal? Sun Wukong feigned ignorance. Haha, Sun Wukong, do not pretend to be oblivious. Do you not see? We intend to kill you, for you have been far too active lately, the demon sneered. This demon was a golden-eyed beast, resembling a qilin but lacking horns, belonging to the category of supernatural beasts. The golden-eyed beast possessed considerable strength, having reached the level of a celestial immortal. As for Kuei Mu Wolf, he needed no introduction, being one of the 28 constellations. His gaze towards Sun Wukong was filled with hatred. Years ago, when he descended to the mortal realm as a demon, he had 2 children with Princess Hundred Flowers. Ultimately, he was captured by Sun Wukong and brutally killed, fostering a deep-seated animosity within him. After the barefoot immortal sought him out, Kuei Mu Wolf joined him without hesitation. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with animosity. Is it because I surmised that Tathagata still lives? Sun Wukong boldly proclaimed. His words struck like thunder, causing the expressions of the barefoot immortal and the others to shift. Since you are aware, you cannot be spared today, the barefoot immortal declared, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong, his voice laced with menace. Sun Wukong proudly lifted his head, casting a sidelong glance at them. You pitiful creatures think you can capture me, Sun Wukong? You must be mistaken, believing yourselves to be like that old schemer Tathagata. The barefoot immortal chuckled derisively. Sun Wukong, do not be too arrogant. Your ruckus in the heavenly palace was merely a performance orchestrated by others. Without their assistance, what storm could you possibly stir? That so-called great sage equal to heaven is but a monkey deceived and led in circles. He continued with pride. Many in the 3 realms possess the capability to end your life. Kuei Mu Wolf, who had previously felt a tinge of apprehension from their past encounters, now found courage in the barefoot immortal's words. The monkey who had caused such chaos in heaven, what of it? As long as he was unafraid, he could at least contend with him on equal footing. Within the 3 realms, numerous demons and deities regarded Sun Wukong as merely a fortunate individual, chosen at random to become a candidate for the journey to the west. Had they been in his position, crafted and conspired against by various forces, they too could achieve such accomplishments, perhaps even surpassing him. They failed to comprehend that surviving such schemes and emerging stronger was Sun Wukong's inherent ability, a testament to his accumulated strength. Without sufficient power and foundation, who could endure? The celestial generals sought to capture him, wielding blades and axes, struck by heavenly thunder. Yet, Sun Wukong endured it all. In the alchemical furnace, he remained undying for 49 days, seizing the opportunity to cultivate his fiery eyes, refining the elixirs consumed into an indestructible form. Ultimately, he overturned the furnace and fought his way from the Doshui Palace to the Tongming Hall, where he was finally intercepted by the King of Lingguan. Some claimed that the King of Lingguan was merely a minor security guard in heaven, a ludicrous notion. As the foremost protector deity in Taoism, his prowess in vanquishing demons was unparalleled. He had attained the status of the Great One of Thunder, his cultivation unfathomable. Few in the 3 realms possess such skills. Those who looked down upon Sun Wukong never contemplated these truths, merely echoing one another's sentiments, lost in their self-satisfaction, utterly ridiculous. Kuei Mu Wolf and his companions' desire to subdue Sun Wukong was beyond mere arrogance. Sun Wukong chuckled coldly. Then come forth and see if you can slay me. Arrogant monkey, prepare to receive my blade. Kuei Mu Wolf brandished his steel knife, striking directly at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smirked, retrieving his golden staff, transforming it to the length of 2 zhang, and swung it down with force. The clash of metal rang out. A resounding echo as a tremendous force radiated from the golden staff, causing Kuei Mu Wolf's knife to fly from his grasp. The impact shattered his grip, blood spilling from his hand as he was left shaken. Overwhelmed with fear, he turned to flee. Nowhere to run. Sun Wukong bellowed, swiftly positioning himself in front of the retreating wolf and striking down with his staff. Arrogant monkey. The golden-eyed beast, witnessing Kuei Mu Wolf in danger, rushed to intervene, wielding a wolf-toothed club to block Sun Wukong's strike, rescuing Kuei Mu Wolf. However, he himself was forced back several paces, his hands bloodied. The barefoot immortal soared into the air, aiming a foot towards Sun Wukong. What a ghastly foot, reeking and bare, shamelessly displayed before me. Begone. Sun Wukong grimaced in distaste. He raised his golden staff to strike. The staff collided with the barefoot immortal's foot, producing a resounding clang. The barefoot immortal promptly withdrew his foot, which was now bruised and battered. He practiced powers related to his feet, capable of immense force, impervious to ordinary artifacts. Yet today, he had suffered under the golden staff. Disgusting. Sun Wukong remarked with disdain, lifting his staff to target the barefoot immortal's upper body. At that moment, he felt a hint of madness. He wondered if the barefoot immortal had foot odor. If the staff collided with his foul foot and then touched his ear, would he contract foot odor? He resolved to wash the staff 100 times in seawater later. The barefoot immortal uttered a light incantation, channeling his power to transform his presence into a magical sword. Striking forth. The magical sword shattered as Sun Wukong's staff struck him, causing a spurt of blood to erupt from the barefoot immortal's mouth as he staggered backward. The confrontation had only just begun when the barefoot immortal sustained injuries. Kuei Mu Wolf and the golden-eyed beast exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear in each other's eyes. This monkey was exceptionally formidable. Gritting their teeth, they charged forward, one wielding a steel knife while the other summoned a wolf fang club, positioning themselves to attack Sun Wukong from both sides. With a disdainful glance, Sun Wukong directly charged at Kuei Mu Wolf. Overcome with dread, Kuei Mu Wolf lost his courage and turned to flee. Haha. Sun Wukong laughed heartily but did not pursue. Instead, he redirected his assault towards the golden-eyed beast. The sound of the golden cudgel clashing against the wolf fang club echoed as it sent both the club and the golden-eyed beast flying. The latter spat out blood, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Sun Wukong. In his heart, he nearly cursed the barefoot immortal to death. Wasn't he? It said that Sun Wukong was not strong? The three had only just engaged him and were already injured. If this continued, they would surely perish at his hands. The title of the great sage equal to heaven was well-deserved. Sun Wukong, ready to strike, had no reason to be courteous to those who sought to subdue him. Suddenly, a golden rod emerged from the void, blocking Sun Wukong's golden cudgel. The wind and cloud sage stepped forth from the expanse, a wry smile on his face. Seventh brother, for the sake of fifth brother, could you spare their lives? Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon him and replied coolly, address me as the great sage equal to heaven, or call me Grandfather Sunday. The wind and cloud sage. The Monkey King trembled at his words, realizing that their brotherly bond had been irreparably severed. His expression darkened as he furrowed his brow and said, Great sage, I truly do not wish to be your enemy, and our current endeavors are unrelated to you. I hope you will not make it difficult for us. This fool attempted to ambush me, and you say your actions have nothing to do with me? How can I believe that? Sun Wukong retorted, pointing at the barefoot immortal with a cold smirk. The wind and cloud sage fell silent, glaring at the barefoot immortal, blaming him for this predicament. Seventh brother, consider this a final favor from your elder brother. I owe you one. The wind and cloud sage pleaded. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow and sneered. When I was captured by the heavenly court, I did not see you come to my aid. Now you seek my mercy for a few worthless beings? Truly a good brother. The wind and cloud sage remained silent. To avoid being labeled as heartless, Sun Wukong decided to give him this face-saving gesture. Take them and leave. The wind and cloud sage cupped his hands in thanks, preparing to escort the barefoot immortal and his companions away. However, the barefoot immortal shouted angrily, Sun Wukong, who are you calling worthless? Monkey King, why do you not strike? Are you betraying that person? Sun Wukong mockingly replied, Monkey King. It seems someone does not appreciate your kindness. The Monkey King, ignoring the barefoot immortal, calmly stated, they are merely worthless beings. Saving them is inconsequential to me. That bald donkey's vision is growing worse by the day, accepting anyone as a subordinate. I advise you to distance yourself from that old curmudgeon before you end up losing everything, the Monkey King remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Thank you for your concern. Great sage, he replied coolly. Now leave, Sun Wukong commanded. The barefoot immortal attempted to protest, but the Monkey King swiftly struck him on the head with his club. The sound echoed, and blood poured from the barefoot immortal's head as he rolled his eyes and fainted. Too noisy, the Monkey King said coldly. Kuemu Wolf and the golden-eyed beast dared not utter a word as they followed the Monkey King away. Once they had completely vanished, Sun Wukong pondered aloud. Have you had your fill of the spectacle? A divine general appeared, red-faced with a beard, clad in golden armor and a red robe, bearing 3 eyes upon his forehead, exuding an imposing aura. He smiled slightly and said, Wang Shan greets the great sage. Wang Lingwan, it has been a while. It seems the Taoist sect is not entirely oblivious. Perhaps they have long since sensed that person's schemes. Even Wang Lingwan has come to keep watch. It appears that Fellow's plans will come to naught. Sun Wukong chuckled. He felt a chill in his heart, having initially thought the Taoist sect was unaware. Now it seemed he had underestimated them. Both the Buddhist realm and the Taoist sect were astutely perceptive, with their leaders possessing keen insight. He had been worried about the Buddhist realm toppling the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and dominating the 3 realms, but in hindsight, that worry was unfounded. The old-timers of the Taoist sect were indeed more profound than those in the Buddhist realm. Wang Lingwan smiled slightly and said, Our Taoist sect values tranquility and non-action, harboring no ill will towards others. We believe that all things in heaven and earth exist for a reason. Otherwise, the Buddhist sect would not have come to this state. Sun Wukong nodded, recognizing that the Taoist sect had strengths far surpassing those of the Buddhist realm. If the Buddhist realm were in the Taoist sect's position, they would never allow the Taoist sect to grow in strength. However, this also indicated that the Taoist leaders did not regard the Buddhist realm as a threat. Since Wang Lingwan is keeping watch, I shall refrain from getting involved. I bid you farewell, Sun Wukong said as he prepared to depart. He did not wish to be embroiled in the strife between Buddhism and Taoism. He was a demon, and all of this was irrelevant to him. Great sage. Please hold on, Wang Lingwan called out. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on him and asked, You do not intend to subdue me as well, do you? Wang Lingwan chuckled wryly and replied, Great sage, you misunderstand. There are those who wish to meet you. Sun Wukong grinned and retorted, Is it the Jade Emperor? Wang Lingwan momentarily appeared taken aback but quickly nodded, saying, Great sage, you are indeed astute. I have no interest in meeting him. Let him perish on the sidelines. I want nothing more than to live a peaceful life, Sun Wukong declared, and before Wang Lingwan could respond, he vanished in a cloud of mist. Wang Lingwan sighed. This mission has failed. Various factions sought to win over Sun Wukong, yet he remained indifferent to all. However, no one dared to force the issue. Given Sun Wukong's character, if someone attempted to impose their will, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. This monkey, after thousands of years, had become increasingly unpredictable. Even I am uncertain of his thoughts. In the Peach Garden, the land deity smiled faintly, having monitored the events that had transpired. Sun Wukong entered the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, where the old Dragon King hurried to greet him. Chapter 58, The Ancient Gods. The Dragon King hosted a banquet to express gratitude for Sun Wukong's past efforts in saving the Dragon Palace. Sun Wukong chuckled, saying, I should be thanking you. Had it not been for the old Dragon King's intentions, the sea-stabilizing divine needle would not have been returned to me. The Dragon King felt somewhat awkward, realizing that at that time, it had merely been a performance for Sun Wukong's benefit. The golden cudgel had always been intended for him to take. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong's prowess was indeed remarkable. The uproar he had caused during the heavenly riot had been astonishing, leaving the Dragon King in disbelief. The bond between the sea-stabilizing divine needle and the great sage was fated, having little to do with the old dragon, who needed no thanks. The Dragon King hastily affirmed, There is no need to thank me. Sun Wukong chose not to dwell on the topic any further. His expression turned serious as he stated, I actually came to inquire about a matter. Noticing Sun Wukong's earnestness, the old Dragon King felt a sense of gravity and replied, Great sage, please proceed. I have heard they are returning. Who are they? Sun Wukong asked, having gathered that the likes of Zhang Yunzi spoke vaguely, revealing a sense of trepidation. The ancient gods. The Dragon King replied without hesitation. Ancient gods. Sun Wukong's heart stirred. Before this divine era, during the time of chaos, the world was populated by numerous ancient gods who once established a heavenly court or ruled over various realms. They are returning, explained the old Dragon King. The dragon lineage, from the dawn of creation to the present day, possesses an innate understanding of these matters. What constitutes an ancient god? Sun Wukong inquired further. After a moment's contemplation, the old Dragon King replied, those who are powerful among the innate beings or the descendants of the innate races may be regarded as ancient gods. They are inherently close to the Tao, endowed with formidable strength from birth. Some are even born as celestial beings, capable of attaining the status of a heavenly sovereign within mere years. Sun Wukong felt a jolt within. Was this what constituted an ancient god? Such immense power indeed. The old Dragon King continued, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the original Qilin can also be classified as ancient gods, and among them, they are the strongest. Have not all those ancient gods perished? Sun Wukong queried. The old Dragon King smiled faintly and said, those ancient gods, each possessing extraordinary abilities, would not easily meet their demise. While some may have fallen in ancient times, many others remain, merely exiled. This has led to the current 3 realms and the present heavenly court. Ah, I see. So, the heavenly court was also established amidst the transitions of divine eras. The old Dragon King mused, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. He lamented, in this chaotic world, even the Kunpeng has appeared. The return of those ancient gods is imminent, so prepare yourself, great sage. I, the old monkey, am hiding in Flower Fruit Mountain. Do they truly think they can find me? Sun Wukong scoffed. The old Dragon King sighed, his gaze reflecting memories. Those beings do not concern themselves with such matters. Ancient gods are accustomed to their might and do not engage in reasoned discourse. Should they seek you out, refusal to comply may result in dire consequences. Their return will bring suffering to all living beings. No wonder the likes of the Queen Mother of the West are so anxious, Sun Wukong remarked. And it is to be hoped that only one ancient god returns. If all the ancient gods from the divine eras were to return, the present 3 realms would likely be utterly defenseless. The old Dragon King's expression grew bitter. He sighed. If the 3 realms were united, with the divine beings of one accord, there might still be a chance. Yet now, with the fall of the Jade Emperor, the ambitions of the Buddhist realm, and the 3 among the 4 sovereigns vying for the position of the great celestial sovereign, while the 3 pure ones remain secluded, I have little faith in the current state of the 3 realms. According to the old Dragon King's perspective, the 3 realms were essentially beyond salvation. Sun Wukong chuckled softly and said, perhaps the great celestial sovereign has not perished. Perhaps it is merely a ruse to draw out those with ambitions and eliminate them, thereby forging a unified 3 realms. The old Dragon King was momentarily taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at Sun Wukong. He couldn't shake the feeling that Sun Wukong's perhaps could be omitted. Could it be true that the great celestial sovereign had not died? The thought sent his heart racing. What a grand chess game this was. If the great celestial sovereign truly lived, it would imply that he was orchestrating something of great significance. Even if the 3 realms were to be in disarray for a while, it would be bearable. Has the great sage discovered something? Wukong probed cautiously. Sun Wukong glanced at him, smiling as he replied, I have discovered nothing. I merely spoke from my feelings, much like suggesting that perhaps the Buddha has not perished, right? Old Dragon King, take it as a jest. There is no need to dwell on it. Wukong's heart stirred, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you for the reminder, great sage. This humble dragon understands. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. This could be seen as a mutual exchange, while Wukong sought clarity. He too provided a piece of valuable information. Should the Dragon Clan believe the Jade Emperor to be dead and turn to others for support, their future would likely be fraught with difficulties. After enjoying a meal and receiving some rare treasures, all of which were stored in the Dragon Palace, Sun Wukong felt quite satisfied, for to the Dragon Palace, these were but trifles. Upon returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, he found Baiyu had entered the final stage of becoming a celestial being. Dark clouds gathered above Flower Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong looked up, startling the deities of the thunder department above. As the calamity clouds formed, Sun Wukong pointed a finger, causing them to explode and vanish. Begone, he said coldly. Instantly, the thunder god of the divine heavens rushed to report to the heavenly sovereign. Upon hearing the thunder god's account, the heavenly sovereign laughed and scolded, Why provoke that monkey? He has been trapped by the Buddha for thousands of years, filled with pent-up resentment. Do not provoke his ire, lest he come seeking trouble with me. But the heavenly laws. The thunder god hesitated. The laws of heaven are but reflections of human sentiment. The great sovereign has fallen. What heavenly laws can still be spoken of? Just follow my lead. The heavenly sovereign replied with a smile. Understood. The thunder god then departed. For he must obey the heavenly sovereign's command. Upon returning, the thunder god led the deities of the thunder department away from the skies above Flower Fruit Mountain. Fa Hai gazed in admiration. Even the deities of the thunder department dared not provoke Sun Wukong, whose might inspired genuine respect. Sun Wukong, however, paid little heed, focusing instead on Baiyu, who had now entered the final phase, fully embarking on the path of celestial beings. With a resonating hum, the void trembled as Baiyu opened his eyes. Letting out a mighty roar, he suddenly launched an attack on Fa Hai, evidently seeking to test his strength against him. Having entered the celestial realm, he could now be considered a true top-tier powerhouse, a formidable figure even among the three realms. As for testing his strength against Sun Wukong, Baiyu had yet to develop a penchant for self-inflicted hardship. Come on then, Fa Hai laughed, welcoming the challenge. Half an hour later, Baiyu emerged battered and bruised, hardly resembling a human, dragged back by Fa Hai. Chapter 59. Bald old man Sun Wukong shook his head, chuckling. Baiyu had just attained his celestial status, while Fa Hai could be considered a strong entity among celestial beings. Compared to their first meeting, Fa Hai's strength had increased significantly. With his formidable techniques, he had few rivals of equal cultivation. Baiyu, freshly ascended as a celestial being, had a long way to go before he could catch up to Fa Hai. I will return to settle the score, Baiyu declared through gritted teeth. Fa Hai raised an eyebrow, saying, Then I shall await your return. Both men huffed in unison. Sun Wukong turned his gaze outward, stating, Cease your bickering. Esteemed guests are arriving. Baiyu focused his energy, instantly regaining his composure. Fa Hai and Baiyu stood behind Sun Wukong, gazing beyond Flower Fruit Mountain. Two figures descended, revealing themselves to be Erlang Shun and Neza. What brings you two brothers to me? Sun Wukong inquired with a smile. Neza made a face, remaining silent, while Erlang Shun spoke, by the decree of Lady Hutu. We are to quell a rebellion in the underworld. Neza and I fear we may be outnumbered, hence we request the great sage's assistance. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Who has rebelled? The 10 Yama Kings are the incarnations of the great celestial sovereign. They should not be rebelling. Jade Emperor? That doesn't seem right either, as he is the incarnation of the purple Tenuity Emperor. Who else could possibly rebel? The 5 Emperor ghosts, Shintu, Saiyu, and others, Erlang Shun answered. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Those wretched scoundrels require our intervention? And those great fiends sealed in the 18 layers of hell, released by whom? Even the 10 Yama Kings cannot contain them. Erlang Shun replied, Indeed. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes and said, I refuse to go. The fiends sealed in hell? I doubt it. They may have just been wronged. I will not grant you this favor. Erlang Shun was momentarily stunned, offering a wry smile and a respectful bow before departing with Neza. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, Neza asked in disbelief, Is that it, brother? We are leaving just like that? Erlang Shun sighed. I momentarily forgot. For these past few millennia, Sun Wukong has been sealed in the 19th layer of hell. I spoke carelessly just now. Neza stuck out his tongue. It is no wonder that the monkey is enraged. If it were I would have already taken action. Is this not deliberately reopening old wounds? You and I, brothers united, need not fear suppressing those malevolent spirits. There is no need for my second brother to take it too seriously, Neza reassured. Nodding, Erlang Shun smiled and replied, Let us proceed to the underworld. Why did the great sage decline Erlang Shun's invitation? Fa Hai pondered with a hint of confusion. Isn't it the duty of deities to uphold righteousness and subdue demons? Sun Wukong scoffed. Why should I agree? Among the myriad gods in the 3 realms, many are far more powerful than I. Since this is an edict from the Earth Mother, the other deities would not refuse. What difference does it make if I do not attend? Fa Hai paused, realizing the truth in this reasoning. To speak of others, just consider the likes of the Grand Master Xiantan and the Emperor Jinwu. Each is a top-tier powerhouse in the 3 realms, equally capable of subduing demons as the great sage. Some individuals insist on dragging me into their schemes. I refuse to grant them their wishes. If they provoke me, I shall unmask their true nature for all to see. Sun Wukong sneered. He had come to understand many matters. Which great sage is he referring to? Fa Hai felt a jolt of curiosity. a bald head and an old stick. Both are merely worn coins, neither particularly admirable. Fahai was left with a head full of questions. Achoo! In the Pan-Tao garden, the land spirit sneezed. He looked around, puzzled as to who was mentioning him. In a lavish estate of commoners, a handsome young man was sharing drinks with a stunning woman. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose and sneezed as well. Who is speaking of me? Linger, what troubles you? The woman, clad in a form-fitting white outfit, radiated vigor and strength, evidently a swordplay master. Swordplay practitioners are known as sword immortals. This woman was clearly just stepping into the realm of sword immortals. It's nothing. Bai Lian, I just felt a bit unwell. No need to worry, Li Ling replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 60, Reinforcements for Erling Shun. Bai Lian perceived Li Ling as an ordinary mortal. This formidable and unparalleled sword master was now displaying such tenderness and concern. You should rest in your room, Bai Lian suggested softly. Stay with me. Li Ling gazed at Bai Lian with deep affection. Bai Lian bit her lips slightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing, and a blush graced her cheeks. She murmured like a whisper. At that moment, a gallant man entered. I pay my respects to master. The valiant man spoke as he knelt before Li Ling. Bai Lian felt puzzled. When did her young suitor become someone else's master? Li Ling gently waved his hand, causing Bai Lian to fall into a stupor, erasing her recent memories. Only then did Li Ling step out, addressing the kneeling warrior. Monkey, there is no need for such formalities with your master. How fares the situation in Dongsheng Shinzhou? The kneeling figure was none other than the Monkey King. He scratched his head, displaying a simple smile as he replied, I have completed most of it. Only a little time is needed to finish it all, though there has been a minor setback. Li Ling's smile faded. He calmly inquired, what setback? The barefoot immortal brought trouble to Sun Wukong, causing him to suspect that master is still alive. The Monkey King replied solemnly. Li Ling's gaze turned cold for a moment before regaining its composure. The monkey is aware, and that knowledge poses no issue. The Monkey King continued, I suspect that the heavenly court is also aware that master has not perished. I sensed Wang Shan's aura. Li Ling replied nonchalantly, it matters not if they know. I never intended to keep it hidden from the heavenly court. The Monkey King's expression grew peculiar as he stared at Li Ling, eager to ask, what then is the purpose of your feigned death? Is it merely to court women? Bai Lian, with her unremarkable looks and sparse fur, leaves me baffled as to what master finds appealing. Of course, he dared not voice his thoughts. I have reached an agreement with someone. You need not concern yourself with the details. Very well, the Monkey King respectfully acknowledged before departing. Just as he left, the barefoot immortal arrived. Master, you must advocate for me. The barefoot immortal, a man of stature, was now weeping profusely. Li Ling inquired coolly, what troubles you? Because of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong has deduced that master is still alive. I attempted to eliminate Sun Wukong, but the Monkey King not only refused to assist but actively obstructed me. Just as I was close to success, he incapacitated my subordinate and took him away. Please, master, intervene, the barefoot immortal pleaded. Li Ling smiled faintly and responded, return, I will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. The barefoot immortal, hearing this, was filled with joy. Thank you, master. He departed in high spirits, unaware that the Monkey King had already reported the situation. Thus, Li Ling did not place much faith in the barefoot immortal's words. Li Ling, referred to as the world-honored one, is indeed the Tathagata. He understands Sun Wukong's capabilities well. Even he would pay a hefty price to subdue Sun Wukong, let alone the barefoot immortal. If he could have slain Sun Wukong, he would not have sought refuge with Li Ling and could have established his own power. Hence, his words were merely meant to placate the barefoot immortal. The barefoot immortal left in delight. At that moment, Bai Lian emerged from the room. Why did I suddenly fall asleep? Linger, what transpired earlier? She had no recollection of the events that unfolded. Li Ling smiled gently. You fell asleep suddenly, so I carried you to your room. Are you feeling better now? Bai Lian appeared somewhat drowsy, stating, how strange, I still feel a bit tired. Then rest a while. I will wake you for dinner later. Linger, you are truly kind. Bai Lian's gaze grew ever more tender. Li Ling smiled, assisting Bai Lian into her room. Half an hour later, Li Ling emerged from the room, letting out a long sigh. Being immortal is not as painful as one might imagine. It leaves one wanting more. 3 days later, on Flower Fruit Mountain, a dog stumbled onto the scene, bloodied and with one of its legs broken. It crashed against the mountain's barrier, which unleashed a tremendous force, sending the dog flying backwards. With a yelp, the dog fell directly into the sea. Sun Wukong felt a stir in his heart and reached out into the void, pulling the dog into his grasp. Howl, the celestial dog. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Great sage, save me. The celestial dog transformed into human form, battered and frantic. Sun Wukong's eyes turned cold, asking, has something happened to my brother? The celestial dog nodded fervently. My master and the 3 altar sea deities were commanded to subdue demons. But they fell victim to the evil schemes of those demons and are now trapped. I barely escaped to seek aid from Flower Fruit Mountain. I implore you, great sage, hurry to the underworld to rescue my master. Where's the Earth Mother? Sun Wukong inquired, his expression tense. She is missing. What? Sun Wukong, who had been quite calm, changed countenance upon hearing the celestial dog's words. The Earth Mother is missing? What is this trickery from that bald head and old stick? What is their game? Are they truly unafraid of chaos in the 3 realms? Have you been to the Ziwei Palace? Sun Wukong asked. The celestial dog shook his head. I have not. I beg you, great sage, do not dwell on such matters. Come with me to rescue my master. Sun Wukong cast a glance at him and declared, very well. I shall first go to the underworld. He rose to his feet, and Fa Hai and Bai Yu stepped forward simultaneously. Your speed is insufficient. I will proceed first. Understood. Both Fa Hai and Bai Yu replied. The Hound of Hell immediately broke into a smile. Sun Wukong swiftly made his way to the realm of the earth, moving with unparalleled speed. At this moment, the realm was engulfed in the flames of war, with the ominous aura of demons permeating the air. The 10 Yama kings held court in the Yama Hall, suppressing the multitude of fiends. Within Fengdu City, the war drums echoed, and battle flags fluttered in the wind. The Emperor of Fengdu personally commanded from atop the city walls, while his ghostly soldiers charged into battle. As soon as Sun Wukong appeared, he was spotted. A horde of ancient malevolent spirits rushed towards him. Get lost. Sun Wukong bellowed, wielding his golden staff and shattering a group of ancient ghosts. Ah, the monkey has come. The Emperor of Fengdu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just as he intended to summon Sun Wukong, he noticed the monkey turning tail to leave. The Emperor realized that Sun Wukong was not there to aid them, but was in search of Erlang Shun and Neza. At last, he found Erlang Shun and the others encircled at Mount Luofeng. Out of the 1,200 grasshead gods, fewer than 1,000 remained, and both Erlang Shun and Neza were severely injured. Upon recognizing the formidable foes surrounding them, Sun Wukong's expression turned icy. Among them were the likes of Ingwa, Poxin, and Master Wu Chao, alongside several powerful demons and ancient spirits. One particularly fearsome demon, formidable enough to match Erlang Shun, surprisingly held his ground against him. This adversary withstood Erlang Shun's attacks with sheer physical might. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted slightly upon identifying Ingwa, the guardian of the Yellow Springs. It was rumored that he was one of the progenitors of the undead, having been slain by the Yellow Emperor in ancient times and thought lost to history. To his astonishment, he now stood alongside Poxin, besieging Erlang Shun and Neza. The other demons and spirits were nearly as formidable as Ingwa. In this dire situation, Erlang Shun and Neza found themselves perilously close to defeat. A glint of determination flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. He did not rush in recklessly, but instead entered a state of invisibility, stealthily positioning himself near the battlefield before launching his assault. His golden staff lashed out toward Poxin with immense force. Poxin barely had time to react before being struck by Sun Wukong's blow, sending him hurtling through the air, spewing blood, nearly obliterated by the impact. Sun Wukong paid him no mind and swiftly turned to deliver a blow to Master Wu Chao. Erlang Shun was the first to respond, channeling his profound energy to its limits. His magical power surged as he and Sun Wukong struck simultaneously at Master Wu Chao. The latter hastily summoned a protective Buddhist light, encircling himself with a myriad of lotus flowers. At the same time, tendrils erupted from Wu Chao, transforming into spears aimed at both attackers. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun's strikes shattered the tendrils and crashed against Master Wu Chao's new abode. The entire structure splintered, and Wu Chao was sent flying, vomiting blood from the impact. Sun Wukong's ambush was so expertly executed that even a heavenly sovereign would find it challenging to counter. With Erlang Shun joining the fray, Master Wu Chao, despite his defenses, could not withstand the onslaught. In an instant, they had incapacitated 2 significant threats. Erlang Shun and Neza felt their spirits lift. Ingwa's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on Sun Wukong, excitement glimmering in his eyes. I remember you. The one suppressed by that bald donkey to the 19th level of hell. I never expected you to be this strong. Shall we duel? Sun Wukong, brimming with defiance, replied, "Why would I shy away from battling a lowly fiend like you?" With a cold smile etched upon his face, Sun Wukong surveyed Ingwa and the others with disdain. "If I were to unleash my full power, do you believe these two would still be standing? This is merely a game to me." Erlang Shen's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Great sage, he has yet to unleash his full strength." Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted slightly as he nodded. "He is indeed a worthy opponent. A battle between us." Ingwa's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Very well." Sun Wukong sheathed his golden staff, opting to engage Ingwa without weapons. Ingwa was momentarily taken aback, then extended his thumb in approval. As one of the progenitors of the undead, his greatest strength lay in his immortality. Ingwa needed no weapon, for his body was his mightiest armament. Sun Wukong's choice evoked a flicker of respect within Ingwa. Seeing the impending duel, Poxin regarded them with incredulity. "Ingwa, have you lost your mind? We have so many allies, why challenge him alone? Don't forget our agreement. We liberated you, and you are to conquer the entire underworld for us." Ingwa, undeterred, swatted him aside. "Do you think I require your permission to speak? I am a demon, and you are also one. Have you ever seen a demon keep their word?" Poxin was momentarily stunned, nearly cursing. While he acknowledged being a demon, he had never encountered one as unreliable as Ingwa. The other demons and ancient spirits hesitated to interject, intimidated by Ingwa's fierce glare. Sun Wukong flashed a grin. "I find myself rather fond of you." "No, I am a staunch and straightforward demon, uninterested in monkey companionship," Ingwa retorted firmly. Veins bulged on Sun Wukong's forehead. "Enough idle chatter, let us commence," he commanded with authority. Ingwa let out a hearty laugh and charged forward. Both combatants were supremely skilled, each possessing boundless magical energy. Their fists collided, sending tremors through the surrounding air. In this exchange, neither side gained the upper hand. "Delightful. Once more." Ingwa laughed heartily. Aside from the demon Chiyu, he had never encountered anyone capable of engaging him in physical combat. At last, he had found a worthy adversary. Sun Wukong, feeling invigorated, reciprocated with fervor, launching himself to deliver another blow. Ingwa was struck and propelled back but showed no concern, only laughter as he charged again. The two exchanged blows for over 100 rounds, causing half of Mount Luofeng to collapse. The lesser demons and spirits attacking Erlang Shen's grass-head gods retreated from the fierce clash between the two titans. Master Wu Chao's eyes gleamed with resolve as he suddenly intervened, forming a spell to suppress demons aimed at Sun Wukong. "Shameless!" Neza and Erlang Shen shouted in unison. Ingwa's eyes glinted coldly as he rushed forward, shattering the spell and delivering a kick to Master Wu Chao's face. Wu Chao was sent flying, landing not far away with a clear footprint on his face. Sun Wukong gave a thumbs up, muttering two words, "Impressive." Ingwa, who proclaimed himself a demon, proved to be far more honorable than many so-called gods and bodhisattvas. "Forget those insignificant pests. Let us continue." Ingwa laughed. "Agreed." What began as a war had transformed into a clash between the two of them. Onlookers observed the unfolding battle with bemusement. How did this monkey's arrival change the atmosphere so drastically? "I'm beginning to wonder if we were even fighting just now," Neza remarked. Erlang Shen chuckled. The great sage possesses the means and spirit to turn the tide. Glancing at Erlang Shen, Neza sensed a hint of favoritism towards Sun Wukong in his words. Isn't this predicament the result of Ingwa's stubbornness? Had he not insisted on a duel, Sun Wukong would have been overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Poxin and Master Wu Chao gritted their teeth, eager to rejoin the fray, but the formidable demons and ancient spirits held them at bay, forbidding their interference. The formidable demons and ancient ghosts are all beholden to Ingo. In Chapter 62, after the New Year haircut, Erlang Shen and Neza focus intently on the two figures. The situation for Poxin and Master Wu Chao has become exceedingly awkward. Originally, they intended to besiege Erlang Shen and his companions, but now it has transformed into a confrontation where all parties are directed at them. Were it not for the slight principles upheld by these demons and ancient spirits, Poxin believed they would have already lunged at him. Tension mounted between Poxin and Master Wu Chao, though they maintained a facade of calm. The battle between Sun Wukong and Ingo had escalated to a fever pitch, with their physical clashes proving futile against one another. They soared through the celestial expanse, pushing their powers to the limits. With a thunderous clash, Sun Wukong and Ingo were both sent hurtling backward. Their fighting spirits surged, reaching an unparalleled zenith. Everyone held their breath, sensing that the outcome was near. "Haha, no more fighting." Your body is tougher than Prime Minister Turtle's shell. I cannot break you, Sun Wukong declared, first to withdraw his aura, unwilling to continue the battle. Ingo smirked slightly, replying, you are not lacking either. Your physique rivals that of Chi-Yu, and I cannot defeat you. Neither could overcome the other, resulting in a stalemate. Sun Wukong glanced at Erlang Shun and the others, saying, brothers, kindly let my two friends leave. Very well, Ingo agreed readily, his gaze fixed on Erlang Shun. Let us spar sometime. Erlang Shun responded coolly, agreed. Neza hesitated, wanting to speak. Great sage, we have arrived. Dawei Tianlong, cease. Sun Wukong shouted immediately. Master Fahai's attack was abruptly retracted, almost causing him to spit blood. Both he and Bai Yu were bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What is this? No more fighting? We can leave now, brother Ingo. Do visit Huawa Mountain for drinks. I have made a friend in you, Sun Wukong greeted Ingo. Certainly. It has been a while since I visited the celestial and human realms, Ingo replied with a hint of nostalgia. As Sun Wukong signaled for everyone to depart. A timid voice interrupted, they cannot be allowed to leave. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the speaker. Poxin's face drained of color as he stepped back. Feeling an intense anxiety, he sensed that everyone present, aside from Master Wu Chao, harbored a desire to strike him. Ingo's lips curled into a sardonic smile. You may leave them, but if you too possess the capability, then kill them. I will not intervene. The demons and spirits echoed their refusal to participate. Sun Wukong and the others chuckled, their gazes fixed on Poxin and his companion. Poxin's complexion paled further. He mustered his resolve, stating, in that case, let them go. This king is not one to kill indiscriminately. A collective derisive laugh erupted. Who did not comprehend Poxin's intentions? It was merely the realization that Ingo would not assist him, and with he and Master Wu Chao unable to contend against Sun Wukong and his allies. He had no choice but to relent. Seeing the mocking expressions around him, Poxin seethed inwardly, yet dared not express it outwardly. Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun departed from the scene. The battle had decimated Erlang Shun's forces, leaving only over 800 of the original 1,200 grass-headed gods. The expressions of all were tinged with sorrow and indignation. Shakyamuni, Erlang Shun ground his teeth. Sun Wukong abruptly turned, fixing his gaze on Erlang Shun. Brother, do you also know that Shakyamuni is not dead? Erlang Shun recognized that it was nearly impossible to keep this from Sun Wukong, who was astute beyond measure. He replied solemnly, indeed, during one of my journeys to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, I witnessed a great demon harnessing the power of faith. And that demon is connected to you, leading me to surmise that Shakyamuni has not perished. The great sage, the Monkey King, Sun Wukong revealed the identity of the demon. Erlang Shun looked astonished, unable to believe that Sun Wukong was already aware. After a moment, Sun Wukong shared another revelation. The great heavenly sovereign is also alive. Which great heavenly sovereign? Erlang Shun inquired casually, but suddenly halted. The Jade Emperor? He exclaimed in disbelief. Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation, understanding Erlang Shun's incredulity. Erlang Shun clenched his jaw tightly, glaring at the heavens as he shouted, what does he intend to accomplish? Why forsake the position of the great heavenly sovereign? Allowing chaos to erupt among the three realms and suffering to befall the living? Has he lost his mind? Veins throbbed on Erlang Shun's forehead, his fury reaching its peak. Sun Wukong had no doubt that if the Jade Emperor were before Erlang Shun at that moment, he would surely strike him down. Brother, calm your anger. The Jade Emperor, Sun Wukong began, but was interrupted by Erlang Shun. Great sage, there is no need to say more. From now on, I shall shave my head every year in the first month. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then extended a thumb to Erlang Shun. Truly, a grand act of righteousness. They arrived at the residence of the Earth Mother, but it was deserted, presumably having returned to the heavens. Ingo, with boundless demonic power, combined with the release of the myriad demons from hell and the covert assistance of Shakyamuni, suggested that the fall of the underworld was a foregone conclusion. The Earth Mother likely wished to avoid peril. Erlang Shun sighed. These deities cherished their own lives dearly. If they could unite to safeguard peace among the three realms, there would be no demons causing turmoil. Even a great demon like Ingo would have to retreat. However, each harbors their own intentions, making unity impossible. Shall the celestial court simply watch as the underworld falls? Master Fahai expressed in shock. If the underworld is overrun by demons, significant issues will arise in the three realms and six paths. And if we do nothing, who dares to address this problem? The four sovereigns would not risk their strength, as that would equate to relinquishing their claim to the position of great heavenly sovereign. Erlang rarely spoke at such length. Master Fahai lamented. Is power truly more important than the lives of the beings in the three realms? Sun Wukong scoffed. The immortals and Buddhas stand high above, not out of compassion for the masses, but because of their formidable strength. You, little monk, are still too naive. Namo Amidba, Master Fahai clasped his hands in prayer. Deeply affected by this discourse, Sun Wukong paid him no mind, confident that Master Fahai would come to understand in time. He patted Erlang Shun on the shoulder, advising, Brother, I urge you to practice prudence and not to rush headlong into every situation. I know your heart yearns to protect the beings of the three realms from disaster, but this is not a task you can accomplish alone. Erlang Shun smiled lightly, his demeanor unburdened. I, young Erlang, seek only to act in accordance with my conscience. Even if I must fight for the beings until my last breath, I bear no regrets. The others looked on in admiration. A sudden bark pierced the air as the celestial dog, Howling Sky, came rushing toward Erlang Shun, weeping profusely. A gentle expression crossed Erlang Shun's face as he patted Howling Sky's head, chuckling, Good brother, I am fine thanks to your timely invitation to the great sage. In Chapter 63, the Moon Goddess demands retribution. Without hesitation, Howling Sky raised to Sun Wukong, bowing several times. Sun Wukong mused, Howling Sky is truly commendable. I, Sun Wukong, might consider raising one myself. Great sage, it doesn't have to be a dog. Cranes can be equally loyal, Baiyu interjected, sensing a threat, and quickly raising his hand to alert Sun Wukong, not wishing for another competitor for his steed. Sun Wukong chuckled at the predicament. Great sage, I bid you farewell. Should you require anything in the future, just send someone to find me, Erlang Shun stated earnestly. Good, Sun Wukong nodded slightly. He and Erlang Shun parted ways, one heading to Guangjiankou and the other to Wagwashan. Fahai felt a twinge of regret. His recent progress in strength had been remarkable, and he had initially hoped to test his abilities. However, the opportunity to engage never arose, leaving him quite vexed. Upon arriving at Wagwashan, a flash of light caught his attention. Sun Wukong reached out and grasped it, revealing a communication jade talisman imbued with pure yang sword energy. It was a summons from El Dongbin. Sun Wukong's consciousness delved into it and found only a few hurried words. Great sage, help me. His immediate reaction was to wonder which celestial maiden El had offended this time. After all, the reputation of a charming immortal was not easily earned. However, he thought, at the very least, El should have provided a location. Without it, how could he come to his aid? Great sage, what has transpired? Fahai inquired with a hint of excitement upon seeing Sun Wukong's grim expression, sensing a conflict was brewing. El Dobbin has sought my help. Which woman has he angered now? Fahai and Baiyu echoed this sentiment in unison, revealing El Dongbin's infamous reputation was well known across the realms. Regardless, he has not specified a location. So even if I wished to rescue him, it would be impossible, Sun Wukong concluded, striding into Wagwashan, with Fahai and Baiyu closely following. As it turned out, Sun Wukong had underestimated El Dongbin. Shortly after returning to Wagwashan, they were met with an intruder. A great axe cleaved through the air, shaking the very barriers of Wagwashan. Someone was attacking. Sun Wukong, taken aback, quickly donned an expression of fury. He charged out, staff raised, without even glancing at the assailant. With an intruder at his doorstep, there was nothing left to discuss. A thunderous crash echoed as his staff struck, sending the attacker flying. The assailant, displaying an expression of shock, turned to flee. Wukong. Sun Wukong's brow arched. Does this fellow dare to strike at me? He swiftly overtook Wukong, blocking his escape and preparing to strike. Fahai and Baiyu also burst forth, ready to engage. Great might heavenly dragon. Fahai's eyes widened in fury. Baiyu scoffed, his countless sword energies manifesting and descending upon Wukong. In that moment, Sun Wukong stood aside, refraining from further involvement. Surely, Fahai and Baiyu could handle this simpleton. Faced with their assault, Wukong became flustered. He swung his axe with tremendous force, channeling his vast magical energy to unleash a colossal axe light in an attempt to counter the two. Fahai's strike met his axe, shattering the light, while Baiyu's sword energies rained down upon him. Wukong coughed up blood, his face pale with horror as he shouted, Stop! I am here on the orders of the Tying Star Lord. Fahai and Baiyu exchanged glances with Sun Wukong, momentarily halting their attack. Sun Wukong smirked, saying, I hold great respect for the Tying Star Lord. However, if the Star Lord has sent you to assault Wagwashan, then there is no leniency to be had. Strike. Instantly, Fa Hai and Bai Yu's eyes lit up, eager to obey. With one being a hot-tempered monk and the other a formidable demon king, neither cared who the messenger was. Even the Jade Emperor would not deter them from striking. Wu Gang, startled, regretted his earlier rashness. Who told him to flaunt in front of this monkey? Now, he faced relentless pursuit, and his misfortune was sealed. Wait, I came regarding El Dongbin. Let me explain. Wu Gang continued. Sun Wukong remained indifferent, stating, El Dongbin's affairs have nothing to do with me. You should seek out the other 8 immortals. Now, strike. Fa Hai and Bai Yu wasted no time, their grins widening as they charged forward. Wu Gang's resistance lasted no more than 10 exchanges before he was subdued by their combined strength. Do not strike my face. Be gentle. Ah, you foul monk, are you trying to ruin me? His cries echoed until he could no longer scream, falling unconscious. Sun Wukong finally ordered Fa Hai and Bai Yu to cease. They spared Wu Gang's life, as Sun Wukong merely sought to teach him a lesson. With a flick of his hand, Sun Wukong summoned a deluge of seawater, drenching Wu Gang. Nearly swept away, Wu Gang struggled to open his eyes, dread replacing his arrogance as he gazed upon Sun Wukong. Speak. What trouble has El Dongbin caused? Sun Wukong inquired coolly. Wu Gang shivered, hastily explaining. El Dongbin has been flirting with Chang'e in the palace, and the Tying Star Lord discovered it and captured him. He claims he is now the great sage's man. And so the Star Lord demands an explanation from you. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. This does not align with the character of the old Star Lord. The Tying Star Lord is gentle by nature and, while possessing great authority, is one of the most approachable deities in the heavenly court. El Dongbin's character is known throughout the 3 realms. He is merely a charming rogue, unlikely to commit any grave folly. How could he have offended the Tying Star Lord to the extent of inciting such wrath? Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, stating, Return to the old Star Lord and inform him that I, Sun Wukong, do not recognize this El Dongbin. Is he a monkey? There are no monkeys by that name in Waguashan. Wu Gang stared blankly, wishing to say more. Leave. Sun Wukong commanded, seeing Fa Hai and Bai Yu poised to strike. Wu Gang trembled, his expression one of despair as he hastily retreated on his cloud. Great sage, why do you not rescue El Dongbin? Bai Yu asked, puzzled. Given your character, one would expect you to intervene. Though El Dongbin was somewhat carefree, he was not excessively unruly, merely fond of flirtation. How could he have angered the Tying Star Lord to such a degree? Rescue him? Why should I bother? Sun Wukong shot a sidelong glance at Bai Yu, smirking. The Tying Star Lord and El Dongbin are merely seeking an excuse to lure me to the Moon Palace. Fa Hai's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. Sun Wukong scoffed. I have no desire to heed such summons. They truly believe I am but a pawn to be moved at their whim. What gives them such audacity? Chapter 64. Interception of Chaoshi. Wu Gang returned to the Moon Palace, where the fairy of rainbow attire happened to pass by. Upon seeing Wu Gang, her expression changed slightly, and she gasped, Tianpeng, what brings you here? Did we not agree to avoid each other in the future? Dressed in a resplendent celestial gown, the fairy's exquisite beauty and graceful stature were captivating. Her wide almond eyes were filled with surprise, shyness, anxiety, and uncertainty, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, Wu Gang felt no admiration. Mistaken for the bumbling Tianping, he knew his current appearance was far from flattering. Fairy, do not be foolish. I am Wu Gang. Not that useless Tianpeng, he retorted irritably. The complex emotions on the fairy's face vanished instantly. Angrily, she glared at Wu Gang, exclaiming, Wu Gang, you have no shame. Why wear such a ridiculous pig mask? Shameless. With a resounding slap, she struck Wu Gang's face before turning to leave. Wu Gang seethed with fury. Yet he understood that the fairy of rainbow attire was favored by the Tying Star Lord. Though his anger boiled, he dared not retaliate. After enduring the slap, Wu Gang snorted disdainfully and made his way to the Tying Star Lord's location. Meanwhile, the Tying Star Lord was enjoying tea with El Dongbin, both engaged in spirited conversation, prompting Wu Gang's eyes to nearly bulge in disbelief. What on earth? Just moments ago, they were at each other's throats, and now this? He thought in astonishment. Why has Tianpeng appeared? The Lord of the Moon smiled kindly. Wu Gang immediately knelt before him, weeping, Your Excellency, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am Wu Gang. The Lord of the Moon paused, scrutinizing Wu Gang earnestly. At last, he remarked, though you bear the visage of a pig, I can still faintly discern your former handsome appearance. Indeed, you are Wu Gang. Wu Gang was bereft of tears. Who did this to you? Lu Dongbin asked in astonishment. Casting an irritated glance at Lu Dongbin, Wu Gang retorted, Who else could it be? Naturally, it was that Bai Mawin. Lu Dongbin's face was filled with disbelief. You did not inform the great sage that I, old Lu, was captured by the Lord of the Moon and request his aid? Wu Gang replied indignantly. Of course I did, but Bai Mawen insisted there was no monkey named Lu Dongbin in Flower and Fruit Mountain, claiming he did not know any such person. Lu Dongbin's countenance darkened. The Lord of the Moon nearly broke into laughter. Sensing Lu Dongbin's displeasure, she quickly interjected, "It seems the great sage has perceived my intention along with that of my friend. Very well, I shall personally invite the great sage." At this, she instructed Wu Gang, "Do not take offense with the great sage, nor refer to him as Bai Ma Wan. You must maintain the proper respect due to him." Wu Gang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "That Bai Ma Wan has gone too far. I merely provided an axe to Flower and Fruit Mountain, and without breaking any restrictions. He dared to lay hands on me. I understand now." Lu Dongbin swiftly comprehended. Had you approached Sun Wukong normally, you would not have been subjected to such treatment. That you are even here now reflects the great sage's remarkable forbearance. Had it been in the past, you would not have returned. Wu Gang scoffed. Had it not been for Bai Mawen's ambush, I could have held my own against him. Enough. The Lord of the Moon commanded sharply. Wu Gang promptly closed his mouth and knelt in silence. The might of the great sage is beyond your comprehension. You must never again refer to him as Bai Mawen. Should I hear it again, I shall impose severe punishment. The Lord of the Moon's expression was one of displeasure. Wu Gang, recognizing her anger, dared not delay and quickly replied, "I understand, Your Excellency." "You may leave," she gestured. Wu Gang withdrew. The Lord of the Moon smiled. "It appears I must personally invite the great sage. There is no need for Your Excellency to go personally. I, old Sun, have arrived." A voice resonated beside them as Sun Wukong materialized. The Lord of the Moon smiled faintly and said, "Your prowess grows ever more astonishing, great sage. I did not even sense your arrival." Sun Wukong smiled lightly, replying, "You flatter me, Your Excellency." He glanced at Lu Dongbin and inquired, "Speak. What trouble have you summoned me for?" Lu Dongbin chuckled awkwardly before adopting a serious demeanor. "Great sage, I request your assistance for the sake of all sentient beings. Have all the deities in heaven perished? The 3 pure ones and the 4 imperial lords. Are there none among them who possess greater power than I?" Sun Wukong's face bore a cold smile. The Lord of the Moon sighed. "The immortals can indeed save, but they do not choose to. They are more concerned with their own safety. A host of hypocrites. How dare they sit high in their temples and receive offerings from the world?" Sun Wukong scoffed. Lu Dongbin forced a bitter smile, for he too was one of the immortals. The Lord of the Moon felt embarrassed, unable to persuade Sun Wukong to assist her. "Do not misunderstand, Your Excellency. I am not targeting you. What is it that you truly seek?" Sun Wukong asked, his tone now subdued. "My mother is returning," replied the Lord of the Moon. Changshi, Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. The ancient deity Changshi, wife of the primordial heavenly Emperor Dijuan, bore 12 months. The present Lord of the Moon is one of Changshi's daughters. The return of ancient deities is imminent. The Lord of the Moon's statement regarding Changshi signifies a portent. Many ancient deities may soon follow. Is the old moon seeking to assist Changshi's return? Sun Wukong questioned. The Lord of the Moon shook her head, her voice grave. "I do not mean that. Rather, I hope the great sage and I can join forces to thwart my mother's return, thus ensuring peace for the 3 realms." Sun Wukong was taken aback. The Lord of the Moon smiled faintly, continuing, "Though the immortals and Buddhas are selfish, their hearts are relatively peaceful. They would not harm the weak of the 3 realms recklessly. However, in the era of the ancient deities, the primordial wilderness worshipped the strong. To them, beings lesser than themselves are mere ants. Should they return, it would spell disaster for all sentient beings." Sun Wukong understood. The Lord of the Moon was prepared to forsake familial ties for the greater good of the 3 realms. "I was involved in the banishment of my mother. Though I am her offspring, I do not condone the brutality of the ancient deities." The Lord of the Moon revealed a hidden truth. "You possess noble integrity," Lu Dongbin proclaimed, moved. Sun Wukong pondered briefly before raising his head. "I shall assist with this endeavor not for the sake of all sentient beings, but for the opportunity to confront these ancient deities. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. I am aware that the return of the ancient deities has nearly become an inevitability. It is merely a matter of delaying time." The Lord of the Moon's expression grew solemn. Sun Wukong spoke wisely. The return of the ancient deities has indeed become a foregone conclusion. When that time arrives, all beings of the 3 realms will inevitably find themselves in opposition to the ancient deities. No one can remain uninvolved. Chapter 65. The path of all beings locks the heavens and earth. Preventing the return of the ancient deities, delaying their arrival is essential. The three realms must have more time to prepare. Changxi, a renowned primordial goddess, is a true, formidable force. Should she return, she will undoubtedly assist others in their return. Let us depart, the Lord of the Moon declared. Sun Wukong nodded and followed her lead. Lu Dongbin also trailed closely behind, eager to accompany them. What is your purpose in coming? Sun Wukong looked at him in surprise. Lu Dongbin's expression stiffened, sensing a strong air of disdain. Rolling his eyes in dissatisfaction, Lu Dongbin replied proudly, "Why should I not go? I am one of the 8 immortals of the upper cavern, a top celestial being. Even if I cannot contribute greatly, I can still offer some small assistance." Sun Wukong glanced at the Lord of the Moon and asked, "Are you certain he will not hinder us?" The Lord of the Moon smiled gently, assuring him, "Pure Yang, my friend, is a top celestial being on the cusp of becoming a heavenly lord. He will not be a burden, great sage, you may rest assured." Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at Lu Dongbin before conceding, "Very well, let him accompany us. Just remember, if any trouble arises, you should run first. I cannot guarantee your safety." Lu Dongbin was left speechless, realizing he was being looked down upon. The Lord of the Moon led the two into the depths of the Moon Palace. She formed seals with her hands, directing them toward the void ahead. Both Sun Wukong and Lu Dongbin could sense the very fabric of reality trembling. A passageway opened, shrouded in mystery, as if leading to an eternal unknown. Sun Wukong felt a chill run down his spine. Should he enter this void, he feared he might not emerge unscathed. It would require considerable effort. The place the passageway connected to was devoid of time and space, existing in a realm of pure nothingness. Lu Dongbin shivered, astonished. "What is this place?" "This is the road to the land of exile. We are merely at the fringes, nothing to fear. Stay close to me, and you will be safe," the Lord of the Moon cautioned. She stepped into the passage first, with Sun Wukong and Lu Dongbin closely following. They found themselves enveloped in a void. Where time did not exist, space was absent, and even the breath of chaos was nowhere to be found. The sensation was profoundly uncomfortable. They were unaccustomed to such emptiness, having always relied on the existence of time and space. Here, there was nothingness, a complete void. Nothing existed. There were no directions, no past or future. Even the individual senses are nearly extinguished. Hold steadfast to your minds, lest you be consumed by the void. The Lord of the Tying conveyed his thoughts. Sun Wukong and his companion felt a jolt in their spirits, awakening from their stupor. They concentrated their minds, thus evading the influences of this place. "My lord, what manner of realm is this? Why does it inspire such terror?" Lu Dongbin could not help but inquire, feeling the strain most acutely. "This is the primordial land, where all order ceases to exist and only the void remains," the Lord of the Tying elucidated. A spark of insight flickered in Lu Dongbin's eyes as he remarked, "So, the ancient gods are exiled to the primordial land? They cannot find direction, and thus cannot return?" The Lord of the Tying sighed. A bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she replied, "It is not so simple. Although the ancient gods possess immense power, the primordial land cannot truly confine them. Follow me, and you shall understand." The two trailed behind the Lord of the Tying, unaware of the distance they traversed, for here, the concepts of time and space did not exist. Sun Wukong felt his connection to the three realms growing increasingly faint, just as he was on the brink of losing all sense of the three realms. A brilliant light surged forth ahead. Massive chains pierced the endless void, binding the cosmos and the heavens. These chains were the pathways of sentient beings, innumerable and belonging to the essence of life within the three realms. A realization dawned upon Sun Wukong. The pathways of sentient beings sealed the heavens. And the stronger the beings, the more potent the sealing force. Those ancient gods that had been expelled could never return. The Lord of the Tying regarded him with a hint of approval, yet her expression soon darkened. However, the sentient beings of the three realms have stagnated in their development over the years, far from our expectations. I suspect the ancient gods have discovered new paths beyond the heavens, perhaps even developing their own more formidable realms. Some of the expelled ancient gods could be considered creators of worlds, such as Changxi, one of the true creators of the universe. It is not a difficult task for them to reopen a realm beyond the three realms. If that is the case, why would they wish to return? Lu Dongbin questioned. If the realms beyond are grander, why must they return to the three realms? Yet, it is hard to reconcile. What if you were expelled from your own home by your disciples, or even servants, who seized your possessions, and then went on to create a grander estate outside? How would you respond? The Lord of the Tying retorted. Lu Dongbin understood. Even with a greater estate, the sense of injustice would compel one to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Given the pride of the ancient gods, it would not be surprising if they sought to return. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with unspoken thoughts, sensing that many truths remained unvoiced by the Lord of the Tying. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was how to address Changshi's potential return. What should we do? There is nothing amiss here, Sun Wukong inquired. No sooner had he spoken than the very fabric of the heavens trembled. The pathways of sentient beings shattered, and a powerful aura surged in from beyond, accompanied by an astonishing force. It would severely wound Changshi, aiding the restoration of the shattered pathways. The Lord of the Tying revealed her intentions. Even Sun Wukong was taken aback. Changshi was the mother of the Lord of the Tying, yet she showed no hesitation in her resolve to harm her. The chains of the pathways broke apart, revealing a massive fissure in the heavenly barrier. A terrifying and formidable aura emanated from within. It was Changshi, the mother of the moon, returning from beyond the heavens. Should she succeed, with Changshi's guidance, the ancient gods would return in a heartbeat, heralding a great calamity for the three realms. Act now, commanded the Lord of the Tying, and with a surge of lunar energy, she plunged into the rift. Sun Wukong and El Dongbin followed suit without hesitation. At that moment, they beheld the form of Shiha, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown, strikingly beautiful, with silver eyes and cascading silver hair, radiant like the galaxy. She exuded an aura of nobility and elegance, every aspect of her being a testament to beauty and sanctity. Changshi, now adorned with silver blood, struggled to advance, striving to breach the celestial barrier and return from beyond. The heavens quaked as countless pathways radiated light, unleashing tremendous power upon Changshi, causing her steps to falter. Upon seeing the Lord of the Tying, a tender expression flickered in her eyes. "My daughter, have you come to escort your mother?" Changshi's voice was filled with joy. Chapter 66. Humanity, a glimmer of light flashed in the Lord of the Tying's hand, revealing a pestle for concocting elixirs. Without uttering a word, she struck. The impact unleashed an immeasurable golden light, striking Changshi. Her body trembled, and silver blood flowed from her shoulder. A look of astonishment crossed Changshi's exquisite face as she exclaimed, "Why do you strike your own mother, my child?" The Lord of the Tying's expression bore a hint of reluctance, yet she remained silent. She struck again, the pestle manifesting overwhelming power. This pestle, also known as the primordial celestial root, had once allowed the jade rabbit to fight to a standstill against the six-eared macaque. In his prime, Sun Wukong would not have considered the six-eared macaque a threat, yet its strength was akin to that of a top-tier celestial being. Below the celestial lord, few could match him save for a handful of divine warriors. The fact that the jade rabbit could contend with the six-eared macaque was not solely due to her prowess, but rather the might of this pestle. Now, in the hands of the Lord of the Tying, the pestle erupted with astonishing force. She struck once more, again landing upon Changshi. As Changshi endured the blow, silver divine blood dripped down her face, revealing a flicker of anger amidst her disappointment. "Why? For the sake of other beings, you would harm your own mother?" The Lord of the Tying's face paled as her voice became hoarse and somber, as if speaking to Changshi while comforting herself. "Perhaps this is humanity. I possess humanity, thus I do not view all beings as mere ants, to be slaughtered at will. It is because I have humanity that I refuse to see the sentient beings of the three realms descend into boundless hell." "Humanity?" Changshi's icy voice rang out, her silver eyes devoid of warmth, filled instead with coldness. "So, your act of striking your own mother is an expression of humanity? You have slain 11 of your sisters, and that too is humanity? Is this what you call humanity?" The Lord of the Tying's face grew pale, rendered speechless. El Dongbin hesitated, words caught in his throat. Only Sun Wukong was eager to engage. Changshi's gaze hardened, her cold yet melodious voice declaring, "Once I return to the three realms, I shall annihilate all beings that dare to oppose me. Those who align with me shall live, those who resist shall perish." The Lord of the Tying abruptly lifted her head, fixing her gaze upon Changshi as she declared solemnly, "I will stop you. With the meager Tying power I granted you." Changshi's expression remained cold. The Lord of the Tying fell silent. Changshi took a step forward, her body trembling slightly. The celestial barrier shimmered with countless pathways, converging to suppress her, obstructing her advance. Sun Wukong could no longer hesitate, disregarding the fact that Changshi was the mother of the Lord of the Tying. He brandished his golden staff and charged forward, delivering a powerful strike. This time, Changshi was prepared, her eyes shimmering with silver moonlight, transforming into two radiant moons that descended upon Sun Wukong. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong shattered the two moons, Yet he too was pushed back, blood surging within him. Changshi, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Your strength is commendable, rivaling some of the divine beings of our era, yet you have not yet ascended to the realm of the celestial lord. You cannot stop me." "I do not believe it," Sun Wukong retorted with a cold smile. The moment Changshi asserted his inadequacy, Sun Wukong's defiance surged anew, and he charged once more. Changshi ceased her advance, standing her ground to withstand Sun Wukong's relentless onslaught. The golden cudgel struck again and again, each blow infused with immeasurable power, yet Changshi repelled them all, channeling her inner energy. She successfully fended off Sun Wukong's attacks, while simultaneously unleashing spells that forced him to evade left and right. Fortunately, the constraints of this realm did not weigh heavily upon him. Otherwise, he would not have maintained such composure. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. For the ancient gods were exceedingly formidable, and Changshi was the apex among them. Even a figure as powerful as the West Queen Mother might struggle to subdue her. With his current strength, subduing Changshi seemed nearly impossible. Even if she were constrained by the will of the living beings, it would remain a daunting task. Lu Dongbin attempted to intervene, only to be effortlessly cast aside by Changshi. He spat blood and promptly retreated, wisely choosing not to engage in this level of conflict. At this moment, a stalemate ensued within the rift. Sun Wukong found it exceedingly difficult to force Changshi back. She thwarted all his assaults while counterattacking. And it was only through expending every ounce of his power that he managed to achieve a deadlock. On the other hand, Changshi found it nearly impossible to proceed. Sun Wukong attacked, with Taiyin Xingjuan supporting him. Every step she sought to take forward came at a grievous cost. Under the weight of her suppressed strength, she struggled to breach the blockade imposed by Sun Wukong and Taiyin Xingjuan. "Changshi, what are you doing? Why do you not enter the three realms?" A commanding voice resounded, laden with intense dissatisfaction. Taiyin Xingjuan trembled. It was her father, the former sovereign of heaven and earth, Emperor Jun. A phantom materialized within the rift, and with his emergence came an overwhelming aura, akin to the manifestation of the ruler of all beings, evoking a desire to submit within those present. He was a man of striking valor, clad in imperial robes, his eyes reflecting the weight of the ages and the dissolution of galaxies. Profound as if they contained two universes. The ancient celestial emperor, Emperor Jun Taiyin Xingjuan bowed her head, unable to meet the gaze of her supremely authoritative father. Emperor Jun swiftly grasped the situation. "My daughter, why do you obstruct your mother's return? Regarding past grievances, I shall not hold them against you. But I hope you will not repeat your mistakes." His gaze shifted to Taiyin Xingjuan, his celestial majesty cloaking all present, compelling her to lower her head even further. She possessed the courage to hinder Changshi, yet lacked the fortitude to confront her father. "Stand aside," Emperor Jun commanded. Taiyin Xingjuan's body moved involuntarily, almost yielding, compelled by an instinctive obedience. Yet, a hand grasped her. "Xingjuan, you have done no wrong. Why then must you fear him?" Sun Wukong's defiant voice echoed, snapping Taiyin Xingjuan from her stupor. She cast a grateful glance at him, raising her head to meet her father's gaze. "Father, for the sake of all beings, I have done nothing wrong. I implore you not to repeat past errors. Living beings are not mere playthings for the gods, and their weakness is not a justification for oppression. The fault lies with you. I will do everything in my power to obstruct your return." Her determination grew, radiating with a bright white light as she faced her inner turmoil, experiencing a profound sense of clarity. "Thank you, great sage, for your guidance." Taiyin Xingjuan expressed her gratitude. Sun Wukong smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for such formalities, Xingjuan. It is you who embodies righteousness. If you cannot bear to strike, then remain here for the time being. I will hold them off." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sun Wukong charged forth, engaging directly. The 67th chapter unfolds, a mere old fool. This strike was directed at Emperor Jun. However, the golden cudgel passed through the phantom of Emperor Jun, feeling no resistance. The Emperor's presence was but a projection, devoid of any real power. He could only maintain his foothold here due to Changshi's protection. Otherwise, he would have long since dissipated. Shattering the phantom of Emperor Jun with a single blow, Sun Wukong turned his attention to Changshi. Changshi initiated her own assault, channeling moonlight that coalesced into a silvery river, engulfing Sun Wukong. "Break it for me," he bellowed, sweeping the golden cudgel to shatter the silvery river. Emerging from its depths, he aimed to strike at Changshi's head. Simultaneously, Taiyin Xingjuan unleashed her own attack, wielding a pestle that erupted with resplendent golden light. Each ray of golden brilliance could injure an ordinary celestial being. At this moment, a myriad of golden lights surged towards Changxi, and even she, being among the most powerful of the ancient gods, felt the pressure. Changxi's anger flared. The silvery moonlight intensified as she retaliated. Sun Wukong's attack was thwarted, forcing him to stagger back, his blood surging. Meanwhile, Taiyin Xingjuan's golden light was obliterated, causing her to cough up blood as she stumbled backward. Changxi retreated 7 steps, her expression growing increasingly furious. Though these 7 steps were easily taken, it was uncertain how much energy it would cost her to advance. Mother, please give up. With us here, you cannot pass. Father and the others must be supporting this rift from beyond, no matter how powerful they are. They cannot restrain the will of living beings. They will soon falter, so please return, Taiyin Xingjuan urged. She could not bear to witness the potential outcome of Changxi being overwhelmed by the will of living beings should the rift close. Rebellious daughter, Changxi coldly retorted. She was resolute, turning to depart, fully aware that her chance to return to the 3 realms had vanished. Without the suppression of the will of living beings, she might have breached the blockade posed by Sun Wukong and the others. Yet, with that suppression in place, she found herself powerless to overcome their obstruction. We shall leave as well, Taiyin Xingjuan declared. Lu Dongbin was the first to turn and flee. Despite his lesser power compared to Sun Wukong, he was remarkably swift in his escape. Sun Wukong and Taiyin Xingjuan followed suit. Just as they emerged from the rift, it vanished entirely, the will of living beings sealing it off completely. Sun Wukong exhaled in relief. He had felt that should he fall into that rift, even with his indestructible body, he might not have survived. Though your strength may be lacking, your speed in fleeing is commendable, he remarked, casting a glance at Lu Dongbin, whose swiftness had surpassed his own. Lu Dongbin gave an awkward chuckle, clearly embarrassed. A smile blossomed on Taiyin Xingjuan's face. Old Taiyin, you celebrate prematurely. We merely repelled Changxi. We did not slay her. She will inevitably return. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. Taiyin Xingjuan smiled, explaining, Great Sage, you may not be aware that this is not the first time the ancient gods have attempted to breach the celestial barrier. Each assault requires at least a millennium of preparation, necessitating the cooperation of the gods from beyond to pose a threat to the 3 realms barrier. Ah, I see, Sun Wukong replied. So we have secured a respite of at least 1,000 years by repelling them this time. Taiyin Xingjuan shook her head, sighing however. With the current turmoil in the 3 realms and the diminishing strength of living beings, the intervals between their assaults are becoming shorter. I estimate that in about 700 years, they will strike again. 700 years is neither a long nor a short span. In 700 years, I shall return, Sun Wukong declared. Taiyin Xingjuan smiled, adding, they will approach from various directions. This time, they targeted the position corresponding to the Moon Palace. But next time it may be different. If needed, I shall notify the Great Sage. Thank you for your noble intentions. Sun Wukong offered a faint smile. Noble intentions? I am merely curious about the strength of the ancient gods. They returned to the 3 realms, where Taiyin Xingjuan hosted a banquet in honor of Sun Wukong and his companion. 2 individuals indulged in some libations and witnessed the enchanting dance of Chang'e in the Moon Palace, after which Sun Wukong took his leave. Dongbin, not wishing to linger, followed in the wake of Sun Wukong. Do not hold it against the Great Sage today. It is entirely my fault, Dongbin expressed, a hint of shame coloring his demeanor. He had plotted against Sun Wukong, yet the latter bore no grudges and still assisted the Lord of the Moon. This alone filled Dongbin with deep remorse. In the future, simply speak your mind. I, Sun, am not fond of such scheming. Dongbin understood. We shall go to a certain place, Sun Wukong declared, not returning to Huahua Mountain, but rather heading towards the Heavenly Court. Once a bastion of grandeur, the Heavenly Court now lay in ruins, overgrown with weeds, its broken walls and crumbling structures faintly whispering tales of its former glory. Dongbin gazed upon the desolation with a sense of melancholy, while Sun Wukong paid it no heed, striding directly into the peach garden. Great Sage, the peaches have already been removed by the Queen Mother of the West. If you desire peaches, you ought to venture to Kunlun, Dongbin kindly advised. Sun Wukong retorted with a cold smirk. I, Sun, have come seeking someone. Who? Dongbin inquired. A scoundrel, Sun Wukong spat through gritted teeth. Dongbin chuckled. If the Great Sage deems this individual a scoundrel, he must indeed be one. No sooner had he spoken than a deep voice rang out. Qing, do you dare to call me a scoundrel? Dongbin, puzzled, recognized the voice as familiar. Few in the three realms referred to themselves as I, and he was acquainted with them all. Turning to face the source, he was immediately struck with terror upon recognizing the figure before him. He stammered, "Why you?" but could not articulate the identity of the person. Sun Wukong smacked Dongbin on the head, exclaiming, "What you? This is merely an old fool, a wretched scoundrel." Dongbin shut his mouth, casting a look of despair at Sun Wukong. He felt that Sun Wukong had deliberately withheld the truth about the Jade Emperor's survival to exact revenge by leading him to insult the Jade Emperor. Now, he feared for his life, his countenance paling. Given the Jade Emperor's vindictive nature, he anticipated future repercussions. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened as he addressed Sun Wukong. "You unruly monkey, how dare you show such disrespect and refer to me in such a manner?" Sun Wukong sneered, "You feign ignorance while the three realms descend into chaos. You pretend to be dead, yet have the audacity to speak of respect? What right do you have to demand reverence?" Sun Wukong spared him no courtesy, launching into a tirade. The Jade Emperor's countenance grew grim as he replied solemnly, "I act for the sake of all living beings." Bah! Sun Wukong spat, nearly hitting the Jade Emperor. Chapter 68. A permanent solution. The Jade Emperor dodged the spittle and cast a fierce glare at Sun Wukong, saying, "You cannot possibly fathom my intentions, and even if you could, you would not comprehend them. Wukong, in time, you shall understand." His aim was to bolster the Buddhist realm, allowing both Buddhism and Taoism to thrive simultaneously, thereby enhancing the strength of all sentient beings and elevating the path of existence. Sun Wukong let out a derisive laugh, which caught the Jade Emperor off guard. This was indeed his plan. From the moment Sun Wukong emerged, he and the Tathagata had schemed to embark on the journey to the west, seeking to elevate Buddhism. Sun Wukong's rebellion in the Heavenly Palace was also part of their design. They intended for Sun Wukong to cause a stir, allowing the Tathagata to subdue him. Consequently, the Tathagata could make demands and initiate the journey, with the heavenly deities refraining from opposition due to the Tathagata's achievements. However, neither the Jade Emperor nor the Tathagata anticipated the interference of Laozi, which allowed Sun Wukong to seize the opportunity, dramatically enhancing his power and nearly toppling the heavenly court. It was only through the Tathagata's sacrifice of nirvana that Sun Wukong was suppressed for 500 years, reducing his strength to less than 1/10 of its former glory. In his prime, Sun Wukong would have faced no trials on the journey to the west. A single staff could sweep away any obstacle. Even with less than 1/10 of his strength, he could still instill terror among myriad demons and spirits. With only a few celestial beasts possessing treasures capable of posing a threat, Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on the Jade Emperor, sneering, "Did you think I was unaware? I have indeed struggled to understand, for I could not perceive the purpose behind your actions. The prosperity of Buddhism offers no benefit to the heavenly court, until I aided the Lord of the Moon and witnessed the path of existence binding the cosmos. Only then did your intentions become clear. Thus, I conclude that you have erred. Only when the two teachings possess equal strength, competing against one another, can true power be achieved. A singular dominance of Taoism offers no advantage to the path of existence." The Jade Emperor's smile vanished, and he coldly replied. Dongbin too recognized the depth of the Jade Emperor's strategy. Sun Wukong erupted into laughter, filled with sarcasm. "However, you misjudge the Tathagata. Do you believe he will obediently comply? He merely desires the flourishing of Buddhism, even to the point of seeking dominion over the three realms. You wish for me to enter the Buddhist realm, but with my disposition, I would inevitably hinder the Tathagata, thwarting his designs. Thus, Buddhism may flourish, yet remain unthreatening." Indeed. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. "Regrettably, you did not foresee that the Tathagata would audaciously strike at me midway, nor did you anticipate that he would feign death alongside you, secretly plotting in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Should the Tathagata succeed, Buddhism will become uncontrollable." The Jade Emperor's face turned grim. Sun Wukong regarded him with a sidelong glance. Smirking, "I failed to grasp the reason behind your charade of death. Was it merely a game? Or perhaps to grant the Tathagata an opportunity to elevate Buddhism to an equal standing with Taoism?" The Jade Emperor remained silent, his expression dark yet his eyes eerily calm. Sun Wukong scrutinized him, his brow furrowing as he considered a possibility. "I have underestimated you. The Jade Emperor is indeed formidable. I believe I have discerned your intentions." Dongbin looked on, bewildered. What were they discussing? "Let us depart." Sun Wukong beckoned to Dongbin, turning to leave. Dongbin bowed to the Jade Emperor before following Sun Wukong. "Wukong, I implore you to stay and assist me," the Jade Emperor said earnestly, his expression grave. "I can help you ascend to the realm of the Celestials." With your potential, once you become a celestial, you could confront even the mightiest of ancient gods. Surely, you do not wish to see the denizens of this world suffer? Sun Wukong continued walking, not looking back as he exited. The Jade Emperor sighed deeply, pondering how few could truly understand him. Upon leaving the Peach Garden, Dongbin transmitted a query, Great Sage, what does the Jade Emperor truly intend? Sun Wukong did not respond directly but countered, if you had an unending foe, what would you do? Naturally, I would eliminate him, Dongbin replied without hesitation. He suddenly jolted, disbelief washing over his face as he exclaimed, the great celestial sovereign aims to utterly eradicate the ancient gods. Indeed, Sun Wukong acknowledged with approval. Dongbin's realization dawned upon him. The great celestial sovereign's feigned death was a ploy to incite chaos in the three realms. At that point, the suffering of myriad beings would weaken the path of existence to a critical juncture, allowing the ancient gods to return. Only then would the Jade Emperor emerge to decisively eliminate the ancient gods. Where did he find such confidence? Does the three pure ones know of this? Dongbin couldn't help but inquire. They should be aware, but whether they will intervene is uncertain. The Jade Emperor has held his position for so many years. No one knows how many trump cards he possesses. You see, he just asked me for assistance, which implies that in his heart, I hold little significance. Sun Wukong replied with a faint smile. The depth of the Jade Emperor's cunning is unrivaled in the three realms. This scheme was likely devised long before the journey to the west was set in motion. Initially, it was believed that the Buddha had outmaneuvered the Jade Emperor. But now it appears that everything is intricately woven into the Jade Emperor's own design. Perhaps the Buddha has realized this and yearns for a reversal of fortune. This faint death could indeed be a pivotal move. Of course, even if the Buddha were to succeed in dominating the three realms, such a feat remains improbable. However, the Buddhist domain might have the opportunity to stand on equal footing with the heavenly court. Is this what it means to be a strategist? Sun Wukong scoffed, thinking it a gross underestimation of them, the so-called pawns. Dongbin lamented, stating that those who seek power are filled with treachery and are truly terrifying. Sun Wukong remained silent. He had only recently come to this understanding. Yet, the reaction of the three pure ones puzzled him. They could not possibly be oblivious to the Jade Emperor's intentions, so why did they not intervene? Did they, like the Jade Emperor, desire a permanent resolution? Or did they harbor other plans, completely unconcerned that the Jade Emperor and the Buddha might escape their control? Everything was chaotic and needed careful calculation and investigation. Since he was already involved, Sun Wukong would not sit idly by. Back in Flower Fruit Mountain, Dongbin had also returned. After some time away, he found himself more comfortable in his familiar surroundings. Great Sage, should I summon those 7 as well? They have been having a rough time lately, Dongbin suggested. Sun Wukong glanced at him, seemingly attempting to peer into Dongbin's thoughts. Are you looking to recruit more allies? Dongbin nodded earnestly, saying, it's far more reliable to be with the Great Sage. At least you won't betray your own. The heavenly court is too fearsome. It's best to steer clear. Once I reach the status of heavenly sovereign, I will reach out. Sun Wukong replied. Chapter 69. The central Xianling Huanglao Qi Tianjun. Dongbin trembled at the implication. The great sage intended to establish his own dominion. He recalled Sun Wukong's words during the upheaval in heaven. The throne rotates. Next year, it will be my turn. Did the great sage again harbor aspirations to seize the heavens? Sun Wukong offered no response. The three realms were increasingly turbulent. Ingo stirred up a tempest in the underworld, commanding countless demons and sweeping through the realms. The 5 ghost emperors acted as his vanguard, with ancient demons and malevolent spirits as generals, launching an assault on the underworld. A bloodstorm engulfed the realm. Despite the underworld's forces mobilizing to thwart the demons, they were utterly overrun and annihilated. The 10 Yama kings fell one after another, fleeing in defeat. The emperor of Fengdu perished, slain by Ingo himself. The emperor of Ziwei nearly took to the field personally. It should be noted that the emperor of Fengdu was one of his incarnations, stationed in hell, and now, having been killed by Ingo, it was akin to receiving a resounding slap in the face. Your Majesty, you need not intervene personally. You could summon one of the 5 elders, the Yellow Emperor, to take action, as Ingo was once one of his generals and now sows chaos. Taibai Jinxing suggested to the emperor of Ziwei. Very well. Proclaim my decree and send the Yellow Emperor to quell the insurrection and reclaim the underworld. A flash of brilliance illuminated the emperor of Ziwei's hand as a decree manifested before him. Taibai Jinxing accepted the edict and departed immediately. Upon reaching the Yellow Emperor's abode, Taibai Jingxing was met with an atmosphere thick with the scent of battle. Even the Yellow Emperor himself donned armor. Taibai Jingxing first bowed respectfully before addressing him. By decree of the Emperor of Ziwei, I beseech the central Xianling Huanglao Tianjun to accept this command. The Yellow Emperor merely inclined his head slightly, signaling for him to continue. Due to the chaos in the underworld instigated by the great demon Ingo, I am tasked with sending the central Xianling Huanglao Tianjun to suppress Ingo and reclaim the underworld. After delivering the message, Taibai Jingxing handed the decree to the Yellow Emperor. The edict has been conveyed. I must now return to report. So I urged the Emperor to depart for the underworld post-haste. Without waiting for the Yellow Emperor to respond, Taibai Jingxing took his leave. Watching the departing figure, Ing Long stepped forward, disdain evident in his voice. The Emperor of Ziwei is truly calculating. He lost the underworld yet expects us to reclaim it. Unwilling to expend even a single soldier. How shameless. The Yellow Emperor's face remained impassive as he cast the decree aside and spoke in a low tone. The underworld is of utmost importance among the three realms. Ingo was once my subordinate. His chaos demands my intervention to restore order. Ing Long scoffed, but remained silent. Ing Long, muster the troops. We shall enter the underworld. Yes. The Yellow Emperor rallied his forces, preparing to venture into the underworld. Meanwhile, Ingo continued to dominate the entire underworld, seated upon the Yellow Spring's dark sea, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Flanked by ancient demons and formidable spirits, they eyed him and Bo Sun with a predatory gaze. Master Wu Chao swallowed hard, visibly anxious. Ingo, do not forget your promise to us. The underworld is now ours, so please hand it over. Ingo appeared unperturbed, surveying the underworld with eyes as cold as ancient ice. Ingo, did you hear my words? Master Wu Chao's voice grew sharp as a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Instantly, his face turned pale. His body chilled to the bone. Bo Sun stood by, too fearful to utter a sound, perceiving Master Wu Chao's folly and challenging Ingo. It was a moment of madness to demand the underworld from him. Ingo's restraint was already a mercy. Ingo remained silent, and Master Wu Chao and the others hesitated to leave, fearing to provoke him further. As time ticked by, Ingo finally spoke. Do not mistake me for you celestial beings. I am a man of my word. The underworld belongs to you. I only desire the Yellow Spring's dark sea. The rest is yours to govern. Really? Master Wu Chao's face lit up with excitement. Of course. Do you think I am the type to go back on my word? I will withdraw all my forces from the underworld now. Ingo smiled faintly. Master Wu Chao and the others were convinced. Ingo, while fierce and unruly, was also a man of integrity. Having made a promise, he would indeed relinquish the underworld to them. Thank you, great god Ingo. Bo Sun and Master Wu Chao flattered Ingo, a strategic move to curry favor. Ingo smiled lightly, not bothered by their titles. He promptly withdrew all his forces, returning to the Yellow Spring's dark sea. Overjoyed, Master Wu Chao and the others set about organizing their personnel to complete the task of seizing the underworld. My lord, why take such actions? Isn't it advantageous for us to control the underworld? Why hand over the realm we fought so hard to conquer to those monks? This was a demon king, a toxic dragon who once wreaked havoc upon the world, later imprisoned in the depths of the 18 layers of hell. Other demons and spirits turned their eyes to Ingo. Had it been anyone else, such a decision would have incited rebellion. Yet, having witnessed Ingo's capabilities, those who chose to follow him held no dissent. Regardless of how peculiar Ingo's decisions might seem, they were inclined to trust him. What use do we have for the underworld? Ingo replied coolly. It is to control the cycle of reincarnation and to threaten those celestial beings, ensuring they dare not act against us lightly. The toxic dragon king replied matter-of-factly. Ingo chuckled. Reincarnation is among the most vital elements of the three realms. Do you believe any celestial being would willingly allow such a scenario? At present, the Jade Emperor has fallen, and the Buddha is dead, allowing us to seize the underworld. But neither the deities nor the Buddhist realm will permit a band of demons to govern the realm of reincarnation. Should we dare to take control of the underworld? It is likely that the four sovereigns of heaven would personally intervene to erase us from existence. The toxic dragon king gasped in realization. Although they were powerful, their strength was not sufficient to withstand the combined might of the four sovereigns. In truth, Ingo harbored some doubts regarding the departure of Lady Hutu. If she does not depart from the underworld, the chances of Ingo and his companions conquering it are less than 50%. Behind those two monks stands an unknown figure, presumably a prominent being from the Buddhist realm. However, let us not dwell on such matters. Merely having a refuge in the Yellow Springs and the underworld is already a blessing for both you and me. Engaging in the rivalry between immortals and Buddhas leads only to a dead end. The Poison Dragon Demon King no longer questioned it, gazing at Ingo with admiration. Ordinary demons cannot fathom such complexities. When the Yellow Emperor entered the underworld, the handover between Ingo and Master Wu Chao had already been completed. Those stationed here are all from Master Wu Chao's faction. As soon as the Yellow Emperor entered the underworld, he was blocked. Manjushri and Samantabhadra stood before him. Their hands joined in prayer, radiating a powerful light of Buddhism. Upon their appearance, the Yellow Emperor's pupils contracted slightly. This was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 70. Ancient War General Ing Long stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the two, and inquired, "What is the intention of you two bodhisattvas? The underworld has already been reclaimed by my Buddhist realm. Please return." Lord Xianling Huang Lao Chi Tianjun. Manjushri smiled faintly and replied, "The underworld is now under our control." Ing Long paused, turning to glance at the Yellow Emperor. The Emperor's expression remained neutral as he stated, "If that is the case, I request that the people from the Buddhist realm withdraw. I shall take over the underworld on behalf of the Celestial Court. Once completed, I will commend both bodhisattvas and the Buddhist realm. Homage to my Buddha." The Celestial Court is currently embroiled in internal strife, with the four sovereigns vying for the position of the great celestial sovereign, engaging in overt and covert battles, rendering them incapable of managing the underworld. "We cannot comply with your request," Manjushri Bodhisattva responded with a slight smile. "Dare you defy the will of heaven?" The Yellow Emperor's gaze turned cold. Samantabhadra scoffed. "The Celestial Court, with the great celestial sovereign present, embodies the will of heaven. Without him, the Celestial Court cannot represent the will of heaven. Presumptuous. A mere handful of clowns from the Buddhist realm wish to obstruct my army's reclamation of the underworld. It is a foolhardy endeavor. Step aside, for I am a general." Ing Long bellowed, a formidable killing intent emanating from him like an ancient ferocious deity reawakening. Manjushri and Samantabhadra trembled slightly. What a terrifying ancient warrior. The Yellow Emperor's 100,000 heavenly soldiers also bore cold expressions. The heavenly Princess Ba stepped forward, addressing the Yellow Emperor. "Please, father, give the order, and let me slay those two monks." Dressed in a flowing azure gown, she was extraordinarily beautiful, her figure graceful, radiating an unparalleled charm while exuding an air of boldness. Her sharp phoenix eyes conveyed a decisive aura of slaughter. "Ing Long, join me in subduing Manjushri and Samantabhadra." "Understood," he replied. The heavenly princess pointed at Samantabhadra, declaring, "I find him displeasing. I will handle this." Ing Long smiled slightly, saying, "Then I shall take the other one. If I cannot subdue that monk within 30 exchanges, I shall consider myself defeated. Then I will also subdue Samantabhadra within 30 exchanges." The heavenly princess replied nonchalantly. A smile appeared on the Yellow Emperor's face. He held no concern, having great confidence in his daughter and his general. Not far away, among the clouds, Sun Wukong asked a companion, "Brother, how long do you think Manjushri and Samantabhadra can last?" The Erlangshan also concealed himself nearby, without any companions. After learning that the Yellow Emperor had entered the underworld, he had quietly followed. Unexpectedly, he encountered Sun Wukong, and they remained hidden, refraining from revealing themselves. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's question, Erlangshan pondered seriously before replying, "The Manjushri and Samantabhadra are great bodhisattvas. They are still only at the quasi-great celestial sovereign level. The princess and Ing Long are ancient warriors with outstanding strength, despite not having achieved the status of great celestial sovereign. Their combat prowess far surpasses that of Manjushri and Samantabhadra." Erlangshan held high hopes for the heavenly princess, and Ing Long's son Wukong nodded slightly, agreeing with the assessment. "Brother, I have seen the Jade Emperor," Sun Wukong suddenly declared. Erlangshan's expression froze, and he fell silent. Currently, he was disguised as Land in the Peach Garden, and if his brother wished to vent his frustrations, this was a prime opportunity. Sun Wukong smirked mischievously. Erlangshan's eyes brightened as he focused on Sun Wukong, asking, "What should we do?" Sun Wukong whispered in Erlangshan's ear for a while. Erlangshan's eyes widened. "Is that truly feasible? Isn't it a bit too audacious?" Seeing his hesitant demeanor, Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. "If you wish to teach him a lesson, this is your only chance. Unless you have no desire to do so." With a firm resolve, Erlangshan replied, "I will proceed." but you must agree to one condition. What is it? Sun Wukong inquired. Shen fixed his gaze on him, his eyes burning with intensity. I cannot act alone. You must accompany me. Otherwise, I shall not proceed. Sun Wukong replied irately. You truly are his nephew. No one can take advantage of you. Shen smiled faintly. After some consideration, Sun Wukong made a decision. Gritting his teeth, I will do it. I have long wished to teach that self-righteous old fool a lesson. At that moment, you will restrain him while I, along with Neza, conceal ourselves and strike at the crucial moment to give that old fool a good thrashing. Agreed. Shen smiled. The battle on the field had already determined a victor. Manjushri and Samantabhadra fell swiftly, not lasting even 30 exchanges. They were simultaneously sent flying by the heavenly princess and Long, drenched in blood and suffering devastating injuries. This battle ended in their complete defeat. Long sneered. A bunch of insignificant chickens, easily crushed. Manjushri and Samantabhadra's faces turned ashen. As prominent bodhisattvas of Buddhism, this was their first experience of such utter humiliation. Capture them, commanded the Yellow Emperor. Long and the heavenly princess were about to act when, suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged, gradually illuminating the surroundings and even spreading across half the underworld. The resplendent Buddhist light appeared, revealing the ancient Buddha of burning lamp seated atop a 9-colored lotus platform. His figure emaciated, bearing a compassionate expression. From another direction, the Buddha Maitreya appeared, his rotund belly prominent, grinning as he gazed at the Yellow Emperor. Behind them stood a throng of Buddhist experts, including the Bodhisattva of Sandalwood Merit, the Great King Peacock, and 500 arhats. Sun Wukong's gaze flickered. The old monk of Sandalwood Merit returned to the Ling Mountain camp. Great sage, your master has also arrived, Shen remarked with a smile. Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. If you dare to jest about him again, even if I respect you as my elder brother, I will not hesitate to turn against you. Shen smiled faintly, shifting the topic as his gentle voice emerged. Should we take action? Lord Xianling Huang Laoqi Tianjun now faced the Buddhist realm without an advantage. Fortunately, Guanyin Bodhisattva had not arrived. Otherwise, the Yellow Emperor would have to retreat. Guanyin Bodhisattva will not participate in such matters. You can rest assured. The Buddhist realm has already disappointed her, Sun Wukong stated. As for taking action, it was unnecessary for now. The Buddhist sect had deployed such formidable forces here. Do you believe they have only these individuals? You know well that if the Tathagata has not perished, should he choose to intervene, even our combined strength may not suffice to withstand him. Shen nodded. This was not a case of Sun Wukong and the others underestimating themselves. The Tathagata possessed unfathomable strength, capable of suppressing even an existence like Amitabha Buddha without them being able to retaliate. The Tathagata was determined to secure this realm. One Lord Xianling Huang could not conquer the underworld, and he would need to withdraw. Indeed, upon witnessing the appearances of Maitreya and Burning Lamp, the Yellow Emperor's expression shifted slightly. He realized he had misjudged the Buddhist realm's resolve. So many powerful beings had arrived. Just a single Burning Lamp or Maitreya could stand against him, and they were flanked by a multitude of experts. With only his own strength, it was impossible to easily seize the underworld. Where's Ingo? The Yellow Emperor suddenly called out. This subordinate, Ingo, greets your majesty. From the Yellow Springs and the underworld, Ingo soared into the air, transforming into a streak of black light, landing between the two opposing sides. He knelt before the Yellow Emperor, paying his respects. Chapter 71. The fray with the great sovereign. The emergence of Ingo has instilled a sense of unease within the Buddhist realm. His prowess is not to be underestimated, rivaling that of both the Burning Lamp and Maitreya. More significantly, he commands a legion of formidable demons. Should he ally with the Yellow Emperor against the Burning Lamp and his companions, the Buddhists may struggle to maintain their stronghold. Sun Wukong and Shen exchanged wary glances. The dynamics between the two sovereigns were well understood by all present. Their reunion now raises questions about their interaction. The Yellow Emperor gazed at this former general, the very Ingo he had once slain, whose lingering spirit he had confined to the depths of the 18 layers of hell. Little did he anticipate that Ingo would ultimately return to life. I desire to seize the underworld. Would you be willing to lead the charge for me once again? The Yellow Emperor spoke in a hushed tone, his voice gravelly yet tinged with hope. Ingo's disposition would determine whether he could reclaim the underworld. With a bemused expression, Ingo rose to his feet and met the Yellow Emperor's gaze directly. I am unwilling. The bond between us, my sovereign, was severed in ancient times. My calling you your majesty and bowing before you now serves merely to terminate the relationship we once held. The Yellow Emperor sighed, fully aware that this outcome was inevitable. He had indeed wounded Ingo's spirit. The burning lamp Buddha, donning a smile, proclaimed, "General Ingo, our Buddhist realm extends an invitation for you to join our ranks and become an unparalleled war Buddha. Would you, General, consider this? Begone, your bald head vexes me." Ingo retorted sharply. The burning lamp Buddha's expression stiffened, realizing he had rendered himself foolish. Although his demeanor darkened, he ultimately refrained from retaliating. Maitreya Buddha nearly burst into laughter, recognizing the burning lamp's folly, setting aside whether Ingo would align with the Buddhist realm. His proud nature and his recent severance with the Yellow Emperor made it improbable for him to switch allegiances. Such an action would only invite ridicule. The Yellow Emperor remained unfazed. Ingo is precisely that kind of individual. He will not pledge himself to the Buddhist path. Ingo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the Yellow Emperor before ascending into the air. From this day forth, the yellow springs of the underworld belong to me, Ingo. Any celestial beings or demons who dare to enter without my permission shall face death without mercy. Both the Yellow Emperor and the Buddhist delegation exhaled in relief. At the very least, Ingo had not sided with either party. Please convey to the esteemed Heavenly Lord Huang Lao Chi to retreat. This underworld is beyond your grasp, the burning lamp Buddha said. His hands pressed together in a gesture of compassion. Yet the Yellow Emperor did not retreat. He coldly commanded, "Relay to the soldiers to establish their encampment here. We shall not return to the heavenly court until the underworld is reclaimed." "Yes," replied Long, executing the order. The burning lamp Buddha and the others furrowed their brows. Should the Yellow Emperor refrain from attacking the underworld, they too could not initiate an assault. However, if the Yellow Emperor remained entrenched, the burning lamp and his companions would find it difficult to depart, placing them in a precarious situation. It was untenable for so many adept Buddhist masters to linger over a single underworld. Since conflict is off the table, let us head to the yellow springs of the underworld, Sun Wukong suggested with a smile. What for? Erlangshan hesitated. The yellow springs were under Ingo's domain. Venturing there could provoke unforeseen complications, and he was reluctant to confront such a powerful demon. Is it not better to let Ingo quietly remain a handsome figure in the yellow springs? What is there to worry about? You and I, brothers united, can surely withstand any upheaval he might incite. Sun Wukong chuckled. Besides, he invited me before. Erlangshan pondered briefly before agreeing, though he cautioned. Do not linger here too long. We have important matters to attend to. I know, we must deal with your uncle, Sun Wukong responded, his tone playful. Rest assured, I would never miss such delightful mischief. Perhaps I can even find you an ally. Ingo? Erlangshan was taken aback. Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously, seizing Erlangshan's hand and leading him directly above the yellow springs of the underworld. As they materialized, a multitude of demons and malevolent spirits emerged to block their path. Upon recognizing Sun Wukong and Erlangshan, the Poison Dragon Demon King displayed an expression of wariness. Clear the way. I have matters to discuss with Ingo, he declared. Having witnessed the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Ingo, he understood this was a being of unmatched strength, one he could not provoke. Had another dared speak to him in such a manner, conflict would have ensued. The Poison Dragon Demon King stepped aside. Sun Wukong and Erlangshan advanced into the yellow springs, encountering no resistance from the demons or spirits along the way. Ingo had sensed their approach and had issued orders for no one to obstruct them. I apologize for the earlier spectacle, Ingo chuckled, having surmised that the two had been nearby but had not revealed themselves. Sun Wukong replied, Your sense of justice is commendable. It hardly qualifies as a spectacle. I have come to enlist your assistance for a certain task, and I hope you will acquiesce. What is it? Ingo inquired with curiosity. Sun Wukong's request for aid was surely no trivial matter. To confront the Jade Emperor, Sun Wukong declared, revealing his objective. Ingo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he rose and asked, Shall we depart now? Although he had heard whispers of the Jade Emperor's demise, he had never truly believed it. That ancient being, who had existed for countless ages, could not simply perish without consequence. Let us prepare briefly, then we shall set forth, Sun Wukong instructed, asking Erlangshan to summon Neza. Ingo grinned. Such delightful mischief. Please do call upon me again. The thought of ambushing the Jade Emperor is simply too amusing. Only someone as audacious as him would entertain such thoughts. Erlangshan appeared contemplative. Sun Wukong chuckled. Of course, I relish having bold companions. He then urged Erlang Shun to send word for Neza's arrival. Erlang Shun complied, and soon Neza materialized within the Yellow Springs. He appeared surprised, evidently not expecting Sun Wukong and his companions to be allied with Ingo. You all together cannot mean anything good, Neza remarked, scrutinizing them. Upon discovering their intentions, Neza's excitement surged. Excellent. When do we strike? I've long harbored disdain for that old fool. Among the group, Neza was undoubtedly the most enthusiastic. Sun Wukong outlined their plan. Erlang Shun would initiate the attack, seizing control of the Jade Emperor. And then the three would unleash a barrage upon him before making a swift escape. Once the Jade Emperor regained his wits, evading capture would be far more challenging. Fear not. I excel at striking and fleeing, Neza reassured. The four exchanged brief preparations before stealthily flying towards the heavenly court. Meanwhile, within the underworld, both factions remained locked in a standoff. Are you attempting to sway Ingo? Erlang Shun suddenly communicated telepathically. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, replying, You've seen through me, indeed. I am trying to win Ingo over. Why? Erlang Shun questioned. In his view, Ingo could hardly be deemed a reliable ally. As a great demon, he was inherently domineering and unruly. Aligning with such a being offered no benefits to Sun Wukong. Merely a means of self-preservation, Sun Wukong countered. Ingo and I share many similarities. We are both immensely powerful, yet lack substantial backing. In the eyes of certain entities, we are both demons. If we wish to avoid submission to others and continue to survive, we must seek warmth in each other's company. Ingo was well aware of this reality. Thus, when Sun Wukong extended the invitation to strike the Jade Emperor, he agreed without hesitation. With their pride, yielding to anyone is inconceivable. Yet, they are not fools. They understand what must be done to survive. Erlang Shun pondered for a moment before asserting, I can guarantee that should you be targeted, I will undoubtedly come to your aid. Sun Wukong sighed. Brother, your status is ultimately different. Even if you wish to help, when the time comes, you may not be able to intervene. Erlang Shun fell silent. Ingo glanced thoughtfully at the two, sensing their mental exchange. However, Neza felt nothing but excitement, eagerly preparing for a more vigorous encounter. In the peach tree garden, Erlang Shun arrived, seemingly alone. Although a sense of unease gripped him, he masked it well. He surveyed his surroundings and called out, Land of the peach tree, come forth to meet me. A plume of green smoke arose as the deity of the peach tree, transformed from the Jade Emperor, appeared before Erlang Shun. Before the latter could speak, Erlang Shun declared, Monster, I can see at a glance you are not human. Be restrained. With a sudden roar, he unleashed a binding spell. The Jade Emperor was momentarily immobilized, though he soon broke free. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a staff came crashing down. In the next instant, the universe circle followed suit. The sounds of impact echoed as the Jade Emperor was struck, causing him to grimace. Two large lumps forming on his head. He began, but a terrifying wave of demonic energy surged forth, and a fist collided with his mouth. Any words he attempted to utter were silenced. He heard shouts of subdue the demons. The Jade Emperor nearly twisted his nose in disbelief. A great demon had just struck him, proclaiming to vanquish evil. What manner of creature was this? Just as he sought to respond, Erlang Shun descended upon him with a fist. The esteemed Jade Emperor was being pummeled by his nephew alongside three outsiders. Initially, the Jade Emperor harbored concerns that they might seek to harm him. However, after a while, he realized that while Erlang Shun and the others had indeed struck him, the blows were merely superficial and lacked any murderous intent. It dawned on him that they were intentionally humiliating him. What nonsense about subduing demons. Surely, Sun Wukong, who was gleefully kicking him, was well aware of his true identity. Perhaps this scheme originated with him. Chapter 72. The most patient individual in the three realms. This demon is formidable. We are no match. Let us flee, Erlang Shun suddenly shouted, primarily as his own confidence waned. After all, the individual before him was his uncle, the sovereign of the three realms. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wukong and the others quickly made their escape. Erlang Shun felt the Jade Emperor's furious gaze upon him, and he forced a chuckle before vanishing in a flash of light. Once they had departed, Wang Shan arrived. Upon witnessing the Jade Emperor's bruised visage, he was left speechless. Your Majesty, I have arrived too late to your aid. Please allow me to bear the consequences. The Jade Emperor's mouth twitched as he returned to his original demeanor. He intended to smile but was met with pain from his injuries, causing his face to contort. Cough. Cough. It is nothing. You may return. Just a few reckless little demons. I chose not to reveal my identity, thus did not resist. They could not harm me. Wang Lingguan breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze toward the Jade Emperor filled with admiration. The great heavenly sovereign truly lived up to his title as the most patient being in the three realms. Despite enduring such indignity, he remained calm. Had it been Wang Lingguan, he would have been unable to contain his fury. However, he did not depart immediately, but instead said, "Your Majesty, I have another matter to report." "Speak." The Jade Emperor had regained his majestic demeanor. Wang Lingguan continued gravely. "I have just received news that the Buddhist realm has occupied the underworld, and the celestial lord Xianling Huanglao is seeking to reclaim it, facing obstruction from the Buddhist masters. What shall we do?" After thoughtful consideration, the Jade Emperor replied, "For now, pay them no mind. The Buddhist realm is but a flock of chickens and dogs. When I return, they will not dare to act rashly." Understood. Although Wang Lingguan felt somewhat dissatisfied, he still trusted the Jade Emperor's words. Since the Jade Emperor had proclaimed he would return, he would simply await his return. With that thought, Wang Lingguan said, "In that case, I shall take my leave." The Jade Emperor waved his hand. His gaze was deep, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In the Flower Fruit Mountain, Neza and Erlang Shun trembled with exhilaration. Unlike Sun Wukong and Ingo, they were subjects of the heavenly court. Yet they had just beaten the Jade Emperor. Even the rebellious Neza felt an unusual unrest within. Sun Wukong and Ingo drank together. "By you pouring the wine and entertaining the guests. Brother, you have no maidservants here. Shall I send you a few female demons for your amusement?" Ingo suggested, glancing at Baiyu. Sun Wukong waved his hand, replying, "No need. I have no interest in female demons." Ingo was momentarily taken aback, his expression peculiar. "Do you perhaps have an interest in male demons? How about I let the toxic dragon demon king accompany you?" Baiyu shivered at the thought. Could it be that the great sage truly had an interest in male demons? The image of himself beneath the great sage made him shudder involuntarily. Erlangshan and Neza exchanged odd looks, realizing they had never seen Sun Wukong express interest in any woman. With so many fairies in the heavenly palace, Sun Wukong rarely paid any heed. If he were truly interested in male demons, perhaps it would be wise to keep a distance from him. "Get lost," Sun Wukong retorted. Laughter erupted among the group, dispelling the earlier tension. Sun Wukong glanced at Erlang Shun and jested, "Brother, you simply suppress yourself too much. With your strength, what is there to fear in traversing the three realms? What of beating the Jade Emperor? Even if he is your uncle, what can he truly do to you? Indeed, united as brothers, who can stand against us?" Neza laughed heartily. He turned to Ingo, saying, "Shall we spar? You are no match for me." Ingo replied with a sidelong glance. "That may not be the case. After all, I am one of the top warriors in the three realms. I might just best you." Erlangshan cautioned Neza, "Do not act recklessly. General Ingo is powerful, and you are no match for him." Neza grew even more defiant, beckoning Ingo as they moved outside, with Ingo closely following. Soon, intense waves erupted over the eastern sea. Erlangshan sighed, choosing not to intervene. A little hardship might do Neza good. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would eventually encounter significant trouble. He turned to Sun Wukong and inquired, "Have you discerned something? Is that why you sought assistance?" "Ingo counts, and I and Neza are somewhat involved. But what has truly transpired? Do you know of the ancient gods?" Sun Wukong suddenly asked. Erlangshan's heart raced, his face filled with shock. The ancient gods are truly not dead? He had heard vague legends, suggesting that the ancient gods had not perished but were instead banished. One day, they would return. Erlangshan had previously dismissed these tales, considering them mere myths. Indeed, the ancient gods not only survive but have grown even more powerful. They are now striving to return to the three realms, Sun Wukong affirmed. Erlangshan gasped. If the ancient gods were to return, what would they do? Surely, they would seek vengeance and contend for dominion over heaven and earth. By that time, the world was in turmoil. Even the newly emerged deities would be swept into the chaos. I have surmised your uncle's intentions and do not wish to impede him. He is the grand celestial sovereign, with profound wisdom and considerations of his own. As for me, Sun Wukong, I merely seek to unite all possible forces for self-preservation." Sun Wukong continued, "Should the ancient gods return, I shall join forces with you." "Agreed," said Erlangshan with a smile. Eldabin beamed as he welcomed the addition of two more allies. Soon, Ingo and Neza returned. With a thud, Neza was unceremoniously dropped to the ground by Ingo. He quickly scrambled to his feet, battered and bruised, yet filled with excitement. What a thrill. Ingo, I may concede a few moves to you now, not because I am inferior, but simply due to the disparity in our cultivation. Once I ascend to the realm of the celestial sovereign, we shall spar again. I await that day, Ingo replied with a slight smile. Neza returned to his place and downed a jar of monkey wine, bursting into silly laughter. Days like these, filled with unrestrained brawling, were truly delightful, far superior to life in the heavenly court. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong shared certain matters with Ingo and the others, who began to grasp his intentions. Ancient gods, intriguing. I look forward to their return. I yearn to witness the might of the primeval celestial emperor, Ingo declared with fervor. Chapter 73. The arrival of the crow's mouth. This individual feared neither heaven nor earth. Sun Wukong too was filled with martial fervor, eager to test his strength against the legendary ancient gods. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, realizing he was still far from the stature of the primeval celestial emperor, unless he could attain the realm of the celestial sovereign. But is it so easy to achieve that? He surveyed the assembly. Besides Fa Hai and Bai Yu, nearly everyone stood at the precipice of the celestial sovereign realm. Yet they remained just shy of crossing that threshold. Erlangshan, Neza, and even Sun Wukong himself were in the same predicament. The only one who had achieved the celestial sovereign realm was Ingo. Indeed, what does it matter if the ancient celestial emperor and the current Jade Emperor have been bested by us? We need not fear a fated ancient celestial emperor. We shall subdue him without hesitation, Neza proclaimed, though his battered visage hardly conveyed any heroic air. Laughter erupted among the group. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's expression shifted. He gazed into the distance. A guest approaches. Why is that crow's mouth here? Neza queried, puzzled. The others also sensed the identity of the newcomer, their expressions turning peculiar. This crow's mouth had earned his moniker after their last ruckus in the Buddhist realm. It remained uncertain what he sought at Flower Fruit Mountain today. Fa Hai, go and welcome Bodhisattva de Shiji, Sun Wukong instructed. Fa Hai rose and made his way out. Shortly after, Bodhisattva de Shiji was ushered into the waterfall cave. Upon seeing the assembled company, Bodhisattva de Shiji's expression stiffened. He felt an urge to turn and flee. Erlangshan, Neza, Eldongbin, and an unknown great demon. Alongside Sun Wukong, surely even Amitabha would find it difficult to escape this gathering. What business does the profoundly knowledgeable Bodhisattva de Shiji have at Flower Fruit Mountain? Sun Wukong nearly uttered the words crow's mouth, but fortunately caught himself. Bodhisattva de Shiji joined his palms together and glanced at Erlangshan and the others, making it clear that it was inconvenient to speak freely in such a crowd. However, Sun Wukong interjected, Bodhisattva de Shiji, you need not hold back. These are all my brothers, and there is nothing they cannot hear. After a moment of hesitation, Bodhisattva de Shiji continued, Great sage, I come on behalf of Amitabha, wishing to discuss a collaboration. Sun Wukong smiled faintly. What sort of collaboration does Amitabha seek with me? Bodhisattva de Shiji's demeanor grew serious as he explained. Do you know that the Buddha Tathagata is not truly dead, but merely feigning death? He is secretly controlling a group of powerful beings to seize the underworld. It is likely he intends to use the souls of the underworld to invade the three realms. If he succeeds, the three realms will fall under his dominion. And Sun Wukong inquired. Bodhisattva de Shiji, taken aback, wondered why Sun Wukong still did not grasp the gravity of the situation. He furrowed his brow and pressed on. The Tathagata has plotted against you not once or twice. He harbors enmity towards you. Do you truly believe he will not settle scores with you once he gains control of the three realms? Let him try, Ingo scoffed. Bodhisattva de Shiji shot a glance at Ingo, frowning. Who are you to speak so boldly here? Do you know the terror of the Tathagata? Are you lecturing me? Ingo's expression darkened, an icy aura emanating from him, locking onto Bodhisattva de Shiji. A pang of anxiety shot through Bodhisattva de Shiji. Yet he persisted, I do not mean to lecture. I merely wish to prevent anyone from leading the great sage astray and causing harm to him in the future. All of my considerations are for the great sage's benefit. This bald monk is indeed disingenuous, Ingo mused. He had encountered the likes of Wu Chao Zen Master and Paksin, and recognized their hypocrisy. Now, Bodhisattva de Shiji struck him as no different from them. Should I thank Bodhisattva de Shiji for your concern? Sun Wukong remarked coolly. Not at all, Bodhisattva de Shiji quickly replied. Return and inform Amitabha that collaboration is possible, but sincerity is required. He cannot merely rely on words to sway me. If he were to send Buddhist soldiers into the underworld to assist the Yellow Emperor in reclaiming it, I might consider it. Sun Wukong's tone remained indifferent. Bodhisattva Da Shi Ji's expression darkened. He had come under the pretense of collaboration. Yet his true aim was to incite Sun Wukong to assist the Yellow Emperor in reclaiming the underworld. He had not anticipated Sun Wukong's demand. Such a venture was something Amitabha would never undertake. Rumors in the Three Realms suggested that the Buddhist realm had conquered the underworld. If Amitabha were to support the heavenly court in attacking Maitreya and the others, it would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction among the powerful beings within the Buddhist realm. At that point, disunity would not merely be a saying. Some within the Buddhist realm desired to see their sect dominate, even to rule over the Three Realms. Regardless of who achieved it or through what means, anyone daring to obstruct this process would become their enemy. That presents quite a challenge, Bodhisattva Da Shi conceded. Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle, though he quickly composed himself. Do you understand the difference between Amitabha and the Tathagata? Bodhisattva Da Shi joined his palms together. Please, great sage, enlighten me. Sun Wukong replied coldly. Amitabha merely paints grand visions, though he possesses a thick skin. He is plagued by too many concerns and lacks the audacity of the Tathagata. The Tathagata also has a thick skin, yet he exhibits far greater boldness. He dares to act and conceive of any scheme, his heart darker than ink. I assert that no matter how Amitabha struggles, he will ultimately be dealt with by the Tathagata. Bodhisattva Da Shi's countenance soured, and he retorted coldly, I too assert that the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be Amitabha. As soon as he spoke, an odd expression crossed the faces of Sun Wukong and the others. Amitabha is finished. With such a mouth, I wager Amitabha will not survive 100 chapters. Bodhisattva Da Shi's face turned dark. He cast a somewhat guilty glance around, not sensing Amitabha's divine presence, which eased his mind slightly. Sun Wukong regarded Bodhisattva Da Shi with a peculiar expression and asked, You are not a spy sent by the Tathagata to infiltrate the Pure Land, are you? Bodhisattva Da Shi nearly swore to the heavens. His loyalty lay with Amitabha. Earlier, I had not contemplated deeply. I merely harbored a reluctance for Amitabha to be underestimated. Thus, I temporarily forgot that my tongue had been consecrated. The Bodhisattva of great strength forced himself to regain his composure, fixing his gaze upon Sun Wukong, and in a grave tone inquired, Are you implying that the great sage is unwilling to ally with me, the Buddha? Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. An alliance requires Amitabha to take action as well. Yet, Amitabha shows no desire to intervene, instead encouraging me to act. Do you truly believe I am a fool? Chapter 74. The great sage is quite astute. The Bodhisattva of great strength could only depart in frustration. Upon returning to the Western Paradise, Amitabha sat upon the 9-colored lotus throne and asked, And what did the monkey say? The Bodhisattva recounted his visit in detail, omitting only his assertion that Amitabha would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The outcome of Amitabha's confrontation remained unknown to the Bodhisattva. He was certain that had he uttered that statement, he would never witness Amitabha's result, as Amitabha would assuredly eliminate him. The newly minted crow's mouth of the Three Realms was now an acknowledged truth. Amitabha furrowed his brows, and after a moment's contemplation, he remarked, If my intuition serves me correctly, Sun Wukong has long been aware that Tathagata is not dead, and in fact, knows more than we do. The Bodhisattva felt a jolt within, recalling the calm demeanor of Sun Wukong and his companions, which indeed suggested prior knowledge of this revelation. Tentatively, the Bodhisattva queried, O Buddha, if we were to take action to assist the heavenly court in reclaiming the netherworld, would that be permissible? Amitabha replied coolly, Let this matter be left unmentioned. My struggle with Tathagata constitutes an internal conflict within the Buddhist realm, while the heavenly court represents an external adversary. For the Buddhist realm to flourish and even dominate the Three Realms, transforming them into a Buddhist paradise, we must not hinder one another. The assembled Buddhas and Bodhisattvas displayed expressions of admiration. The corners of the Bodhisattva of great strength's mouth twitched. Amitabha's eloquence sounded noble, yet when he sought Sun Wukong's assistance to aid the heavenly court, was that not akin to undermining? It was merely a distinction between indirect and direct intervention. He finally perceived Amitabha's flaw, his excessive caution in decision-making, which, though appearing thorough, often resulted in procrastination, especially at critical junctures. Furthermore, despite Amitabha's brazen demeanor, he was overly concerned with others' perceptions. Such disposition, how could it allow him to gain the upper hand in contention with Tathagata? With a faint sigh, the Bodhisattva took his leave. Those present at Flower Fruit Mountain departed in their own directions. Ingo returned to the yellow springs of the netherworld, while Erling Shun made his way back to Guanjiangkou. After delivering a thorough beating to the Jade Emperor, Erling Shun found some relief in his burdens. Sun Wukong ascended the mountain peak, attuning himself to the rhythms of nature, quietly contemplating the Tao. El Dongbin instructed a few young monkeys, guiding them onto the path of cultivation. These young monkeys displayed remarkable talent, with several already capable of transformation, assisting with minor tasks. They were taught the authentic teachings of Taoism by El Dongbin, exuding an aura of purity that marked them as disciples of the Tao. Such creatures, trained in the orthodox Taoist arts, were unlikely to be subdued by exorcism. The netherworld had finally erupted into war. Both sides clashed for half a month, until the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity dispatched Marshal Tianpeng, leading 100,000 celestial soldiers into the underworld, joining forces with the Yellow Emperor. A fierce battle ensued, and none anticipated the steadfastness of the Buddhist realm. With 2 Buddhas in command and several great bodhisattvas present, they staunchly resisted the heavenly court's forces. A chaotic conflict ensued, transforming the netherworld into a veritable slaughterhouse, where human minds were reduced to chaos. Out of 200,000 celestial soldiers and generals, only 11,000 remained after a single battle. The Buddhist realm also suffered significant losses, with a substantial portion of their forces depleted. Yet, reinforcements continued to flow in, bolstered by the hidden masters of Buddhism. Maitreya Buddha was drenched in blood, both from foes and his own. His smile had vanished, replaced by a grave expression as he surveyed the advancing celestial army, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The light of the Buddha of lamp dimmed somewhat, having sustained injuries under the Yellow Emperor's relentless assault. On the 9-toothed rake of Zhu Beiji, golden blood dripped, a testament to the injury of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. However, he too bore a grievous wound, a gaping hole in his chest. At this juncture, both sides could be described as mutually destructive. No one expected such unwavering determination from either party. With the battle still in its infancy, half of their respective forces had already been decimated. The Yellow Emperor frowned, and in a deep voice remarked, "It appears that the Buddhist sect is indeed resolute in their claim over the netherworld. Marshal Tianping, might I request that the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity dispatch additional troops? With our current strength, we cannot prevail against the Buddhist forces." Zhu Beiji sighed ruefully, shaking his head slightly. The Emperor of the Purple Tenuity has already stretched himself to the limit by sending forth 100,000 celestial soldiers. He cannot afford to risk further depletion of his own power. You must understand his concerns. The Yellow Emperor was well aware. Among the 4 sovereigns, save for the Earth Mother, all harbored ambitions for the position of the Grand Celestial Sovereign. With their powers now comparable, should one side suffer significant losses, they would lose their chance to vie for supremacy. None wished to see their strength severely diminished. The fact that the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity could spare 100,000 celestial soldiers was already quite generous. After contemplating, the Yellow Emperor stated, "If we wish to reclaim the netherworld, there is but one course of action, and this task must fall to you, Marshal Tianpeng." Zhu Beiji's spirit lifted, and he immediately replied, "Your Majesty, please speak. If Marshal Tianpeng can accomplish it, I shall not hesitate. We must invite the great sage equal to heaven and Erling Shun to join the fight. Only then do we stand a chance of victory," declared the Yellow Emperor. Zhu Beiji resolutely refused. "Your Majesty, please do not suggest this again. This is something Tianpeng cannot achieve. When my brother was in peril, who among us sought to rescue him? Now that he has been liberated, to invite him to assist in battle seems rather ludicrous, does it not?" The Yellow Emperor sighed softly. He understood this logic, yet there were no alternatives at present. What they lacked were top-tier warriors to breach the enemy's defenses decisively. Furthermore, given the current scenario, even if my brother were to arrive alongside Erlang Shun, it would still be challenging to penetrate the Buddhist defenses. Who knows how many masters they have strategically positioned? Zhu Beiji continued, "Moreover, we need not rush into action. The Buddhist realm's control over the netherworld should concern the Taoist immortals more than us. They show no urgency to intervene, so why should we? Let us encamp here and wait until our strength is sufficient before attempting to reclaim the netherworld. There are countless immortals, many of whom surpass Sun Wukong in power. To name just a few, the great compassionate celestial lord possesses unfathomable strength, while the great Emperor Jinwu's reputation is formidable. The demons of the world tremble at his name. The first protector of the Tao, the divine King Lingguan, once stood on equal footing with Sun Wukong in the Hall of Clarity, His prowess is certainly formidable. These individuals should be the ones to take action, rather than relying solely on my brother. Erling Shun, having traversed the realms, has slain innumerable malevolent spirits and deities. He has indeed earned his laurels. Why should he be the one to risk himself in times of trouble? Should not the exalted immortals lend their strength? Zhu Beiji was not incapable of appealing to them. He simply had no desire to do so. The Yellow Emperor perceived Zhu Beiji's intent and sighed, understanding his perspective. He thus refrained from further discussion. Instead, he ordered the troops to remain stationed and refrain from hostilities. The Buddhist realm, too, dared not provoke easily, lest it spark another great conflict. Should other celestial beings from the heavenly court join the fray, the Buddhist realm would likely struggle to withstand the onslaught of the Taoist masters. El Dongbin informed Sun Wukong of the developments in the netherworld. His social circle was indeed extensive, and gathering information came easily to him. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong chuckled and remarked, "This fool seems to be growing wiser and more loyal as time passes." El Dongbin, perplexed, sought an explanation, but Sun Wukong had no intention of providing one. He directed his gaze towards the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, where the recent surge of incense offerings had become increasingly substantial. This piqued Sun Wukong's curiosity, compelling him to investigate. He took El Dongbin and the others with him and departed from Flower and Fruit Mountain, heading straight for the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. The Great Sage Temple? Is it a place to honor the Great Sage? El Dongbin and the others were equally astonished. Upon arriving, they witnessed a bustling scene within the temple, where throngs of people queued to offer incense to the Great Sage. Sun Wukong maintained a stern expression. Although he felt a burgeoning power from the incense offerings that delighted him, his face remained composed. The onlookers scratched their heads in confusion. Given Sun Wukong's nature, it was truly unfathomable that he would accept the tributes of these people. El Dongbin seized a nearby individual and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, why do you worship the Great Sage?" The man, a fisherman, glanced at El Dongbin and replied with a smile, "You must be from out of town, young brother." "Yes, I happened to pass through here," El Dongbin responded. Noticing his scholarly attire, the fisherman became even more courteous, saying, "We have always had a tradition of honoring the Great Sage. For thousands of years, he has protected us. Just months ago, he appeared twice, vanquishing demons and saving us. Now, within 100 miles, we are all his devotees." After a brief pause, the fisherman continued, "Young man, the Great Sage is quite miraculous. I see you are still young and likely unmarried. Why not pay your respects to the Great Sage and seek a romantic fate? You might just encounter your beloved today. Does the Great Sage also oversee matters of love?" The fisherman proudly proclaimed, "The Great Sage of Heaven possesses boundless powers. You can ask for anything, but do not engage in wrongdoing. Otherwise, the Great Sage will not protect you. If your wishes go unfulfilled, reflect on whether you have erred." Sun Wukong grimaced. When had he ever granted wishes? If anything, it was likely the work of the Earth Store. "I understand. Thank you, sir," El Dongbin said, suppressing a laugh as he expressed his gratitude. The fisherman then departed with a smile. "The Great Sage is so efficacious. I shall enter and make a wish." El Dongbin jested. Sun Wukong glanced at him but remained silent. He channeled a modicum of his power into the statue, which began to radiate light, enveloping all who knelt in reverence, curing their ailments. Even those with severed limbs found their lost parts restored. The devotees in the temple were beside themselves with joy. Overwhelmed by the miraculous occurrences, limbs regrew, and diseases vanished, truly a divine miracle. Sun Wukong felt the incense power surge, multiplying tenfold in an instant. This stirred a sense of envy within El Dongbin, who contemplated manifesting some miracles of his own, as he too had a temple. However, he noted that in recent years, the number of worshippers had dwindled. The incense power could indeed elevate one's realm. "Let us depart," Sun Wukong announced, realizing that the Earth Store was not present, and he led the group away. There were 2 other locations that also provided incense power, which he surmised were newly constructed temples. Chapter 75. Do as you wish. The 2 temples were far grander than this one, recently built and both dedicated to the Great Sage. The number of pilgrims remained substantial, and Sun Wukong exercised a bit of his power in each location. Some fledgling practitioners who had just begun their cultivation found their strengths enhanced through this divine influence. They were ecstatic, aware that these temples truly possessed sanctity, and they bowed deeply to Sun Wukong. The common folk were astonished. Many of these practitioners were renowned within a 1,000-mile radius, true celestial masters. Yet, here they were, venerating the great sage. Coupled with the earlier miracles, they quickly became ardent devotees of the great sage of heaven. Though they had worshipped other deities, none had ever responded. They had offered abundant incense, yet no miracles occurred. Earth Store, come forth. The great sage called out. The Earth Store Bodhisattva emerged from the void, surprising El Dongbin and the others. Hadn't he, the Earth Store, perished? Fa Hai, taken aback, rushed forward to bow, saying, Fa Hai pays his respects to the Earth Store Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva smiled. His gaze toward Fa Hai filled with deep approval. You are commendable. The Buddhist realm is fortunate to have someone like you. Recently, Fa Hai had begun to make a name for himself in the three realms, and receiving such praise from the Earth Store Bodhisattva thrilled him. He scratched his bald head, at a loss for words. The Earth Store Bodhisattva then turned his attention to El Dongbin, smiling. It has been a while, dear friend. You remain as impressive as ever. El Dongbin humbly replied. The Earth Store Bodhisattva also appears as magnificent as ever. I heard of your demise at the hands of demons some time ago, and I mourned for a long while. Today, seeing you well brings me great relief. Among the four great bodhisattvas of Buddhism, two are most revered by the world. The Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva of the South Sea, who saves those in suffering, and this Earth Store Bodhisattva, who vows not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. Even celestial beings in the heavenly court hold great respect for them. The Earth Store Bodhisattva smiled faintly. He felt no embarrassment in feigning death to escape, as preserving his corporeal form allowed him to undertake more meaningful endeavors. Finally, the Earth Store Bodhisattva's gaze fell upon Baiyu. You are indeed a disciple of an old acquaintance. I have crossed paths with your master, the White Cloud Cave Lord, and I hold him in great esteem. The revelation of Baiyu's lineage dawned upon Sun Wukong and the others. They had always known Baiyu was no ordinary demon king. Though a demon, he practiced celestial arts and possessed remarkable swordsmanship. It turned out he was a disciple of Lord Yuan of the White Cloud Cave, who had been taught by the celestial maiden of the nine heavens. Wielding formidable powers in both magic and swordplay, Baiyu, delighted, replied, I have often heard my master speak of the Earth Store Bodhisattva with great admiration. Sun Wukong interjected, grumpily stating, enough with the flattery, it's making my teeth ache. Baiyu felt somewhat awkward. His remarks were merely polite. His master, the White Cloud Cave Lord, had never mentioned the Earth Store Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on the Earth Store and questioned, what is it that you truly wish for me to do? With your powers and intellect, you cannot be oblivious to what the Tathagata is planning. Yet you ardently promote the Great Sage Temple. Do you wish for me to compete with the Tathagata? The Earth Store Bodhisattva smiled gently and replied, I merely seek to protect sentient beings. As for the intentions of the world-honored one, I do not wish to concern myself. I only wish to use the Great Sage Temple as a means to safeguard more lives. Among the three realms, only the Great Sage has established a sect that does not evoke the jealousy of the celestial beings, who would rather refrain from acting against him out of fear. Indeed, the heavenly court did not wish to offend the Great Sage, as doing so might push him toward the Buddhist realm. And the Buddha realm would also refrain from antagonizing the Great Sage. Most would turn a blind eye. El Dongbin nodded in understanding, feeling a sense of admiration for the Earth Store Bodhisattva. To consider such matters and utilize Sun Wukong's reputation to protect sentient beings was indeed a wise approach. Ultimately, Sun Wukong gained the incense power while sacrificing only a bit of his renown. Observing the understanding expressions on everyone's faces, he felt a sense of camaraderie. With a cold smile, Sun Wukong remarked, do you truly believe his words? It is sheer folly. While his intention to protect all beings is noble, he also seeks to drag me down with him. Currently, my followers are few, which spares me from any conflict. However, with the rapid expansion of Ksitigarbha's influence, it won't be long before I attract the ire of the celestial beings. At that point, my desire to remain uninvolved will be futile. At once, El Dongbin and the others seemed to awaken from a stupor. For the celestial beings, the power of incense offerings is indeed a form of cultivation resource. Naturally, possessing an abundance of such power does not guarantee mastery. Yet, the enhancement it provides to one's cultivation is unmistakable. However, those truly devoted to the path of immortality do not cling to the power of incense. With that energy, they would rather seek to comprehend the ways of heaven and earth, genuinely elevating their cultivation. Nevertheless, if someone shines too brightly and draws away a significant number of followers, it will certainly provoke the wrath of the celestial beings. if Xitigarbha is allowed to expand the great sage temple's influence unchecked. The inevitable outcome would be a confrontation between Sun Wukong and those celestial beings. Are you afraid of the great sage? If they wish to trouble him, they must first contend with this old mug. What do you think, great sage? Xitigarbha smiled faintly. Sun Wukong stared at him and coldly inquired, what is your purpose in this? If I do not enter hell, who will? Xitigarbha clasped his hands together, his expression serene. Sun Wukong gazed deeply at him, snorted disdainfully, then conjured a sphere of spiritual light and presented it to Xitigarbha. Proceed as you see fit. Xitigarbha's face brightened with joy, and he slightly bowed to Sun Wukong, sincerely saying, great sage, you are compassionate. Sun Wukong smirked, retorting, the truly compassionate one is you. If Tathagata possessed your disposition, I might have been more inclined to assist him, but alas. Xitigarbha smiled faintly. If Tathagata were of such a temperament, it is unlikely he could have attained Buddhahood. A Buddha is not merely defined by compassion. It is about fulfilling one's role and responsibilities. Xitigarbha departed. El Dongbin asked, great sage, are you not concerned about clashing with the multitude of celestial beings? What do you think? Upon seeing Sun Wukong's icy smile, El Dongbin quickly understood. Sun Wukong was indeed unafraid. He was not called the great sage for nothing. You all may return, or perhaps band together for training. I have matters to attend to. With that, Sun Wukong left without awaiting their response. El Dongbin and the others exchanged glances. Traveling together? El Dongbin inquired. Fahai nodded, saying, given the chaos in the three realms, it is safer for the three of us to journey together. Baiyu was speechless. Are celestial beings truly this cautious? A dignified heavenly immortal is considered a top-tier expert in the three realms. Who among ordinary folk would dare provoke one? The thought of them needing to travel in a group left Baiyu utterly dumbfounded. On the 1st of July, the new chapter was released, promising a minimum of 30,000 views daily. Chapter 76, Disobeying the Master's Orders. Observing Baiyu's indifferent demeanor, Fahai scoffed. Do you think the current three realms resemble the past? Even the great sage must ally with numerous experts for self-preservation. You are merely a heavenly immortal. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Baiyu opened his mouth to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. Recently, he had encountered numerous formidable beings. Reflecting on it, heavenly immortals were indeed not to be underestimated. Perhaps we should return to Flower Fruit Mountain. It feels safer there. After a moment's hesitation, Baiyu suggested. El Dongbin smiled slightly, responding, have you heard the saying? Trouble comes from above while sitting at home. If calamity strikes, hiding in Flower Fruit Mountain will not shield us. It is better to engage with the world, experience the great tribulation of the three realms, and enhance ourselves as a means of survival. Moreover, while we follow the great sage and benefit from his protection, we must also be capable of aiding him. You do not wish to be merely a parasite, do you? Baiyu immediately protested. I am not. Enough of this nonsense. Let us go. The three departed together, embarking on their journey through the three realms. At this moment, Sun Wukong had arrived above the eastern sea. Li Guangming awaited him there, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance and detachment. Sun Wukong bowed, saying greetings, senior brother. Noting Sun Wukong's lack of enthusiasm compared to their earlier encounters, Li Guangming smiled faintly, asking, still upset? Yes, Sun Wukong readily admitted. Li Guangming smiled slightly, saying, you are quite the petty monkey. I came to inform you of something. Please, senior brother, go on, Sun Wukong replied, his gaze intense. Master has instructed you to assist the Buddhist realm by guarding the underworld, preventing it from being reclaimed by the heavenly court, Li Guangming stated matter-of-factly. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request from his master. Assisting the Buddhist realm in guarding the underworld? What was his master thinking? Given Sun Wukong's character and his relationship with the Buddhist realm, how could he possibly lend them aid? Sun Wukong fell silent, refraining from immediate acceptance. Li Guangming's expression darkened as he asked, somewhat displeased, Wukong, do you refuse? Sun Wukong shook his head, fixing his gaze on Li Guangming, asserting, I hold my master in the utmost respect. If he commands me, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. However, this matter is absolutely out of the question. Li Guangming's demeanor grew colder, his voice icy. Do you dare defy the master's command? Sun Wukong shook his head, chuckling, senior brother, do not take it too far. I am not unwilling to follow orders, but there are principles I uphold. Unless my master provides me with a sufficient reason, I cannot assist the Buddhist realm. He was resolute, without a hint of doubt. demanding a compelling justification. Li Guangming coldly replied, "There is no reason. It pertains to the master's arrangements. He hopes you will cooperate. If you can do this, once completed, he will welcome you back to Mount Fangsuan." Sun Wukong's expression softened slightly. He scrutinized Li Guangming, as if verifying the credibility of his words. Ultimately, Sun Wukong suddenly scoffed, "I cannot comply." Li Guangming was taken aback by Sun Wukong's refusal. Growing irritated, he glared at Sun Wukong. "You monkey, do you refuse to heed even the master's command?" Sun Wukong regained his composure, his expression solemn, declaring, "Senior brother, this is not a matter of respect for our teacher, but rather a personal grievance of mine. I cannot assist the Buddhist realm. Please seek help from other brothers." With that, he turned to leave. A flicker of malice crossed Li Guangming's eyes as he summoned a gleaming axe into his hand, swinging it directly at Sun Wukong. Anticipating the attack, Sun Wukong sidestepped effortlessly, his face betraying no anger. "Senior brother, what is the need for this? I was merely acting out. Why resort to violence?" Li Guangming's expression calmed, fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong as he coldly stated, "Wukong, I know you are unruly and have your own views. But this is a command from our master. If you do not comply, you are defying his authority, and I cannot let you go unpunished." Sun Wukong sighed, lamenting, "The manner of our master's lineage remains as domineering as ever. He expelled me back then, and now it is the same." Suddenly raising his head, he locked eyes with Li Guangming, saying, "Senior brother, I do not wish to fight you. Please do not force my hand. Kindly inform the master that from now on, I am no longer his disciple." Li Guangming's expression darkened, and he coldly asked, "You intend to betray the sect?" Sun Wukong burst into laughter, his voice filled with scorn. Li Guangming audaciously claimed that he had betrayed his sect, yet it was he who had been expelled by his master, who had sternly warned him never to reveal his lineage. The consequence of such a revelation would be a gruesome fate, where his skin would be flayed and bones crushed, and his soul condemned to the depths of the netherworld, destined to suffer eternal torment. What grave transgression had Sun Wukong committed? Merely showcasing his prowess before his peers had led to such an unjust punishment. It would be impossible for him to harbor no resentment. However, his gratitude towards the patriarch Bodhi suppressed these dark thoughts. Now, with Li Guangming's declaration of betrayal and his subsequent aggression, Sun Wukong's pent-up anger was finally unleashed. What is so amusing? Li Guangming's expression turned icy, sensing mockery in Sun Wukong's demeanor. Sun Wukong restrained his smile and replied calmly, "Do not take offense, brother. I merely find humor in my own plight." Li Guangming pressed further, "Will you obey the master's command?" Sun Wukong retorted, "If I refuse, will you resort to killing me?" Li Guangming was momentarily taken aback, but replied coldly, "If you intend to become a traitor to the sect, then I have no choice but to take action." This was a clear indication of his intent. Sun Wukong chuckled, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. "Brother, how well do you truly understand my strength?" he inquired with an unusual expression. Before Li Guangming could respond, Sun Wukong continued, "Do you genuinely believe you can defeat me?" Li Guangming scoffed, unleashing the power of his celestial realm cultivation. It was no wonder he felt such confidence against Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, offering a serene smile. "Elder brother, sometimes high cultivation does not equate to true strength. I have faced many of your kind in the celestial realm, and you will not prevail against me. I advise you against making a move." Li Guangming's contempt grew, dismissing Sun Wukong's words. Chapter 77, The Master Brother's Betrayal. Li Guangming swung his axe, unleashing a blinding arc of light that spanned thousands of feet, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. The brilliance engulfed him, rendering him invisible. Li Guangming smirked, thinking Sun Wukong merely a lesser member of the Fangsuan Mountain, lacking the prowess to rival his superior status. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the light dissipated, revealing Sun Wukong unharmed. With gleaming eyes, Sun Wukong regarded Li Guangming, stating, "Brother, one must not overstep 3 times." Seeing Sun Wukong unscathed only fueled Li Guangming's fury. He ceased wielding the axe, opting instead to employ magical arts. In that moment, the cosmos trembled as a portal emerged, exuding an overwhelming force of attraction. This was reincarnation, and Li Guangming had opened the pathway to cast Sun Wukong into it. Sun Wukong felt a jolt as he narrowly escaped being drawn into the cycle of rebirth, where flames of karma burned fiercely. Even he knew that falling within would severely diminish his chances of escape. A blaze of fury ignited in his eyes. He respected Li Guangming as the senior brother of Fangsuan Mountain, Yet the latter repeatedly attacked him without regard for their brotherly bond. Did he truly believe Sun Wukong was powerless? With a sudden surge, Sun Wukong broke free from the pull of reincarnation. He drew out his Ruyi Jingu Bang and struck with force. Li Guangming, taken aback by Sun Wukong's ease in escaping his grasp, quickly raised his axe to block the blow. The clash resonated with a thunderous roar, causing Li Guangming to stagger back, his hands trembling, blood oozing from the axe. He stared at Sun Wukong in shock, realizing how close he had come to losing his weapon. Sun Wukong, with a single strike, had nearly disarmed him. He regarded Li Guangming coldly, stating, "From this moment forth, do not appear before me again, lest you wish to disregard our sect's bond." Li Guangming's face darkened with rage. His eyes ablaze as he glared at Sun Wukong. His previous demeanor of detachment vanished. "Sun Wukong, do you truly intend to betray the sect?" His anger boiled over, revealing the true nature of Li Guangming, stripped of any pretenses of composure. Sun Wukong chuckled derisively. "The Patriarch has already cast me out," Li Guangming retorted with a sneer. The Patriarch did not err in his judgment. You, a heartless creature, squandered the teachings bestowed upon you, leading to your current state of affairs. If only another had received those lessons. Li Guangming abruptly fell silent, yet Sun Wukong discerned the implication. His eyes narrowed, chillingly aware of the potential truth behind those words. Could it be that even his apprenticeship had been orchestrated by another? If that were the case, then even the identity of Patriarch Bodhi could be a fabrication. Who was he truly? Initially, Sun Wukong had assumed it was the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. But Li Guangming's demeanor dispelled that notion. Those of the Grand Supreme lineage were serene and would not harbor such malice. Regardless, I shall inform my master of your actions today. Prepare to face the consequences, Li Guangming declared before turning to leave, having witnessed Sun Wukong's formidable prowess and unwilling to continue the confrontation. Sun Wukong pondered deeply, following Li Guangming discreetly, though he soon lost track of him. With Li Guangming's strength, evading pursuit was an effortless task. Sun Wukong stood atop the northern sea, feeling a sense of loss as he could no longer trace Li Guangming's presence. Suddenly, a dark figure materialized nearby. The figure transformed into a middle-aged man, whose cold yet profound gaze concealed his true intentions. The man radiated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Sun Wukong glanced at him, but remained silent. The figure was none other than Kunping, who had previously targeted Sun Wukong. However, this was not Kunping's true form, but merely a fragment of his essence. Ignoring Sun Wukong's silence, Kunping smiled faintly, saying, "Wukong, I possess knowledge of your master's true identity. I have been lurking within the three realms for years. If you desire, I can reveal this information to you now." "Not interested," Sun Wukong replied coolly. Kunping appeared surprised, prompting Sun Wukong to add with a sardonic smile, "It's just a few individuals. With such a domineering personality, who else could it be orchestrating everything from the shadows?" "Then, who do you believe it is?" Kunping asked, intrigued to discover whether Sun Wukong had indeed arrived at the truth. Sun Wukong glared at him, scoffing, "What do you matter? Why would I divulge anything to you?" Unfazed by the insult, Kunping assumed Sun Wukong was merely putting on a brave front. He smiled lightly, saying, "Ah, Sun Wukong, you are indeed an astute individual, and I hold great admiration for your intellect. Should you wish, I propose we forge a brotherhood. From this day forth, you shall be my brother, standing equally, and together we shall dominate the three realms." Sun Wukong regarded him as one would a fool. "Kunping, you're as reliable as a pig climbing a tree." Kunping's eyes widened in surprise. Was his reputation truly so disreputable? "Your ambitions are not truly to command the three realms. Otherwise, you wouldn't wreak havoc everywhere. Do not assume everyone is a fool, believing you are the only one with intellect." Sun Wukong retorted with a cold laugh, faced with the silent Kunping. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, as though shooing away a dog. "Begone, old Sun has no interest in your unfortunate visage." Kunping's expression fluctuated between pale and uncertain. Had it not been for the challenge posed by Sun Wukong, he would have already taken action. It was utterly humiliating to be treated in such a manner. Even the ancient heavenly emperor, Dijun, would not dare to disrespect him, always treating him with the utmost courtesy. With a cold snort, Kunping departed, his voice echoing ominously. "Do not presume that your current strength is sufficient for your self-preservation. Without a formidable backing, you are merely a fleeting shadow. Even the great celestial lord may fall in these chaotic times, let alone a mere celestial like you. I suggest you ponder my words carefully. A A slight smirk graced Sun Wukong's lips as he retaliated with a swift strike of his staff. A distant roar of fury resounded as Kunpeng's avatar was vanquished by Sun Wukong. In the depths of the North Sea, within a concealed sanctuary, Kunpeng had constructed a grand palace. The Dragon King of the Flood and the King of the Rock stood guard outside, suddenly hearing a furious roar. They exchanged glances, silently questioning whether their master had once again faced defeat. This was not the first time such an occurrence had transpired. They had grown accustomed to Kunpeng's dramatic reactions following his failures. Enter, came Kunpeng's icy command. The two guardians hurried inside. Go and eliminate Sun Wukong, Kunpeng ordered. Understood, replied the Rock King promptly. However, the Flood Dragon King shook his head resolutely, stating, My lord, I had promised before following you. I will not raise my hand against my own kin. This task I cannot undertake. A frigid expression crossed Kunpeng's face, while the Rock King furrowed his brow, casting a warning glance at the Flood Dragon King to heed Kunpeng's wishes. Should Kunpeng's wrath be ignited, the consequences would be dire. Yet, the Flood Dragon King remained steadfast, meeting Kunpeng's gaze with unwavering resolve. If Kunpeng could not uphold his word in their mutual agreement, then what was the purpose of following him? With his status and power, finding a suitable master was not a challenge. Kunpeng's eyes crackled with fury, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Even the Flood Dragon King braced for a fight, prepared to confront Kunpeng should he strike. However, Kunpeng abruptly broke into a smile. Admiring the Flood Dragon King. Very well, I appreciate loyalty. I shall not impose upon you. Let this matter rest for now. The Flood Dragon King exhaled in relief. The Rock King gazed at Kunpeng with admiration, affirming his greatness. Peace returned to the chamber. Li Guangming entered the heavenly court with urgency. Master, that monkey refuses to act and even engaged me in combat, attempting to slay my disciple. I witnessed the events between you. I miscalculated. However, that monkey is deeply bonded to his kin and will not strike lethally against you. Did he not only retaliate after you attacked him thrice? Do not malign the monkey. The master replied. After a moment of silence, Li Guangming conceded, indeed. Seek out Kunpeng and request his assistance for the Buddha's faction. His subordinates include the young Flood Dragon and young Rock. If they join the Buddhist camp, it will complicate our efforts to conquer the underworld. Yes, I shall attend to this immediately, Li Guangming affirmed, setting off. Once he departed, a deep, melancholic sigh echoed through the air. Ultimately, unworthy of reliance. If only that monkey could aid me. The voice's owner reflected with a tinge of disappointment, yearning for a capable ally. Li Guangming's strength had grown formidable, attaining the realm of Celestial Lord. Yet, in comparison to Sun Wukong, he fell significantly short, not only in combat prowess, but also in wisdom and character. Thus, Li Guangming would forever remain unable to stand independently. Sun Wukong, at any moment, shone as the most radiant star, impossible to overlook. After waiting for an extended period over the North Sea, Sun Wukong grew impatient, as Kunpeng's true form failed to appear. He rubbed his nose and plunged into the depths of the North Sea. Upon learning of Sun Wukong's arrival, the Dragon King of the North greeted him warmly. Ao Shun, has there been any recent activity in the North Sea? Sun Wukong inquired. Ao Shun, puzzled, replied, I have not sensed anything unusual. However, there is a divine presence in a certain underwater canyon that I have yet to visit. Could there be an issue? Sun Wukong's understanding dawned, recognizing that the so-called divine presence was likely Kunpeng. With a grin, he remarked, certainly, there is a significant issue. The divine presence you mentioned is, if I am not mistaken, that rascal Kunpeng. Ao Shun's expression shifted to one of alarm, quickly morphing into anger. That audacious fiend. Where's the Tortoise Prime Minister? Gather the troops. We shall seize Kunpeng. With the East Seas portal breached, the dragon clans across the four seas harbored immense hatred for Kunpeng. Now that word had spread of Kunpeng's presence in the North Sea, not far from them, Ao Shun felt an intense rage. Kunpeng was blatantly disregarding the dragon clans. Wait. Sun Wukong interjected, raising a hand. Ao Shun halted, inquiring, what further instructions do you have, great sage? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. Old Dragon King, do not rush. Kunpeng is exceedingly powerful. Relying solely on us may not suffice to defeat him. Is the great sage seeking assistance? Ao Shun's eyes lit up with anticipation. Indeed. Please wait a moment. Sun Wukong responded, sending out a message. Ao Shun's anxiety subsided, replaced by a smile. The great sage's friends are all formidable beings. Kunpeng is fated to meet his end this time. Yet, Sun Wukong shook his head. Kunpeng has survived since ancient times. He will not be easily vanquished. At that moment, Li Guangming emerged from Kunpeng's palace, accompanied by the Flood Dragon King and the Rock King. As the three departed, Kunpeng remained alone within the palace. Why do I feel a sense of unease? Is someone plotting against me? Kunpeng pondered, troubled by an inexplicable anxiety. However, upon further introspection, he found no discernible cause. Perhaps it was merely the result of recent setbacks. What in this world could threaten him? Kunpeng chuckled softly to himself, realizing he was overly anxious. What did it matter if he faced Dijun? He would not cower even before the ancient heavenly emperor. In this realm, few could suppress him. At that moment, a beam of Buddhist light descended, imbued with overwhelming intent to kill. The entire palace shattered in an instant, and Kunpeng was struck down by the force of the light. Crashing to the ground, the light did not dissipate. A piercing gaze traversed the heavens, striking Kunpeng. Poof! Kunpeng spat blood as an immense tome enveloped him, its vast magical energy propelling him violently through the air. A sinister laugh echoed as Ingo, shrouded in demonic radiance, delivered a crushing blow to Kunpeng's chest, nearly piercing his body. Without allowing Kunpeng a moment to react, a long spear tore through the void, impaling Kunpeng and leaving him grievously wounded. With a roar, Kunpeng's eyes reddened in agony. Boom! The golden staff swept in, carrying colossal power, and struck Kunpeng's head. He screamed in despair, propelled from the spear. Dazed and unable to comprehend the identity of his attackers, suffering blow after blow, Ao Shun stood by, unable to intervene, gazing at Sun Wukong with profound admiration. The great sage is indeed extraordinary. Look at the company he has summoned: Guanyin of the South Sea, Zenyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple, Erlangshan, and Neza. The formidable demon bore an unfamiliar countenance. However, upon closer inspection, Ao Shun discerned the identity of the individual. He was Ingo, a fierce warrior under the command of the ancient Yellow Emperor, who had once dared to engage in combat with Chiyu. In the end, he was transformed into a zombie in the Yellow Springs, slain by the Yellow Emperor with the edge of the Xinyuan sword. To Ao Shun's astonishment, he had somehow returned to life. Recently, he had even conquered the underworld, sending shockwaves through the three realms. Such a formidable presence would surely cause even the three pure ones to furrow their brows, let alone Kunpeng. As Kunpeng regained consciousness, he too recognized the visitor's identity. A tremor ran through him. His earlier sense of foreboding had indeed been justified. Sun Wukong had summoned such a grand entourage with the intent to obliterate him. Kunpeng transformed into his true form, preparing to break free. "You cannot escape," Guanyin Bodhisattva stated calmly. With a gentle wave of her hand, she brought down a palm strike that felt as if the very heavens were converging upon Kunpeng. Kunpeng spread his wings, initially attempting to flee, but Guanyin's forceful presence pinned him down. At that moment, the great Bodhisattva truly displayed her might. She inverted the pure jade bottle, seemingly intending to contain Kunpeng within it. With a disdainful snort, Kunpeng's massive form quaked, breaking free from the bottle's pull. An endless stream of profound light emanated from him, morphing into dark, demonic thunder that surged toward Guanyin. "Be contained." The pure jade bottle glinted with light as intricate patterns spread forth, unfathomable in their complexity. The tempestuous demonic thunder was swiftly absorbed into the bottle. As lightning flickered above it, Guanyin channeled her divine power to dispel the arcs. Kunpeng, flapping his wings, cast a glance at the others. Sun Wukong invoked the law of heaven and earth, standing tall and firm, seizing Kunpeng's wing and yanking it forcefully. Kunpeng's enormous form was yanked downwards, crashing into the ocean floor. The impact sent towering waves surging into the northern sea, threatening to crash upon the shore. Sun Wukong's heart raced as his golden staff flew forth, inscribed with dense runes, unleashing incredible power that instantly calmed the turbulent waters above the northern sea. Erlangshan also employed the law of heaven and earth, wielding his three-edged blade to strike down upon Kunpeng. Blood splattered as Kunpeng was wounded by Erlangshan's strike. Enraged, Kunpeng lashed out with his claws, leaving a gash upon Erlangshan. The latter, undeterred, continued his relentless assault with his blade, inflicting further wounds upon Kunpeng despite his extraordinary defenses. "Dare you still act fierce?" Zenyuanzi coldly remarked, unrolling the earth book to suppress Kunpeng in a moment. In that instant, everyone launched their attacks, even Guanyin wielding her divine magic to manifest a demon-subduing sword that struck down with great force. Kunpeng nearly succumbed to the blow. Regardless of his immense power, he was struggling to withstand the onslaught. With a furious roar, Kunpeng unleashed a surge of power, breaking free from the Earth Book's restraint and transforming into human form. At this point, he was drenched in blood, grievously injured. His cold gaze swept over the assembly as he spoke icily, "You have forced my hand." Sun Wukong swung his staff, striking down upon him. "You dare still feign innocence?" The blow struck Kunpeng, causing blood to spray forth, rendering him a pitiful sight. "Eh?" Kunpeng chuckled darkly, lowering his head. The others furrowed their brows. Could it be that Kunpeng had some hidden advantage? Feigning divinity is foolish, Ingo sneered, advancing with the intent to strike. Just then, Sun Wukong's heart raced, and he called out, "Return." Before Ingo could react, a beam of demonic light erupted from Kunpeng, piercing through Ingo. With a pained cry, Ingo, though wounded, pressed forward and struck back at Kunpeng. Kunpeng was sent hurtling away, and the demonic light spiraled back, merging with him. With a thunderous roar, Kunpeng's aura surged, instantly restoring him to peak condition, healing his wounds in an instant. Chapter 79, Primordial Demonic Qi. Xinyuanzi narrowed his eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Primordial Demonic Qi. No wonder you have become increasingly erratic. You have strayed into the demonic path." Kunpeng chuckled coldly. "What defines a demon? What defines a celestial? It is merely a divergence in cultivation paths. If I remain true to my essence, why can I not cultivate the demonic path? Remain true to your essence?" Xinyuanzi shook his head. Kunpeng, originally a supreme beast of the world, was fierce and cunning by nature. Having absorbed the primordial demonic qi, he would undoubtedly become more ferocious, making the idea of remaining true to one's essence a mere jest. And what of you so-called immortals? You are equally ruthless and cunning, perhaps even more terrifying than demons. What right do you have to condemn me? Kunpeng retorted coldly. You surround me not out of a noble cause to eradicate evil, but merely because I have incurred your ire. Who can act solely for the sake of righteousness? In response to Kunpeng's inquiries, there was silence, for indeed, no one could claim to do so. I, Sun Wukong, will slay you solely because you have provoked me. Kunpeng, your repeated provocations end today. Sun Wukong declared with a cold smirk. He cared not for righteousness or the eradication of evil. His only desire was to eliminate the threat posed by Kunpeng. Ingo, with a gaping wound in his body, quickly began to heal. His gaze was icy as he glared at Kunpeng, filled with rage. Rarely humbled, he felt humiliated by Kunpeng's earlier ambush and longed to tear him apart. Why engage in conversation? I shall end you, Ingo shouted, charging forward as the first to strike. Sun Wukong and the others wasted no time, following closely behind. A multitude of mighty beings converged upon Kunpeng. The demonic light radiated from him as he single-handedly resisted their onslaught. With a thunderous clash, he blocked Sun Wukong's staff with his physical form, forcing him back. Kunpeng then turned, summoning a black sword wheel that descended upon Neza and Erlang Shun. Both fought valiantly, yet they were still repelled, their blood surging. Neza, wounded, felt a surge of indignation. Ingo lunged forward, his fingers like 10 sharp swords piercing towards Kunpeng's head. Kunpeng's massive wings unfurled, reaching to the heavens and the underworld. With a powerful flap, they struck down like giant celestial blades. Ingo's attack was absorbed by the wings, sending him staggering backward, blood flowing from his fingertips. Xinyuanzi attempted to suppress him with the Earth Book, but Kunpeng evaded the attack. He charged at Xinyuanzi, forcing a close-quarters battle. Unfazed, Xinyuanzi wielded his whisk, sweeping it with a force that pierced through the air. Break. Kunpeng scoffed, his demonic light swirling around him as he manifested multiple demonic figures that lunged forward. The whisk was halted, and Kunpeng closed in on Xinyuanzi. The latter retreated and unleashed the power of the universe from his sleeves. Kunpeng was struck, blood erupting from his body, nearly succumbing to the attack. Yet, Kunpeng's profound magic and astonishing abilities allowed him to break free, surging forth with incredible speed. A hand, luminous and exquisite like jade, intercepted Kunpeng's path. Guanyin Bodhisattva had made her move, channeling immeasurable power as she swiftly struck Kunpeng. With a grunt, Kunpeng spat out blood, cracks appearing across half of his body. The primordial demonic qi surged forth, rapidly mending his injuries. You cannot kill me. I possess the primordial demonic energy, destined to transcend and become a true immortal entity, proclaimed Kunpeng with pride. As long as the demonic path in the world endures and the primordial demonic energy persists, he could confidently claim his immortality. Sun Wukong charged forward, his golden staff crashing down fiercely. Kunpeng blocked the blow, but before he could revel in his moment of triumph, Erlang Shun and Neza had already launched their attacks. Their weapons struck Kunpeng relentlessly. With a shift of primordial demonic energy, his wounds healed once more, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Even Ingo could not help but exclaim, "He is more fearsome than my immortal body. It may prove exceedingly difficult to slay him." Kunpeng's cruel gaze swept over Sun Wukong and the others, a sinister grin forming as he declared, "I remember you. I shall slay you one by one. And you, Zhen Yuanzi, our ancient enmity must now be settled." Zhen Yuanzi snorted coldly, divine light cascading around him, transforming into sword energy that enveloped Kunpeng. In the next moment, the sword energy dismembered Kunpeng. Primordial sword energy. Kunpeng's voice echoed as he harnessed the primordial demonic energy, his flesh reforming. He glared at Zhen Yuanzi, sneering, "As long as the primordial demonic energy endures, I am indestructible. Even with the primordial sword energy, you cannot kill me." Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow, fully aware of the truth in Kunpeng's words. What to do? Even Sun Wukong felt a pang of frustration. Facing an immortal adversary was indeed a headache for anyone. While repelling their attacks, Kunpeng retaliated, relying on his primordial demonic energy, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Ingo could not suppress his thoughts and whispered to Sun Wukong, inquiring if sealing Kunpeng was a feasible option if they truly could not kill him. Otherwise, if this continued, they would undoubtedly be the ones to perish. Sun Wukong observed Kunpeng intently, his gaze flickering as a realization dawned upon him. He noted that each time Kunpeng resurrected, the number of demons surrounding him diminished. These demons were the souls he had corrupted, vast in number but not infinite. Wait. He cannot fully harness the primordial demonic energy, Sun Wukong suddenly proclaimed. Kunpeng's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly masked it. He sneered, "Sun Wukong, you exert yourself to deceive your friends. The primordial demonic energy and I are one. How can you claim I cannot fully utilize it? Witness this." He expelled the primordial demonic energy towards Sun Wukong. With a fierce roar, Sun Wukong unleashed his power, his golden staff radiating brilliant light, illuminating the heavens and shaking the three realms. With a thunderous clash, he struck, colliding with the primordial demonic energy. A tremendous shockwave erupted, sending everyone reeling backward. Sun Wukong was hurled over 1,000 miles by the primordial demonic energy before he steadied himself. "Be careful, Kunpeng is attempting to escape," Sun Wukong shouted. But it was too late. Kunpeng transformed into his true form, the cosmic pathways resonating as he vanished in an instant. As the others regained their senses, they realized they had been tricked by Kunpeng. Sun Wukong was correct. Kunpeng had not fully merged with the primordial demonic energy. His previous ferocity was merely a ruse to instill fear and create an opportunity for escape. Sun Wukong flew back, frustration etched on his face. That scoundrel has escaped. He gritted through clenched teeth. Zhen Yuanzi felt a twinge of shame. Among them, he was the most powerful. Yet he failed to see through Kunpeng's deception as clearly as Sun Wukong had. "This is my fault. I was fooled by Kunpeng," Zhen Yuanzi lamented. Sun Wukong shook his head, a smile breaking through. "Brother, do not dwell on it. Kunpeng is inherently cunning. Your integrity led you to be deceived, which is entirely normal and requires no self-reproach." Zhen Yuanzi's expression softened slightly. Sun Wukong's brow furrowed once more as he added, "The only troublesome aspect now is that with Kunpeng's escape, he may target you all in the future. You must remain vigilant. Fear not, with our strength. Even if he ambushes us, it will not be easy for him to slay us. What is there to worry about? A mere Kunpeng cannot stir the heavens," Neza proclaimed proudly. The group smiled, echoing Neza's sentiment. As long as Kunpeng was not truly indestructible, they had no fear. They merely needed to hold him off for a time until others could sense the turmoil of their battle and rush to their aid. "I will employ the Buddhas to survey the three realms. Should I locate Kunpeng, I will inform you," Guanyin Bodhisattva stated. "Thank you, Bodhisattva," Sun Wukong expressed gratefully. Guanyin smiled gently, replying, "I too harbor a grudge against Kunpeng. He nearly killed the Dragon Maiden, and I shall not spare him." Chapter 8. The contest for command in a hidden place in the North Sea. Kunpeng had escaped to his true lair, a secret known to none. He transformed into human form, collapsing into that cave. The primordial demonic energy withdrew from his flesh, severed from the supply of souls, leaving him unable to control it. Kunpeng's body was nearly in tatters, drenched in blood. His injuries were grave. To intimidate Sun Wukong and the others, He had expended at least a third of his soul's accumulation. Continuing to fight would soon deplete the souls he had gathered. This realm is not chaotic enough. I have not collected sufficient souls. Once my wounds heal, I will plunge the 3 realms into utter chaos. Kunping's eyes glinted with coldness. To refine the primordial demonic energy, he required an endless supply of souls to utilize, making the complete refinement possible. He needed more souls, which explained his constant stirring of various events. The fall of powerful deities could yield remnants of souls that could equate to thousands of mortals. He activated his arcane skills to begin healing. A figure appeared outside Kunping's lair, gazing towards it with a hint of disdain. You have schemed from ancient times until now, merely for a fragment of primordial demonic energy. How foolish, Kunping. I had overestimated you. Just then, Kunping opened his eyes, sensing a presence observing him. However, upon extending his divine consciousness, he found no trace of anyone. The figure remained outside Kunping's lair, sensing his divine presence, and scoffed but made no further indication, merely dismissing him. Kunping suppressed his doubts, unaware of any anomalies, and continued to channel his arcane skills to recuperate. In the underworld, Jiao Demon King and Peng Demon King emerged within the Buddhist realm's ranks. The ancient Buddha of the lamp directly conferred upon Jiao Demon King the title of Heavenly Dragon King Bodhisattva, while Peng Demon King was elevated to Great Peng King Bodhisattva. These 2 demon kings transformed into great bodhisattvas of Buddhism. However, none present expressed dissent. They were 2 of the 7 great demon saints, ranked 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Holding the title of Bodhisattva in the Buddhist realm was hardly a slight. With their strength, should they choose to accept the celestial decree, they would at least command a faction. The Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist realm, aside from a few renowned ones, did not hold significant prestige. Peng Demon King displayed a delighted expression, basking in glory, while Jiao Demon King merely scoffed, disdainfully remarking, "What is there to be proud of?" Even that 6-eared macaque was granted the title of victorious fighting Buddha. You are merely a bodhisattva. What is there to gloat about? Peng Demon King's expression instantly stiffened. What had once brought him joy now rendered the title of bodhisattva utterly unappealing. He shot a glare at Jiao Demon King, irritated by his consistently dampening remarks. Li Guangming has already departed, having escorted the Jiao Demon King and the Peng Demon King, naturally preferring not to linger here. The following day, the Jiao Demon King and the Peng Demon King ascended the city walls to survey the surroundings. Upon seeing them, the Yellow Emperor's expression shifted slightly. Tianping. Are those 2 the Jiao Demon King and the Peng Demon King among the 7 great saints? Zhu Beiji observed attentively, his countenance also changing. Indeed, it was them. How could they appear in the Buddhist realm? Have they allied with the Buddhists? Zhu Beiji's expression grew serious. This is troublesome. These 2 are sworn brothers of my Monkey King, possessing formidable strength, not much inferior even to my Monkey King. Their presence here likely signals an impending declaration of war from the Buddhist realm. Hearing Zhu Beiji's words, Yinglong scoffed. What 7 great saints? Come and face me in battle if you dare. The Yellow Emperor rebuked, do not speak recklessly. Each of the 7 great saints possesses unique abilities. Even if they are not all as powerful as the Bull Demon King and the Great Sage equal to heaven, they are not significantly weaker. Yinglong. You would have at most a 30% chance of winning against them. This was no exaggeration. While Yinglong was strong, there remained a gap between him and the 7 great saints. Yinglong was indignant, and the same went for the female specter, who was equally dissatisfied. Commander, please summon the great sage, the Yellow Emperor said to Zhu Beiji. In this world, if any divine being was willing to intervene, it would only be Sun Wukong, who was unencumbered and able to act. However, Zhu Beiji resolutely shook his head. Your Majesty, please do not insist. Even if Tianping were to perish here, I would not allow my brother to come. The Yellow Emperor sighed. The female specter snorted coldly. If I were the great sage, I would not come either. When the great sage suffers, none seem to remember him. Zhu Beiji regarded her with admiration, though she was a young girl. Her thoughts were clearer than those of many men. The Yellow Emperor shot a glare at his daughter, wondering why she was siding against him. Father, do not look at me like that. I speak the truth. Such a hero as the great sage is toyed with by schemes and plots. How can I not feel displeased? The Yellow Emperor smiled wryly and conceded. If it cannot be helped, let us withdraw. He made the decision. Among the celestial beings, he was the only one to take action. The Yellow Emperor felt a deep sense of injustice, believing they had gone too far. A problem that could have been easily resolved had escalated into a costly conflict. In reality, within 3 days, the the Buddhist realm made its move. With the addition of the two demon clan saints and their inherent advantage, when the Buddhist realm's powerful figures attacked, the Yellow Emperor wasted no time and retreated from the underworld with Zhu Beiji and the others. If it was unavoidable, he could not allow his comrades to fall here. In the land of ultimate bliss, Umaba's expression darkened upon hearing this news. After Zhu Beiji's defeat, he returned to the Purple Micro Palace to report. The Emperor of Purple Micro stated calmly, "This matter cannot be blamed on Commander Tianpeng. What fault lies with him?" Zhu Beiji replied, "I feel ashamed. Do not take it too heavily to heart, Commander. Now that you have returned, take a good rest for a few days," the Emperor of Purple Micro said gently. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhu Beiji prepared to leave. However, Li Jing was somewhat dissatisfied. Zhu Beiji had clearly suffered defeat. Yet the Emperor of Purple Micro did not punish him, which irked him greatly. He secretly resented Zhu Beiji for taking away his troops, diminishing his command. Seeing Zhu Beiji about to leave, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I believe your actions are unjust." The Emperor of Purple Micro's expression turned cold, and he glanced at the King of Heavenly Pillars, inquiring, "What do you mean by that, my dear minister?" "Your Majesty, Commander Tianpeng has suffered defeat and should rightfully be punished. If you do not penalize him, I fear it will cause discontent among the other officials." Li Jing spoke solemnly, seemingly oblivious to the Emperor's displeasure. The Emperor of Purple Micro smiled faintly, countering, "Then what do you suggest I do to punish Commander Tianpeng?" Li Jing's heart leaped with joy, feeling he had caught the Emperor off guard. Even if the Emperor wished to shield Zhu Beiji, he could not do so overtly. He hastily replied, "Please, Your Majesty, strip Commander Tianpeng of his military authority and remove him from his position as deputy commander to earn the respect of all." Zhu Beiji observed silently, choosing not to speak. He knew that since he had submitted to the Emperor of Purple Micro, Li Jing had harbored animosity towards him, consistently targeting and undermining him. The Emperor of Purple Micro revealed a cold smile and said, "It appears you seek to satisfy the other officials, but rather, it seems you aim to satisfy yourself, Li Jing. Should I hand over the authority of the Emperor of Purple Micro to you? You can deal with Commander Tianpeng." Li Jing's face turned pale as he immediately knelt, trembling. "I dare not, Your Majesty." The Emperor of Purple Micro smiled lightly. "Dare not? I believe you are quite capable. Here's the deal. If you truly have grievances against Commander Tianpeng, the two of you shall fight. If Commander Tianpeng loses, I will remove his position as deputy commander and make him my personal guard. But if you lose, then your position as Grand Commander shall be ceded to Commander Tianpeng." "Ah, Your Majesty, the Grand Commander leads the heavenly soldiers. How can such a trivial decision be made?" Li Jing exclaimed in shock. The Emperor of Purple Micro replied nonchalantly, "A general is the courage of the troops, and a commander is the soul of the army. If a commander cannot even be the strongest among his troops, how can he lead them? We are not an earthly army. Only those with greater personal strength are qualified to be commanders. I believe Commander Tianpeng's strength exceeds yours." "Impossible. He cannot possibly be my match," Li Jing retorted angrily. "Then let the two of you fight." The Emperor of Purple Micro smirked slightly. Li Jing, with gritted teeth, was aware that the Emperor of Purple Micro had long sought to strip him of his military power, and his previous appointment of Zhu Beiji as deputy commander was part of this scheme. Now, he was overtly attempting to seize his authority. "Do you think I fear you? I have not fought in a while, and someone dares to treat me like a soft persimmon? Let us fight. I am not afraid of anyone," Li Jing scoffed. Nuzha, filled with concern, urged, "Father, please be careful. Commander Tianpeng is not weak. What I have to fear? Even that little brat Neza cannot escape my grasp. What is Zhu Beiji to me?" With that, he dramatically flung his cloak and exited with Zhu Beiji. "I shall return shortly with good news of victory." The King of Heavenly Pillars, Li Jing, departed with an air of confidence. Even the Emperor of Purple Micro raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had indeed underestimated the King of Heavenly Pillars. Outside, two powerful auras flared as they heard the furious roars of the King of Heavenly Pillars and Zhu Beiji's resounding shout. The formidable surge of magical energy dissipated in mere moments. Clearly, the outcome had already been decided. Everyone refrained from probing with their divine senses, all craning their necks to peer outside. Even the Emperor of Purple Micro could not help but arch an eyebrow. Had Zhu Beiji truly been so inadequate as to lose so easily to Li Jing? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhu Beiji's figure appeared at the palace entrance, dragging the King of Heavenly Pillars by one leg, while Li Jing's body scraped against the ground as he was pulled inside. "Put me down," Jin Jia and Mu Jia rushed forward, shouting at Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji simply released his grip, and the king of heavenly pillars collapsed entirely to the ground, motionless. Father! Father! Jin Jia and Mu Jia rushed to his side. No worries, the king merely fainted. There's no need to fret, Zhu Beiji reassured them, not wanting them to misunderstand. Haha! The Emperor of Purple Micro suddenly burst into laughter. Zhu Beiji knelt down, solemnly stating, I have been too heavy-handed, causing the king of heavenly pillars to faint. Please forgive me, your majesty. Very well, haha. From today onward, Tianpeng, you shall be the grand commander of my Purple Micro lineage, overseeing all troops of the Purple Micro Palace. Thank you, your majesty. Zhu Beiji did not decline the offer. Li Jing awoke to the words of the Emperor Ziwei, only to roll his eyes in frustration and faint again. Chapter 81. Who says monkeys do not understand? Congratulations to Marshal Tianpeng. Taibai Jinxing expressed his congratulations. He cast a glance at the unconscious king of the tower and sighed inwardly. The king of the tower had been exceedingly reckless. The Emperor Ziwei had already harbored some reservations about his control over the military and sought to diminish his power. Yet, he provoked the emperor, countering his decisions. It would be truly astonishing if the emperor refrained from stripping him of authority. The Emperor Ziwei resembled a mundane ruler more than anything. What he desired were not thoughtful ministers but obedient dogs. Ministers with their own thoughts, who contest his decisions, would only engender his dissatisfaction. Zhu Beiji ascended to a position of genuine command, while Li Jing was sent back to recuperate. If there are no further matters, my esteemed ministers may take their leave, declared the Emperor Ziwei, prompting the celestial beings to withdraw. As he gazed upon the empty hall, he sighed deeply. In a flash of light, the Emperor Ziwei vanished. At Huaguo Mountain, Sun Wukong looked up. A distinguished guest had arrived, and Lao El went to greet him. El Dongbin had just returned from outside Huaguo Mountain, accompanied by He Xinggu, one of the 8 immortals. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, his expression froze. Why did the great sage's words sound so peculiar? Greet guests? One might think he was referring to a profession of a different nature. Nevertheless, he departed from Huaguo Mountain. Upon recognizing the identity of the visitor, El Dongbin was taken aback. He had encountered the emperor before. The guest was none other than the Emperor Ziwei. He waved his hand gently, saying, No need for excessive courtesy. It is wise of you to understand who in the 3 realms currently enjoys the most comfortable position. El Dongbin managed an awkward smile and hastily added, The great sage has instructed me to escort you inside. The Emperor Ziwei nodded and entered Huaguo Mountain. Upon seeing He Xinggu, he inclined his head slightly. She rose and performed a slight bow to the emperor, acknowledging him. Thereafter, the Emperor Ziwei entered the water curtain cave. Sun Wukong sat within, where wine, fruits, and meats, culled from malevolent dragons and rare fowl, had been prepared for their enjoyment, also serving to rid the land of harm. Why does the emperor have time to visit me? Sun Wukong inquired with a smile, inviting the emperor to sit. The emperor took a seat, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it down in one go. I initially intended to recruit you, but seeing your demeanor, I understand you would not agree. Thus, I will speak with you instead. Old Sun is honored, Sun Wukong chuckled. The Emperor Ziwei shot him a sidelong glance, saying, You monkey. If you were willing to assist me, I would have far fewer worries. Even in the underworld, I would dare to act directly to reclaim what is mine. You alone could rival 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Unfortunately, I have grown accustomed to a carefree life, merely wishing to be a wandering immortal, Sun Wukong replied, a smirk adorning his face. The emperor shook his head, entirely giving up on the notion of subduing Sun Wukong. This monkey was truly impervious to reason. It was futile to discuss such matters. Forget about that, let us drink. He raised his cup and clinked it against Sun Wukong's. The wine, brewed from various spiritual fruits, was potent, and even the emperor soon found himself pleasantly inebriated. At this moment, he spoke rather freely. What of the Jade Emperor? What of the trifling 3 pure ones? They are utterly unworthy of their positions. Virtue does not match rank. They sit high above, yet do not strive for the well-being of the common people. What kind of deities are they? And that southern emperor of longevity? His presence is so negligible. What right does he have to contend for the title of Great Celestial Lord? What achievements does he possess? None at all. The universe would not suffer from his absence. Go Qin, that heartless fellow, I am at least his brother. Not only does he refuse to yield to me, but he also openly contends with me. Does he truly think I am afraid of him? Had it not been for my desire not to worry my mother, I would have long since taught him a lesson on brotherly respect. Sun Wukong's lips twitched. You're going to beat your own brother, and yet speak of brotherly respect? However, he found no desire to challenge the words of a drunken man. In this entire 3 realms, among all the celestial beings, I alone am genuinely concerned for the safety of the populace. They're unworthy of worship, Wukong. Do you not think that if I were to become the great celestial lord, I would be far superior to them? The Emperor Ziwei grasped Sun Wukong's hand, gazing intently at him. Sun Wukong found himself in agreement. He nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed. See, you have acknowledged it, which indicates that I am truly suited to be the great celestial lord. Ha ha, I am delighted. Let us have another drink. The Emperor raised his cup, not waiting for Sun Wukong to do the same, and downed it in one gulp. At this moment, the Emperor Ziwei seemed to have opened a long-closed box of secrets, holding onto Sun Wukong's hand and chattering away. Sun Wukong listened with great interest as the Emperor revealed increasingly outrageous celestial secrets. For instance, the Jade Emperor once peeped at Chang'e while she bathed. Zhu Beiji was in love with the fairy in rainbow garb, and the Jade Emperor, envious of their romance, cast Beiji down to the mortal realm in a fit of rage. Sha Wujing had shattered a crystal lamp, which was, in fact, a token of affection given to the Jade Emperor by a celestial maiden. Moreover, the Empress of Earth and the Jade Emperor had not shared a bed for several 100,000 years. Sun Wukong's mouth twitched. The Emperor Ziwei was becoming increasingly absurd. He contemplated whether he should simply knock him unconscious, until the Emperor, with a mysterious expression, revealed to Sun Wukong that he knew a great secret. Sun Wukong, intrigued by the serious tone, leaned in closely. The Emperor whispered in his ear, do you know what foolish thing Sun Wukong did back in the day? Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Was there gossip about himself? He chuckled coldly, realizing that the Emperor was quite inebriated. Otherwise, he would never divulge such information. Please, do tell. After glancing around, the Emperor Ziwei finally spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Back in the Peachtree Garden, Sun Wukong immobilized the 7 fairies, but did nothing else, merely thinking of stealing peaches. Huh. It is utterly hilarious. Monkeys will always be monkeys, never to become human. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. He coldly retorted, who says Sun Wukong does not understand? Otherwise, how would the 7 gourd children have come about? What? The Emperor Ziwei was taken aback. Just then, he looked at Sun Wukong, puzzled, and said, oh, you resemble that monkey quite a bit. I am that monkey, Sun Wukong replied with a cold sneer. He swung his fist and struck. With a thud, the Emperor Ziwei was knocked back. He paused momentarily before exclaiming, do not hit my face. Sun Wukong landed another punch on the other eye. Then, without mercy, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the Emperor. The monkey is attacking. Help. Oh, be gentle. Chapter 82. Great Sage, please be gentle outside the water curtain cave. El Dongbin and the others exchanged glances, while He Xinggu poked El Dongbin with her finger, whispering, is the Great Sage and the Emperor Ziwei really that close? And he has such peculiar tastes? Peculiar tastes? Images flashed in everyone's minds. A scene of the Emperor Ziwei bound, with Sun Wukong grinning wickedly while wielding a small whip. Ugh, they all nearly retched at the thought. Yet, the anguished cries emanating from within the water curtain cave compelled them to entertain such thoughts. Dongbin, you must protect yourself in front of the Great Sage from now on, He Xinggu cautioned. El Dongbin's face paled slightly. However, after casting a glance at Fa Hai, he breathed a sigh of relief. The one who should be most concerned was not him, but that monk. He was far more appealing than he was. Fa Hai's expression shifted. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. If the Great Sage demands it, this humble monk would rather die than comply. Bai Yu, with a face full of skepticism, observed the 2 celestial beings and the monk before him, perplexed by their conversation. What had transpired within the water curtain cave? Bai Yu boldly stepped into the cave. There, he witnessed Sun Wukong mercilessly pummeling the Purple Emperor, who, having indulged in copious amounts of wine, had lost his ability to resist and could only beg for mercy. The alcoholic concoction had been meticulously prepared by Sun Wukong, specifically targeting the mighty deities. No matter how formidable one's powers, excessive drinking rendered one as helpless as a puddle of mud. Despite the Purple Emperor's formidable might, he could only endure the beating, having shown no restraint while drinking earlier. Nonetheless, Bai Yu regarded the scene with admiration. How many in the 3 realms could contend with the Purple Emperor in such a manner? He gave Sun Wukong a thumbs up before exiting the cave. What is happening? Lu Dongbin inquired with concern. He Xinggu perked up her ears, eager to learn of the events. Yu sighed. The great sage is truly formidable. He has rendered the Purple Emperor utterly powerless. The two immortals and the monk were taken aback. How thrilling. I must see for myself. I refuse to believe the great sage is that kind of person. Lu Dongbin proclaimed earnestly. I too believe the great sage is not like that. I shall go and see, Fa Hai added. He Xiangu remained demure, saying nothing. Yet her feet moved with curiosity. At that moment, the cries ceased. Sun Wukong emerged from the water curtain cave, his expression one of sheer satisfaction. While the Purple Emperor followed, his face slightly flushed and his gaze somewhat dazed. The onlookers misinterpreted the scene. The Purple Emperor shot a glare at Sun Wukong, but, being a master of the arcane arts, he quickly regained his composure and summoned his powers, prompting Sun Wukong to cease his assault. However, to Lu Dongbin and the others, the Purple Emperor's glance resembled the playful reproach between lovers. A chill ran down their spines, and they took a few steps back. What is with those looks? The Purple Emperor queried, bewildered. Is there something amiss with me? He adjusted the wrinkles in his attire, his teeth clenched, wishing to retaliate against Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, unperturbed by the Purple Emperor's potential wrath. No, Your Majesty, you are still as beautiful as a flower, Lu Dongbin quickly reassured. Indeed, your beauty is unparalleled, a sight to behold, Fa Hai echoed. He Xiangu added, compared to Your Majesty, even the immortal maidens feel inadequate. The Purple Emperor paused, slightly taken aback. Though these individuals were praising him, why did it sound so strange? Beautiful as a flower? Unparalleled beauty? Is such flattery meant for a man? Moreover, He Xiangu was indeed stunning, a radiant gem among female immortals. What right had he to feel inferior to her? Unbeknownst to him, the others were already aboard the 9-dragon chariot, speeding along the celestial path. Now, let us all be serious and refrain from jesting. Do not divulge my visit to Huagua Mountain, lest it cause trouble for Wukong. Those individuals have been keeping a close watch on me, the Purple Emperor admonished. They all understood the need to consider the great sage's well-being. Yu and the others mused that the Purple Emperor, when faced with genuine emotions, was no different from any ordinary man, or perhaps a woman. Yes, we shall remember, the Purple Emperor nodded in satisfaction. He cast a glance at Sun Wukong and said, I must take my leave. We shall converse again when time permits. Humph, Sun Wukong scoffed lightly. The Purple Emperor awkwardly chuckled before departing, feeling that, despite the beating, he had gained a small victory in mocking Sun Wukong. He ascended on a cloud, returning to the heavenly realm. Observing the Purple Emperor's retreating figure, Sun Wukong leapt to the mountain peak, meditating in contemplation. With the Purple Emperor so visibly agitated, he knew he must intensify his own efforts. Great sage, parting is but temporary. Do not be too sorrowful, Fa Hai and Lu Dongbin called out. He Xiangu hesitated before chiming in, Great sage. If you missed the Purple Emperor, perhaps you could redirect your attention. I believe Dongbin and Fa Hai are quite agreeable company, and Yu could be considered as well. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Yu frowned, sensing something amiss. The implication of the trio's words was entirely contrary to his thoughts. Were they suggesting that the great sage harbored feelings for the Purple Emperor? What are you saying? How could the great sage possibly fancy the Purple Emperor? Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Dongbin shot him a glare, retorting, Did you not just say the great sage was so powerful that he left the Purple Emperor utterly defenseless? Yu nodded earnestly. Indeed, I spoke no falsehood. I witnessed it firsthand. The great sage thoroughly thrashed the Purple Emperor. Is that truly your meaning? Lu Dongbin raised his voice. What do you think I meant? Yu replied incredulously. Damn it, Lu Dongbin nearly blurted out, realizing he had been ensnared by Yu's words. He quickly corrected himself. I also believe that's what you meant. Suddenly, Yu had an epiphany. He looked at the 3 celestial beings with disdain, declaring, You all are truly revolting. Lu Dongbin, Fa Hai, and He Xiangu were at a loss for words. Sun Wukong, unbeknownst to them, had already appeared before them. With an impassive expression, he bound their powers. We need to have a serious discussion, he stated, pulling all 3 into the water curtain cave. Great sage, I was wrong, Lu Dongbin's voice of supplication echoed. Great sage, I am merely a girl. Please spare me, He Xiangu's delicate voice pleaded. Great sage, I beg you, be gentle, do not mar my handsome visage. Fa Hai chimed in. Sun Wukong's light laughter resonated in response. Chapter 83. I hold no interest in humanity. He Xiangu was the first to emerge. Her breathtaking countenance marred by the eyes of 2 iron-eating beasts. Her appearance held a peculiar charm. Even Bai Yu could not help but marvel at how the great sage showed no mercy towards beauty. Xian Gu's lips twitched as she could not resist commenting. I am now more certain that the great sage is not particularly interested in women. He could strike me despite my beauty. Sun Wukong's voice drifted in. You are mistaken. I hold no interest in humanity. Xian Gu, along with Lu Dongbin and Fa Hai, emerged, all sporting bruised and battered faces. They had not fought back. Their resistance was utterly futile compared to Sun Wukong's prowess. Ultimately, they could only submit to his whims. Bai Yu felt fortunate for not having spoken out of turn, otherwise he too would have found himself among them. Sun Wukong exited the water curtain cave once more. He gazed towards the horizon, aware that the dynamics of the three realms had grown increasingly volatile. Even the Purple Emperor felt an immense pressure, seeking solace in Sun Wukong's company. In truth, Sun Wukong was not particularly familiar with him. However, the Purple Emperor was acutely aware of one truth. Sun Wukong would not harm him. This understanding was part of why he felt at ease indulging in drink. A peculiar silence enveloped the three realms once more. Yet, the reputation of the Buddhist sect had soared. All demons, spirits, and deities recognized that the Buddhist realm had claimed dominion over the underworld and had vanquished the heavenly forces. Many demons and celestial beings flocked to the Buddhist path, believing that the Buddhist sect would flourish in the future. Some even speculated that the Buddhist realm might rise to prominence amidst the current chaos, ultimately replacing the heavenly court as the new rulers of the three realms. Those who allied with the Buddhist sect now would surely become significant figures in the future. In the realm of ultimate bliss, many sought refuge, while in the underworld, numerous demons and celestial beings directly aligned themselves with the Buddhist faction. Even legendary great demons and wandering immortals had arrived. The ancient Buddha of Lamp and Maitreya Buddha could barely contain their delight, as if they envisioned the day when the Buddhist realm would dominate the three realms. In an instant, the Buddhist realm's aura surged to an astonishing height. Even the disciples and immortals of Buddhism felt a sense of superiority when encountering others. This only intensified the friction between the Taoist and Buddhist realms. Conflicts between Taoist immortals and Buddhist masters became increasingly frequent, with some great demons rallying in support of the Buddhist followers, creating a rather bizarre spectacle. The emperor, witnessing the arrogance of the Buddhist faction, declared it unacceptable and urged the emperor to issue a command. Li Jing willingly volunteered to lead an army to reclaim the underworld and suppress the Buddhist arrogance. He proactively sought to regain his military power, believing that achieving victory in the underworld would be his greatest accomplishment. Eager to demonstrate his worth through battle, he was met with indifference from the emperor, who turned to Zhu Beiji for his opinion. Zhu Beiji, with a serious expression, replied, Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise. Our lineage has already suffered significant losses in our previous engagement, while the other three emperors remain indifferent. The Buddhist realm is now formidable, entrenched in the underworld. Unless we are prepared to disregard casualties, we cannot drive them out. Li Jing, dissatisfied, retorted, How much damage could we possibly sustain? We are upholding the dignity of heaven. What does a little damage matter? With a cold glance at Li Jing, the emperor reprimanded, If you cannot speak wisely, it is better to remain silent. Li Jing's expression stiffened, his anger brewing within as he felt the emperor favored Zhu Beiji far too much, chastising him before so many witnesses. Zhu Beiji regarded Li Jing with a gaze that suggested he viewed him as a fool. In the past, the emperor could overlook losses. However, with the death of the great heavenly sovereign, the four emperors were vying for his position. If the emperor continued to disregard losses, it would be detrimental to his own interests. As a subject of the emperor, Li Jing's ambition to seize power without considering the emperor's well-being was precisely why he found himself out of favor. Zhu Beiji solemnly stated, Your Majesty, your qualifications to become the great heavenly sovereign are unparalleled. Therefore, your strength must not sustain excessive damage, or it could impede your ascension. Is this a burden that you can bear, Your Majesty? Realizing his error, Li Jing fell silent. Your Majesty, I suggest we can deploy troops. But the other three sovereigns must also contribute forces. Otherwise, Your Majesty alone should not engage in battle, Zhu Beiji insisted. The emperor's expression softened in satisfaction. Feeling reassured in his choice to elevate Zhu Beiji, who proved to be far superior to Li Jing in various aspects, the matter of a joint military campaign would be entrusted to Taibai Jinxing. Marshal Tianpeng, your immediate focus should be on enhancing your own cultivation and training the heavenly soldiers. Do not be lax. My ascension to the great heavenly sovereign depends on the abilities of you, my subjects, the emperor admonished. Zhu Beiji's cultivation indeed posed an issue. While he was not weak, he fell short compared to the likes of the great warrior Sun Wukong. If Zhu Beiji could attain a power level akin to Sun Wukong's, combined with his intellect, he would be formidable. For the emperor, providing resources such as rare treasures and sacred texts was within his means, enabling Zhu Beiji to enhance his strength. He believed that with his assistance, Zhu Beiji would soon ascend to the level of the heavenly sovereign, stepping into the realm of top-tier warriors. Very well, you may all withdraw. The emperor waved his hand, signaling the dismissal of those present. As the crowd dispersed, Li Jing's expression darkened. He felt humiliated yet again. He approached Taibai Jinxing, seeking counsel on his next steps. But Taibai merely glanced at him before turning away. Some fools are not worth the effort to teach, Li Jing seethed, vowing to disregard the pompous elder from then on. Both Mu Jia and Jin Jia wore worried expressions, sensing their father's waning influence with the emperor, fearing future hardships lay ahead. Upon returning to the marshal's residence, Zhu Beiji was met with numerous rewards, realizing it was the emperor's intention to bolster his strength. Biting into a red fruit, he opened a tome of techniques. Immersing himself in study, strengthening himself to avenge Xiulan had become his unwavering obsession. Boss Hun must die. Moreover, Amitabha and Boss Hun must also meet their end. Should the Buddhist realm ever rise again, it too would be eradicated. These hypocritical monks were the worst. At that moment, in the underworld, a figure appeared and unleashed a strike towards the Buddhist camp. A multitude of Buddhist masters were obliterated in the wake of this attack. The ancient Buddha of Lamp and his companions surged forth, brimming with murderous intent. They were furious, at a time when the Buddhist realm was flourishing. Someone dared to strike against them. Their eyes blazed with hatred as they glared at the figure in the sky, who donned the garb of a Taoist. Exuding an ethereal demeanor, a whisk in hand, his gaze fixed on the Buddhist assembly without a hint of fear. With a faint smile, he declared, Buddhist wretches, you occupy the underworld and dare provoke the immortals of the Taoist sect. Today, I come to seek justice for the Tao. The ancient Buddha of Lamp scoffed coldly. A mere nameless junior dares to challenge our Buddhist realm? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, step forth and apprehend him. Though reluctant, the Dragon King of Ksitigarbha obeyed the command. Is this the extent of the Buddhist realm's power? Sending a mere demon to battle? If the Tathagata were alive, I wonder if he would be enraged. The Taoist remarked as he engaged in combat. In just over a dozen exchanges, the Dragon King of Ksitigarbha was sent flying, blood trickling from his mouth. His expression filled with uncertainty as he stared at the Taoist. It appears this demon is incapable. Perhaps it's time for one of your Buddhas to intervene. They might withstand a few blows, the Taoist taunted. Do not be arrogant. I shall confront you, came a voice as Puxian rushed forward, forming a seal and swinging his sword at the Taoist. The Taoist merely chuckled, effortlessly grasping Puxian's sword, and with a swift motion, shattered it before Puxian's astonished gaze. Puxian spat blood and retreated hastily, comprehending the vast chasm in strength between them. He was no match for this adversary. With both Puxian and the Dragon King of Ksitigarbha defeated, the ancient Buddha's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Such a formidable master had emerged from the Taoist sect, one they had never encountered before. Could it be that the three pure ones had intervened? I shall test the waters, Maitreya Buddha suggested, stepping forward. He struck out with a massive palm, casting a colossal Buddha hand over the Taoist. The Taoist laughed heartily, revealing a long sword that he swung with great force. With a swift cut, the Buddha hand was severed, causing Maitreya to stagger, his face flushed with shock. That initial probing strike nearly resulted in his injury. The Taoist's strength was astonishing, clearly on par with the great heavenly sovereign. Maitreya Buddha concluded silently, concerned that this individual might be a renowned predecessor from the Taoist sect seeking trouble. Yet, he was even more troubled by the possibility that this individual was not a celebrated figure from the Taoist sect, implying there could be more hidden immortals within the Taoist realm, potentially possessing the strength of a heavenly sovereign or even a great heavenly sovereign. If this is truly the case, what right does the Buddhist sect have to contend with the Taoist sect for dominion over the heavens and the earth? The Prung Demon King felt a stirring in his heart and was about to take action. However, the Jiao Demon King seized him and communicated with his mind. Are you mad? That is our master. The Prung Demon King paused, realizing the gravity of the situation, and stepped back. What is happening? He inquired. The Jiao Demon King's eyes gleamed with insight as he replied. It is likely that our master finds the three realms insufficiently chaotic, thus he has emerged to stir trouble. The Pink Demon King nodded, standing silently, abandoning any thoughts of confrontation. The notion of battling their esteemed master was worse than death itself. At that moment, the Taoist, transformed from the Kunpeng, struck again. Maitreya Buddha was sent flying by a single sword strike, his golden form cracking. This enraged him, yet he dared not engage with the Kunpeng. As the future Buddha, he was undoubtedly a paragon among the celestial lords. However, against a formidable being of the great celestial lord tier, he was no match. Randallite also made a move, but was similarly defeated. Both he and Maitreya suffered injuries, their gazes icy and filled with malevolence directed at the Taoist. Yet, they felt helpless, as they were fundamentally outmatched. Is this what you consider a powerful Buddhist realm? Utterly laughable, a mere collection of insignificant beings. Who among you can contend with me? The Taoist was brimming with arrogance, bordering on insolence. Randallite, with a flash of fierce light in his eyes, coldly declared, "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us join forces and eliminate him. If we cannot defeat him individually, surely we can overpower him together." The Pink Demon King felt a tremor of concern. Should they launch a combined assault, even he, as a great celestial lord, would find it arduous to escape. Contemplating this, he disdainfully remarked, "The denizens of the Buddhist realm are utterly shameless. Where is the righteousness of my Taoist sect? If you cannot prevail, you resort to a collective ambush. How disgraceful! I shall not entertain your games any longer." With that, he turned to leave. Randallite and Maitreya, unable to prevent his departure, watched helplessly as he vanished. Their expressions turned ashen. News of the incident in the underworld spread swiftly. Instantly, the Taoist immortals felt a wave of satisfaction. At last, a powerful figure from the Taoist sect emerged to teach the Buddhist realm a lesson. Conversely, the Buddhists were seething with rage, with some speculating that it must be the three pure ones from the Taoist sect who intervened. Otherwise, such strength would be inexplicable. Only Randallite and Maitreya understood that the ranks of the Taoist strong were numerous, and it was not surprising for one or two lesser-known figures to emerge. When El Dongbin received the news, he could not help but burst into laughter. It was a delightful release of pent-up frustration. Sun Wukong, contemplative, responded, "Great sage. It is rare to witness the Buddhist realm suffer a setback. Why do you appear displeased?" El Dongbin, curious, inquired further. Sun Wukong cast him a glance and retorted, "Why should I be joyful? Do you not perceive the truth?" El Dongbin, perplexed, asked what was so unclear. "That Taoist may not even be one of our own. He merely seeks to intensify the conflict between the Taoists and the Buddhists. Only Kunpeng possesses the might to act in such a manner," Sun Wukong stated calmly. El Dongbin's smile faltered. "Kunpeng, indeed? What could he possibly be up to?" he asked, frowning. Sun Wukong's eyes shone with insight as he replied, "He aims to gather souls, refine primordial demonic energy, and attain a true immortal body." The very notion of an immortal body elicited gasps from those present. In reality, only 6 beings in existence possess true immortality. Others, including Sun Wukong, are merely difficult to vanquish, requiring immense cost for those who seek to defeat them. "What about you?" Sun Wukong queried, having not seen Baiyu and Fahai for some time. They were summoned by Itagarba Bodhisattva to assist in spreading the teachings of the great sage. "If the great sage has any tasks, he may instruct me or the fairy," said He Xiangu, stepping forward, feeling somewhat guilty for lingering around Sun Wukong without contributing. Sun Wukong, calculating with a hand gesture, suddenly adopted a grave expression. Trouble is brewing. He rose, gazing toward the direction of the left village. Chapter 85. The fiery fairy El Dongbin and He Xiangu were taken aback, beginning their calculations. They exchanged strange glances. "The people from the heavenly palace of Gochen are quite audacious," El Dongbin said. Sun Wukong's demeanor turned frigid as he calmly instructed, "This matter is ill-suited for Itagarba Bodhisattva to intervene. You two must handle it and eliminate those from the heavenly palace of Gochen." Understood. Excitement surged within El Dongbin and He Xiangu. They had been yearning for a task, and now it had presented itself. Without hesitation, they took to the skies, heading towards the left village. At that moment, the villagers of the left village were glaring furiously at the celestial beings hovering above. Fahai and Baihe were struggling to withstand the assaults of 7 celestial beings. "Will our protectors be all right?" a fisherman anxiously asked. Presently, all affairs of the great sage's teachings were managed by Fahai and Baihe, who publicly declared themselves as protectors of the great sage. Their display of divine feats had indeed saved many lives, earning them the villagers' unwavering trust and goodwill. A fisherman in his 50s confidently asserted, they will be just fine. Even if our protectors cannot defeat those beings, the great sage will surely intervene. You cannot doubt the great sage's strength, can you? The fisherman quickly dismissed any notion of disbelief, proclaiming, the great sage is omnipotent, unrivaled in the world. No demon or monster stands a chance against him. Fahai and Baihe wore grim expressions as their opponents accused them of illegally gathering incense power, violating celestial laws, and immediately engaged in combat. Their adversaries comprised 2 celestial immortals and 5 earth immortals, all seasoned fighters. Although earth immortals may not possess the same level of Tao as celestial immortals, it does not imply that their strength is inherently inferior. Some earth immortals are capable of besting even celestial immortals. The 5 earth immortals before them, along with 2 celestial immortals, were formidable warriors. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Baihe to intervene. Fahai alone should have been able to dispatch them all. Great might heavenly dragon, gather your wits. Yet, even as they united, Fahai and Baihe found themselves in dire straits. The 7 celestial beings unleashed their magical assaults, while Fahai and Baihe, skilled in physical combat, formed a battle formation that greatly vexed their opponents. If this continued, defeat was all but certain. Foul creatures, surrender at once and accompany us to the heavenly court to confess your sins. One of the celestial immortals bellowed. He was Huang Tao, a celestial general from the heavenly palace of Gochun, trained under the sky war god of the 5 extremes, possessing extraordinary strength. You have illegally gathered incense power and shall be punished. Do not resist any longer. You may yet find a swift end. Another celestial immortal, a martial cultivator named Qi Zhan, who practiced Tai, celestial immortal techniques, was even more formidable than Huang Tao. Each of these 2 was no weaker than Fahai himself. Together, they commanded the strength of 5 fierce earth immortals, making them formidable foes for anyone below the celestial lord tier. Fahai's gaze was icy as he coldly replied, this place is under the protection of the great sage equal to heaven. All great sage temples belong to him. What do you mean by illegally gathering incense power? Furthermore, the Jade Emperor of the heavenly court has perished. What right do you, a mere general of the heavenly palace of Gochun, have to claim representation of the heavenly court? Perhaps if the great emperor of Gochun were present, you might have the authority to speak such words. But what are you? Huang Tao sneered. To insult the great emperor of Gochun is a capital offense. Qi Zhan, equally disdainful, retorted with a cold laugh. The great sage equal to heaven? Merely a demon monkey. Even if Sun Wukong himself were to appear, I would still hold you accountable. You dare. You would insult the great sage. Baihe and Fahai were both filled with indignation. Qi Zhan laughed heartily, deriding, the great sage equal to heaven? What a grand title. Were it not for my ill-fated timing, this great sage would have perished during the upheaval in heaven long ago. Upon hearing Qi Zhan's words, both Fahai and Baihe fell silent. This Qi Zhan was truly overconfident, daring to disregard even the great sage. At that moment, a radiant beam of pure yang sword light materialized, descending directly upon Qi Zhan. His expression shifted slightly as he sensed the formidable aura of the sword energy, prompting him to hurriedly turn and defend himself. He swung a long spear with great force, yet it still failed to completely fend off the pure yang sword energy. The sword energy struck the spear, cleaving it in 2, and then hit Qi Zhan, sending him flying, leaving a gaping wound on his body, nearly severing him in 2. Qi Zhan summoned his magical power, struggling to mend his injuries. He looked up to see a man and a woman, both celestial beings, appearing not far away. How dare you harm me, you monsters? Huang Tao's expression shifted as he suddenly withdrew with his subordinates, fixing his gaze upon the newcomers. Are you the pure young Taoist Lu Dongbin? Lu Dongbin replied indifferently, indeed. I am he. This is he Xiangu, one of the 8 immortals of the upper cave. Gulp. Huang Tao swallowed hard. The 8 immortals of the upper cave were undoubtedly among the most esteemed figures among celestial beings, their status and power far surpassing that of ordinary immortals. Although Huang Tao was a disciple of the Sky War God, and also a celestial being, upon encountering Lu Dongbin, he could only lower his head. Why did you attack my colleague without cause? Huang Tao questioned, though his voice lacked conviction. Lu Dongbin smirked slightly and spoke loudly. Why must you feign ignorance, my friend? Why did you encircle my companions? Only then did Huang Tao comprehend the reason for Lu Dongbin's attack. He quickly replied, Lu Dongbin, you are mistaken. These 2 are not good people. They have set up an illegal temple to the great sage, unlawfully gathering the power of incense. As celestial beings of the heavenly court, we naturally cannot stand idly by. He Xingu scoffed. Nonsense. They are, in fact, the subordinates of the great sage. Can't you, a dignified celestial being. Sense the divine aura of the great sage emanating from this temple? This is a shrine he acknowledges, and all within the great sage's teachings are his devotees. Are the subordinates of the Emperor of Guichen fools? Do they lack such common knowledge? Fahai was taken aback. Indeed, female immortals were far more fiery than their male counterparts. While Lu Dongbin engaged in rational discourse, the immortal maiden resorted to outright insults. And as for that ruffian, how dare you insult the great sage? Today, there is nothing to discuss. You may leave, but he must pay the price. He Xinggu pointed at Qijan, her eyes filled with killing intent. Huang Tao's expression changed dramatically as he coldly replied, "Why must you force us so? We acknowledge our mistake today and offer our apologies. Let this matter end here. Forget your pleasantries. If you do not agree, then none of you shall leave today. You all must remain," He Xinggu declared, her temper flaring. Lu Dongbin, caught between amusement and exasperation, exchanged glances with He Xinggu and chose to remain silent. After all, given He Xinggu's temperament, it was best to let her handle the situation, especially since Huang Tao and his associates had indeed gone too far. On Flower and Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong smirked slightly. This immortal maiden was quite intriguing and suited his temperament well. Chapter 86. The Five Extremes War God. Since the opposition had come seeking trouble, there was no need for courtesy. Outright rebuke and even physical confrontation were permissible. With Sun Wukong by his side, why fear these scoundrels? Huang Tao too was enraged, sneering. Such audacity! I am a celestial general under the Emperor of Guichen. Do you not fear his wrath if you attempt to detain us? Do you not fear the great sage's wrath if you provoke him here? He Xinggu retorted. Enough with the idle talk. Will you let us go or not? Huang Tao asked coldly, prepared for a fight. If they managed to escape, he would certainly report to the Emperor of Guichen and seek retribution against Lu Dongbin and his companions. We will not let you go. Today, none shall escape. He Xinggu sneered. Form ranks, brace for battle. Huang Tao commanded. Qijan, struggling to rise, found that his wound had nearly healed. Celestial beings possessed the ability to regenerate. No matter how grave the injury, as long as one was not killed, they could recover. Kill them all, leave none alive. He Xinggu declared, her murderous intent palpable. She was the first to strike, wielding a lotus, unleashing a beam of celestial light that caused their bodies to tremble. Lu Dongbin also acted, drawing a sword and unleashing pure yang sword energy. Great Dragon of Heaven! Fahai roared, a heavenly dragon erupting from his body and diving forward. 100,000 and 8,000 swords. Baiyu joined in, summoning countless sword energies that formed a sword wheel, descending upon Qijan and his companions. With Lu Dongbin and He Xinggu joining the fray, the battle quickly turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Qijan and Huang Tao braced themselves at the forefront, attempting to withstand Lu Dongbin's onslaught. Yet, in an instant, their formation was shattered. Two earth immortals fell, their souls scattering. Qijan and Huang Tao were gravely injured, their bodies riddled with wounds, nearly on the verge of annihilation. The remaining three earth immortals fared even worse, all on the brink of collapse. He Xinggu struck again, her celestial light sweeping away the last three earth immortals. Faced with Qijan and Huang Tao, Lu Dongbin hesitated to act. Both were celestial beings, and should he kill them, the Emperor of Guichen would likely be enraged. Such a situation would be difficult to resolve. As long as they remained alive, matters could still be addressed. He Xinggu shot him a glance, opting to act decisively. She had pledged her loyalty to the great sage, and whatever the great sage commanded, she would follow. Lu Dongbin's thoughts were overly complicated. He was not quick to act. Stop! A resounding shout echoed as the Five Extremes War God appeared, the Sky War God leading the charge. Yet, He Xinggu, unblinking, struck with precision, delivering a fatal blow to Huang Tao and Qijan. Their strength paled in comparison to hers, especially in their weakened state. They are dead. The Sky War God's eyes turned crimson. Huang Tao was his prized disciple, upon whom he had placed great hope. He had never expected to witness Huang Tao's demise before him. He Xinggu, you have gone too far. The Sky War God roared. He Xinggu held her head high, her elegant neck captivating to behold, as she surveyed the Five Extremes War God with a playful smile. Sky War God, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I wish to hold you accountable. Your disciple attacked us and brazenly insulted the great sage. I hope you can provide us with an explanation, or else the great sage may pay a visit to the Guichen Palace. At these words, the Sky War God felt a sinking sensation in his heart. If that monkey were to visit the Guichen Palace, it would surely cause chaos. However, With his disciples now dead, he could not afford to ponder such matters. Now that my disciples are dead, you may say whatever you wish. Xingu, you must provide me with an explanation. Acting independently to slay celestial generals is a grave offense against heavenly laws, and it is a capital crime. The Sky War God's voice was low, laced with barely contained fury. What do you intend to do? Lu Dongbin inquired coldly, annoyance brewing within him. These individuals were clearly seeking trouble. Yet now they sought to blame the immortal maiden. Did they truly think him easy to provoke? Xingu, you must come with us. Along with that demonic monk and that scoundrel. The Sky War God pointed at Xingu and Fa Hai. And if I refuse? Lu Dongbin's face darkened, his anger palpable. The Earth War God sneered. Any who resist shall be killed without mercy. Just you? Xingu retorted with a cold laugh. Attack. Subdue them all. The Sky War God had grown weary of such idle chatter. They had been given a chance. Now, they would face annihilation. Lu Dongbin, incensed, confronted the celestial beings of the Gochin Heavenly Palace, seeking to hold them accountable. His fury flared, prompting him to engage in combat. The formidable Tian Long and Fa Hai fixed their piercing gazes, blocking the Southern War God. Bai maneuvered gracefully through the heavens, intercepting the Northern War God. While the Sky War God faced Xingu, the Earth War God and the Human War God prepared to confront Captain Lu Dongbin. Faced with the foremost of the 8 immortals, they dared not exhibit the slightest hint of carelessness. Both sides unleashed their celestial powers, causing a dazzling eruption of light in the sky. Some of that energy surged toward the ground, instilling a sense of impending doom among the fishermen in the nearby villages. At that moment, 5 grand temples radiated light, enveloping an expanse of 300 miles, safeguarding the land. The sacred golden glow was visible even to mortals, who, filled with excitement, knelt in worship, exclaiming praises to the great sage equal to heaven. The power of incense surged, becoming increasingly potent, for this so-called power of incense was, in essence, the force of faith. The more sincere the devotion, the greater the power of incense. The 5 extremes where God felt a tremor within. These grand temples were indeed established by the great sage, as evidenced by the presence of his divine light. Protecting the surrounding area was a fragment of the spiritual light entrusted by Sun Wukong, simultaneously signaling to passing deities and demons that this territory was under his protection, urging them not to cause chaos. The 5 extremes war God now felt a sense of panic. Should the great sage sense the happenings here and take action, their troubles would multiply. They were all top-tier celestial beings, yet they still fell short compared to the most elite celestial war gods of the 3 realms. Sun Wukong had, in fact, already arrived. The moment the 5 extremes war god appeared, he had sprung into action, only to be intercepted. Old Go Chun, what do you mean by this? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, sneering as he inquired. The Emperor of Go Chun bore a gentle smile, yet it retained an air of authority. With a calm demeanor, he replied, Wukong, I hold you in high regard. I come not with any ulterior motive, merely to request a favor. Release, Sun Wukong retorted bluntly. The Emperor of Go Chun was unperturbed, smiling slightly as he said, dissolve the great sage's teachings. In a swift reply, Sun Wukong agreed without hesitation, leaving the Emperor slightly taken aback. When did this monkey change his disposition? He readily accepted the dissolution of the great sage's teachings. However, Sun Wukong continued, I have one condition. The Emperor of Go Chun inwardly chuckled, sensing that things were not so straightforward. Nodding, he said, speak, and whatever is within my power, I shall agree to. Sun Wukong grinned widely, casually stating, first, you must dissolve the Gochin Heavenly Palace, and then I will dissolve the great sage's teachings. The expression of the Emperor of Gochin froze. He then realized that Sun Wukong had not acquiesced to his request, but had intentionally played him. With this realization, the Emperor coldly remarked, Wukong, there are some matters I advise you not to pursue. Let me be clear, you are obstructing certain individuals. As long as the great sage's teachings remain unchanged, all is well. However, should they expand further, you may invite calamity upon yourself. Sun Wukong's heart stirred as he scrutinized the Emperor, as if attempting to pierce through him. The Emperor met his gaze fearlessly. Those of the 4 imperial guardians were all resolute beings, unyielding in the face of any scrutiny. Sun Wukong suddenly laughed, saying, then convey to certain individuals not to provoke me, lest they invite trouble upon themselves. The 2 glared at each other, locked in a standoff. By the way, I almost forgot to remind you. Sun Wukong suddenly wore an odd smile. The Emperor's heart skipped a beat, sensing an ominous premonition. He lunged forward to seize Sun Wukong. only to find his form dissipate, a single hair drifting down. Not good, that monkey. He turned and hastened towards the direction of the five extremes war god. At this moment, Sun Wukong's true form had already been unleashed. He struck preemptively, the golden staff shimmering with blinding brilliance. In the horrified gaze of the human war god, the staff came crashing down upon him. With a sickening crunch, the lower half of the human war god exploded, and his upper body began to crack apart. "Save me!" he cried out. The sky war god and the others rushed to assist, but it was too late. In an instant, the human war god was reduced to ashes. With one blow, Sun Wukong dispatched the human war god, then charged toward the remaining four. The sky war god and his companions paled in fear, their composure shattered. Just then, the Emperor of Gochin appeared, unleashing a wave of power to intercept Sun Wukong. The sky war god and the others managed to repel their opponents. Retreating to the Emperor's side, "Your Majesty, you must avenge the human war god and my disciple," the sky war god implored, his eyes reddened. The Emperor of Gochun glared coldly at Sun Wukong, his voice frigid as he declared, "Sun Wukong, you have gone too far." Sun Wukong chuckled, unafraid as he met the Emperor's gaze. "Gochun, you were the one who provoked me. Do not think that just because you are one of the four imperial guardians, I will hesitate to act against you. Even if the great heavenly venerable stood before me, daring to provoke me, I would not show mercy. What are you, Gochin?" Without waiting for the Emperor to respond, Sun Wukong pointed his staff at him, declaring, "If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, be gone. I am not inclined to waste time with you." The Emperor's expression fluctuated as he stared at Sun Wukong. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke, "Sun Wukong, you are quite audacious." Sun Wukong smiled slightly, replying, "Thank you for the compliment, but I am well aware of my own worth." "Humph." The Emperor let out a cold snort, signaling to the Sky War God and the others, "We shall depart." The Sky War God and his companions were reluctant. Their brother had just been slain, yet they could do nothing to the killer, leaving them feeling immensely frustrated and unwilling to leave. Noticing their hesitation, the Emperor's expression grew even colder. "What? You refuse to heed my words? If so, you may remain here. You are henceforth forbidden from returning to the Gochin Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, forgive us." The Skyward God and his companions gasped in shock, never expecting the Emperor to unleash such wrath, even declaring that they could not return to the Gochin Heavenly Palace. Seeing the Emperor depart, they quickly followed. Should the Emperor leave, with their combined strength, they would surely not stand a chance against Sun Wukong and would be annihilated without doubt. They harbored no doubts about Sun Wukong's ruthlessness. The four of them awkwardly pursued, resembling a pack of hounds. The great sage is invincible. The great sage enjoys everlasting life. The fishermen below chanted. Sun Wukong glanced at them, releasing a wave of power that enveloped the fishermen. Instantly, their ailments vanished, and severed limbs were restored. The fishermen, even more exhilarated, knelt in humble reverence before Sun Wukong. The Bodhisattva of the earth appeared, his expression grave, with a wave of his hand. Sun Wukong transported them all back to Flower Fruit Mountain. Afraid? Sun Wukong shot a sidelong glance at the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva nodded, his voice serious as he confessed, "Indeed, I am afraid. I did not anticipate that we would disturb the Emperor of Gochin so soon. When you acted so forcefully, I genuinely feared a conflict would erupt." Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, dismissing the concern. "The Emperor will not dare to engage me in battle. While I am not a heavenly venerable, I am nearly indestructible. If he wishes to kill me, he would have to pay a crippling price. Do you think he would be willing to bear such a cost? If he is backed by the Tathagata, he may be more inclined to take the risk." The Bodhisattva's expression remained solemn. Sun Wukong could not help but laugh. "What do you find amusing?" The Bodhisattva glared at Sun Wukong, questioning where he had erred. He was already aware that the Buddha was secretly gathering the power of incense in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. The Emperor Gaochen arrived to thwart their expansion, fearing it might interfere with the Buddha's collection of incense power. "What is amiss with that?" Xiangu scoffed, stating, "Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha. While the Buddha indeed holds an unparalleled position in the realm of Buddhism, do not forget the identity of the Emperor Gaochen. In terms of both status and strength, the Buddha cannot surpass him. What right does he have to command the Emperor Gaochen?" The Bodhisattva remained silent, having overlooked this aspect. In the hearts of the disciples within the Buddhist realm, the Buddha's status is not even inferior to that of the supreme deity. In fact, within the heavenly court, his standing is comparable to that of the five olds. However, due to his vast powers and formidable abilities, he may even rank above them. The Emperor Gaochen is one of the four sovereigns of the heavenly court, inherently holding a high position. Neither in power nor status can the Buddha suppress him. Is the Emperor Gaochen deliberately targeting us? The Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha furrowed his brow. Sun Wukong sneered, gazing at the heavens in the three realms. Few can compel Gaochen himself to take action. The others pondered this. The supreme deity. Eldongbin uttered a name. This title refers both to a realm and to a person. If it pertains to an individual, only one can bear this title, the Jade Emperor. Chapter 88. Unresolved Heartstrings. The Jade Emperor? Aside from Sun Wukong, everyone else was left bewildered. They followed Sun Wukong, naturally aware that the supreme deity was not deceased. Yet, what could possibly motivate the Jade Emperor to act thus? To suppress Sun Wukong and enable the Buddha to gather faith power. This action brings no benefit to the heavenly court. In fact, it may pose a threat to it. What exactly does the Jade Emperor intend? He, the sovereign of the three realms, feigning death, has already thrown the entire realm into chaos. Now he secretly aids the Buddha. Has he lost his mind? He Xiangu spoke without restraint. Eldongbin shot her a warning glance, urging her to temper her words. She merely rolled her eyes at him, unfazed. She spoke her mind freely. Sun Wukong remarked coldly, the Jade Emperor seeks to diminish the strength of the beings in the three realms, to weaken the path of sentient creatures, and to allow the ancient gods from beyond to return. What? Everyone gasped, disbelief etched on their faces. Is the Jade Emperor mad? How brutal are those ancient gods? Releasing them would surely lead to devastation among the sentient beings. Does he not understand this? The Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha's heart stirred, and he inquired. Could it be that the Jade Emperor is confident in his ability to combat the ancient gods? All eyes turned to Sun Wukong. He shrugged, replying, how would I know? That old schemer has layers upon layers of calculations. Anyone who could see through them would truly be extraordinary. The group fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. The Jade Emperor is known for his exceptional patience, and is also the most enigmatic figure in the three realms. Even those closest to him cannot discern his true intentions. What shall we do about the great sage? The Bodhisattva inquired. Previously, he would have encouraged Sun Wukong to expand further, but now, with the involvement of not just the Buddha but also the Jade Emperor and the Emperor Gaochen, should they all join forces, even Sun Wukong would find himself in peril. If I continue to develop, I, Sun Wukong, am quite stubborn. The more others wish for me to refrain from certain actions, the more I am inclined to pursue them. I wish to see what they can do to me, Sun Wukong sneered. Noticing the lingering concern on the Bodhisattva's face, he added, fear not, they have their allies. And I have mine. Moreover, I have recently sensed that I am not far from the realm of the supreme deity. The Bodhisattva's eyes brightened instantly. If Sun Wukong were to attain the realm of the supreme deity, what would there be to fear? It is indeed joyous news that the great sage is on the path to becoming a supreme deity, Eldongbin exclaimed cheerfully. He Xiangu stated, if the great sage can reach the realm of the supreme deity, there would be no need to worry about the Emperor Gaochen by that time. He may not be able to suppress the great sage. She held no particular fondness for the Emperor Gaochen. Fa Hai and Bai Yu also came to offer their congratulations. Sun Wukong smiled, saying, I still lack a piece. There is something in my heart that remains unresolved. Only by resolving it can I become a supreme deity at any moment. The others speculated that Sun Wukong likely harbored some inner turmoil that prevented his path from becoming clear. Once he comprehended it, given his talent, ascending to the realm of the supreme deity would be a natural progression. His strength and status had long been sufficient. After conversing for a while, the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha took his leave. Since Sun Wukong urged him to continue expanding the great sage's teachings, he felt reassured. In dire circumstances, he could reveal his identity as Ksitigarbha to serve as Sun Wukong's protector, assisting him in gathering incense power. With enough incense power, Sun Wukong's strength could thereby increase, perhaps allowing him to ascend to the realm of the supreme deity without needing to resolve his inner turmoil. At the Gaochen Heavenly Palace, the sky where God and others withdrew, the Emperor Gaochen sat alone in the grand hall, his gaze wandering, lost in thought. Had he failed? The Jade Emperor appeared before him, floating in the void, his expression inscrutable. The Emperor Gaochen bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the Jade Emperor. After the formalities, the Emperor Gaochen sighed. I have failed. That monkey's strength is unexpectedly formidable, and his resolve unyielding. He shows no inclination to retreat. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly. This does not surprise me. Let it be. If he wishes to develop the great sage's teachings, let him do so. The Emperor Gaochen's expression turned peculiar. If he were to let him be, why then had he sought to undermine the great sage's teachings? It resulted in the loss of his warrior among men, and the other 5 elemental warriors bore resentment toward him. This matter was never mine to intervene in. If the Buddha could not restrain the growth of the great sage's teachings, he is unworthy to be a rival of the heavenly court. As he spoke, the Jade Emperor revealed a cold smile. The Emperor Gaochen shared the same sentiment. You have worked hard this time. There will surely be recompense in the future. The Jade Emperor concluded before vanishing. The Emperor Gaochen gazed in the direction of the Jade Emperor's departure, a flicker of enigmatic brilliance crossing his eyes. The great sage's teachings flourished fervently, while Ksitigarbha seemed to vent his frustrations, continuously constructing 3 more great sage temples. The entire territory of the great sage's teachings had now expanded to cover a radius of 500 miles. Bai Yu and the others busily assisted the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, simultaneously training some devout individuals to become practitioners. Only He Xiangu lingered by Sun Wukong's side, serving tea and water, according to El Dongbin and the others. It was simply unacceptable for Sun Wukong to have no one attending to him. The underlying reason was that they believed He Xiangu's temperament was too fiery to be contained, so they could only allow her to accompany Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, in his meditation and cultivation, paid little mind to their arrangements. Recently, the power of incense had been increasing, and he utilized it to propel his realm, advancing swiftly. Yet, no matter what, he could not break through the final barrier and ascend to the realm of the supreme deity. The unresolved heartstrings weighed heavily on him. Sun Wukong sighed dejectedly and opened his eyes. He Xiangu, please attend to our esteemed guest. Sun Wukong spoke. He Xiangu paused slightly, having felt no one approaching. But she trusted Sun Wukong's words without question. She stepped outside Flower Fruit Mountain and, indeed, saw someone approaching. The Emperor Ziwei stood outside Flower Fruit Mountain, his demeanor relaxed. Fairy, please take me to see the great sage. I have matters to discuss with him, the Emperor Ziwei stated. He Xiangu nodded, lifted the restrictions, and welcomed the Emperor Ziwei inside. Upon entering Flower Fruit Mountain, the Emperor Ziwei immediately spotted Sun Wukong, who was seated by the sea. He plopped down beside Sun Wukong on a nearby rock, his expression serious. I have discovered something. Sun Wukong ignored him, merely gazing at the ocean. The Emperor Ziwei initially awaited Sun Wukong's inquiry before revealing the answer. However, he soon realized that Sun Wukong did not even glance in his direction, let alone engage in conversation. This left the Emperor quite disheartened. Reluctantly, he disclosed to Sun Wukong the news he had received. The Jade Emperor might still be alive. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, anticipating a look of astonishment on his face. Chapter 89. A perfect match. Sun Wukong turned his face to stare at the Emperor Ziwei. The latter felt a pang of disappointment when he did not observe any signs of shock on Sun Wukong's countenance. Why are you not the least bit astonished? The Emperor Ziwei could not help but ask. Sun Wukong replied matter-of-factly, why should I be surprised? I've seen him before. With a disdainful expression, he added. How did you become one of the 4 sovereigns? It seems you are the only one unaware of that fact. The Emperor Ziwei was taken aback. He had assumed he was the sole individual to deduce that the Jade Emperor was not dead. His speculation was merely a guess, not a certainty. Yet, Sun Wukong's assertion of having encountered the Jade Emperor indicated that he had long known of the latter's survival. The Emperor had been eagerly waiting to witness Sun Wukong's astonishment, only to find himself the subject of the monkey's bewildered expression instead. Why didn't you inform me? The Emperor Ziwei demanded. Sun Wukong retorted, why should I tell you? The Emperor was momentarily at a loss for words, left speechless and puffing in frustration. Sun Wukong, unfazed, reclined on a stone, exuding an air of tranquility. What do you want from me? The Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. He then said, I have heard that Gochun has been troubling you? Sun Wukong nodded in affirmation, saying, indeed, but he is not faring well either. I have slain the god of war among men. The Emperor Ziwei was unaware of this detail, momentarily stunned before giving Sun Wukong a thumbs up. I have summoned you today to undertake something grand. Shall we teach Gochun a lesson? Sun Wukong glanced at him and decisively shook his head. Not interested. Do you wish to know the identity of Patriarch Puti? The Emperor Ziwei suddenly inquired. Sun Wukong's body jolted, and he sat up, fixated on the Emperor. The name of Patriarch Puti had never been mentioned by him before. Yet, the Emperor Ziwei seemed to possess knowledge of it. You know? Sun Wukong asked intently. The Emperor shook his head, stating, I do not know, but Gochun certainly does. Help me deal with him, and I shall assist you in uncovering the identity of your master Beauty. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, contemplating. After a moment, he opened them and replied, "All right." The Emperor Ziwei smiled, saying, "When the time is right, I shall inform you." Thus, a partnership was formed between the great sage and the Emperor Ziwei, two of the highest beings in the three realms. Within the palace of Gochin, the great emperor felt an unsettling premonition. He sensed impending calamity, yet no calculations could reveal the source of his unease. Someone dares to conspire against me? Such audacity. The great emperor Gochin coldly remarked, heightening his vigilance. Anyone capable of instilling such foreboding in him was undoubtedly formidable, posing a threat to his power. Having agreed upon their course of action, the Emperor Ziwei departed from Flower Fruit Mountain, concealing his whereabouts as he returned to the Ziwei Palace. Sun Wukong also rose, intending to take a stroll. The identity of Patriarch Beauty weighed heavily on his mind. Once he learned the truth, many of his uncertainties and obsessions would be resolved. Heavenly thoughts crossed his mind. He Xiangu trailed behind him like a devoted handmaiden. There is no need for such formality. We are friends, and there is no need for you to demean yourself, Sun Wukong gently reminded her. He Xiangu smiled softly, saying, I do not feel oppressed. I have always admired your heroic spirit, and to accompany you as a humble attendant is my delight. Engaging in what one enjoys cannot be deemed a burden. Sun Wukong chuckled, choosing not to pursue the matter further, content that he did not regard He Xiangu as a servant. Exiting Flower Fruit Mountain, he arrived at the western Bulhazhou, at Fengsuan Mountain, within the Shiyue 3 Stars Cave. What place is this? Why has the great sage come here? He Xiangu inquired, surprised by the dilapidated state of the area, which revealed no signs of the extraordinary. Yet, Sun Wukong's expression was complex, indicating the profound significance this place held for him. He did not hesitate to share. This is where I, Sun Wukong, studied and honed my skills. It is here that I cultivated my powers. He Xiangu was astonished. Across the 3 realms, many speculated about the great sage's master. After all, he had transformed from an infant to a formidable force within mere centuries. Achieving the celestial path and wielding the might of a top-tier warrior in such a short span was beyond the instruction of an ordinary deity. What is the name of your master? He Xiangu asked. Patriarch Beauty, Sun Wukong replied. Just then, a bolt of violet lightning struck towards him. Sun Wukong swiftly pointed, shattering the thunderous energy. Noticing the astonishment on He Xiangu's face, he continued, when I boasted about my abilities in front of my fellow disciples, my master saw this and expelled me from the sect, warning me that my departure would lead to misfortune, forbidding me from ever mentioning his name, lest I suffer dire consequences. He Xiangu's beautiful face was filled with shock. How could such a master exist? That is truly ruthless. Moreover, if your master foresaw your misfortune, why did he not stop you? Instead, he seemed to encourage your departure, as if he too were a hidden instigator, she analyzed. She finally grasped why Sun Wukong sought his master. The so-called Patriarch Beauty was likely not his true identity. It was no wonder that a legend circulated in the heavenly court, suggesting that Sun Wukong was merely a pawn and that the chaos in the heavenly palace was a mere farce. This indicated that there were indeed forces working behind the scenes. However, they had not anticipated the magnitude of the disturbance Sun Wukong would create, nearly reaching the Lingxiao Palace. A commotion born of genuine prowess. I merely wish to understand this matter, Sun Wukong affirmed. I will assist you. I shall reach out to my celestial friends or consult the Queen Mother of the West. Perhaps we shall procure answers, He Xiangu offered, a radiant smile gracing her exquisite face. While others may not know, the Queen Mother of the West surely would. You shall await my good news, she said, sending a jade talisman soaring towards Kunlun. Sun Wukong shook his head, harboring no expectations. If the Queen Mother intended to divulge information, she would have done so long ago. Nevertheless, he accepted He Xiangu's goodwill graciously as he beckoned her to depart. At that moment, 4 individuals appeared, surrounding them. At the forefront stood the heavenly sage, the Monkey King, alongside the barefooted immortal. The remaining 2 were Manjushri and Samantabhadra, blocking the other 2 directions, their eyes ablaze with killing intent. The Monkey King smirked coldly, saying, Seventh brother, I knew you would come here. We have awaited you for quite some time. Chapter 90, A Confrontation. Sun Wukong scanned the group, offering a faint smile as he retorted, Monkey King, how do you know I am not intentionally waiting here for you? At Sun Wukong's words, the barefooted immortal erupted in laughter, disdainfully declaring, Raucous monkey, do you think you are the Jade Emperor? A mere celestial being. Do you truly believe you can contend against us united? Humph, barefoot immortal, do you not hold this celestial maiden in high regard? He Xiangu exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at the barefoot immortal as she waved the lotus in her hand. No one expected this celestial maiden to have such a fierce temper, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Caught off guard, the barefoot immortal stumbled and felt his blood boil. Useless, He Xiangu cast a disdainful glance at him. Through clenched teeth, the barefoot immortal coldly declared, I shall slay you. He Xiangu, cease at once. The Monkey King rebuked, prompting the barefoot immortal to retract his hand, albeit with visible frustration as he let out a huff. The Monkey King then turned to his brother, speaking solemnly, seventh brother. We do not wish to engage in conflict with you. I merely hope that your great sage sect refrains from further expansion. On what grounds? Sun Wukong retorted. The Monkey King's eyes grew cold, his voice tinged with impatience. Seventh brother, out of brotherly affection, I have been reluctant to confront you. I hope you can understand fifth brother's feelings and refrain from making things difficult for him. Sun Wukong couldn't help but laugh, a mocking laughter at that. When you sent the six-eared macaque to replace me, did you consider brotherly affection? Now you speak of it, do you not find that amusing? He Xiangu was taken aback. The six-eared macaque was indeed sent by the Monkey King. Initially, she thought the Monkey King was decent, believing he and Sun Wukong were merely on opposing sides due to loyalty to their respective causes. Now, however, she harbored no goodwill towards the Monkey King, realizing he was the type to proclaim brotherhood while secretly stabbing his brothers in the back. Such a person was most detestable. With a look of disdain, He Xiangu addressed Sun Wukong, great sage, why waste words on such heartless, hypocritical people? Let us engage directly. Indeed, what need is there for idle chatter? Life and death are trivial. Let us meet in combat. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. He extracted his golden staff from his ear and charged forward. Seeing him move, the Monkey King sighed. Brother, I truly do not wish to fight you. Yet his actions belied his words. As a golden staff appeared in his hand to block Sun Wukong's attack, followed by a strike aimed at his head. In that moment, any semblance of brotherly affection was gone. Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with golden fire as his power surged, and he unleashed his full strength. The two clashed repeatedly, the impacts resounding as the Monkey King grew weary, his weapon nearly slipping from his grasp. Observing his struggle, Wushu and Puxian joined the fray, assisting in the siege against Sun Wukong, while the barefoot immortal turned his attention to He Xiangu. With a mocking smile, he proclaimed, the 8 immortals possess profound powers. Today, let us engage in a proper duel. He Xiangu retorted with a cold laugh, sending forth her lotus, which emitted a celestial light to counter the barefoot immortal's attack. Fear you? Not in the slightest. As they fought, the exchange of celestial techniques was markedly different from the brutal battles Sun Wukong and his allies engaged in. He Xiangu and the barefoot immortal each displayed their divine abilities from a distance, striking at one another. Despite being a female immortal, He Xiangu was no less battle-hardened than her male counterparts, and for a moment, it appeared that the barefoot immortal was being suppressed. Growing increasingly frantic, he thought, if he could not best even a female immortal, he would have no face left to show others. Yet, He Xiangu continued to gain the upper hand, forcing him into a defensive position, and it was clear he could not endure much longer. Useless, the Monkey King shouted, deriding the barefoot immortal, who, despite his grand title, could not even prevail against He Xiangu. He swung his staff at her, imbued with immense power. He Xiangu, unwilling to confront him head-on, unleashed multiple bursts of magic to intercept the Monkey King's formidable strike. Although she thwarted the attack, she lost her advantage as the barefoot immortal renewed his assault. His face flushed with anger, realizing for the first time the vast gap between himself and true power. After battling for so long, he found himself bested by a mere swing of the Monkey King's staff. Sun Wukong's gaze turned icy as he delivered a swift blow to the barefoot immortal with his staff. The latter was caught off guard, sent flying as his body erupted, nearly losing his head in the process. Had he been decapitated, it would have surely impacted his very essence, leading to his demise. The terrifying prowess of Sun Wukong was evident, with a single strike almost resulting in his death. Left with only his head, the barefoot immortal's spirit plummeted, and he fled in a panic. Ignoring him, He Xiangu charged toward Puxian Bodhisattva. With a cold huff, Puxian manifested a wisdom sword, slashing at her. He Xiangu countered with her lotus, blocking the blow, though she was forced to retreat several steps. I will hold off Sun Wukong, Puxian. You must subdue He Xiangu without mercy, Wenshu's voice commanded. Puxian left the battle, intent on capturing He Xiangu as swiftly as possible. He Xiangu smirked. As a top-tier celestial immortal, one of the 8 immortals, what had she to fear from a bodhisattva? Many misunderstand the notion that bodhisattvas are supreme and possess boundless powers. This only applies to Guanyin and Dizang. Guanyin, revered as the true law-bright king, is a Buddha in her own right, holding a status in heaven on par with the Buddha himself. In the celestial realm, ranks signify strength. Wenshu and Puxian, however, did not enjoy such privileges. Though they are referred to as great bodhisattvas, they are merely top-tier celestial immortals, and any of the 8 immortals could match them. Faced with them, He Xiangu felt no fear whatsoever. As she blocked Puxian's wisdom sword, she unleashed a thunderous technique, summoning purple lightning that sent Puxian trembling. Enraged, Puxian retaliated, employing his demon-subduing powers, transforming his staff into a mighty weapon aimed at He Xiangu. She infused her lotus with her celestial energy, causing countless lotus flowers to bloom in the surrounding void, intercepting Puxian's strike. The flowers enveloped the demon-subduing staff, rapidly devouring it. Puxian's expression paled as his technique was disrupted. Suffering backlash. Whatever means you possess, unleash them. I will not stop until I've beaten you into submission, He Xiangu proclaimed fiercely. Chapter 91, Revenge. Puxian's lips curled in irritation. This woman was too reckless. With a grim countenance, he summoned his powers once more, charging at He Xiangu. She responded with a cold laugh, employing her Taoist techniques to counter him. In a short time, both bore injuries, their battle evenly matched. Yet Puxian grew anxious. While their fight remained balanced, the Monkey King and the others were faltering. Bathed in blood, the Monkey King had narrowly escaped death several times at the hands of Sun Wukong. Had it not been for the elixirs bestowed upon him by the Buddha, he would have perished by now. In that moment, he truly understood the terrifying strength of his 7th brother. As for Wenshu, his golden form was battered, on the verge of collapse. If this continued, they would be defeated within 20 exchanges. Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, thrived in battle, growing increasingly ferocious with each strike, capable of shattering even the most formidable celestial beings. The 2 adversaries grew ever more fearful, sensing the impending specter of death. The Monkey King, now fully committed, cast aside any notions of brotherly bonds. His staff was bent and nearly broken from the relentless combat. At this moment, he harbored a profound resentment towards the barefoot immortal. Had it not been for his utter incompetence, failing to even subdue a mere He Xiangu, their predicament would not have been so dire. If given the chance to return alive, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate that barefoot immortal who had caused them such trouble. Namo Amitba, a solemn chant echoed, drawing Sun Wukong's attention. He immediately retreated, turning to depart with He Xiangu. A glimmer of light emerged, ultimately illuminating the entirety of Mount Fangsuan. The ancient Buddha of light appeared, striking towards the direction where Sun Wukong had fled. Begone! A cold snort resonated as Sun Wukong retaliated, swinging his golden staff back. The clash between the Buddha's hand and the staff produced a sound akin to metal striking metal. The Buddha braced himself against the force of Sun Wukong's weapon, yet his hand twitched slightly, pain shooting through him, rendering his expression grim. He had exerted all his strength, only to narrowly avoid having his divine form shattered by Sun Wukong. The monkey's prowess was evidently on the rise. Thank you for your rescue, ancient Buddha of light. The Monkey King expressed gratefully, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Wenshu too felt the strain, his divine form nearly breaking apart. The battle they had just endured had nearly incapacitated them. The ancient Buddha of light nodded slightly, stating, "The Tathagata sensed your peril and sent me to assist. This time, I miscalculated Sun Wukong's strength. It is all the fault of that barefoot immortal, a true waste of space. Claiming to be a celestial being yet unable to withstand a single blow from Sun Wukong. I fail to understand what my master sees in such a character. Who brings more ruin than success?" The Monkey King lamented. The ancient Buddha of light shared a look of exasperation. Their criticism of the barefoot immortal was not unfounded. His performance had indeed been disappointingly inadequate. Had he possessed even a modicum of strength, their situation would have been drastically different. Perhaps your master has his own schemes. This time, not having slain Sun Wukong may lead to greater troubles for us in the future, the ancient Buddha of light mused. He understood well that the monkey bore a grudge, and what he might do upon leaving was anyone's guess. One thing was certain, he would not let matters rest. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting the same concern in their eyes. What a relief. That battle was exhilarating, He Xingu exclaimed. She then murmured softly, I've long found that barefoot fellow distasteful. His feet are so hideously unattractive, and he refuses to wear shoes. It's utterly revolting. Sun Wukong replied. Sometimes a woman's disdain for someone can stem from a multitude of reasons. However, he too felt similarly. The barefoot immortal was indeed irritating. His bare feet alone were enough to turn one's stomach. Great sage, who just arrived. Why did we flee? He Xingu inquired curiously, still lingering on the excitement. Sun Wukong knew that if he suggested returning to confront them, she would wholeheartedly support the idea. The Buddha of Light, he answered. He Xingu recoiled slightly. Then we cannot possibly win, great sage. The Buddhist realm has plotted against us. We cannot let this go unchallenged. Sun Wukong chuckled coldly, naturally. I intend to pay a visit to the underworld. I shall join you. He Xingu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She had grasped Sun Wukong's intent. Of course. He replied with a slight smile. After resting for a while, primarily for He Xingu's recovery, Sun Wukong opened a portal to the underworld. Together, they ventured into its depths. At this moment, the underworld, aside from the Yellow Springs, lay predominantly within the control of the Buddhist realm. They had considered seizing the Yellow Springs. Yet the formidable might of Ingo and his vast host of demons and spirits made such an endeavor perilous. Should they engage in battle, even if victorious, the cost would be dire. The Heavenly Court would undoubtedly intervene to reclaim the underworld, making the pursuit of the Yellow Springs a fruitless endeavor. Sun Wukong and He Xingu concealed themselves, evading detection. The Ghost Gate is where the Buddhist soldiers are most concentrated. Shall we strike there? He Xingu proposed eagerly. Certainly. After we deal with the Ghost Gate, I shall take you to the Yellow Springs as a guest, and before we leave, we will impart a lesson to the Buddhist realm, Sun Wukong assured her. I have heard that General Ingo possesses immense strength, possibly surpassing even the great sage. Is that true? He Xingu inquired with curiosity. Sun Wukong pondered briefly before responding fairly. His realm is at the level of a celestial lord. If we were of the same realm, he would not be my match. However, as a heavenly immortal facing a celestial lord, I would not fare as well. Understanding dawned on He Xingu's exquisite face. She realized that the great sage's defeat against Ingo was solely due to their difference in realms. From Sun Wukong's words, she could also glean that once he ascended to the celestial lord realm, Ingo would stand no chance against him. Well then, I consider Ingo a friend. Unless it comes to life and death, it would be challenging to determine a victor. Let us not dwell on that. Instead, we shall teach them a lesson first. Sun Wukong remarked, noting her contemplative expression. He Xingu's eyes lit up in excitement. As they approached the Ghost Gate, they suddenly revealed themselves. The Buddhist strongholds within were taken aback. Before they could react, Sun Wukong and He Xingu charged in. With a mighty swing of his staff, dozens of Buddhist soldiers erupted. A bodhisattva attempted to intercept Sun Wukong, but with a thunderous roar, he was obliterated, his essence extinguished along with the surrounding soldiers. He Xingu, a vision of ethereal beauty, appeared harmless, yet when she struck, she was fiercely formidable. A 9-colored lotus materialized, embodying 9 distinct paths. She cast the lotus among the Buddhist soldiers, and upon its detonation, blinding crimson light engulfed the Ghost Gate, claiming the lives of hundreds of soldiers and several arhats. Who dares? A furious roar echoed as powerful figures emerged, all at least of the Bodhisattva realm. Leading them were 2 formidable arhats, known for their prowess. At that moment, Sun Wukong and He Xingu had long since vanished from sight. Chapter 92. Bluster and ignorance, have they fled? The Arhat of the Dragon's Descent surveyed the crowd, inquiring, who was it that struck just now? A trembling bodhisattva approached, stammering, respected one. It was Sun Wukong and He Xingu. Those two. The Arhat of the Dragon's Descent furrowed his brow. He was well aware that the Monkey King had narrowly escaped their ambush the previous day. The ancient Buddha of Light had also warned him to be wary of Sun Wukong's retaliation, while he had been devising defensive strategies to prepare for a potential attack. Sun Wukong had already launched his assault. The monkey's desire for vengeance was indeed formidable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Arhat of the Dragon's Descent commanded, conduct a thorough search. I will summon the Eastern Buddha to oversee here. Understood, the Bodhisattva promptly responded, hastening to implement the orders. The Arhat of the Dragon's Descent was the overseer, and despite merely being an Arhat, he was among the most distinguished of the 500. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of the heavenly, immortal realm, equivalent to that of a great bodhisattva, though he bore the title of Arhat. His status in the Buddhist realm was second only to that of a great bodhisattva, and ordinary bodhisattvas were obliged to pay him respect. With that, the Arhat departed to summon the Eastern Buddha. Should Sun Wukong return, only the Eastern Buddha and the ancient Buddha of Light could contain him effectively. Meanwhile, the ancient Buddha of Light was preoccupied with other matters, leaving no choice but to call upon the Eastern Buddha. After their skirmish, Sun Wukong entered the Yellow Springs. Upon learning of his arrival, Ingo promptly went to greet him. When he beheld He Xingu, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, captivated by her beauty. The gaze fell upon Sun Wukong as Ingo pointed at He Xingu and inquired, "Brother, could this lady be your sister-in-law?" Just as Sun Wukong raised a cup of tea and drained it in one gulp, he nearly choked upon hearing Ingo's words. "No, she is a friend of mine. Also one of the 8 immortals of Shandong alongside El Dompin, assisting me with various tasks," Sun Wukong clarified. Ingo wore an expression of understanding that left Sun Wukong speechless. It was evident that his thoughts had veered off course. He Xingu chuckled, saying, "General Ingo, the mighty demeanor of the great sage is not something I would dare to overlook. Do not overthink it. There is truly nothing between the great sage and me." With her assurance, Ingo was convinced. He patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder and sighed. "Brother, you simply lack this fortune." Sun Wukong then shifted the topic, asking, "Earlier, I sensed some disturbance at the Ghost Gate. It wouldn't be your doing, would it? What have you done?" Sun Wukong recounted the events. Ingo smirked, responding, "Is the Buddhist realm behaving so despicably? Brother, why not allow me to drive them out of the underworld? It should be an easy task." He Xingu gasped. Ingo was exceedingly domineering. To him, expelling the Buddhist realm from the underworld seemed as effortless as chasing away a dog. Sun Wukong contemplated seriously for a moment, but shook his head in refusal. "If the heavenly court controls the underworld, your situation would worsen, my brother. Let the heavenly court handle their affairs. I only seek to retaliate and inflict some pain upon them. All right, haha. Let us not dwell on those vexing matters. Let us drink." Ingo raised his cup. At the Ghost Gate, Mithriya soon arrived, directly inquiring, "Have you discovered where Sun Wukong has gone? He should be in the Yellow Springs underworld. His rapport with Ingo is quite good. They once besieged Kunping together in the North Sea," answered the tiger subduing Arhat. Upon hearing Ingo's name, a shadow crossed Mithriya's eyes. Ingo had become a thorn in their side, as long as the Yellow Springs underworld remained beyond their grasp. The Buddhist realm could not truly claim dominion over the underworld. "Let us proceed to the Yellow Springs underworld," Mithriya declared. The dragon subduing Arhat's expression changed subtly. He intended to counsel against this, but fell silent upon witnessing Mithriya's serious demeanor. Mithriya had made up his mind, and any further persuasion would only lead to his own discomfort. Above the Yellow Springs underworld, the forces of the Buddhist realm descended. The poison dragon demon king burst forth from the underworld, bellowing, "Who dares to intrude upon my Yellow Springs underworld?" The dragon subduing Arhat stepped forward, hands clasped together, proclaiming, "Mithriya Buddha seeks an audience with the Lord of the Yellow Springs underworld." Mithriya? The poison dragon demon king's heart quaked. Mithriya was the future Buddha of the Spirit Mountain, renowned as the Eastern Buddha, possessing unparalleled strength. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Please wait. I will convey your message." The poison dragon demon king hurriedly entered the Yellow Springs underworld to relay the message. "He actually dares to come," Ingo scoffed, his expression one of disdain. "Tell that fat pig Mithriya to scram if he wishes to keep his life. I have no desire to see him." The poison dragon demon king hastened to deliver the message. Upon reaching Mithriya and his group, he dared not echo Ingo's words, merely informing Mithriya, "Ingo is occupied and cannot meet with you." Mithriya's expression darkened as he replied coolly, "I seek the Lord of the Underworld because a fiend is attacking our Buddhist realm, slaying our powerful beings. Someone has seen him flee into the Yellow Springs underworld. I request that the Lord of the Yellow Springs underworld surrender him to us." The poison dragon demon king immediately realized that Mithriya referred to Sun Wukong and He Xingu. To expect Ingo to hand over someone was utterly preposterous. The poison dragon demon king's expression hardened as he responded, "There is no one here whom the Buddha seeks. I kindly ask you to leave. And what if I insist on entering to capture him?" Mithriya pressed. He fixed his gaze upon the poison dragon demon king. Exuding immense authority, the demon king felt an overwhelming pressure that made him tremble, facing someone on the verge of becoming a great celestial. He could hardly withstand the deliberate release of oppressive energy. "Mithriya, if you do not reign in your aura, I assure you that you will not survive this day." Do you believe me? A chilling voice echoed in Mithraya's ear. It was Ingo speaking. Everyone could detect the fury in his tone. Mithraya's actions had already incensed Ingo. Mithraya narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the poison dragon demon king, his expression shifting. Within 3 breaths, he transformed into a smile, saying, General Ingo has misunderstood. I merely seek to apprehend the fiend responsible for the slaying of our powerful beings, and meant no offense towards General Ingo. Since you mean no offense, you may leave now. I do not wish to see you. Ingo's domineering voice rang out. Mithraya's expression stiffened. He had already been quite courteous, yet Ingo remained utterly impolite. Taking a deep breath, Mithraya snorted coldly and turned to depart with his Buddhist companions. Bluster, utter nonsense. Ingo's voice resonated above the Yellow Springs underworld, filled with contempt. Mithraya's body trembled as he clenched his fists, yet ultimately, he did not turn back. Now was not the time to confront Ingo. Chapter 93. Flattery and fawning beneath the Yellow Springs underworld. Ingo shook his head, stating, There are no heroes among the Buddhist realm. Sun Wukong scoffed, coldly remarking, They think too much and do too little. They speak of emptiness while harboring desires in their hearts. Though their verbal skills are commendable and their actions not weak, they possess far less blood and guts. Ingo shared a similar disdain for the Buddhist realm. Had I been in their position, enduring such humiliation would have been intolerable. I would have struck back without hesitation. However, these bald donkeys are treacherous. One must not let their guard down, for they may strike when least expected, Sun Wukong warned. Having suffered greatly from them, he remained vigilant of the Buddhist realm. These fellows are experts in covert attacks. Ingo chuckled coldly. I have long been wary of them. I am no easy target. With countless powerful demons and vengeful spirits under my command, unless the Buddhist realm wishes to forsake the underworld, they would not dare to conflict with me. Should anything arise, just call for me, Sun Wukong said. Ingo nodded slightly, smiling. Now, let us not speak of such troubling matters. Let us drink, and afterward, we shall deal with them. Agreed, Sun Wukong replied with a faint smile. Xingu was equally exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the festivities, even more so than the 2 men. This amused them both. Ingo gazed at Xingu with admiration, utterly charmed by her spirited nature. With a hint of regret, he remarked, If you were not a woman, I would swear brotherhood with you. Your character is simply too refreshing. Xingu shot him a glance, momentarily questioning her own beauty. While Sun Wukong was acceptable, that Ingo, once a human, desired to be sworn brothers with her was perplexing. Did she truly appear so masculine? She conjured a water mirror to inspect her reflection, finding herself undeniably stunning. Even among the heavenly beings, few could rival her beauty. Ultimately, Xingu concluded that among powerful deities and demons, intelligence often fell short. The banquet continued, with Sun Wukong and the others becoming somewhat inebriated. Mithraya returned to the Ghost Gate, his expression ashen. Buddha, issue your orders. We shall annihilate the Yellow Springs underworld, a bodhisattva exclaimed, unable to contain his fury. To Mithraya, the insult he had suffered was akin to a disgrace upon the entire spirit mountain. Mithraya cast a glance at him, rebuking, Get lost. The bodhisattva, chastised, retreated with a darkened expression. Mithraya Buddha took a deep breath before speaking. Killing Ingo is no simple task. He is far more troublesome than Sun Wukong. With an immortal zombie body, he is a formidable force at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm, just a step away from entering the great heavenly sovereign tier. In our Buddhist realm, apart from a select few like Amitabha and the Tathagata, none possess the assurance to subdue him. Do you think he is easy to kill? Is even the Tathagata uncertain when facing Ingo? Venerable Fuhu inquired, astonished. Casting a glance at Venerable Fuhu, Mithraya Buddha's expression softened slightly. He replied coldly, If I were to forcibly suppress Ingo, I would still have over 70% confidence. However, there is a 90% chance that we would perish together. At this revelation, Venerable Fuhu's countenance changed subtly. That cannot be. You are the future Buddha of Ling Mountain, one of the pillars of the Buddhist realm. How can a wretched life like Ingo be compared to you? Xianglong shot a glance at Fuhu, noting his increasingly polished flattery. Mithraya Buddha's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. He found the compliment quite pleasing, aware that Venerable Fuhu was likely indulging in flattery. Mithraya Buddha chuckled, You speak truthfully. A mere demon of the demonic path cannot be compared to me. I must preserve my strength to expand the Buddhist realm until it dominates the 3 realms. Venerable Fuhu sighed. The Tathagata possesses great ambition. He is a model for us all, and we must learn from him. Mithra Buddha's spirits lifted further, and he patted Venerable Fuhu on the shoulder. You too are commendable. When the Tathagata returns to his position, I shall commend you. And you shall at least attain a position as a Buddha. Venerable Fuhu smiled, saying, all thanks to the teachings of Mithra Buddha, Fuhu dares not take credit. Haha. Mithra Buddha laughed heartily, casting aside any previous displeasure. Venerable Xianglong's lips twitched. He nearly rolled his eyes at the nauseating exchange. Did these two not realize their dialogue was causing goosebumps on others? The surrounding Buddhist powerhouses, aside from expressing envy, showed no signs of discontent, prompting a sigh from Venerable Xianglong. The Buddhist realm was no longer what it once was. The world had changed, and so had the Buddhas. Empty as the four realms. He scoffed inwardly, not even believing it himself. The Tathagata must guard the Ghost Gate. Sun Wukong likely intends to return. When he does, I trust Mithra Buddha will stand against him, Venerable Xianglong advised. Mithra Buddha shot a discontented glare at Venerable Xianglong, flattered to the point of distraction. He was nearly oblivious to Sun Wukong's existence until Venerable Xianglong's words brought him back to reality. Rest assured, as long as I am here, Sun Wukong will not turn the tides. Venerable Xianglong need not worry, Mithra Buddha reassured. Venerable Xianglong perceived Mithra Buddha's displeasure, but felt powerless to change the situation. Some truths needed to be voiced. He clasped his hands together and stepped back. Venerable Fuhu cast a derisive glance at Venerable Xianglong, internally sneering. Venerable Xianglong believed he was acting for the good of the Buddhist realm, oblivious to the fact that many within the Buddhist community loathed him. His excessive righteousness made him unpopular within the Buddhist realm. Venerable Xianglong was aware of this himself. He did not mind as long as his conscience was clear. With the Tathagata present, who would dare approach Sun Wukong? The mere rumor of his presence had already instilled fear. Venerable Fuhu chuckled, with the Tathagata here. Sun Wukong would not even dare to show his face. A smile finally graced Mithra Buddha's face. It was indeed pleasing to hear Venerable Fuhu's words. Mithra Buddha understood his purpose in coming. He would not neglect his responsibilities, remaining vigilant at the Ghost Gate, closely monitoring the movements of the Yellow Springs and the Nether Sea. Should Sun Wukong appear, he would act promptly. Ingo might hinder his path to the Yellow Springs and the Nether Sea, but he could not prevent him from capturing Sun Wukong. Otherwise, he would be opposing the Buddhist realm. 3 days later, Ingo inquired about Sun Wukong's plans. Shall we strike at the Ghost Gate first and then attack Ling Mountain? Sun Wukong stated his intentions. With Mithra Buddha stationed there, do you have confidence? Ingo asked, his concern evident. As a fellow heavenly sovereign, he understood Mithra Buddha's might. Sun Wukong chuckled, just watch. Though Mithra Buddha is powerful, his intellect is somewhat lacking. I, Sun, shall toy with him. Ingo's eyes brightened with anticipation. He gazed at Sun Wukong, grinning. I look forward to the spectacle. Sun Wukong grinned mischievously. Chapter 94. The transformation of the Monkey King before the Ghost Gate. A sudden brilliance erupted. A Buddha figure manifested, illuminating half of the netherworld with radiant light. The Buddhist experts at the Ghost Gate became somewhat flustered. Upon recognizing the visitor, they immediately knelt down. We greet the Tathagata. Except for Mithra Buddha and Venerable Xianglong, nearly all present bowed. Venerable Xianglong's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the Tathagata. Sensing something amiss, he could not discern whether this was the true Tathagata, for the aura and Buddha light emanating from this figure mirrored that of the Tathagata. Which demon could transform so convincingly? Yet, if this were indeed the Tathagata, he could not fathom the significance of the Tathagata's appearance. Mithra Buddha squinted his eyes, naturally refraining from kneeling. Given his status, it was expected he would not prostrate before the Tathagata. Mithra Buddha stepped forward, approaching the Tathagata's side. He then clasped his hands together and said, I pay my respects to the Tathagata. The Tathagata glanced at him, speaking coolly, Eastern Buddha, I have matters to discuss with you. Come with me to the Peach Garden. Mithra Buddha's heart raced. Initially skeptical, he was now filled with uncertainty. He understood well what the Peach Garden held. It was the greatest secret of the 3 realms. If the visitor were not the Tathagata, he would not possess knowledge of such a secret. At that moment, Mithra Buddha noticed a flicker of pride in the Tathagata's eyes. He immediately concluded that this figure was undoubtedly an impostor, not the true Tathagata. Few possessed such exquisite transformative abilities in the 3 realms. And only one, Sun Wukong, would dare mock him so brazenly. With this thought, he let out a cold chuckle, saying, Very well, please wait, Tathagata, while I make the necessary arrangements. Be quick, my time is limited, the Tathagata impatiently urged. Maitreya Buddha became increasingly convinced that the figure before him was not the Tathagata, but Sun Wukong. Only a hasty monkey would exhibit such impatience. He scoffed inwardly, amused that Sun Wukong would attempt to deceive him without understanding the Tathagata's character. He was eager to see what tricks this monkey would employ. Returning to the Ghost Gate, Maitreya Buddha instructed everyone to guard it well, assuring them he would return shortly. Venerable Xianglong conveyed through thought, "Buddha, why do I feel this Tathagata is a fake?" Casting a glance at Venerable Xianglong, Maitreya Buddha sneered, "Indeed, it is fake. It is Sun Wukong in disguise." "What?" A flicker of shock crossed Venerable Xianglong's eyes, and he immediately felt the urge to react. Maitreya Buddha, however, silenced him with a glance. "Do not expose him just yet. I wish to see what this monkey intends." "Be cautious of a trap," Venerable Xianglong advised with concern. Maitreya Buddha dismissed him with a scoff. "A mere monkey cannot deceive me. At worst, he is merely trying to lure me away from my post. Even if danger arises, with my strength, I can easily retreat. Do you truly think I am inferior to that monkey?" Venerable Xianglong fell silent, realizing that further comments would only deepen his offense against Amitabha. Seeing him quiet, Maitreya Buddha chuckled coldly. He returned to a position near the false Tathagata and said, "Let us go." The Tathagata, growing impatient, nodded eagerly. The two departed, breaking through the netherworld. For some reason, Venerable Xianglong felt an unsettling unease in his heart. He always had a lingering feeling that, this time, Maitreya might suffer a significant loss. However, the other party was utterly unwilling to heed his words. And the dragon subduing Arhat was equally helpless. As soon as he emerged from the underworld, the Buddha Tathagata launched an assault, swinging his staff towards Maitreya. Maitreya effortlessly evaded the strike, disdainfully declaring, "Sun Wukong, I knew it was you. I have seen through your ruse long ago." In an instant, the Buddha Tathagata transformed into the likeness of Sun Wukong, glaring coldly at Maitreya and stating, "Maitreya, your realm has repeatedly attacked me. Today, I shall eliminate you," settling both old and new scores. With that, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff and charged forward. Maitreya scoffed at the audacity of Sun Wukong, who claimed he would slay him. He produced the human seed bag, aiming to ensnare Sun Wukong within it. The latter, shocked and alarmed, turned on his heel and fled at the sight of the bag. Without hesitation, Maitreya ascended on his cloud in pursuit. Shortly after their departure from the underworld, Maitreya returned, battered and bruised, his complexion pale, his golden form marred with cracks. The dragon subduing Arhat and his companions were taken aback by the sight. Maitreya had indeed fallen into a trap. It had not been long since he left, yet he bore such grievous injuries. The tiger subduing Arhat was the first to rush forward, supporting Maitreya. "Buddha Maitreya, what has happened to you?" he inquired with genuine concern. To an onlooker, it would seem as if he were addressing his own father. Gritting his teeth, Maitreya replied that Sun Wukong conspired with Ngo to deceive me, launching a sudden attack that inflicted these wounds. I barely managed to break free. You all must swiftly fortify our defenses. I will contact the ancient Buddha of Lantern Light. We must not allow Sun Wukong to exploit this opportunity. Yes, the tiger Arhat responded promptly, assisting Maitreya into the gates of the underworld and beginning to set up defenses. The dragon subduing Arhat harbored doubts, feeling that events were unfolding too swiftly. Was Maitreya truly so weak as to be wounded so easily? But upon hearing Maitreya's orders, he quickly regained faith in his leader. If Sun Wukong were indeed involved, he would never allow them to prepare defenses or reach out to the ancient Buddha of Lantern Light. The dragon subduing Arhat, though worried, resolved to fortify their defenses. If that monkey breached their ranks, it would be no trivial matter. Everyone was acutely aware of Sun Wukong's strength. Without a master like Maitreya, they would be unable to withstand his might. At that very moment, as he turned, Maitreya suddenly struck, landing a devastating blow on the dragon subduing Arhat, shattering his golden form and nearly obliterating his essence. The tiger subduing Arhat was aghast, instantly realizing that this Maitreya was a false apparition. But it was too late to react. Sun Wukong delivered a swift kick, cleaving the Arhat's body in two. In the next moment, Sun Wukong reverted to his true form, retrieving his golden staff from his ear, extending it to its full length and sweeping across the battlefield. Waves of Buddhist soldiers fell before him, along with numerous minor bodhisattvas, who were utterly incapable of withstanding his onslaught. Hishangu also made her appearance, her lotus sweeping through the air, causing Buddhist soldiers to shatter in fragments. Despite the onslaught of bodhisattvas from the Buddhist realm, they were no match for her. The 8 immortals were not ordinary beings. Typical bodhisattvas stood no chance against her. A massacre ensued, with the 2 mightiest arhats, the dragon subduing and tiger subduing arhats, obliterated by Sun Wukong in the first instance, leaving the remaining defenders utterly helpless. This was not a battle. It was a slaughter of the most abject kind. Chapter 95. Heavy losses at the gates of the underworld. Thousands of Buddhist soldiers and hundreds of Buddhist masters had been stationed. Even an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers could have held their ground for a considerable time. Yet now, they were being ravaged and torn apart by Sun Wukong and his Xianggu, suffering losses exceeding 50%. The Emperor Ziwei had once proclaimed that one Sun Wukong was worth 1,000,000 celestial soldiers. This was no exaggeration, for Sun Wukong possessed that level of power. The dragon subduing Arhat, struggling to regain his form, charged at Sun Wukong. With a cold chuckle, Sun Wukong engaged him in combat. The dragon subduing Arhat displayed remarkable resilience, clashing with Sun Wukong multiple times before being shattered by a single blow of the staff. His essence barely escaped, almost leading to his annihilation at Sun Wukong's hands. At this juncture, he realized he was beyond saving. Merely surviving became his only aspiration. As for the tiger subduing Arhat, he had already retreated to safety. Upon seeing the essence of the dragon subduing Arhat approach, he quickly shielded it, fleeing even faster. Just then, Sun Wukong felt a shift and cursed inwardly, grabbing his Xianggu and fleeing. Mithriya is coming, he warned. Mithriya had slain the false incarnation of himself, and, realizing he had been deceived, hurried back. Witnessing the half-collapsed gates of the underworld and the significant casualties among the Buddhist masters, Mithriya's expression darkened further. The tiger subduing Arhat emerged, his body covered in wounds. Cautiously protecting the essence of the dragon subduing Arhat, treating it as though it were his beloved, Mithriya fixed his cold gaze on the tiger subduing Arhat and asked icily, "You fled?" The tiger subduing Arhat knelt before Mithriya, his face a mask of sorrow. "I fought valiantly against Sun Wukong, but I was no match for him." Seeing the dragon subduing Arhat on the brink of death, with only a sliver of essence remaining, I had no choice but to protect it and flee. Hoping to preserve a great master for our Buddhist realm, my retreat was unavoidable. "Please, Buddha, impose your punishment upon me." Mithriya scoffed, "Given your explanation, how can I punish you?" With a stern demeanor, he continued, "This matter does not rest upon your shoulders. It was my misjudgment. Take the dragon subduing Arhat below. This is far from over. I shall personally visit Flower Fruit Mountain." Yes, the tiger subduing Arhat exhaled in relief. It seemed his decision to save the essence of the dragon subduing Arhat had been the right one. Otherwise, he would have faced severe repercussions. Glaring at the severely diminished ranks of Buddhist disciples, Mithriya gritted his teeth and vowed, "Sun Wukong, I will not let this go unpunished." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was bidding farewell to Ingo, who expressed admiration, saying, "You played Mithriya from head to toe. Brother, you are truly formidable." Sun Wukong shook his head, smiling as he replied, "It is not that I am exceptional. Rather, Mithriya overestimated himself, his confidence leading to his downfall. Had he acted directly against my incarnation, I would have had no means to counter him." Ingo laughed. "Thus, in this world, it is not the lack of intelligence that is to be feared, but rather the folly of overthinking." Indeed, Sun Wukong chuckled in agreement. Then, his expression turned serious as he declared, "However, I must hasten back to Flower Fruit Mountain. If I am correct, that Mithriya fellow will soon seek me out there. Should I lend you a hand?" Ingo inquired, eager to assist. Sun Wukong, however, shook his head, saying, "You are now neighbors to the Buddhist realm. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Rest assured, I do not regard Mithriya as a threat." "Very well," Ingo smiled. Sun Wukong, accompanied by his Xianggu, swiftly returned to the human realm, pinpointing the location of Flower Fruit Mountain and making his way there. He soared toward the mountain on the Nimbus cloud, traveling at a pace far exceeding Mithriya's. Upon arriving at Flower Fruit Mountain, his Xianggu, though slightly disheveled, appeared quite exhilarated as she exclaimed, "Is this the Nimbus cloud? How thrilling. I absolutely love it." Sun Wukong was speechless, glancing at his Xianggu and thinking, "Sister, you are a celestial being. Must you revel in such wildness?" Sun Wukong sent a message to Lu Dongbin and the others, summoning them back. Even Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was called upon by Sun Wukong. "What is it? What has transpired?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva inquired, knowing that Sun Wukong rarely summoned him unless significant matters were afoot. The great sage calls you back, for a battle is imminent, Xingu eagerly proclaimed. A battle? With whom? The Buddha Maitreya should arrive shortly. Together we shall send him back. If we can detain him, so much the better, Sun Wukong stated. The group displayed expressions of astonishment. How could Sun Wukong be at odds with the Buddhist realm? Xingu recounted the events of recent days, inciting a fury in Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The Tathagata Buddha cannot abide their protection of sentient beings. What respect remains for such a Buddha? Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, if your sole intent is to safeguard sentient beings, there is truly no need for you to conceal your identity. United in our identities, the great sage's teachings would flourish more rapidly. And you would also require the power of incense to enhance your strength. Sun Wukong glanced at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, aware of his reservations. In Sun Wukong's view, there was no need for such caution. The three realms are in chaos. The celestial beings are not celestial, and the Buddhas are not Buddha-like. What is left to hide? If one wishes to protect sentient beings, then one must reveal their identity. Even in the face of the Tathagata Buddha, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva should harbor no fear. Fa Hai added, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, I believe the great sage speaks truthfully. Our pursuit of Buddhism is to liberate all beings. What has the Buddhist realm become? Within the three realms, it is a struggle for power, leading to bloodshed. In such a Buddhist realm, what meaning remains? It is better to stand forth and establish a new path of Buddhism, truly embracing the emptiness of the Four Truths and liberating all beings. Upon hearing Fa Hai's words, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva suddenly smiled. Fa Hai felt a bit awkward, uncertain of where he had erred, thinking perhaps Ksitigarbha was mocking him. Instead, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva remarked, Fa Hai, you have opened my eyes. I have been too fixated on my identity within the Buddhist realm. You are right. If such a Buddhist path exists, it is better to abandon it. The emptiness of the Four Truths and the liberation of all beings is the essence of Buddhism. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire being radiated with brilliance, advancing further within the realm of the celestial lords. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's level of power was now nearing that of Maitreya Buddha and his associates. Sun Wukong applauded, his face a mask of joy and admiration. Dongbin and the others congratulated Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, praising his significant advancement in strength and mastery of Buddhist teachings. Just then, a loud roar echoed from outside Huagua Mountain. Sun Wukong, come forth to meet your demise. Maitreya Buddha has arrived. Chapter 96. From now on, only Ksitigarbha remains. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva contemplated for a moment before saying, I shall take the lead. He truly intended to confront Maitreya Buddha. Yet, Sun Wukong intervened, calmly stating, no need for that. I shall go myself. Maitreya and his followers now possess a newfound audacity, daring to come to our door. A cold grin spread across Sun Wukong's face, tinged with murderous intent. Departing from Huagua Mountain, he approached Maitreya Buddha. At that moment, Maitreya's face was devoid of any smile, replaced instead by a fierce demeanor. He glared at Sun Wukong, coldly declaring, Sun Wukong, you have finally dared to emerge. Today, I shall reduce you to ashes, avenging the fallen disciples of the Buddhist realm. Sun Wukong fixed him with a cold stare, remaining silent. Noticing his lack of response, Maitreya's brow furrowed. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind, prompting him to glance around. However, Maitreya found nothing amiss. He exhaled softly, then his expression darkened as he continued, Sun Wukong, prepare to die. With that, he attempted to strike. Just then, Dongbin and the others emerged from Huagua Mountain. Maitreya Buddha's expression froze. Upon seeing the last figure, his heart jolted. Ksitigarbha, Maitreya exclaimed in disbelief. Hadn't Ksitigarbha been slain by demons? It quickly dawned on him that Ksitigarbha, like the Buddha, had merely feigned death. His expression soured as he coldly remarked, Ksitigarbha, I did not expect you to escape under the guise of death. I underestimated you. Ksitigarbha joined his palms, coldly stating, Maitreya Buddha, your current actions are hardly befitting of a disciple of the Buddhist realm. He was utterly disillusioned with the present state of Buddhism and the visage of the Buddha before him, who bore no semblance of the compassion expected of a deity. The demons exhibited less malice than he did. Ha ha! Maitreya Buddha laughed heartily, his expression rife with disdain. Ksitigarbha, you are not in a position to lecture me. You liberated Sun Wukong from the depths of hell and feigned death. You have already betrayed the Buddhist realm and the Buddha. Today, I shall eliminate you alongside him, ridding the Buddhist realm of your treachery. Ksitigarbha shook his head, locking eyes with Maitreya Buddha, and spoke deliberately. Maitreya, you have succumbed to madness. Do you truly believe you can vanquish us all alone? Only then did Maitreya Buddha snap back to reality, his heart pounding as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Just overcoming Sun Wukong alone was an uncertain endeavor. Adding Xitigarbha, a formidable being among the celestial lords, along with El Dongbin and He Xingu, both top-tier celestial beings, made his task seem insurmountable. The weakest among them, Bai Yu and Fa Hai, were already celestial beings themselves. Maitreya, standing alone, could scarcely hope to subdue them. Escaping today could be deemed a stroke of luck. Maitreya Buddha's heart sank as he realized how many powerful figures from the three realms had gathered around Sun Wukong. Without uttering a word, the group surrounded Maitreya Buddha, their gazes icy, instilling a sense of unease in him. Xitigarbha, are you truly prepared to betray the Buddhist realm? Should you choose to lay a hand on me, consider the consequences carefully, Maitreya warned sharply. Then, softening his tone, he added, if you assist me in subduing Sun Wukong and the others, I shall elevate you to the rank of Xitigarbha King Buddha, with a status only beneath the three Buddhas of Ling Mountain, namely the lamp-illuminating Buddha, the Tathagata, and Maitreya. Your position would rank among the top 10 in the entire Buddhist realm. Yet, Xitigarbha Bodhisattva merely smiled, shaking his head with disappointment. Even the Buddha is such a person. Adhering to hierarchy, what meaning does the Buddhist realm hold in pursuit of the four truths of emptiness? Aha, I had some reservations. But now I am resolute. From this day forth, I shall sever ties with the Buddhist realm. I remain Xitigarbha, but no longer a bodhisattva. With that, his robe fell away, replaced by a simple blue garment. From henceforth, there is only Xitigarbha, not Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. The crowd sighed, recognizing the depths of Xitigarbha's disillusionment with the Buddhist realm. Fa Hai opened his mouth, eager to assert himself, but upon reflection, he realized he was not a bodhisattva. Despite his cultivation surpassing that of many lesser bodhisattvas, he remained merely a wild monk in the eyes of others. Thus, his attempt at bravado was swiftly stifled. Maitreya Buddha, furious yet mocking, glared at Xitigarbha and declared, "Ha! Well done, Xitigarbha. Today, you have chosen to sever ties with the Buddhist realm of your own accord, not under duress from anyone. I shall eliminate you as a traitor to the Buddhist realm." At this juncture, he cast a gaze over Sun Wukong and the others, loudly proclaiming, "This is an internal matter of the Buddhist realm and does not concern you. I hope you will refrain from intervening." Sun Wukong and the others exchanged glances, finding Maitreya's shamelessness astounding. He clearly could not match them in strength, yet attempted to leverage Xitigarbha's situation to deter their intervention, truly brazen. Sun Wukong, with a cold smile, remarked, "Do you take us for fools, Maitreya? Today, should you dare to set foot in Huagua Mountain, you shall not leave unscathed. Brothers, attack." He Xingu shot a glance at Sun Wukong, noting she was no mere brother. Nevertheless, she was the first to charge forward. In his hand, the lotus shimmered with a dazzling light, and a vast magical force cascaded forth, aiming directly at Maitreya Buddha. Maitreya raised his hand and shattered that force with a single slap. Before he could target He Xingu, the attack from El Dongbin arrived. The pure yang sword energy, fierce and searing, contained the righteous aura of heaven and earth, descending upon him like an overwhelming decree. Unfazed, Maitreya transformed one hand into gold, channeling the power of his golden body, and countered with a forceful strike. Boom! The pure yang sword energy was blocked, yet Maitreya's body trembled slightly, revealing that he was not as untroubled as he appeared. The great dragon of heaven soared majestically. Fa Hai also made his move. A magnificent celestial dragon erupted from his being, charging towards Maitreya. Before today, Fa Hai had never considered engaging in combat with the Buddha. He felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, but mostly exhilaration. Such petty skills, daring to show off before me. Maitreya snorted, reaching out to grasp the celestial dragon directly in his hands. Fa Hai was momentarily stunned, anger rising within him. Was this fellow stealing his thunder? Before he could react, Maitreya exerted force. Puffed. The celestial dragon was crushed. Fa Hai's body shook, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Xitigarbha joined his hands in prayer, calling out to Maitreya. In an instant, Maitreya nearly lost himself, his mind becoming hazy, his gaze unfocused, instinctively preparing to kneel. Chapter 97. The False Maitreya? The crowd watched in astonishment at the unfolding scene. If Maitreya were to kneel, It would signify his being converted by Ksitigarbha, a supernatural ability within the Buddhist realm that could transform demons into disciples, effectively brainwashing them. Just as Maitreya was on the verge of kneeling, he suddenly snapped back to consciousness. With a voice filled with both fury and astonishment, he shouted, "Ksitigarbha, how dare you?" He was genuinely enraged. As the Buddha, he had nearly allowed a bodhisattva to convert him. Should that conversion occur, he would lose his current self, becoming a follower of Ksitigarbha, with everything revolving around him. For Maitreya, this was a fate worse than death. As the Buddha, he was acutely aware of the malevolent nature of this ability. Once converted, one would lose their identity and become a loyal servant to another. Ksitigarbha wore a regretful expression. Had he captured Maitreya, they would have gained a formidable ally. Alas, Maitreya regained his senses at a critical moment. Maitreya produced the human seed bag, intending to capture everyone within it. During the journey to the west, the human seed bag had proven formidable, even rendering the 28 constellations and the six-eared macaque helpless. Now, in Maitreya's grasp, its power was even more terrifying. He unleashed his magic, and the human seed bag emanated an overwhelming suction force, aiming to draw everyone inside. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly flew toward the human seed bag. The crowd's expressions changed, revealing their anxiety. Once ensnared, not even a celestial being could escape. Maitreya wore a smug expression. If he captured Sun Wukong, the rest would be mere fodder, easily dealt with. Only Ksitigarbha posed a slight challenge. But he was no match for Maitreya. Sun Wukong transformed into a beam of light, instantly vanishing into the human seed bag. Before Maitreya could even begin to revel in his triumph, cracks appeared on the surface of the bag. Startled, he hurriedly tossed it away. In the next moment, the human seed bag exploded, shattering into fragments. Puffed, Maitreya spat out a mouthful of blood. The destruction of his treasure inflicted severe harm upon him. As if that were not enough, Sun Wukong burst forth, the golden cudgel smashing against him. Maitreya was sent flying, cracks appearing on his golden body. He was gravely injured, severely weakened. Ksitigarbha was the first to react, unleashing his supernatural powers to strike. The others also joined in, each employing their skills to attack Maitreya. Their expressions indicated a collective intent to subdue the Buddha. Maitreya felt as though he was facing imminent disaster. Without hesitation, he summoned the golden bell, enveloping himself within. All the attacks landed upon the golden bell, which instantly shattered, allowing Maitreya to evade a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, he dove into the depths of the sea, employing the water escape technique to flee. Sun Wukong and the others pursued into the water, but Maitreya's presence had vanished. Regrettably, he had escaped. Sun Wukong expressed his frustration, remarking that capturing Maitreya would have dealt a significant blow to the Buddhist realm. At that moment, the Buddhist domain would think twice before provoking him again. Moreover, Maitreya's injury would surely cause those in Lingshan to reconsider before daring to challenge him. Ksitigarbha wore a complex expression, sighing deeply. He was uncertain whether his departure from the Buddhist realm was the right decision. However, he was aware that without such a choice, he could no longer endure the constraints of the Buddhist doctrine. Maitreya returned to the underworld, his golden body in tatters, collapsing before the gates of the ghost realm. The dragon tamer Arhut had just reconstructed his true self, returning to guard the gates, though his aura remained weak, uncertain of when he would fully recover. Upon seeing Maitreya fall, he was taken aback, rushing forward to assist the Buddha. The tiger tamer Arhut seized him, causing the dragon tamer to frown in concern. "What are you doing, tiger? Don't you see Maitreya is gravely injured?" The tiger tamer smirked, replying, "Dragon, if you weren't so dim-witted, you'd remember how Sun Wukong tricked us just now." The dragon tamer was struck with a jolt. He had nearly been defeated himself, barely escaping with a fragment of his true spirit. Had it not been for the secret methods and elixirs of the Buddhist realm, he might have been reincarnated. Hearing the tiger tamer's words, he abandoned the thought of aiding Maitreya, realizing that the Buddha must be a transformation of the monkey. The tiger tamer boasted, "How did you see through it?" The dragon tamer, bewildered, stared at him. When had he acquired such keen insight to perceive the transformations of others? The tiger tamer proudly asserted, "Did you not notice? The Maitreya transformed by Sun Wukong lacks the human seed bag and the golden bell. Even if the Buddha were injured, he would never forget those two items. Thus, this Maitreya must be a false one, a mere guise of Sun Wukong." The dragon tamer was genuinely astonished, recognizing the cleverness of the tiger tamer. This thought had eluded him, yet the tiger tamer had discerned it. "What shall we do? Shall we ignore him?" The dragon tamer inquired. The tiger tamer grinned. It's simple. Sun Wukong thinks himself clever, playing tricks on us repeatedly. We cannot remain idle. We must give him a lesson. How shall we proceed? The dragon tamer perked up. The tiger tamer's eyes sparkled with determination. Gather some experts and strike directly. This time, I want that monkey to face a great defeat. The tiger tamer was immersed in his fantasies, envisioning a significant shift in his standing within the Buddhist realm after this event. Following the tiger tamer's instructions, the dragon tamer discreetly summoned over a dozen experts. They gathered before the gates of the ghost realm. Mithriya, utterly drained, wondered why the dragon tamer and the others had yet to come to his aid. However, he was truly unable to move. His injuries were too severe. Just then, he caught a glimpse of several figures approaching him. Mithriya sighed in relief, believing they had finally noticed him. However, he soon felt something was amiss. The figures halted, and he sensed their rising magical power. Before the Mithriya Buddha could react, a barrage of attacks struck him relentlessly. Golden Buddhist blood spilled forth as his body was propelled away, nearly shattering his golden form, leaving a trail of glistening blood behind. Ha ha, Sun Wukong, you can no longer pretend. I have seen through your ruse long ago. Now you face the consequences, ha ha. The Buddha of strength, filled with pride, laughed heartily. Despite possessing an indestructible body, even Sun Wukong would sustain grievous injuries from such a relentless onslaught.